Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 13 Deci Seconds Chapter 453 Heading to Baldigo. Everyone took orders and got busy. Smoker rushed to the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, Baldigo. According to the normal plot, after 8 or 10 years, Baldigo will be attacked by the Blackbeard pirates, and all the revolutionary forces will move to the *********** island. But now, Blackbeard has become a pretty boy. Perhaps his ambition was shattered. I heard that his mentality changed completely, from pretending to be calm to actually slacking off. A few days ago, he even quit the Whitebeard pirates. Relying on his beauty, he married a beautiful widowed queen and lived a life of abundance with beautiful women by his side. King of pirates. Whoever wants to be the boss can be the boss. With Lousy's current life, Roger would be so jealous that he would cry. I think the attack on Baldigo will never happen again. Smoker rushed to his destination while thinking about random things. 2 days to go, he finally reached Baldigo. I saw dark clouds rolling in the sky, and a huge dragon head emerged from the clouds. Is this Baldigo? It's different from what I imagined. In my impression, Baldigo should be a desert country with no grass, rocks everywhere, and poverty. But that's not the case now, although it looks like a rocky island from a distance. But looking down, you can see houses connected to each other and armies training. There are densely packed gun barrels hidden among the rocks and on the reefs, which is daunting. It seems like the Revolutionary Army is having a much better time. Smoker did not hide his figure. Soon someone noticed the giant dragon in the sky. For a moment, the whole of Baldigo was in a commotion, but there was no chaos. Soon, hundreds of gun barrels slowly turned around. Well, they react very quickly, although not as fast as the Marines, but after all, the source of troops is different, so we can't be so strict. This guy Long is really good at leading troops. Suddenly, there was a roar from the ground. Thousands of cannons fired at once, and shells flew towards Smoker like raindrops. Boom, boom, boom boom boom, oh. Accompanied by a burst of dense explosions and miserable dragon roars, Smoker was hit hard by countless shells. Advertisement: the pink dragon spewed out black smoke and fell down with its body burned into a char. It hit the ground heavily and the whole island shook. Ahem, damn, it's a high explosive bomb. The high explosive bomb is a masterpiece that Gang has just researched. The power is dozens of times that of normal shells. One shot can sink a pirate ship, and the large warships of the naval headquarters can't withstand a few shots. In order to obtain the technology of this weapon, Kaido took the initiative to reduce his share, which made Smoker give in. I didn't expect to use it on myself. At the same time, several troops rushed over from a distance. The closest troop, leading the group, was a short man wearing goggles and a fat man with blue hair who was shaped like an egg. Smoker easily recognized the other person's identity. Lindbergh, the commander of the Southern Army, and his deputy bet on football. Lindbergh flew over yelling, "Who are you?" Without saying a word, he took out a gun and fired a freezing ray. Smoker didn't dodge or evade, and took the shot head on. The freezing ray hit Smoker's body, and a thick layer of ice instantly formed. If it was an ordinary enemy, he would be frozen immediately. But considering the dragon's size, this little bit of ice is of no help at all. Smoker shook it a few times, and the ice broke and fell off. HMPH, rude guy. Suddenly, there was a violent tremor under his feet and a big hole appeared. A giant with thick lips and wearing a plaid skirt jumped out and grabbed the dragon's head. You actually rushed indirectly. Don't underestimate the Revolutionary Army. B*************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************่ The endless harassment from the Revolutionary Army, Smoker was also a little annoyed. He roared and shook his head violently, throwing Mori out and hitting the Revolutionary Army hard. Lindbergh yelled, "Get out of the way!" Others hurriedly made way. At this moment, several black pillars suddenly appeared on the ground, holding Mori's body in the air. There was also a lot of black dust floating in the air, which was coal ash. The Revolutionary Army was surprised and delighted, Captain of the Crow Army. The soot slowly condensed into the shape of a crow, and he walked up to Smoker and bowed respectfully. "Excuse me, Mr. Smoker. Advertisement, please forgive these idiots." Lindbergh. "Crow, what nonsense are you talking about?" Before he could finish his words, the crow glared back at him and he shut up in embarrassment. Smoker didn't bother to argue with them too much, and said unhappily, "I need to find a dragon, lead the way." Yes. Led by the crow, Smoker soon saw the dragon. Because there was no prior notice, Long was also surprised by his arrival. But in front of this distinguished guest, or big money sponsor, Long showed unprecedented enthusiasm, which stunned others. The Revolutionary Army's mission was to liberate the poor, so they lived a very simple life. But this time, in order to welcome Smoker, Long was generous for once and held a high-level welcome banquet. He brought the Revolutionary Army cadres at home to entertain Smoker. The Eastern Army's commander, Bello Betty, and deputy commander, Ashilu. Lindbergh, the commander of the Southern Army, and his deputy commander gambled on football. Mori, the commander of the Western Army, and Crow, the commander of the Northern Army. There are also a few familiar faces. Smoker vaguely recognized them as Gabble, nicknamed Son of Revolution, and the fishman Kadri Haku. As the drinks flowed, Long put his arms around Smoker's neck. Thanks to you, brother Smoker, the threat CP poses to us is almost zero now. Otherwise, I wouldn't even dare to think about inviting you to a banquet. Smoker looked around while eating. Sabo isn't here? Ace even asked me to bring him a letter. Long chuckled. He's not here, he's still floating outside. When you assigned me the task before, he said that he had to work extremely hard to be worthy of your trust. Actually, it's not just Sabo who should thank you. That mythical beast seed fruit also helped the Revolutionary Army a lot. After Moss died, in order to confuse the public, Smoker gave the dog fruit, the mythical beast, the nine-tails fox form to the Revolutionary Army, and asked them to transform into moss and roam around. Perhaps it was fate that Sabo finally got the fruit. In the past 2 years, he has been wandering outside. In addition to pretending to be Moss to fool around with his partner, he used his transformation ability to spy on the secrets of various countries, and even disintegrated the anti-revolutionary army alliance of several countries without bloodshed. In recent years, the Revolutionary Army has been able to grow so fast. In addition to powerful weapons and artificial devil fruit, Sabo also contributed greatly. Smoker smiled and waved his hand. The fruit contains a will. I can only say that Sabo is suitable for this fruit. But, I do have one favor to ask of the Revolutionary Army. Chapter 409 Marine Faction. A year passed in the blink of an eye. The Chief Inspector Smoker gradually got into shape and became the most powerful person in the Marine. Marine F4 had a rare leisure day. The four of them sat on the roof of the headquarters, chatting and joking while enjoying the sea breeze and making tea and eating biscuits. Garp took a sip of his tea and made a soothing sound. Oh, what a delicious tea, too bad Smoker can't drink it. Sengoku gave him an annoyed look. Watch your attitude, you idiot, you are now political enemies, political enemies. Garp said disdainfully. It's really troublesome. It's rare to meet a kid that I like, but I have to accompany you to do these tricks. Zephyr looked unhappy. Humph, you are the good guy. Sengoku sneered, with a look of sarcasm and disdain on his face. It's because you two are not marshals. Garp, Zephyr. Hey you idiot, what are you so proud of? Today I am going to teach you a lesson. Oh my god, my new tea set, you purple-haired B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** D. Don't use teleport if you dare. Watching the three people fighting and playing, he sighed with disgust and helplessness, feeling tired. It turns out that since Sengoku came to power, the people with government backgrounds have gradually lost power. Although Sengoku and Crane were very skilled in using subtle methods to divide them, and put all the blame on Garp and Zephyr. But after so long, they finally reacted. Unfortunately, they were almost defeated at this point, and Sengoku put them in chains, so they couldn't save the situation at all. After Smoker took over as the chief inspector, they were like they had been injected with chicken blood. They found their savior, and spontaneously gathered around Smoker. In just 1 year, Smoker had gathered 1,000 people around him, and together with the people involved behind the scenes, they formed a faction that accounted for 1/3 of the total number of Marines. They are led by Smoker and believe that the world government represents justice, and are called the government faction. On the other hand, there are the people's faction, which also accounts for 1/3. They stand on the side of Garp and Zephyr and believe that the most important responsibility of the Marine is to protect the weak people. The remaining 1/3 are called centrists. They are more Buddhist and confused. Just kill the pirates, why make it so complicated? However, the three factions are not clearly divided, and many people's positions are rather vague. In addition, Sengoku's qualifications and prestige can suppress the three factions, so even if differences gradually appear in the Marine, they have not caused any trouble. The relationship between Smoker, Sengoku and others has become more and more subtle. Because they were worried about spies, they could only pretend to dislike each other on a daily basis. Only in the different space of the men fruit can you safely take off your disguise. Advertisement. Several people were fighting, and suddenly Garp stopped and looked towards the distant sky. Hey, stop fighting, I'm coming. Upon hearing this, the other people also turned their heads to look over. A black dot appeared in the distant sky at some point and was slowly flying towards us. Soon, the black spot flew closer and finally revealed its true face. It was a huge rock with a tower-like building on top. The boulders and buildings were huge, no less impressive than Marineford, and they floated in the air like an island. There was a yellow flame cloud entwined under the island, carrying it slowly towards them, and a huge black dragon was hovering above it. Seeing this scene, the Marine officers and soldiers were all shocked. The older Marines have seen a lot of big scenes in recent years and are somewhat immune to them. Those who just arrived at the naval headquarters recruiting were full of excitement and enthusiasm, and some even shouted, "Long live the Marine," to the sky. Listening to the noise below, Zephyr smiled. Although they're young, they're the future of Marine. He looked up at the black dragon posing proudly on the boulder and couldn't help but laugh. That Smoker guy really loves to show off. It looks like he has completely mastered the power of the Azure Dragon. Then he showed a headache again. The guys sent by the government should jump around everywhere. Crane picked up the teacup and took a sip. We can't help it. He has his own standpoint. Let him make a scene. It's not a bad thing to show off our strength and boost the morale of the Marines. Looking at the spirited Smoker and the Marines partying below, Sengoku also laughed. It seems like we old guys have to work harder too. Really, Even at this age, I still feel like my blood is boiling. Ah ha ha ha. Crane glared at him unhappily. Shut up, old man Senbei, you are old, but I am still young. Garp held a cookie in his mouth, looked over in surprise, and said in a lost voice, Ah, young? You? There was a dangerous glint in Crane's eyes. Yeah, me, what's wrong? Garp suddenly shuddered and said hurriedly, nothing, you were right. Smoker carried the boulder around the naval headquarters. Then the building was moved to the sea not far away and floated quietly in the air. Suddenly, a giant bird that was 100 meters in size appeared and opened its mouth to spit out a thick icicle. The icicles were inserted into the water, and the sea surface froze instantly. The waves, sea beasts, etc. were frozen in an instant as if the pause button was pressed. Soon, the sea surface within a radius of dozens of kilometers was completely frozen. The sea surface near the naval headquarters was also affected, and many warships were frozen, which caused another round of exclamations from the crowd. Advertisement then, Smoker, in the form of a dragon, flew over and spit out darkness towards the ice. Wherever the darkness went, all the ice disappeared, leaving only a huge deep pit that led directly to the bottom of the sea. Then, Smoker carefully placed the boulder and the building into the deep pit, with the top almost level with the sea surface. The giant dragon exhaled hot breath, and the blazing flames melted the ice surface, turning it back into surging seawater. Soon, the main body of the building disappeared into the sea, leaving only the top and platform above the sea. This building is impelled down. Smoker transformed into a human form and landed on the platform, and Magellan and Hannibal came out with excited faces. As Smoker expected, Magellan was not held accountable and was only demoted. Now Magellan becomes the deputy director of Impel Down, and Hannibal becomes the director of Impel Down as he wished, which is dramatically the same as the original plot. Magellan came to Smoker and said, Inspector Smoker, thank you for tolerating our willfulness. It turns out that Impel Down has sunk to the bottom of the sea, and the government is planning to build a new prison. Magellan and others strongly opposed it. They could not let go of the Impel Down for which they had devoted their whole lives, and hoped to repair the Impel Down. The reason is very good. If it could be built before, why can't it be repaired now? The 5 elders all looked shocked when they heard this. Before the sea level rose, Impel Down was entirely built above ground, so it was of course easier to build. What is the situation now? Can it be the same as it was then? So I rejected it directly. After hearing about this, Smoker used his ability to drag Impel Down out from the bottom of the sea in order to win him over again. Kaido can pull Onigashima out from underwater, so can Smoker. Then, on the pretext that the Impel Down garrison was insufficient, it was proposed to move directly to the sea area near the naval headquarters. Impel Down is already the strongest prison, and now with naval headquarters in charge, it will be as strong as a rock. Even if we encounter an attack of the same scale again, we don't have to worry about anything with the help of the Marines. Magellan and others naturally had no objection, but they were afraid that the government would disagree. But what was unexpected was that Smoker's suggestion was quickly adopted by the 5 elders. It turns out that they misunderstood. In their minds, Impel Down is an absolute government force. Smoker's move is undoubtedly an attempt to use the power of Impel Down to break the balance between the government and the people. After the 5 smart guys figured it out, they were all shocked. MD, my subordinates are working so hard, how can I let them down? So without further ado, I agreed to Smoker's proposal. Thinking of Smoker's painstaking efforts to complete the task, even cold-blooded monsters like 5 elders felt warm in their hearts. Chapter 411 Moss. Sorry, Chapter 410 was mistakenly sent to Volume 4. I can't change it or resend it, oh. Hearing someone calling him, he looked back. I saw an old man with a coxcomb hairstyle and a fat body jogging towards me. Shao he. Wait for this old man. The fat old man stopped in front of the crane, holding his leg and panting. The 2 deputies beside him were delighted to see the old man and greeted him warmly. Hello, Vice Admiral Moss. The fat old man was panting so hard that he couldn't speak. He just smiled and waved his hand as a greeting. He said to his deputy, you go first, I want to talk to Moss. Yes, Master Suru. Then Crane turned his head and looked at the fat old man. What's the hurry, Moss? The fat old man is the deputy chief of staff of the naval headquarters and Crane's strongest assistant, Vice Admiral Moss. In the Marines, strength has always been respected and positions are achieved through military merit. But there are very few people who rely on their special talents rather than their actual strength to become officers, and Moss is one of the best. Speaking of which, when he was young, Moss was also a very talented Marine. Together with Marine F4, he dominated the battlefield and created the great reputation of Thorn Claw. But somehow, one day he suddenly found the archives and information very interesting, so he studied them. I didn't expect to awaken my talent and get completely hooked on it. Finally, he simply switched to a civilian position and joined the general staff. The Marine senior management and Marine F4 were all confused at the time. No matter how hard they tried to persuade him, they failed to change his mind. In the end, they could only let it go. When everyone was feeling sorry for him, he made one contribution after another with his intelligence capabilities. Some even say that although he did not go to the battlefield, his contribution is no less than that of Marine F4. What really made him famous was the Valley of the Gods incident. He intercepted Rox and Roger's intelligence before CP and called Garp over in advance. This eventually led to Garp and Roger joining forces to destroy Rock's pirate. In that incident, Garp became a world-famous Marine hero and was unrivaled at the time. Moss also earned a series of titles in the Marine such as King of Intelligence and Living Archives, and his fame within the Marine was no less than that of Garp. Even CP came to recruit him, he just rejected it without hesitation. However, since then, he has gradually retreated behind the scenes and rarely appears in public advertisement until now. Few people remember that there was such a prominent figure in the Marine. But the older generation all know that he is still the extremely talented intelligence king. After Sengoku became the marshal, he secretly purged the general staff. Most of his previous staff were transferred, but he remained safe and sound. On the one hand, it was because they were comrades who had a life-and-death friendship, and Sengoku still remembered the old friendship. On the other hand, his intelligence ability is too strong, and Sengoku is reluctant to. So he successfully stayed in the general staff. In recent years, he has worked diligently and has no interest in fighting for power. Sengoku and Suru also trusted him very much, and gradually promoted him to deputy chief of staff and became Suru's deputy. Although he was his deputy, Crane didn't really consider him as a subordinate. Moss took a few deep breaths before he caught his breath, holding his stomach and complaining. Xiaohe, why did you run away as soon as the meeting was over? He couldn't help but frown and shook his head to deny it. No, we were walking at a normal speed, but, having said that. She poked Moss's belly, and it popped like a water balloon. Moss, have you gained weight again? You should exercise, otherwise how can you uphold justice? In recent years, Moss has been away from the battlefield and his body shape has changed rapidly. The originally strong man with an inverted triangle figure has now turned into a fat ball that gasps for breath when walking. Moss shook his head without hesitation. I'm sorry, I don't have that idea. What I believe in is justice that stays away from the battlefield. He didn't expect him to listen to his advice. Whatever you want, what do you want from me? Moss's smile faded and a look of worry appeared on his face. It's nothing, but judging from the way things are today, I'm a little worried about Marine. Although the three factions are not yet at loggerheads, the rifts are growing. If this continues, there will be chaos. In the history of the Marine, there are many precedents where the Marines suffered a great loss of strength due to factional struggles, and the pirates eventually became powerful. Crane gave him a long look. You were there when the CP issued the order that day. Can't you see that the government is fanning the flames? Anyway. Crane looked at Moss with a smirk on his face. You are a government guy, right? Which side will you choose? Will you stand on the side of your old friends, or support the younger generation who share the same ideas as you? Moss was indeed originally an employee of the world government, and later transferred to the Marine. Advertisement in the eyes of his peers, this was a well-known fact, and Garp and others often made jokes about it. Moss couldn't help but smile bitterly. He-chan, please don't embarrass me. I used to think I was on the government side, but now even I'm not sure. World government, celestial dragons, and the people. They're all one. Why do we have to separate them? There is no point at all except wasting my energy. He had a look of disappointment on his face. Garp's mischief is fine, but why has Zephyr become so immature? Why is he quarreling with a little brat? He shrugged and spread his hands. Don't tell me, go find them. Forget it, I don't want to provoke those guys whose brains are all muscles. Okay, don't worry about the future, just think about the war right now. But my job is to keep an eye on the future, then don't look at the distant future. Alright. Well, old friend, trust Sengoku. A few days later, a marine fleet rushed towards Honeycomb Island in a mighty manner. Hina stood at the bow, looking into the distance against the sea breeze, her cloak of justice fluttering in the wind. Behind her were 6 marine vice-admirals, including Palak and Shiva from the government faction, Ian and Pappas from the people's faction, and Shansen and Chris from the centrist faction. At this time, the marine at the lookout shouted, Admiral Whitebird, the enemy patrol ship has been spotted ahead. Hina nodded. I understand. The marines were immediately in an uproar when they heard this. Although the patrol boat was not visible in the distance, his eyes became burning. Even the 6 marine vice-admirals were shocked. It was just that the eyes of the government faction and the people's faction met intentionally or unintentionally, and then they quickly separated and looked elsewhere. Quiet. Hina suddenly spoke up. The sound was not loud, but all the marines fell silent instantly, all looking at the slender figure, their eyes full of admiration and enthusiasm. But the next second her words threw everyone into confusion. First of all, let me make it clear that Hina will not take any action in this battle. Chapter 412, Killing Someone. Hina turned and looked at everyone. What, any objections? The marines looked at each other in bewilderment, and the oldest one, Vice Admiral Parlock, swallowed his saliva. Hina-sama. The enemy is Ochaku. Without your strength, we might not be able to. This is a 2 billion level pirates. How to fight without Admiral and relying only on Vice Admiral? Hina raised her hand to interrupt his defense. That's Marshal Sengoku's idea. It's also the opinion of Inspector Smoker and several admirals. What? Several Vice Admirals were stunned. The Marines are too powerful now, causing many soldiers to become lazy and cowardly, and no longer as brave as before. Hina can tell you that the Marines' combat mode will soon change. Unless facing big pirates like Whitebeard or Kaido, Admiral will no longer take action and will only act as an observer. Of course, their sacrifice was not in vain. Today's admirals all possess the undying flame and can rescue seriously injured soldiers at any time. In contrast, from now on, Admiral will no longer be involved in the distribution of military merits. All the credits belong to you. The Vice Admiral, who had originally looked frustrated and stunned, suddenly stood up. What? This doesn't seem to be a problem, right? The 2 billion level pirates is enough for the 6 of us to eat. However, Marine Vice Admiral is the most mysterious level. The super strong ones are defeated by the strong ones are defeated by the weak ones, and the weak ones are defeated by the super weak ones. I don't know what level my partners are. The Vice Admiral of Shiva, who rose to power through nepotism, felt a little guilty. After all, the enemy is that Ochaku. It's settled, this is a military order. You rely on Hina now, but who will you rely on when Hina retires? As a senior Marine, you should think more about how to make yourself a support for others. The 6 Vice Admirals stared at Hina blankly, tears almost coming out. Retire? What retirement? You are in your early 20s, right? We are young, 30-something, and the oldest is 50. Advertisement. Suddenly, a beautiful Marine came over and saluted. Hina is an adult. Khalifa, what's up? According to the latest intelligence from Vice Admiral Moss, Ochaku seems to have anticipated the Marine attack and used the treasure left by Captain John to recruit pirates. Now the strength of the Beehive Island has doubled, and there are a total of. It doesn't matter if you are a small fry, just report the information of the cadres directly. In the previous battle, all of Ochaku's officers were gone, and he was almost left alone. For a pirates group, the bottom fry can be replenished at any time, and the captain and cadres are the core. He has currently recruited 7 pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million yuan. They are ranked as follows. The former captain of the 100 Hands Pirates, 100 Hands Hand, has a bounty of 320 million berries. The vice captain, Flying Traveler Tivil, has a bounty of 100 million berries. Former captain of the Black Pirates, Nightmare Scientist, Black Flame, bounty of 219 million berries. The trader of the 9 Snakes Pirates, Magic Arrow Ella, bounty of 171 million berries. Hina nodded. Send the information, everyone return to the ship. Keep in touch and be ready to fight at any time. The 6 Vice Admirals saluted in unison. Yes. They each had a warship and returned to command immediately after receiving the order. After they left, Hina turned to Khalifa and said, "You go this time too." Khalifa showed no fear, stood at attention, saluted, and shouted, "Yes." Hina nodded, gave her an inconspicuous but meaningful look, and then turned her head away. More than a year ago, before Smoker took Lucci to Onigashima, he got them both drunk and threw them into a house. I thought, since we are at the Marine Hotel, what accidents could happen? But he underestimated CP's physique. 2 drunk guys got together. When they sobered up, they were extremely embarrassed. Lucci hurriedly followed Smoker to Onigashima, and Khalifa turned a blind eye and pretended nothing happened. But 2 months later, Khalifa discovered that someone had died. Lucci had already gone to Onigashima with Smoker and had completely lost contact with him. After Hina found out, she was worried about how to deal with this CP assistant. Now I finally found a reason. First, they forced 8 months of paid maternity leave, and then they forced 1 year of triple paid maternity leave. It was not until the child turned 1 year old that we could no longer delay and had no choice but to let her come back to work. Advertisement. And Lucci, who is far away on Ghost Island, still doesn't know that he is going to be a father. However, although they have different positions and Hina is wary of Khalifa, one has to admit that CP is really good at educating and this child is really outstanding. She couldn't help but sigh. Why is it that such a good seedling is a CP? Now I finally understand. Why was Zane so angry when he thought he was a pirates? The warship quickly approached Beehive Island. The pirates' patrol boat spotted the warship and turned around and ran away without saying a word. Hina would not let them go, so she ordered her troops to chase after them. Now the Marines' warships have been upgraded several times, and are several times larger and faster than the pirates. The 2 sides quickly closed the distance, and then an artillery battle began. Grandmaster Moonwalk's soldiers also rushed over. With the sound of explosions and fighting, the pirates' patrol boat slowly sank, and the pirates fell into the water one after another. Hina stood at the bow and looked at the struggling pirates without a trace of pity in her eyes. Still able to move, it seems that there is no ability. Then, the warship rolled straight over, leaving a blood-red stain on the sea. When we are several dozen miles from the coast, dozens of pirate ships of all sizes are ready for action. Hina was a little surprised. It took just 1 year to rebuild such a large fleet. Ochaku must have a lot of money. Seeing the warship approaching, the pirates raised their swords and guns and let out hysterical howls. The other side only has 7 warships, and we have nearly 100 pirate ships. The advantage is mine. Just as the pirates were pushing the artillery and loading ammunition, the sound of artillery fire was suddenly heard in the distance. Some experienced pirates were stunned for a moment and then laughed loudly. Fire at this distance? Is the Marine scared silly? Ah ha 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 ha. Don't waste the shells, they're spoils of war. Male Marines are slaves and female Marines are left to lousy. Yes, lousy once, before he finished speaking. There was a deafening roar. Several pirate ships were shattered in an instant, and the pirates' broken bodies flew all over the sky. Pirates. What? Chapter 413. Ochaku appears. Seeing the miserable state of the pirates' fleet, the Marines were stunned for a moment. They looked at the newly installed slender naval guns on the warship in disbelief, with fiery eyes, as if a pervert was looking at a peerless beauty. Hina was also very satisfied. Although the top brass has decided that Admiral will not easily join the war, it is impossible for them to withdraw without any preparation, and new forces will definitely be added. These latest naval guns from the Sky Island base are one of them. This battle was also the first appearance of this new type of naval gun, and it perfectly achieved the expected effect. The Marines finally reacted, happily moving the shells and continuously firing. After a few rounds of salvos, the pirates' fleet was reduced to debris in the sea, and not even a sampan escaped. It's not that there weren't some pirate ships that tried to resist, but the shells they fired in desperation could only fly 1/3 of the distance before falling into the sea. The naval battle was easily won, and the warships continued to advance, arriving in the waters a few kilometers away from Beehive Island. Fire coverage, Shujin barrage, boom boom boom. The pirates on the shore were engulfed by artillery fire before they could react. Ah, what's going on? Counterattack, counterattack. Our guns can't reach it. Help. Along with the screams of the pirates, most of the Beehive Island was engulfed in flames, and even most of the town on the island was destroyed. Hina ordered a ceasefire only when the ship's guns could no longer reach further. Okay, the rest is up to you. Fight freely in units of warships. The Marines were already excited, even the Marine Vice Admiral's eyes were red. After hearing the order, each team led the charge, and Khalifa also followed the team. After the team went far away, Hina took off her cape and threw it to the Marine next to her. Warships are patrolling near the coast, ready to provide artillery support at any time. Then he turned into a phoenix and rushed out. Beehive Island is known as the Pirates' Paradise, where countless pirates reside. Once provoked, they will swarm out. Even someone as strong as Garp was injured by the endless attacks of the little pirates. Although the pirates suffered heavy casualties after several rounds of bombardment, their numbers still far exceeded those of the Marines. Stupid Marine, how dare they come ashore? Kill them. Kill him. The two sides collided. As soon as it was lifted, a group of homies appeared on the Marine side. Balls of magma, cold air, lightning, and lasers were scattered like free money. The pirates were caught off guard and were thrown to the ground. What's going on? A person with special abilities. Don't be silly, how can there be so many people with special abilities, and they all have the same abilities? Advertisement. Some sharp-eyed people have already recognized homies and their faces turned pale. At the same time, many Marines who had eaten the artificial fruit transformed into human beast forms and rushed towards the pirates. This time the pirates figured out the truth. Artificial fruit? Damn it, Marine, don't think you're the only ones who can transform. Many pirates also transformed into human beast forms and rushed towards the Marine troops despite homies' attacks. Hina transformed into a phoenix and hovered low in the sky, so she naturally noticed it as well. She didn't care too much about it. The flow of artificial fruits to the pirates would indeed cause trouble for the Marine. However, the profits from artificial fruits are extremely high. If one fruit is sold to the pirates, the profit will be enough to train 3 Marines with special abilities, so the benefits definitely outweigh the disadvantages. The two sides got involved and casualties soon occurred. It has to be said that the combat quality of this group of Marines is very high. They improve their tactics while fighting. Originally, he was just controlling the homies to bombard randomly, and gradually formed a formation as the battle went on. Not only did the homies start cooperating with each other, they also cooperated with other Marines to quickly harvest the lives of the pirates. Even some clever Marines discovered that homies was not afraid of attacks at all. So an idea came to him. Instead of letting them fight, he let them roam the battlefield to rescue injured comrades. Many Marines were besieged and seriously injured, and were about to die. Homies dropped from the sky, ignoring the enemy's swords, guns and cannons, and carried them away. The pirates started to curse, but there was nothing they could do but stand there and watch. In the rear, the military doctor named Homies, who possessed the immortal flame, quickly organized treatment. As a result, Marine casualties were greatly reduced and morale continued to rise. Suddenly, Hina noticed Khalifa not far away. She wields a thorn whip and fights against 2 people with artificial fruit abilities. A snake man, a rhino man. Khalifa used his razor to avoid the snake man's venom, and with a shake of his wrist, the long thorn whip wrapped around his neck, and then pulled hard. The snake man screamed, and his head and body were separated, and his head rolled to the side. When the rhino man saw his companion being killed, he became furious. He let out a roar and rushed over on all fours. Khalifa used the whip to wrap around the rhino's body, and then used Tempest Kick to send out several wind blades. But she underestimated the rhino's defense, and the wind blade fell on the rhino, leaving only a few white marks. The rhino took the opportunity to hit Khalifa, knocking him out and causing him to fall heavily to the ground. A fierce light flashed in the rhino man's eyes. He ignored the whip on his body, stretched out his long horns and rushed towards Khalifa. Khalifa was horrified and tried to get up, but suddenly she felt a sharp pain in her chest, which almost made her unable to breathe. Damn it! My sternum is cracked. Oops, I can't avoid it. Just as Khalifa was about to be pierced by the long horn, suddenly a ball of green flame hit the rhino man, and the powerful impact force directly knocked him back more than 10 meters. But the rhino was thick-skinned and not injured. He turned over and cursed. What happened? Before he could finish his words, Hina appeared in front of him and pierced his chest deeply with her fist like a needle piercing paper. The Rhino Man's eyes bulged out, and his face was filled with an incredible expression. He looked at Hina, then lowered his head to his chest, his eyes rolled back, and he fell heavily to the ground. Khalifa was relieved to have saved his life, and then he struggled to get up. Advertisement: Hina is an adult. Hina shook the blood off her hands, threw the whip back to Khalifa, and released another blue flame to wrap around her. Great job. After saying this, he turned into a phoenix and flew away. Khalifa felt the severe pain in his chest slowly subside. He stared at Hina's receding figure, with a strange light in his beautiful eyes. In this way, Hina hovered in the air, saving Marines in trouble from time to time. Suddenly, on a battlefield, she saw two old acquaintances fighting with several powerful pirates. Huh? These two guys are here too? It seems like they have a pretty good relationship. One of them was Gaspardi. One of the pirates raised his bow, his arm turned into a shadow, and shot a series of arrows continuously. Oh, it's Ghost Thorn Arrow. Dozens of arrows hit Gaspardi almost at the same time, regardless of order. But it is completely useless against soft candy fruits that can be transformed into elements. The long arrow pierced, but eventually it just fell to the ground powerlessly. Gaspardi grinned fiercely, and his arm suddenly stretched out and turned into a spike, shooting arrow directly in the head. Bah! What level are you? This little trick can be called a thorn? After saying that, he continued to pounce on the other pirates. But Hina was a little surprised. It turns out that Gaspard did not simply rely on elementalization, but used his observation hockey to predict attacks and elementalize in advance to avoid them. With such a high level of observation hockey, plus the gummy fruit, I'm afraid some vice admirals would not be his match. As for the other person, he was a giant bear man who was 5 or 6 meters tall and as big as a city wall. The bear's paws were a thick, dark color, clearly covered in hockey. The bear man kept roaring and pounced on the pirates. With one slap, the pirates screamed and flew out, with the swords and guns in their hands all turned into pieces. Although the appearance has changed greatly after the transformation, the general appearance can still be identified, and there is a gun stuck on the cheek of the giant bear. Hina immediately recognized the other person's identity, Doflamingo's spy, Virgo. Unexpectedly, this guy also ate the devil fruit. Bear man. Suits him well. Because the battle this time was mainly commanded by the vice admiral, Hina did not check the list of officers in detail and only now realized that these two were also here. However, she did not waste too much time on the two of them and continued to patrol the battlefield. Suddenly, thick smoke rose in the distance, and then the whole island began to shake violently. What? What is that? Many Marines pointed at the center of Beehive Island with horrified expressions on their faces. I saw the huge skeleton in the middle of Honeycomb Island slowly opening its eyes. The morale of the pirates was greatly boosted. Ochaku Adult. Chapter 414. Colosseum. Ochaku uses the fruit to manipulate the island, and the houses on the ground keep moving and flowing. Soon, most of the island turned into a giant that was a kilometer tall. More than 90% of the Marines had never seen such a scene and were so shocked that they were speechless for a moment. The pirates were shocked, but their morale was boosted and they cheered loudly. Lord Ochaku has taken action, it appears. The Paramecia Island fruit is simply an invincible power. Show Marine the power of 2 billion. The warships in the distance realized something was wrong and rushed to provide artillery support. Some Marines also reacted and controlled homies to launch attacks. Lava, lasers, thunder, and rain-like shells fell on the giant, blasting up pieces of rock. But compared to the giant's terrifying size, these attacks are no different from mosquito bites. Ochaku didn't bother to pay attention to these disturbances. He looked down at the entire battlefield and finally set his eyes on Hina in the air. Marine Admiral? He was stunned at first, and then his eyes became fierce. Previously, it was intercepted by Zephyr at sea. First, the island fruit was useless at sea and he was chased everywhere. After finally reaching the island, he transformed into a giant to fight back, but was defeated by the jape fruit. If he hadn't escaped quickly and fooled countless small fish into using their lives, I'm afraid he would have been in trouble that time. The more Ochaku thought about it, the angrier he got. If you can't beat the old guy, then take it out on the little girl. Go to hell. The rock giant roared and slapped Hina hard with its giant hand as big as a town. The Marines exclaimed, Hina-sama. The giant hand came down on Hina like slapping a mosquito. But the imagined scene of Hina being blown away did not appear. The phoenix suddenly exploded and turned into a cloud of smoke. Then the smoke condensed again and took on the appearance of Hina. Nice momentum, worthy of being the great pirates Ochaku. Advertisement. Unfortunately, without a hockey strong enough to match this size, it's just a decoration after all. Hina used Moonwalk to charge towards the giant's head and punched it hard. This is a return gift, Fistbone Comet. The fist landed on the giant's face, and suddenly a huge ball of light formed, and black and red lightning burst out like a dragon. There was a loud noise like a landslide, and most of the giant's head was blown off in an instant, and he fell to the ground with a scream. Marine. Oh, Hina is a big girl. Pirates. Oh my, Ochaku adults. Hina did not continue to chase, but turned to look at the 6 vice admirals. The 6 vice admirals understood what he meant and did not back down this time. Instead, they rushed forward and gathered in front of Ochaku. Vice Admiral Pollock roared. Big pirates Ochaku, you and your men are cornered. This is your last chance to surrender. If you still refuse to change your ways, Marine will take extreme measures to kill all those who resist arrest. The giant covered his head and slowly sat up. The surrounding rocks and land moved along the body, quickly healing the wound. Hee, what an arrogant fellow. When I was sailing the seas with Captain Rocks, you were still recruiting for target practice. Enough of the nonsense, Marine Admiral, come on. Hina had no intention of attacking, but pointed at the 6 vice admirals. Hina is just a spectator, your opponents are them. And us. Suddenly a loud shout came from not far away. Then several figures landed. They were some young and outstanding Marine rear admirals. Gaspardi and Virgo were also on the list. Several vice admirals were stunned for a moment, feeling relieved, but then they immediately shouted loudly. Nonsense, this is not an enemy you can face, back off. That's right, while we're busy with this guy, go and get rid of the others. We refuse. Advertisement. We are Marines too. How can we just hide behind our superiors? That's right, my justice does not allow me to retreat. The vice admirals were about to continue to refuse when Hina suddenly stepped forward. Okay, Hina agrees. Vice Admiral, Rear Admiral. I just saw your strength, and you are still capable of protecting yourselves. No one will disturb you in this battle, Xiaozi. Hina rolled up her arms, revealing the skull tattoo on her arm. Suddenly the tattoo came to life and turned into a purple skeleton flying up and down. It was Homie's Xiaozi. Hina-sama, I'm here. Hina stretched out her hand and released a large amount of smoke. The Great White Wall. The smoke quickly condensed into a smoke wall that covered most of the island, encircling the rock giant, Vice Admiral and others. You can't see outside from the inside, and you can't see inside from the outside. Xiaozi jumped into the smoke with a grim smile, and the milky white smoke quickly turned into a dangerous light purple. This is the Colosseum I built for you. You can't get out, and people outside can't get in. It's useless even if you hide in a stone turtle shell. The only thing left is a fight to the death, to determine who is better, and to decide life and death. Ochaku laughed loudly, like thunder. Ahahaha, interesting, it's so interesting. Okay, then Lousy will have some fun with you guys today. Several vice admirals and rear admirals were also on high alert. Suddenly, Vice Admiral India asked, by the way, Hina-sama, the soldiers outside. Almost all the strongest Marines are inside, what should the soldiers outside do? There are still several pirates with over 100 million in their ranks. Don't worry. Hina took a few steps back and slowly blended into the smoke. Leave it to Hina outside. Chapter 415, Battle of Beehive Island. A wall of purple smoke suddenly rose up, surprising both the pirates and the Marines. Fortunately, Marine knew Hina's ability and quickly organized an evasive action. It was indeed the first time that the pirates had seen such a scene. Many of them were unable to react in time and accidentally inhaled the purple smoke, causing them to fall to the ground foaming at the mouth. It's poisonous, run away, everyone shouted and hurriedly fled from the wall of smoke. But the battle is not over yet. After reaching the safe area, the Marine and the pirates looked at each other and started fighting again. There was chaos as everyone escaped, with all the Marine pirates mixed together. In addition, most of the island was taken away by Hina, and the remaining people were crowded together, feeling that there were enemies on all sides. Now even the warships in the distance can't provide artillery support. What's worse is that the Vice Admiral and several powerful rear admirals went to deal with Ochaku, and the pressure suddenly increased. On the other hand, the pirates, those pirates with over 100 million in revenue, have finally started to show their fangs. 100 Hands' hand raised his hand. 100 hands appeared around, floating in the air and flying up and down. The Marine soldiers around were suddenly shocked. Hey, what is this? Hand laughed triumphantly. Ahahaha, I'm the 100-handed man who ate the hand fruit. So what do you think, Marine? Am I super scary? Marine waved his head repeatedly. No, I just feel sick. Why? Hand was greatly shocked, and then he raised his hand in anger, and the hands around him turned into fists and flew towards Marine like meteors. A Marine lieutenant colonel yelled, don't be afraid, these hands are just phantoms. Puff. Before he could finish his words, he was knocked away by a fist. Then several more fists stopped him in the air, and a series of combined punches knocked him unconscious. Ha, idiot. These fists are all real entities, with the same power as mine. I'm already the best boxer who can break steel. After eating this hand-to-hand fruit, I'm even more powerful and my fighting power has doubled. Hand controlled those fists to fly up and down, attacking from all kinds of weird angles, making Marine flustered for a while. Suddenly, a black shadow passed through the crowd at an extremely fast speed, leaving a string of black balls on the ground. Marine. Hey, what was that just now? What is this again? Before he finished speaking, there was a loud explosion and the battlefield was engulfed in flames. It turned out that those black balls were bombs. Ahem. The surviving Marine was shocked and angry, and yelled. What happened just now? I don't know, I didn't see it clearly. At this time, a man pointed to the sky. Over there, is the flying traveler, Tyvor. I saw a huge, slender bird flying across the battlefield at an extremely fast speed, swooping down from time to time and dropping bombs. The Marines fired their guns, but Tivol was extremely fast and easily escaped from the bullet net. Be careful, She is the user of the bird fruit's brown swift form, and has the fastest flying speed in the world. Marine was not willing to be careless, and several officers sent out homies to surround her. But compared to her, homies' speed was as slow as a crawl and posed no threat at all. Even homies can only emit lasers, which cannot make people reach the speed of light. Tyvor stretched out his wings. The edges of his wings were as sharp as knives. In a few flashes, homies was cut into pieces. Although homies was not afraid of the damage, he quickly regrouped. But it is nothing but a pipe dream to deal with her. Another battlefield. An old man wearing a wizard's black robe and with a skull-like face wandered around the battlefield. Wherever it passed, the air was filled with a faint black mist. No matter if they were Marines or pirates, once they came into contact with the black fog, they all fell to the ground unconscious. Stay away from him. He is the nightmare scientist Black Flame. This guy is very dangerous. He is good at using the poisonous smoke he developed. He once destroyed a Marine unit with poisonous smoke. So what if there's poisonous fog? A burly Marine rushed over with 2 pieces of cloth stuffed in his nose. He rushed into the poisonous smoke, jumped high, raised his knife and chopped down at Heian's head. It's worth it to trade Lousy's life for a pirate's worth over 100 million. Heian narrowed his eyes slightly and let out a strange laugh. Young man, you can't become a pirate worth hundreds of millions just by relying on drugs. Black Flame didn't dodge or evade, but met Marine's attack with a punch. There was a loud clanging sound, and the knife in the hand of the burly Marine turned into pieces. He flew out like a broken sack and fell heavily to the ground, with a collapsed chest. Hee, I am a combat scientist. After saying that, he rushed forward to kill the Marine. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck. Heian stopped abruptly and hurriedly hid aside. A Marine Rear Admiral landed, followed by a Homitz. The Marines were surprised and delighted. Nut Rear Admiral. Advertisement. Heian snorted coldly and sighed secretly in his heart. Lightning, fire, laser, ice. Marine also gained incredible abilities. It seems that pirates has reached the end of the road. Nut Rear Admiral shouted, I'll stop Black Flame, you guys send him away. Yes. Several Marines rushed over and tried to carry away the burly Marine who was only breathing his last breath. One of them whispered, such a serious injury. Nut Rear Admiral couldn't help but turn his head and look over. Almost at the same time, he felt a chill in his ear, followed by a sharp pain. When he touched it, he found that half of his ear was missing. The Marines around were shocked. Hey, what happened? Nut Rear Admiral was also in a cold sweat. If he hadn't turned his head just in time, the arrow would have hit him in the head. Looking back, he saw an arrow deeply embedded in an iron cannon barrel, and the tail fin was still shaking. This direction. Where did this arrow come from? Heian snorted coldly. Stupid woman, minding your own business. At this time, a Marine pointed to the top of a mountain in the distance. Rear Admiral, over there. I just saw it. The arrow was shot from that direction. Nut Rear Admiral looked at the mountain that was almost across the island from him, his face full of disbelief. Heian laughed strangely. This distance is not impossible for that woman. Nut Rear Admiral frowned and took out a telescope to look over. Sure enough, there was a figure on the top of the mountain, aiming an arrow at himself. Although the distance was incredibly far, the battle-hardened Nut Rear Admiral still subconsciously moved sideways. The next moment, an arrow grazed his chest and pierced the ground. The entire arrow sank into the soil, leaving only a black hole. Nut Rear Admiral suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. On the mountain at the edge of Beehive Island, a slender female warrior with a cool face slowly lowered her bow. It was Ella, the magic arrow who had just joined Ochaku. Haha. He actually dodged my 2 assassination attempts. Although there is an element of luck, luck is also a part of strength. I don't want to kill such an interesting man. Then, Ella turned her head to look at the wall of smoke and sighed softly. If I could, I'd rather pierce the Admiral's head. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind her. You can try. Ella was shocked. She drew her bow, turned around and shot arrows in one go. 3 arrows formed a pin shape and hit Heine's forehead and left and right sides of her chest. 3 arrows pierced through Heine's body, but had no effect at all. Logia. No, I clearly used hockey. Ella shot 3 arrows again. This time I could see clearly that there were indeed 3 holes left, but the wounds healed instantly. Impossible. Ella roared angrily, knocked another arrow, and poured all her hockey into it. She loosened her grip and the arrow shot towards Hina like lightning. Hina raised her hand nonchalantly, and the arrow had somehow fallen into her hand. Before Ella could react, Hina swung the arrow back and pierced her throat. Ella covered her throat and staggered back, her eyes full of disbelief. Then blood flowed out from between her fingers and she fell to the ground weakly. Hina just glanced at him calmly, without any fluctuation in her eyes, then walked to the edge of the mountain and overlooked the battlefield below. Such a crowded and messy battlefield. Forget it, dealing with a few troublemakers doesn't really count as taking action. After saying that, Hina transformed into a phoenix and rushed towards the battlefield. Tibble is killing everyone. With its flying ability and speed, it is almost invincible. There was a Marine Rear Admiral who tried to catch up with me using moonwalk, but he couldn't even catch up with me. The battle was in full swing when she noticed Marine on the ground looking at her in surprise. Suddenly, she felt a chill on her spine. She turned her head and saw a big white bird appear behind her without her knowing. Before she could react, a ball of green flame exploded behind her. The powerful impact caused her to lose consciousness and fall from the air. Nut Rear Admiral finally started the black flame battle. The hard power of both sides is similar, but one has the black fog that will kill anyone who touches it, while the other has the strongest attack power, lightning. So they all chose to fight from a distance, and no one could do anything to anyone else. Your thunder is getting smaller and smaller, is it out of power? Pa. Your black fog is it, it can be blown away by a gust of wind now. Marine, FK me, pirates, FK you. The two men roared and rushed towards each other. Advertisement suddenly, a wind blade fell from the sky and directly chopped off Heian's head. Nutty Rear Admiral. When he looked up, he was shocked and quickly raised his hand to salute. Admiral is an adult, Hina said, keep fighting and support others, and flew away with a flash of wings. Nut Rear Admiral yelled, yes, and turned to join other battlefields. Hundred-handed Hand successfully defeated a Marine Rear Admiral, and at this time a group of Marine soldiers were lying on the ground in a mess. Hand raised his fist and laughed, that's all, Marine. Under Lousy's fist, your so-called justice is nothing but fragments. The pirates also raised their knives and shouted. Oh, Lord Hand. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Oh, are you confident in your fist? Hand looked back and was shocked. Eh, Admiral? It's over, dead, 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 dead. Why would the Marine Admiral target me? Is my life going to end like this? But Hina did not attack, but extended her fist. Fight a fist fight with Hina. If you win, Hina will let you go. Hand. Huh? Just fists? Yeah, just fists. Hand swallowed his saliva and felt that it was not impossible. I definitely can't beat Admiral, but if we talk about fist fighting. Okay. Marine Admiral, I won't hold back. Hand activated his ability, and suddenly 100 fists appeared in the air. The other one. Hand did not attack directly, but smiled strangely, and all the fists fell down and merged into his right fist. As his fist merged, although the size of his fist did not change, it had a faint metallic luster. Look at me, 100 punches combined into one. Hand roared and punched Hina. Hina stretched out her arms and clenched her fists, and just faced the attack. The two fists, one big and one small, one moving and one still, collided fiercely with each other, making a dull sound. The next second, Hand covered his right fist and screamed loudly. His fist was completely deformed, the tip of the fist was sunken, and the bone was obviously broken, but Hina had a calm expression on her face, and her white fist did not move at all. Suddenly, Hand's screams stopped, his mouth opened wide, his eyes bulged, and his whole body trembled. Then he fell heavily to the ground, with a bloody hole on his back, oozing blood. Hina's fingers were stained with blood, and she looked coldly at the pirates who had just watched and cheered. The pirates were suddenly startled and fled in all directions, howling. Hina raised her hand. Fly finger pistol. With screams, all the pirates fell to the ground. In this way, Hina wandered around the battlefield. One by one, kill all the pirates worth over 100 million. As for the remaining enemies, she did not attack them again. Instead, they let the Marines fight freely and only rescue them when they are in real danger. As time goes by, Marines' advantage becomes bigger and bigger. Many pirates were either killed or imprisoned. By the evening, tens of thousands of pirates on Beehive Island have been brought to justice, leaving only the last battlefield in the thick fog. Hina did not go in to investigate, but waited outside with other Marines. Through the thick fog, one can still hear the roars, screams, thunder, and roars of wild beasts. The Marines were worried, but they kept moving. Either clean and debug the weapons, or find a military doctor to bandage the wounds, or let homies devour the remaining flames on the island, and some people even eat with big mouthfuls. In short, they are trying every possible way to restore their fighting power, and once the vice admirals are defeated, they will immediately take over. Only Hina stood there without saying a word. In her perception, the breath of the person inside was already very weak, and could even be described as being on the verge of death. But fortunately, the sound did not disappear. Just as everyone was waiting anxiously, suddenly, Hina perked up and walked forward quickly. At the same time, the purple fog began to fade slowly, and soon turned milky white again. Then a small purple skull rushed out, fell on Hina's body and turned into a tattoo. Homies. Many Marines recognized what Xiao Zi was. Hina raised her hand, and the solid smoke wall collapsed instantly. The entire island was instantly covered in thick smoke, but it soon dissipated under the sea breeze. At this time, a huge figure slowly emerged. Chapter 416, Remarkable Results. The giant incarnation of Ochaku revealed its figure, and its huge eyes looked down at the enemies under its feet as if it was staring at a few ants. A dozen Marine vice admirals and rear admirals stood there panting. They looked extremely miserable, all in tattered clothes and covered in blood. Some of them could no longer stand and had to be dragged to their feet by people nearby. Even the homies who followed them were all listless. Especially the Undying Flame homies, who had consumed too much energy and was almost drained dry, and now it seemed that a gust of wind could blow him away. The giant stared at them motionlessly for a long while before he began to rumble. You are really tenacious, but you are exhausted. Why don't you just surrender? One of the legs of the Vice Admiral of Siwa was broken, and he could only stand by leaning on the Vice Admiral of Pappas. But his eyes were still sharp, and he roared, "Stop talking nonsense. Lousy can still fight for another day." The others' faces showed fatigue and signs of trying to endure severe pain, but there was no sign of fear. They were completely obsessed with the fight, and only cared about winning or losing, not caring about their own lives at all. There was an inexplicable emotion in the giant's eyes. "Really? Is this the current Marine?" The giant sighed and slowly closed his eyes. Cracks suddenly appeared on his body, more and more, densely covering his body, and then suddenly collapsed. Countless huge rocks fell from the sky like raindrops, and everyone retreated quickly. The huge rock fell to the ground, raising clouds of dust, which took a while to completely dissipate. The Marines came forward to take a look. On the pile of boulders, a burly pirate was lying on the rocks. Although he was unharmed, he couldn't even lift his arms. It was the great pirate's Ochaku. Hina walked forward and looked down at Ochaku. "Big pirate's Ochaku, you are under arrest. Don't give in. Well, you don't have the energy to mess around in this state." Ochaku looked at the sky with empty eyes, and suddenly let out a helpless and strange laugh. "Ha ha ha ha. I'm already unable to move even at this level. I'm really getting old. Marine, you win. The island left by the captain is yours." Hina said nothing, but waved her hands. Several Marines came forward and put sea-stone handcuffs on Ochaku, then carried him away. Hina came to several vice admirals and rear admirals and nodded. "Thank you for your hard work, you did a great job." After saying this, he released the flame of regeneration, enveloping everyone. Even the flame of regeneration homies got a big piece and started to devour it greedily. Everyone was bathed in the blue flames, and the wounds on their bodies healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a long while, their injuries were mostly healed, and Hina took back the flame of regeneration. "The rest are just skin injuries and they will heal themselves." She walked to a high place and gave orders to the Marines. "Comrades, all the pirates on Beehive Island, led by Ochaku, have surrendered. This battle is undoubtedly a victory for the Marines. Advertisement, now, all Marines, clean up the battlefield and prepare to return." All the Marines present cheered loudly, "Ah! Long live Marine! Justice will prevail." Honeycomb Island was suddenly plunged into a sea of joy. Afterwards, everyone began to busy themselves with cleaning up the battlefield. Bury bodies, escort prisoners, collect spoils, search and rescue innocent captured merchants and civilians. There are a lot of things to do. Seeing that everything was normal, Hina walked over to the vice admirals. They are all senior military officers, so naturally they don't have to do these miscellaneous tasks of moving and lifting things. Your performance surprised Hina. That kind of monster would be hard to deal with even if Hina fought it herself. I didn't expect you guys to actually defeat it. In terms of health and durability, Hina is naturally ahead in Admiral. But in terms of area damage, it is undoubtedly much worse. Faced with a rock giant that is huge and can heal itself automatically, she has to be patient and slowly wear down its endurance. The others also laughed. They still haven't gotten over the excitement of defeating Ochaku. Indian Vice Admiral laughed out loud. Being able to fight this kind of enemy is really exciting. Vice Admiral Siwa glanced at him unhappily. "Excited? You didn't seem very excited when you were almost beaten to death." Chris Vice Admiral sighed. "I have to say, the 2 billion pirates is really scary. I felt like I was going to die several times. Fortunately, others saved me." Vice Admiral Pappas came over upon hearing this. "Chris, I saved you twice. Would you like to go for a drink when we get back?" Chris Vice Admiral spat. "Dream on." Vice Admiral Parlock laughed with glee. "Ahahaha, so brave on the battlefield, but so defeated in the love field. Vice Admiral Pappas and Vice Admiral Chris, get lost." After a life and death battle, everyone was arm in arm, talking and laughing loudly, and their relationship became much more harmonious, no longer the state of almost no words when they first met. Hina couldn't help but nod secretly. Open black lens bracket smoker is right, close black lens bracket. What about this faction or that faction? They are just idle. Thrown into a life or death Shira field, who would care about these things? Even if there are stubborn people, then come a few more times to see if you are tough or stubborn. Suddenly, the Indian Vice Admiral looked at the Rear Admiral who was busy giving orders in the distance. This time it's all thanks to them. Hina immediately became interested. Advertisement. "Are there any outstanding guys? Talk to Hina?" The Vice Admirals became interested and began to talk about their battle experiences. There are 7 Rear Admirals fighting with them this time. Although they are only Rear Admiral, they are either capable or have homies, and all of them have extraordinary combat power. Judging from their abilities alone, they are all qualified to be Vice Admiral. In other words, this battle is equivalent to 13 Vice Admirals beating up Ochaku. The one who deserves the most credit is Gaspardi. Relying on the elemental ability of the gummy fruit, he stood at the front and attracted firepower, greatly reducing the pressure on others. The other one is Rear Admiral named Baiju. Although his strength is just average, he brought the undying flame homies with him. If homies hadn't continued to restore health to the others, they would have been defeated long ago. Hina nodded and kept it in mind. Back at the naval headquarters, Sengoku held a meeting to report the results of the battle. The Marine dispatched 7 warships, including 5,600 troops including 1 admiral and 6 vice admirals. The largest warship in Pirates King is equipped with 800 people. 237 Marines were killed and more than 3,000 were injured. Fortunately, with the help of the Immortal Flame homies, all the casualties were minor. This battle was also very successful. The great pirate Ochaku was captured and Beehive Island was completely conquered. Marine killed more than 10,000 pirates and captured more than 8,000. The treasure chests seized were worth billions. Various types of weapons and ammunition are enough to arm tens of thousands of people. Although the Marine has no use for these junk, if you ask those non-member countries, there should be a lot of suckers who would like them. In addition, hundreds of innocent people were rescued, including 2 royal families. The next step is to reward people for their contributions. Sengoku was originally worried about how to distribute the credit. After all, before they left, the 3 gangs were at loggerheads and refused to give in to each other. The 6 vice admirals selected are the most fiercely sought after among them. How can we satisfy all parties? But the development of the matter was far beyond Sengoku's expectations. The 6 people who came back suddenly became extremely Buddhist. They tried their best to be humble to each other and didn't even care whether they were rewarded or not. In their words, they are able to survive thanks to the help of their comrades. You earn money just by living, why bother about so many things? Now not only Sengoku was shocked, but everyone else was also confused. What's wrong with you guys? The last few people were humble and instead shared a lot of credit with the soldiers below, especially the rear admirals who stepped forward. If Sengoku forcibly took away their credit, the people behind them would be very sad and might strongly oppose it. But now they are taking the initiative to give in and are willing to share their own credit, leaving no one speechless. So, the meeting that Sengoku thought would be full of heated arguments ended in a hasty and amicable manner. Chapter 417, Big Pirates Clearance Plan. That evening, Marine F4, Smoker, 5 admirals and the newly joined Guillaume gathered in the different dimension of the Gate fruit. Smoker has become the chief inspector. He always feels like there are ears everywhere, so he only dares to party with everyone here. He had set up a table with wine and food in advance, and everyone chatted and enjoyed the meal. Sengoku slurped his soba. Smoker, you're so right. After a tough battle, the relationship between those guys has really become much better. Smoker gulped down the wine. That's natural. After all, not all the government members are hopeless idiots. Many people still have the pride and blood of a soldier in their bones. They just relied on their background to get promoted in their early years, doing the simplest tasks and getting the most generous rewards. Over time, they think they deserve everything, so they develop the habit of being superior to others. The suppression they keep talking about is nothing more than restoring the due treatment. In that case, let them go to the most demanding battlefield and see what others have gone through. Hina and her husband nodded in agreement. Hina agrees. After the last battle, the guys sent by the government have obviously become much more sober. Sengoku nodded, put down his bowl and chopsticks, and picked up a document in front of him. So, you came up with this plan? For Marine, this is an unprecedented move. Everyone here has a document at hand. The Great Pirates Cleanup Plan. In the world of pirates, there are mainly several armed forces. World government, in addition to Marine, also has the God's Guard, CP, Eni's Lobby and other forces. Marine is undoubtedly the strongest force on the sea. Advertisement pirates, although extremely scattered, have the possibility of uniting. The Revolutionary Army, although still weak, has a clear goal and should not be underestimated. As for the underground world in various countries, they are simply not worth mentioning in front of the above forces. Smoker knows very well that who are our friends and who are our enemies is the primary issue of the revolution. At this stage, Marine faces 2 main enemies, world government and pirates. Although the world government does not regard Marine as an enemy, it is also on guard against it. That's why we want to use differentiation to weaken Marine and thus maintain our advantage. As a spokesperson for the government, it is impossible for Smoker to defect so blatantly that the world government would notice. So I came up with this Big Pirates Cleanup Plan. Concentrate most of the Marine's strength, eliminate the big pirates who have no cooperative relationship, use them as whetstones, and eliminate the rifts in the Marine. Smoker can imagine, after Marine proposed this plan. The world government will definitely agree with this. The 2 hidden dangers killed each other, and I was the one who reaped the benefits. It was simply too good to be true. But they don't know 2 things. First, the real strength of Marine. As the Marine high-level officers obtained the power of Yamada no Orochi, the Marine's strength increased dramatically again, far exceeding the 5 elders' cognition. In the past, the 5 elders might have been able to use their immortality to wear down the admiral. Now each admiral has 8 lives, it's not certain who will outlast whom. Eliminating a few big pirates will not cause any serious damage to the Marine, but will greatly enhance the cohesion of the Marine. Second, Smoker can deprive the fruit of its ability. The more powerful the pirates are, the more likely they are to obtain powerful fruits. Advertisement with Smoker around, Marine can definitely become stronger and stronger. In fact, Smoker has a deeper consideration. If they really have to confront the world government in the future, given the stubborn personalities of the 5 old men, they will definitely cooperate with the big pirates to make things difficult for the Marine. Why not kill the big pirates now and put an end to their thoughts? If you have the ability, go and cooperate with the Revolutionary Army. Sengoku thought for a while, then looked at the others. What do you think? The crane said it had no objection. Seeing this, The others seconded the motion without even thinking. Sengoku. Okay, Smoker, I will report this plan to the world government tomorrow. Smoker nodded. I understand. I will inform the government in advance. I will also be careful about my attitude. You proposed it, I objected. At this time, Kuzan raised a question. Alala, brother Smoker, I agree with your plan, but what about those guys who are hopelessly loyal to the government? Smoker. I've been with the guys sent by the government for so long, and I found that they can basically be divided into 3 types. The first type is that their lives are too comfortable and they have never left the circle of world government to see the real world. For these guys, just wake them up. Let them know what justice should look like and who it should be for. The second type is the ambitious people who are loyal to the world government just to get promoted. I have discussed it with Mr. Sengoku and Ms. Suru and found a good place to house them properly. The third type is the most difficult to deal with. They're diehards of the government, believers of celestial dragons. They know that celestial dragons have always treated Marine as a vicious dog, but they still think that Marine should be a dog for those scum, for such a guy. A ruthless look flashed in Smoker's eyes. Marine's growth must be accompanied by sacrifice, let them be the sacrifice. Chapter 418. Dismantle yourself. Sengoku is a man of action. The next morning, a high-level meeting of Marines was convened to inform them of the plan to eliminate the big pirates. Except for the 10 people who knew the situation in advance, the other officers were all confused. What? Yesterday was fine. Why is there such a big scene today? Smoker pretended to object. Zephyr and Garp looked at each other and also stood up, wildly opposing Smoker's objection. The 5 admirals said nothing and simply watched the show. The 2 sides had a big quarrel and parted unhappily after mediation by Sengoku and Tsurui. But the plan was successfully delivered to the world government. Along with this official document, several reports sent through secret channels were also submitted. The next day, several documents were neatly placed on 5 elders' desk. The first is the report submitted by Sengoku. Explained that the pirates have become more and more arrogant in recent years. Marine couldn't stand their behavior. I have been gathering my strength for the past 2 years and I'm ready to launch a big attack to show those pirates who is the boss. The 5 smart people looked over the plan carefully and couldn't understand why Marine was so crazy. However, any fight between Marine pirates will only benefit them. If the plan goes well, the world government can use the power of victory to deduct more gold from the member states. If the plan doesn't go well, the Marine will naturally suffer heavy casualties, which will make it easier to control. Anyway, considering the size of the Marine, there is no way it can't even protect the celestial dragons. It's profitable anyway. 5 elders thinks this plan is perfect. The only flaw in the story is that it doesn't mention the 2 most powerful pirates in existence, Whitebeard and Kaido. But it is understandable. These 2 are tough nuts to crack. It is normal for Marine not to want to touch them. It's better to keep a few big pirates. If things really go quiet, the bastards in the member states will cry and beg for a reduction in the gold in the sky. The 5 elders seconded each other and readily approved the plan. He even rarely said that if necessary, he could send CP to help someone. The second document is Smoker's report on the big pirates cleanup plan. But the angle is completely different. The whole article denounces Sengoku for being too ambitious and wasting the precious energy that could have protected the celestial dragons on the pirates. Although the reason was a bit far-fetched, 5 elders was still very pleased. As expected, she is the most loyal Marine to celestial dragons. Besides, making you the chief inspector would only cause trouble for Sengoku. It doesn't matter why you object, what matters is that you object. But let's forget about it this time. Sengoku's plan is still very good and worth a try. The 5 elders gave Smoker a few words of encouragement and said no more. The third document was intelligence about the Marine high-level meeting that morning. It mainly describes the attitudes and reactions of all parties. Smoker's firm opposition, Zephyr and Garp's tit for tat, and other high-level executives' confusion. The 5 elders were delighted. Not bad, that's the effect I want. By the 4th document, the 5 elders' expressions had grown serious. Nesujiro scratched his back with the hilt of his sword and spoke first. What do you fellow stars think of this report? The others looked at the document in deep thought. This document is from Impel Down, calling for a complete reform of Impel Down's management structure. The report suggested that the previous Impel Down management system had serious flaws. In addition to the director, deputy director, warden, deputy warden, and head jailer, who are considered high-ranking officials in the prison. The others, in terms of level, are actually all miscellaneous soldiers. 6 high-level executives managing thousands of jailers, jailer beasts, and prison guards, isn't it 2F******** G flat? Not only do senior managers seem stretched thin, it also leaves lower-level staff at a loss when faced with emergencies. The document specifically points out the Big Mom attack. After Magellan and other high-ranking officials were defeated, the jailers suddenly became headless flies. Faced with an invincible enemy, they rushed forward recklessly, only to die in vain in the end. During this period, the Impel Down team worked closely with Marine and learned a lot. They are going to overturn Impel Down's original organizational structure and redesign it based on Marines. The top prison officials include the director, deputy director, chief warden, deputy chief warden, and head jailer. However, there are separate floor chiefs, sub-jail chiefs, sub-wardens and sub-interrogators on each floor. In addition, special forces such as the jail beasts and the jail guards also have captains and squad leaders. There are many reasons why a lot of positions need to be added, and they are all middle-level and lower-level leadership positions. The report also pointed out that although Impel Down has been in place for a while, there is still a large gap in staffing. Advertisement now is the best time to implement reforms. The 5 elders looked at each other. Impel Down's opinion does make some sense. That's right, and they have designed a very complete organizational structure. You can see that they put a lot of effort into it. What about the job levels? The top levels will follow the previous ones, and the middle and lower levels will follow what this report says. Don't underestimate Impel Down's strength, but in the world government system, it has an equal status with the Marine. The director is comparable to the Marshal, and the Warden is comparable to the Admiral. As for senior executives like Hannibal, they may look funny, but in fact, their rank is comparable to that of Vice Admiral. In the original plot, Hannibal led a prison troop of thousands of people, which was more than the number of Vice Admirals, so it was reasonable. As for the newly added positions, the layer length is benchmarked against Rear Admiral. Other officers such as the Chief Jailer, Chief Guard, and Chief Interrogator were assigned to serve as the officers. There are also corresponding levels for various other captains and squad leaders. The others looked at each other. Second, etc. The others glared at him. Who dares to disrupt the formation? It's you. A closer look reveals that it is the scientific defense god Satan. My fellow stars, I just got some information and haven't had time to report it to you yet. It's Smoker's opinion on Impel Down reform. The others were confused. What does the Impel Down reform have to do with you, Smoker? Saint Satan glanced at everyone and was not surprised by their attitude. Impel Down often dealt with Marine during Reconstruction, so Smoker, who was close to the world government, naturally became familiar with Hannibal and Magellan. They said they were referring to the Marines' organizational framework, but in fact, a lot of the content was suggestions from Smoker. Because of this, Smoker is also very familiar with this document. The others then nodded. I see, this reason does make sense. After all, it's not a highly confidential combat document. What does Smoker mean? Saint Satan shook the document in his hand. Smoker basically agreed with the new organizational framework, but raised one point, which is that the ranks of the prison's top brass should not change, but the middle and lower levels should be raised by half a level. The other 4 were all confused. What is this kid planning? Even if you are loyal to the world government, you shouldn't lift others up so high. The reason why Satan Saint Shikai explained Smoker. In the past, the Marine and Impel Down were far apart, and the two sides had basically no intersection except for escorting prisoners, so the level was irrelevant. But now it's different. The two institutions are neighbors and are bound to interact with each other. The Empire is a direct agency of the world government, and the Marine is a relatively independent dispatched agency. For hundreds of years, both sides have been at the same level and it certainly cannot be easily changed. But there are still obvious differences between the two sides. Compared to Marine, Impel Down is definitely a more direct representation of world government. Therefore, Smoker suggested that the lower and middle layers of Impel Down should be half a level higher than Marine. This will allow Impel Down to gain a strong position in front of the Marine, and will be more conducive to the world government's control of the Marine. Smoker's proposal is undoubtedly based on the perspective of the world government. My fellow stars, I propose that you adopt Smoker's suggestion. Saint Satan's voice was solemn and low, yet full of appeal, and the other 4 people couldn't help but be moved. Smoker. Coon, you be *****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************œux Impel Down. Sengoku, Crane, Smoker, Magellan, Hannibal, 5 people are sitting by the boat rail fishing. Suddenly, Magellan asked, Brother Smoker, why did you ask me to be on that report? In fact, for Impel Down, who is isolated from the world and has to do repetitive work every day, flat management is more convenient. Hannibal said anxiously, Magellan, I am the director. If you have any questions, I should ask them first. Sengoku was also confused. Yeah, Smoker, why do we need to make up a report specifically to improve Impel Down's status? Smoker yanked on the rod and pulled out a big fish. An old stubborn man in the government faction, after so many years of operation, he holds a high position. If we don't praise Impel Down highly, how can they willingly go over there? Sengoku, Magellan, Hannibal. Advertisement. Suddenly, the voice of Den Den Mushi came from Sengoku. Mexi, what's going on? Reporting to the Marshal, the world government has sent a notice that the 5 elders have approved the plan. Someone will be sent to deliver the reply letter tomorrow, ordering us to be ready to receive it. Okay, got it. Sengoku muttered as he hung up. What the hell, I have to send someone to reply to a letter. Smoker was shocked. Open black lens bracket Close black lens bracket. The last time Ghoul Nika came, Smoker turned the 2 CPs into door decorations. Since then, I have been waiting for CP to come again. I didn't expect the world government to be so patient. This wait lasted for more than a year. I won't let you go this time, you little b***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************̈ arrived as scheduled. But it wasn't just CP's official ship that came, there was also a Celestial Dragon's ship. Marines. Sengoku said angrily, why didn't those bastards say anything before they came over here? Then he quickly gave orders to roll out the red carpet, put up colorful flags, and arrange green plants. Finally, everything was arranged before the celestial dragons arrived. This kind of behavior simply shows that they don't take the Marines seriously, and several Marine senior officials looked unhappy. Only Smoker is the most unlucky. I was extremely upset, but I had to put on a smile and try to maintain my persona. MD, I used to be able to hide when I was upset with celestial dragons. Now that I'm a big inspector, I have to do the whole show. After the ship docked, a bald, snotty-nosed man named Celestial Dragons rode down on a slave, followed by several CPs. All the Marines knelt down on the ground. Marine Admiral is better, just bend down and bow. Only Garp was standing there picking his nose, but Celestial Dragons and CP pretended not to notice. Sengoku recognized the other person's identity and took a few steps forward. Saint Solanogix, it is a great honor to have you visit Naval Headquarters. It's a pity that I wasn't well prepared, please forgive me. The bald, snotty-nosed man ignored Sengoku and rode his slave straight to the Admiral's position. Sengoku, Smoker. Finally, he stopped in front of Hina. Admiral Shiratori, I finally see you again. The other one. I noticed you last time I was in the Holy Land, now I have decided to marry you as my 17th wife, come with me. Hahaha, this saint will be the first person to marry a Marine Admiral, how can they compare with me, hahaha. As soon as these words were spoken, countless Marines raised their heads. Marine Admiral is the strongest force of Marine. In Marines' eyes, it is like a totem. Hina, in particular, has used her abilities to save thousands of Marines and is their idol, a Garp whose reputation is no less than Garp's. Now they were insulted by celestial dragons, which instantly ignited the anger in the hearts of the Marine soldiers. Even the people sent by the government frowned deeply, and the awe and reverence in their eyes quickly faded. Several Marine executives looked incredulous. Is Thoronogix crazy? Garp's veins popped up, and he was about to step forward and say something, but was pulled back by Crane. Hina slowly straightened up, her eyes cold. Say it again. Thoronogix's smile froze and his expression turned grim. What's your attitude, B*ch? I'm a high and mighty god. Even if you are a Marine Admiral, you are just a pariah. Your only role is to please us. There was no change in Hina's expression, but her eyes grew colder and the air around her began to distort slightly. CP instantly appeared in front of Solanajax and blocked Hina's momentum. Admiral Shiratori, hold back your momentum, otherwise we will regard it as a Marine attacking celestial dragons. Hina ignored him and was about to step forward, but the next moment, a big hand rested on her shoulder. Smoker. Smoker patted Hina's shoulder and walked over with a smile on his face. The celestial dragon's orders are absolute, we must carry them out no matter what. CP's expression relaxed slightly when he heard that, and Thoronogix also laughed. Well said, you are worthy of being the most loyal Marine to celestial dragons. This saint admires you. But the next second, Smoker suddenly appeared beside him, and before CP could react, a purple hand fell on his shoulder. The celestial dragons disappeared, replaced by a twisted toy. Marine. CP. Smoker looked down at the toys being touched all over his body and threw down a wrench. Use this thing to tear yourself apart bit by bit. Chapter 419 Marine Trader. Seeing the toy holding a wrench and tremblingly starting to remove its parts, the people around were a little confused. What the hell is this? Why did you suddenly appear here? Sengoku is more concerned about those CPs. I'm just passing on an order, why are there so many people here? Also, why did I arrange it so grandly? The Marines looked at each other in bewilderment. Why am I kneeling here? Everyone quickly stood up and looked at the people around them, with somewhat ashamed expressions. Of course, the most confused ones were the Celestial Dragon's guards and the slaves. Who are we? Why are we here? Why is there a Celestial Dragon's ship here? Smoker moved his fingers and crumpled a piece of paper in his hand into pieces. Smoker has always been very cautious about the ability of the childlike fruit. Because the person with the ability will also lose the other person's memory, it may cause some risks. So Smoker will write a little note before using his ability. This time the incident happened suddenly, and I only had time to write down the 6 words, Celestial Dragons robbed Hina. Although I have forgotten the cause and effect, but since he dared to take advantage of Hina. Don't blame yourself for being ruthless. The toy trembled all over and tried hard to break free from control. But how could the Celestial Dragons withstand the control of the power? They could only watch the parts fall one by one. Sengoku shook his head. Forget it, let's ignore this strange toy and carry out the mission first. He took a step forward, kicked the toy away, and walked towards CP. Excuse me, who is going to deliver? Before he finished speaking, something strange happened. A figure suddenly rushed out from the Marine team and bumped into Sengoku hard. Sengoku was caught off guard and was knocked out, crashing hard into the Celestial Dragon's ship. The boat tilted suddenly and almost capsized. Everyone was shocked, Marshal Sengoku. Not only Marine, but even the CP looked confused. With a loud bang, the ship was suddenly torn apart from top to bottom, and the upper half flew far away. Sengoku covered his head and walked out with a gloomy face, with blood at the corner of his mouth. Damn it, what just happened? MD, Lousy is a Marine Marshal, but he was beaten up in the Naval Headquarters. Several Marine executives were also shocked. With Sengoku's strength, even if he is completely defenseless, a normal vice admiral can't defeat him. Advertisement: how could he be knocked out directly? The figure moved extremely quickly, picking up the toy that was being dismantled, grabbing a CP at the same time, and flying straight into the air using moonwalk. Although he was using moonwalk, his speed was no slower than that of a bird-powered person. Moss Vice Admiral. The older generation of Marines were all shocked when they saw the figure in the sky. Marine F4 could hardly believe his eyes. Moss stepped into the air several times and reached a height of 100 meters. The CP he caught was about to resist, but he easily restrained him. I don't know what he said, but CP suddenly stopped moving and then turned into a huge vulture, carrying Moss and flying towards Mariajoy. The people on the ground didn't know what was going on and were all confused. Smoker's eyes became fierce, and he suddenly rushed into the crowd of government officials, clapping his hands together, turning them all into toys. All of you jump into the sea and never come out. He then yelled at the Marine team. Vice Admiral Moss defected from the Marine and attacked the CP. In order to maintain the dignity of the world government, I will arrest him immediately. After saying that, he turned into a giant dragon and rushed towards Moss and the others. Seeing this, Hina also turned into a phoenix and rushed forward. Due to her agility, her speed was faster than the dragon. Upon seeing this, other people with flying abilities also transformed and chased after them. Although there were a lot of people, their speed was obviously much slower. Sengoku seemed to have thought of something, his face turned pale, and he suddenly gave orders. For the dignity of the Marine, we must not allow the traitors to go to Mariajoy and harass the celestial dragons. All Marines, deploy your defenses, stop him. Zephyr's eyes were also red, and he rushed forward, grabbed Smoker's tail and flew into the sky together. Smoker was stunned, but did not stop him and continued to chase him. Garp snorted, I'll stop him. Just when he was about to use his teleportation ability, his expression suddenly changed. What's going on? Why can't I move? My ability has disappeared? He quickly tried to teleport on the ground, and this time everything went normal. His face looked extremely ugly. It seems the guy not only hid his strength, but also hid his fruit ability. Moss rushed in the direction of Mariajoy, but the vulture was still too slow, and soon Hina was blocked on the road. Moss, Vice Admiral, where are you going? Smoker's giant dragon also rushed up and spurted out a column of fire from his mouth. The vulture was horrified, and just as he was about to dodge, he heard Moss scolding, you useless B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* moss and suddenly disappeared. Smoker and Hina were both shocked. What was going on? The vulture also widened his eyes. Wow, Lord Moss is so mighty. At this time, other flying marines also followed, and one of the bird-like artificial ability users raised his gun and started shooting. The vulture glanced at them with contempt. I am not afraid of the big inspector's attack, a mere gun. Puff. 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 There were a few muffled sounds, and blood splattered from the vulture's body, causing it to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Moss was furious and said, UTM, however, I can't scold him right now. Advertisement. Seeing that the road ahead was blocked and the pursuers were approaching from behind, Moss snorted coldly, took out a bottle and stuffed it into the vulture's mouth. This is. The vulture had no time to react, and with a few gulps, a bottle of water of unknown substance went into its stomach. As soon as I finished drinking it, I felt hot all over, and strange black lines appeared on my body. Then, an indescribable powerful force surged in his body, and he no longer felt any pain from the injury. Change direction. Break out of the encirclement. At Moss's command, the vulture let out a loud cry and flew several times faster than before, breaking out of the encirclement in an instant. The other Marines. It knew that rushing towards Mariajoy was a dead end, so it changed direction. Get rid of the deserters first. There are plenty of ways to return to the Holy Land. Smoker. He drank the Millie water, and his strength increased dozens of times, but it won't last. Hina, lead the men to establish a defense line. Don't let him turn back and rush into Mariajoy. Leave them to me. Hina wanted to chase after him, but stopped when she heard that. Okay, leave it to Hina. Smoker turned and rushed towards the vulture. People on the ground can see everything that happens in the air. Kizaru stepped forward. I can't just ignore such arrogant traitorous behavior. Then he stretched out his finger and emitted a laser. Just as it was about to pierce through the vulture's head, the light suddenly disappeared. Huh? This is so weird. Then he raised his hands and tried to teleport over with the Yasukami. But the light channel disappeared instantly when it approached Moss. The same thing happened to Kaji, who was wrapped in lightning, but no matter how he attacked, it was useless. Seeing that he had broken out of the encirclement, Moss felt relieved and asked the condor under him, are there any Den Den Mushi? As long as the information can be passed back. Vulture nodded and took out a Den Den Mushi from his pocket. But before he could hand it to Moss, he was suddenly pierced by a bullet. Moss was furious. Who? When I turned around, I saw that except for Smoker who was chasing me relentlessly, everyone else had already disappeared. But Smoker doesn't look like someone who uses a gun. MD, a stray bullet. What bad luck. On the ground, Sanai slowly put down the sniper rifle. Yamato, who was standing nearby, came over and asked, Sana, did you hit it? Sanai's complexion didn't look very good either. Strange, the big bird was clearly shot several times, even hit in the vitals, but it didn't react at all, just like a zombie without feeling. However, I knocked down the Den Mushi he just took out. No matter what he wants to do, just don't let him do it. Yamato patted Sanai on the shoulder. Well done, you are worthy of being Sanai-senpai. Chapter 420. D. Wang Fist the vulture carried moss and flew desperately, with the dragon chasing closely behind. I have to say that after drinking the water, the CP's speed was quite fast, and Smoker was never able to close the distance. In the blink of an eye, half a day passed. Moss saw a small island and let the vulture fly over. It's not that I don't want to keep running, but although the vulture's aura was strong, it was becoming increasingly unstable. The side effects of the flood are fatal. If it explodes in midair, they will all have to go to the sea to feed the fish. The vulture landed on the island and quickly transformed into human form. Just like that, the two men stood in the center of the island, looking at the rapidly approaching dragon and getting ready for battle. A few seconds later, Smoker and Zephyr also landed heavily. Smoker stared coldly at the two men, especially at the toy in Moss's hand. The King of Marine Intelligence, Vice Admiral Moss. I never thought that the thorn planted by the world government in the early years would be you. Moss smiled sinisterly. War is full of surprises, don't you think, Inspector? Smoker nodded. Not bad. Just like I never dreamed that the captain of CP1 would reveal his identity for a useless celestial dragons. If you keep pretending, it will be hard for me to fish you out. Moss's expression changed rapidly, his eyes turned slightly red, and he seemed to be suppressing his anger. I never thought. You, damned fellow, would dare to attack the god of this world. God's life and God's will are the foundation for maintaining this world. No matter how much it costs, saving God's life is worth it. Smoker sighed. I have to say that the world government's brainwashing is very successful, but unfortunately too successful, causing you to be unable to distinguish even the most basic pros and cons. By the way, why didn't you lose that guy's memory? Hearing the conversation between the two, although Zephyr was eager for revenge, he was also shocked. That broken toy is celestial dragons? Moss is the captain of CP1? Moss did not answer Smoker's words, but cursed, advertisement. What's the most loyal marine to celestial dragons? It's a joke. You be ************ D are the biggest shame of the world government. Damn it, I sensed something was wrong with you a long time ago, but it was a pity that I didn't report it to the 5 elders sooner. Smoker couldn't help but feel curious. Oh, then why didn't you report it? I am the king of intelligence. How could I possibly present half-baked intelligence? I originally wanted to thoroughly investigate the authenticity of the information, but I didn't expect. He, ha 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 ha. Smoker suddenly held his stomach and laughed, as if he had encountered something extremely funny. The best CP. Ah ha ha ha. Moss's face turned pale. Little devil, what are you laughing at? I'm laughing at your arrogance, idiot. Suddenly, Smoker stopped smiling. CP is just a tool, it only needs to do things, not make decisions. Whether it is half-baked intelligence or not, it is up to the 5 elders to judge, it is not your turn to meddle in it, you idiot. However, thanks to your arrogance and stupidity, the 5 old guys you admired were fooled by me and acted like 5 fools. Moss's face instantly turned darker than the bottom of a pot. At this moment, Zephyr, who had been silent all this time, suddenly took a step forward. Moss. Oh, Zephyr. Brother, I only want to ask one thing, was it you who did that to my wife and children? Ah ha 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 ha, yes, that's me. It was me who had people instigating the pirates to seek revenge and led that idiot. It was me who withdrew the patrol and led you guys away, it was all my fault. Thanks to your wife and children, I was recognized and valued by the 5 elders and became the captain of CP1. Zephyr's eyes were red, his whole body was shaking, and his fists were clenched so hard that they made a rattling sound. My wife wanted to invite you to my house the day before she died. My son always called you uncle. And Sengoku, Garp, Kozaru. We have been through the most brutal war, and we have come this far by supporting each other. Don't you cherish these things at all? Don't you have any feelings for us? Of course I cherish you, of course I have feelings for you, I am not an evil ghost. Advertisement, but, so what, human emotions are worthless in the face of God's will. Ah ha 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 ha. Okay, enough small talk, now let's talk battle. Moss ripped off his shirt, revealing his big fat belly, which looked like a filled water balloon, which was quite funny. Life returned, Moss roared, and his body shape changed rapidly. The trembling fat quickly contracted and turned into steel-like muscles. In just a few seconds, he turned into a muscular man. Ah ha 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 ha, as expected, it's more relaxing when I'm in my original state. Every time I see you guys wielding your strength at will, I envy you so much. Zephyr took a deep breath and took off his shirt and threw it aside. You are a lunatic beyond redemption. Then let me see how strong you are after all these years. Suddenly, Smoker rushed forward and separated the two. Wait. Vice Admiral Moss. You haven't told me why you haven't lost your memories of the celestial dragons. I have to thank you for this. More than a year ago, I clearly recorded that we were going to exchange information the next day, but no one showed up. This has never happened before. What's even weirder is that no matter the 5 elders, CP, or even myself, we can't find any flaws. The only explanation is devil fruit. So, I specially applied to the world government for the long-hidden fruit, the woo-woo fruit. As long as you eat this fruit, any changes based on the fruit's ability within 10 meters will disappear. Smoker suddenly realized. I searched a lot. Oh, right. Just as he was about to continue speaking, suddenly, the couple next to Moss started wailing in pain and rolling on the ground. It turned out that the side effects of the luxury water had taken effect. Moss suddenly realized and angrily said, "Are you deliberately stalling for time? You be asterisk 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 D. Of course. We can kill the enemy by delaying time, why bother to take action? A-hole. I'm going to tear you apart, Young Fist, Battle Fist." Chapter 421 Zephyr vs. Moss. The original plot Battle Baochuan is Lao Ji's self-created boxing method, and the setting is changed here. Battle Protection Fist. Smoker was shocked. How could this guy have such a boxing style? Teacher Zephyr, be careful. The Battle Fist can accumulate the power of youth and release it in old age, thus gaining power beyond the peak. He stepped forward and assumed a fighting stance. I just tried to transform into a dragon man, but it didn't work, and I couldn't summon homies either. It seems that this woo-woo fruit is more troublesome than imagined. It is equivalent to creating a forbidden magic field, erasing all ability effects. But Smoker wasn't too worried. Ever since he became a user of special abilities, he has been on guard against this kind of forced silence. Therefore, I never slack off in my training of physique and hockey. Even if he can't use his abilities, he still has admiral-level combat power. What's more, there's Zephyr, who is a serious admiral. 2 against 1, the advantage is on my side. Smoker glanced at the battlefield. Very good, it's a deserted island all alone. No need to worry about this B asterisk 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 D running away. Smoker took a deep breath, hockey flowing through his body, black lightning burst out from his body, and the whole island seemed to be shaking. Suddenly, Zephyr said in a deep voice, "Smoker, don't do it." Smoker. Zephyr looked at Moss with red eyes and walked forward step by step. Smoker hurried to dissuade him. "Teacher, I understand how you feel, but now is not the time to act on impulse. You taught me not to let my emotions control my mind on the battlefield. If it doesn't work, we should first cripple him and then slowly." Zephyr raised his hand to interrupt Smoker's chatter and gave him a long look. The deep, vicissitudes and heavy eyes made Smoker speechless. He knew that the best strategy was for the two of them to join forces, and he had many reasons to dissuade them. But for some reason, I opened my mouth but couldn't say a word. Finally, he sighed helplessly. "Teacher Zephyr, you go. I will help you keep an eye on that guy, he can't get away." Zephyr did not refuse, nodded and said, "Please." Zephyr walked towards Moss. The scene that Smoker imagined of Naruto roaring and charging did not appear. On the contrary, Zephyr's eyes were exceptionally calm, and his steps were very steady. It seemed that this battle was not the revenge that he had been thinking about for half his life, but just an ordinary battle among the millions of battles in life. Moss grinned. "You are just like me, Zephyr. You are always so rational and calm." Seeing that Zephyr didn't say anything, he couldn't help but snorted. "Tisk, what a rigid guy." Moss moved his fingers, making a crisp, click, sound. Then the 5 fingers turned into claws, hockey flowed over them, and turned into black claws that shone with cold light. Back then, everyone was curious about who was stronger between you and me, but unfortunately we never had a serious competition. Today, let's see which one is stronger, Black Arm or Thorn Claw. Hearing this, Zephyr reacted. "Thorn Claw, what a long-lost name. Have you told the world government that their most troublesome enemy, the dragon, created its own dragon claw hand under your guidance?" Smoker. "Huh? There is such a thing?" Moss's eyes turned cold and he waved his hands violently. Green Claw Lan. 5 fingers cut through the void, leaving behind 5 green vacuum wind blades, which instantly appeared in front of Zephyr. Smoker was shocked. The principle of this move is similar to Tempest Kick, both of which cut through the air to create a vacuum strike. I didn't expect that someone could use this move with finger strength. Zephyr raised his arm to block the wind blade. The wind blade collided with the arm, making a sound like metal colliding, sparking a spark, and then it was shattered and completely disappeared. Zephyr took the opportunity to rush forward and punch Moss in the face. Moss's reaction was also very fast. He grabbed Zephyr's fist and swung him around a few times. It was thrown far away, followed by a few more wind blades. Tempest Kick Storm Kick. Zephyr steadied himself in the air and used Tempest Kick to release a huge wind blade, offsetting Moss's claw blade. As the attacks collided, the air was filled with smoke. Zephyr used a shave to get behind Moss and knocked him out with an elbow. But this move didn't have much effect. Moss changed his body shape in the air and landed steadily on the ground. Smoker tried to secretly interfere with Moss with Dark Fruit. Advertisement. Unfortunately, gravity disappears as soon as it gets close. There is no way, he can only be a spectator. Moss chuckled a few times and looked relieved. "As expected of you, Zephyr, after all these years, you're still as tough as ever." Zephyr's expression was exceptionally calm. "I didn't expect that you, who have been away from the front line for many years, would have such strength." "Ahahaha. There are so many things you haven't expected. Stop the boring probing. Let's get serious, Zephyr." I couldn't ask for more. As soon as he finished speaking, Moss's figure suddenly disappeared. The next moment he appeared in front of Zephyr and grabbed his head. 5 thunder fingers. With Moss's finger strength, he could crush the skull with just one hand. Zephyr didn't dare to be careless at all, and crossed his arms to block the attack. The fingers collided with the arm, creating sparks, and the power of the five-finger strike continued to spread. Behind Zephyr, the ground suddenly cracked, revealing 5 bottomless claw marks that almost sliced the island apart. Moss's first strike failed, so he reached up with his other hand, trying to rip Zephyr open. Zephyr dodged swiftly, and the 5 slashes missed. The force rushed straight up to the sky, cutting the clouds in the sky into several long strips. That's too much movement. Zephyr seized the opportunity and punched Moss in the chest, knocking him away. Then he grabbed the ground with both hands, roared, expanded the muscles in his arms, and began to exert force suddenly. Oh! Moss's slash just now cut the island into several pieces. Under Zephyr's tremendous force, a piece of reef as big as a town was lifted up and then smashed down heavily. The billowing smoke and dust instantly covered the entire island. By the time the smoke and dust were blown away by the sea breeze, the huge reef had broken into several pieces, forming a small hill. Netclaw wind. A low roar came from the rocks. A few fine slashes flashed by, and the huge reef was cut into evenly spaced small pieces the size of a matchbox. With blood on his forehead, Moss rushed out like a mad tiger. Double dust-cutting hands. Zephyr showed no sign of weakness and met the attack with both fists. Heavy wrist hammer. The claws and fists collided head-on, creating a strong shock wave that blew away all the surrounding rubble. Black and red thunder exploded, and the entire island seemed to be shrouded in the power of heaven. Suddenly, Moss grabbed Zephyr's fist with both hands, pulled it hard, and hit Zephyr's face with a headbutt. Zephyr was caught off guard and suffered a heavy blow to the face. He immediately started bleeding from his mouth and nose, felt dizzy, and his vision went black. Moss took the opportunity to grab Zephyr's shoulders with both hands, piercing his fingertips into the flesh, ready to tear off a piece of flesh. In severe pain, Zephyr quickly concentrated hockey on his shoulders and blocked Moss's attack. Then he kicked Moss in the abdomen and sent him flying. Hoo! Zephyr got a chance to catch his breath, shook his head, rubbed his eyes, and finally regained his vision. Looking at the shoulder again, there were 5 blood holes as thick as fingers. Zephyr looked at Moss coldly. There is no doubt that your strength has reached the admiral level. It's really surprising. Moss wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and patted the dust off his stomach. Of course, I am the strongest CP in history. In order to strengthen its rule, the world government is recruiting talents everywhere. Therefore, there are many talented people among CPs. However, because it focuses more on espionage, its combat power limit is not as good as that of Marine. Over the years, there has never been an admiral-level strongman in CP. Therefore, when facing ordinary pirates, CP can play around with them at will, and they seem to be stronger than Marines. But in fact, the CP of those gold and silver medal pirates is quite weak. They either call for Marines or use tricks like poisoning. This is also one of the reasons why Garp always looks down on CP. Therefore, the nun was extremely excited when she saw Big Mom. With the talent Big Mom has shown, if she joins CP, she may become the first CP to surpass the Admiral in combat power. Of course, for Celestial Dragons, Big Mom becoming a CP may not be a good thing. Moss said as he rushed towards Zephyr, swinging his hands and launching attacks continuously. Zephyr fought steadily and calmly, blocking the attacks and finding opportunities to counterattack from time to time, forcing Moss to deal with them seriously. The two fought each other, the powerful hockey tore everything apart, and the shockwave shook the entire island. Because of the Mew Mew no fruit, all their abilities were ineffective and they could only use the most primitive method of hand-to-hand combat. In fact, their fighting styles are very similar. One uses wrist strength, and the other uses finger strength. Both rely on strong physiques. In terms of physique alone, the two are superior to Admirals Akainu, Kizaru, Aokiji and others, so their defense, endurance, and vitality are also top-notch. 100 Mountain Claws. Explosive Power Arm. The two collided again, venting their strength wantonly, and then both jumped away. These few hours, advertisement both of them used their full strength and the battle was extremely fierce. Although they are equally powerful, both require a lot of physical energy. Zephyr wiped away the blood that was blocking his vision and stared at Moss. There were several bloody holes on his body and 5 deep claw marks on his chest. If they were any deeper, he would have been disemboweled. Moss wasn't much better, although he was not covered in blood like Zephyr. But many parts of his chest and abdomen were a creepy purple-black color, obviously having suffered a heavy blow. Suddenly, Moss laughed, holding his chest. Zephyr, you are amazing. If I hadn't obtained the Mew Mew no fruit, I would not be your opponent. Zephyr half knelt on the ground, concentrating on regulating his breathing, and his emotions showed no change at all. Stop talking nonsense. In a fight, there are only results, not ifs. And your only outcome is death. Moss spat out a mouthful of blood and phlegm. Dead end. Hee. Is that Smoker your only support? If Zephyr wins, he will definitely kill Moss without hesitation. Moss won, but he had no power to fight back against Smoker, and the final outcome was still the same. What a shame, Zephyr. Devil fruit isn't the only external force that can bring victory. Moss pulled out an iron box from his arms and opened it. Inside were a few green and red pills. He stuffed them into his mouth without hesitation. Not good. Zephyr could tell at a glance that this guy had taken an enhancement drug and wanted to rush over to stop him, but it was too late. Moss roared, and his powerful momentum created a hurricane that forced Zephyr back. At this time, Smoker also rushed forward and came to Zephyr's side. Teacher Zephyr, do you need help? Zephyr was shocked and said, what was that just now? Smoker frowned. If I'm not mistaken, that's the killer drug from the Fishman Island. That's the treasure of the Fishman Island. How could he have such a thing? Moss looked very painful at this time. His eyes were full of bloodshot, veins popped out all over his body, and his muscles kept wriggling. But his spirit was extremely excited, even a little violent. Ahahaha, that's right. This is the treasure in the jade box of the Fishman Island. This drug can increase your strength, and it will ignore physical damage after taking it. It's simply the best combat weapon. Smoker. You didn't mention the side effects at all. Although the murderous drug S can bring a short-term and huge improvement, it will make people age prematurely. To put it bluntly, it means overdrawing future lifespan in exchange for powerful strength. Ah! Moss roared to the sky, his muscles swelled several times, and his eyes turned completely red with blue pupils. Smoker secretly had a headache. Teacher Zephyr, forget about the one-on-one fight, let's go together. But Zephyr was extremely stubborn and rejected Smoker's proposal outright. Suddenly, Moss appeared in front of the two of them. Smoker and Zephyr were both surprised. This guy has gotten a lot faster. Then retreat at the same time. Ahahaha, go to hell, explode finger pistol. Moss used finger pistol with both hands to stab Zephyr and Smoker. With a thrust of both hands, two sharp streams of air pierced his face. Because of the high speed and air friction, two lines of fire were even formed. Smoker had been using his observation hockey and foresaw the attack, dodging it by turning his head. Zephyr was not good at observation hockey, so he could only raise his hand to block. With a bang, the line of fire was forced to change direction and pierced far into the sea. But it also left a burnt, red and swollen scar on Zephyr's arm caused by intense friction. Zephyr turned his head and looked at Smoker. This is my request, leave it to me. Smoker gritted his teeth and finally chose to jump away. Seeing this, Moss laughed wildly. Ahahaha, idiot, you lost your only chance to survive. After taking the deadly drug, Moss obviously became a little crazy. Can you still keep up with me now? Moss's figure disappeared in an instant, and he kicked Zephyr in the face. So fast. Zephyr quickly raised his arm to block, but still failed to block it completely and was kicked away. Ahahaha, strength 2. Moss crossed his arms and swung them several times. Net claw wind. Dozens of slashes intertwined into a web, fiercely covering Zephyr. Chapter 422. The deadly medicine as a dazzling cold light pressed down, containing countless fine slashes. Armament. Iron body. Zephyr is covered in armament hockey, and his muscles are swollen. The blows kept falling on his body, making a harsh friction sound and blood splattering from time to time. When the attack was over, Zephyr stood there with white smoke coming out of his body, his feet deeply rooted in the ground. Moss laughed maniacally. Zephyr, I have you beat by me in both strength and speed. How dare you fight me? After saying that, he moved quickly and disappeared again. From time to time, there were muffled thumping sounds coming from all around. These were the sounds left by him using moonwalk and slash to hit the air and the ground. Zephyr's expression remained calm, as if he was not the one in danger. Suddenly, he stood up straight and slowly closed his eyes. Ahahaha, you've given up? You're really sensible. In that case, then go and die quickly. Facing Moss's ridicule, Zephyr pretended not to hear it and just stood there quietly. Suddenly, his body tilted to the side. Almost at the same time, Moss appeared behind him and grabbed his heart. But because it was crooked, it missed and only left a shallow scratch on Zephyr's back. Zephyr threw a backhanded punch, but Moss rolled over to avoid it and said in surprise, Huh? Observation hockey? Then he sneered. You're lucky, I'll see how you can dodge the next attack. With that, the figure disappeared again, attacking Zephyr from the side, grabbing his head. But this time Zephyr's dodge was more accurate and timely. The sharp claws brushed past his head, taking away a few strands of hair, but it was just barely away and failed to cause any damage. Damn it, what the hell is going on? With my speed, he can't dodge, I have to speed up. The killer drug was starting to make Moss lose his composure. He kept speeding up, looking for every opportunity to attack Zephyr, leaving scars on Zephyr's body from time to time. But Zephyr's observation hockey was becoming more and more proficient, and he was becoming more and more adept at dodging. I see, you are indeed Mr. Zephyr. Smoker, who was watching the fight from the side, noticed something was going on. After taking the powerful drug, Moss's strength and speed increased explosively, completely overwhelming Zephyr. If it were a head-on confrontation, Zephyr wouldn't last long. But the surge in power also made Moss's attacks more and more violent and wild, no longer as delicate and precise as before, giving Zephyr the opportunity to dodge using his observation hockey. Perhaps this violent and ferocious attack is particularly suitable for training observation hockey. Perhaps it was due to Zephyr's years of practice and accumulation of experience. Or perhaps it was driven by a desire for revenge. His determination to become stronger was stronger than ever before. Under the pressure of life and death, Zephyr's observation hockey finally achieved a breakthrough. At this time, in Zephyr's perception, Moss's movement trajectory became clearer and clearer, and his attack path became extremely straightforward. Since we can predict his movements, let's combine them with our attacks. Advertisement. Zephyr suddenly tilted his head and thrust out his fist. The next second, Moss appeared, stretched out his finger pistol to pierce Zephyr's head. But Zephyr dodged in a split second before the attack, and the fist hit him hard in the face. Moss was caught off guard. The force of the forward thrust, coupled with Zephyr's heavy punch, instantly caused him to fly out with blood coming out of his mouth and nose, his eyes rolled back, and he landed heavily in a pile of rubble. Because of the breakthrough of observation hockey, Zephyr aimed at the most vulnerable point of defense. Even Moss would be a bit slow, but suddenly Moss turned over and stood up. Impossible. How could I lose? I don't know why, it was just a punch and my face didn't hurt much, but my body felt like it was splitting apart. The whole view was blood red, and the Zephyr in front of him was particularly hideous. The only thing he wanted to do was to tear him into pieces. Moss pulled out the bottle and poured another handful of the murderous drug into his mouth. After swallowing the medicine, he let out a shrill howl. White smoke came out of his whole body, and his muscles swelled up a lot. In an instant, all the pain in my body disappeared and I could only feel unlimited energy. Moss roared and rushed forward, punching Zephyr hard from top to bottom. The speed has increased again. Zephyr didn't dare to be careless and quickly dodge. Moss's fist hit the ground, instantly smashing the entire island in half. Then he rushed forward, unleashing a flurry of attacks on Zephyr. For so many years, whether you were playing house games with those kids or fooling around with Garp Sengoku and the others, I was secretly training without interruption. How can you beat me? He was ready to crush Zephyr completely with sheer force. But the opposite happened. As his strength and speed increased, there were more and more gaps in the attacks, and Zephyr dodged more calmly. It's like a butterfly in a strong wind, seemingly torn to pieces at any moment, but it just sways left and right, becoming more and more relaxed as it flies. The battle continued for a long time. Moss found the right opportunity and rushed to Zephyr, stabbing him in the heart with finger pistol. Zephyr spun out of the way, hooked Moss's arm, and tripped him at the same time. Moss lost his balance and flew into the air. Zephyr grabbed Moss's head and pushed hard, throwing him heavily to the ground, creating a crack on the ground. Hateful. The fallen Moss roared and kicked Zephyr away, then turned over and stood up, covering his face and gasping for breath. Then he took his hand away and showed a ferocious smile. Ha 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 ha. Zephyr, are you old? Such a weak attack, it doesn't hurt at all. Zephyr also felt a little weird. It's really difficult, I still can't fall down like this. Did that drug turn him into a complete monster? In the distance, Smoker suddenly shouted. Teacher Zephyr, use what I taught you, joint lock, use the opponent's force to counter-attack. Advertisement. Zephyr was stunned at first, then seemed to remember something, and then he laughed and cursed in a low voice, brat. Smoker was also a martial arts enthusiast in his previous life and learned a lot of knowledge about wrestling and fighting joint locks. When he first arrived at the headquarters, he discussed with Zephyr whether these techniques could be used. Zephyr praised these techniques, but he also said frankly that these moves are not very suitable for Marine. The so-called skills are only useful against enemies of the same level. In the world of pirates, the gap between the strong and the weak is greater than that between tigers and mice, coupled with all kinds of messy abilities. Instead of distracting yourself from learning techniques, you can continue to build strength. Later, Smoker accidentally discovered that Zephyr was secretly practicing these techniques, preparing to surprise Sengoku and Garp. He couldn't help laughing, and was discovered by Zephyr, who voluntarily forced him to practice for 3 extra days and nights. So, Smoker was quite impressed by this incident. Now, Zephyr's power and speed are suppressed, but with the breakthrough of observation hockey, the enemy's every move is under control. The current situation is just right for using these combat skills from previous lives. Zephyr smiled as he recalled the past. What are you laughing at? You be asterisk 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 D. Moss roared and charged at Zephyr like a bull. Zephyr watched quietly, without any intention of defending himself. When Moss got close, he suddenly dodged, stepped on Moss's ankle, and slammed his body heavily into Moss's side. Moss's forward momentum was interrupted, and he lost his balance instantly and was about to fall. But because his ankle was stepped on, it was broken and twisted with a snap. Moss screamed, but endured the pain and did not fall down. He grabbed Zephyr's wrist with his backhand, ready to break his wrist in exchange for his injury. But Zephyr did not struggle to break free as he had before. Instead, he put one hand on Moss's hand, used a gold wire to wrap his wrist, circled his arm, twisted his wrist bone out of place, and then threw him out fiercely. In the world of pirates, there is almost no upper limit to strength and speed, and abilities are all kinds of strange. Everyone believes that strength can defeat skill. Instead of spending time on skills, it is better to directly increase the panel value. Use the force of the opponent to fight against the opponent, and the powerful brick will fly over and feel great. But now the two of them are fighting purely physically. Although there is a gap in strength and speed, it does not form an absolute suppression. So the effect of skills is revealed. Hateful. Moss roared, pounded the ground a few times, grabbed the deadly medicine and took another handful. With a roar, Moss bent his wrists and ankles back into place and stood up again with renewed energy. Hearing the teeth-grinding sound of bones snapping, Smoker couldn't help but shake his head. By the way, my wrist and ankle were just dislocated, which is actually very easy to treat. But this guy went crazy and didn't use any skills, he just forced it back. He couldn't feel any pain because of the drug, but his joints were already badly damaged. Even if the side effects of the drug didn't break out, he probably wouldn't be able to fight anymore. As expected of one of the admiral candidates back then, he is so tenacious. Unfortunately, it's completely useless. Chapter 423 Who Said to Kill One? There is no suspense in the subsequent battle. Without composure and skill, no matter how strong or fast Moss was, his attacks became meaningless. He was like a bull chasing a red cloth, desperately venting his anger, but he could never hurt Zephyr at all. In a rage, Moss began to swallow the deadly drug recklessly, and his strength and speed continued to increase. But Zephyr's observation hockey had just broken through, and he was becoming more and more proficient in combat. Moss's crazy attack actually became the best sparring partner. Moreover, Zephyr found that Smoker's grappling skills were really useful and he was able to control Moss very well. Although Smoker had only demonstrated it a few times, with Zephyr's strength, he was able to understand the trick at a glance, and used it as if he had practiced it thousands of times. Moss rushed forward again and unleashed a claw blade with all his strength. 5 slashes appeared in front of Zephyr's eyes as if they were teleporting, accompanied by sharp friction sounds. Zephyr had anticipated this and took a step to the side, easily avoiding the slash. Taking advantage of Moss's excessive movement, the opening was open and an elbow was directed at his throat. This time it was accurate and ruthless, even though Moss is numb to the pain. But the throat was his weak point after all, and the strong feeling of suffocation also made him dizzy. He knelt on the ground, holding his neck, opened his mouth and breathed hard, blood and saliva dripping from the corners of his mouth. Zephyr walked up to him and said, "Give up," Moss asked in a hoarse voice. Why? For so many years, I hid it from everyone. I never stopped exercising." Zephyr looked at him calmly. "Moss, don't you understand? Training and fighting are different. Training can indeed increase hockey, but it is only a quantitative change, and there is a limit. Only through fighting and achieving a breakthrough between life and death can hockey achieve a qualitative leap." Suddenly, Moss's eyes widened. He grabbed his throat with both hands, opened his mouth and made a ho-ho sound. His body twisted and trembled continuously. Then the hair quickly turned gray, the teeth fell out, and the swollen muscles quickly shrank and became wrinkled. "It hurts. My body hurts. I can't move. What's going on?" Advertisement. In just a few minutes, Moss turned from a burly man into a frail old man. Seeing such a scene, even Zephyr, who was used to seeing big storms, changed color and quickly took a few steps back. Smoker came to Zephyr. "It's okay, Mr. Zephyr, it's just a side effect of the deadly drug. Vice Admiral Moss, you don't really think that such a powerful force comes at no cost? Whoever you got the murder drug from didn't seem to tell you everything." Moss desperately dug out the bottle, wanting to see if there was any more deadly medicine so he could take a few more pills to ease the pain. But unfortunately, in the battle just now, the murder medicine has been consumed. He threw away the bottle, rolled on the ground in pain, and kept shouting, "Impossible, impossible." Seeing his miserable state, Zephyr's eyes showed a little more sympathy. It's not that the hatred disappeared, but he felt that a strong man like him should die in battle instead of ending up in such a miserable state. Smoker speculated that these deadly drugs were most likely from the world government. "How do you feel, Vice Admiral Moss? After serving for a lifetime, I finally found out that I was just a dog that could be abandoned at any time." Moss stopped struggling and stared at Smoker. "A dog? So what? Being a dog of God is the honor of man." Zephyr's veins popped up when he heard this. "Are you still stubborn? Those bastards are human beings, cruel and stupid people, not some bullshit gods." Moss laughed strangely, he, completely ignoring Zephyr's anger, with an expression as if everyone else was drunk but he was sober. Seeing this, Smoker suddenly slapped his thigh. "If you hadn't told me I would have forgotten." He then walked over to a pile of rocks and pulled out a toy, which was the celestial dragons. "I have to say this guy is extremely lucky. The CP's body was smashed to ashes, but he was still safe and sound." Smoker swung the toy. "Celestial dragons, you are so lucky to be alive." Seeing this, Moss finally got nervous. "Smoker, what are you trying to do? Stop. He is God. You can't." Advertisement. The sound became more and more shrill, as if someone was torturing his body. Smoker glanced at Moss. "You think they are gods, and that's your freedom? In that case, let's enjoy watching how God fell. Alright, continue to follow orders and tear yourself down." The toy trembled as it grabbed its own parts and removed them bit by bit. Moss fell to the ground, struggling desperately, begging and crying loudly, but Smoker listened with gusto. Even Zephyr, who was always soft-hearted, ignored it. After a long time, the toy that had almost turned into a human pig finally stopped. "Without both hands and feet, I could no longer disassemble it. I could only wriggle my body in place, bumping against the rocks, trying to knock the parts off." "Very good, that's enough. I don't have that much time to waste with you. God, have a safe journey." Smoker picked up the toy and threw it into the sea. As the waves rose and fell a few times, it completely disappeared. Then he walked up to Moss. Moss was exhausted, his face was covered with snot and tears, and he no longer had the strength to beg for mercy or curse. He just murmured, "Devil. You are a devil." Smoker grabbed his hair and lifted it up. "How was it? Was it exciting?" Moss said with difficulty. "Why? Do you want to kill God? Just because of a woman? Just for this reason, you want to kill a god? Half correct, I did kill him because of Hina. But who told you that I only killed one? Moss's pupils trembled when he heard this, and he opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Before he could finish his words, he lowered his head and stopped breathing completely. Almost at the same time, Holy Land Mariajoy, a CP, hurried between the rites. Master 5 Elders, something bad has happened. That adult's life card has burned out. Chapter 424, How to End. Smoker felt that killing people was not enough, so he chose to destroy their hearts. Killing the celestial dragons in front of Moss was more painful than killing him directly. Moss died. I don't know if it was due to side effects or he died of anger. Zephyr looked at Moss's body quietly, without saying anything for a long time. Smoker couldn't help but feel a little worried. Teacher Zephyr, are you okay? Whether it's revenge or something else, many people live on the breath in their hearts. Once the goal is achieved, if the breath is lost, the vitality will be seriously damaged, and it is not impossible to die directly. Zephyr took a deep breath, took out a cigar and lit it. I'm fine. Thanks, Smoker. He exhaled a puff of smoke, and his face became a little blurry under the smoke. You've helped me vent my anger. Even if I die right now, I'll still be able to face them and their son. Ahem. Humph, the cigar's garp gave me a really inferior. There's so much smoke, it hurts my eyes. As he spoke, he raised his hand and rubbed his eyes. Smoker pretended not to see it and just nodded without saying anything more. The best consolation now is to give him peace. Zephyr finished his cigarette and threw the butt onto the pile of toy parts. In the time it takes to smoke a cigarette, his expression has become no different from usual. I didn't expect that you actually have such a terrifying ability. Smoker smiled awkwardly. I didn't tell you before, it wasn't intentional to hide it from you. Then, Smoker introduced the origin of the childlike fruit. This fruit is specially used to deal with celestial dragons and CP. Because there are spies from the government hiding in this headquarters, I dare not tell you. Zephyr glanced at Moss's body and nodded slightly. Although Marine F4 already knew about the existence of world government spies, they never suspected Moss. This shows how much they trust Moss. If I had known about the existence of the childlike fruit, I would not have said anything, but I would have revealed my flaws without being on guard. Zephyr couldn't help but sigh. Turning into a toy, losing memory, controlling actions. These abilities really send chills down one's spine. Fortunately, this ability is in your hands, otherwise I wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully at night. However, it's also thanks to this fruit, otherwise you and Hina would be in trouble. Smoker smiled wryly and shook his head. It's not that simple. The childlike fruit can only turn living people into toys. Because the fruit is ineffective against Moss, we can't turn him into a toy, and naturally we can't erase the memory of his existence. Zephyr felt a headache when he heard this. Not to mention the celestial dragons that were turned into toys, Moss ran away with CP in front of everyone. Advertisement. There are so many people and so many eyes, this matter cannot be hidden from the 5 elders. Even though they shouted that it was Moss who kidnapped CP, this kind of nonsense can only fool those who don't know the truth. The 5 elders will not believe it at all. Smoker, do you have any ideas? Smoker shook his head. I can't think of one for now. Let's take it one step at a time. Let's go back, it's been a long time, don't keep everyone waiting. Zephyr could only nod helplessly. Then, Smoker transformed into a giant dragon and took him back. Almost a day had passed by now. The 5 elders' orders came one after another, and the Marine was searching for the whereabouts of the few people at all costs. But in this vast ocean, there is no distance and no direction. Trying to find 2 people is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Smoker used his ability, and the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. He hid in the clouds and rushed to Marineford at full speed. However, he did not go back directly in a swagger. A few dozen kilometers away from the naval headquarters, Smoker stopped in the distance and used the ability of the gate fruit to sneak into the naval headquarters and pull in Marine F3 and several admirals. After Smoker told them the whole story, everyone was stunned. Celestial Dragons wants to force Hina to marry him? Celestial Dragons turned into toys? Moss is a spy for the world government? He is also the captain of CP1? One breaking news after another made everyone dizzy. Especially Sengoku, Garp and Suru, their jaws almost dropped. After Smoker and Zephyr finished speaking, everyone was stunned for a long time. The Crane was very upset and kept slapping his forehead. Damn it. Damn it. How dare that be *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** fooled by that guy. This is really out of control. Sengoku sighed repeatedly, but still spoke to comfort Suru. Xiaohei, I don't blame you. Come to think of it, Smoker said that the CP spy was a veteran who had served in the army for decades. There were very few people who met the criteria at the time, and I was the first one to exclude him from the list of suspects. Garp was furious. If that B**************** D is still alive, I will definitely blow his head off. The 5 admirals looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a moment. After everyone calmed down, Zephyr started to ask about the business. Everyone, Moss's situation cannot be changed. Advertisement. The most urgent task is to think about how to respond to the world government's investigation. One is Moss, and the other is Celestial Dragons. Both are events that are enough to shock the world. Akainu snorted coldly, stood up and said, "What are you afraid of? With the current strength of Marine, what can they do if they find out?" Sengoku waved his hand to calm him down. What we are considering now is not the issue of winning or losing, but the price of victory. Time is on the Marine's side. There is no need to fall out with the government so soon. Even if we want to turn against each other, we have to wait until the big pirates cleanup plan is over. Akainu frowned slightly and did not argue. It seems that this statement is accepted. Kizaru asked as he clipped his nails, "I understand that Masa's situation needs to be dealt with. But why is the government investigating celestial dragons? Hasn't the memory of his existence been wiped?" Smoker shook his head helplessly. Although everyone's memory of the celestial dragons has disappeared, and people will even automatically explain their disappearance, records such as images and texts will not disappear. If it were an ordinary person, it wouldn't be a big deal and wouldn't attract much attention. But for celestial dragons, even if there's only a trace, I'm afraid the world government will track it down to the end. In the original plot, many CPs also became toy slaves. The world government has not conducted any special investigation on them, which shows the government's attitude towards them. More importantly, the world government has the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, and knowing the ability of the childlike fruit, it will be easier to find the flaws. Aokiji. Alala. I'm not that pessimistic. Smoker. Huh? What do you mean? Brother Smoker, it doesn't matter whether celestial dragons become toys or not, what matters is who does it. Everyone's memory of the celestial dragons has disappeared, but the information about that ship is still there. Based on the time the ship was docked and the time the toys appeared, it's not difficult to find out that the celestial dragons were turned into toys as soon as they landed on the ship. Besides the world government, there were only a few of us on the boat. When the other people heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up. Only Kaji looked confused. Kuzan, isn't this dangerous? The 5 elders must trust the government more. Guillaume slapped him on the head. Idiot, we are all users of special abilities. How can we possibly use the ability of the childlike fun fruit? Even if the matter of the second ability is exposed, it is easy to find that the second ability can only be zone. So, they won't suspect us at all. After that, everyone stared at Smoker with burning eyes. The world government probably never dreamed that Smoker would actually do something like feeding homies a fruit. Of course, there are people in the government who know this secret. That is the impelled down people who have entered and exited the different space. However, they have completely sided with Marine. When the world government investigated the impelled down attack, they did not mention anything about the alien dimension. In this case, there is a lot of room for maneuver. Chapter 425 Countermeasures. After discussing for a while, everyone decided that the matter of celestial dragons could be put aside for now. Even if the 5 elders noticed something, as long as the Marine didn't kill the celestial dragons, at most it would be considered as poor care. So what? Celestial dragons are not immortal. So, every year, several people die in shipwrecks. It's always the Marines who failed to perform their guard duties. Let's just say, as long as nothing happens in the Holy Land. Even if they die from overeating, Marine will be blamed. So Marine has become tough a long time ago. What can you do? At most, they can just say a few harsh words to show their support, and at best they can just cut military spending. Sengoku nowadays still looks down upon the trifles of world government. Going to Zen's place to have tea and ask for money is more than asking for money from the world government. Sengoku put down his teacup and tapped his fingers on the table. As for the celestial dragons, let's stick to one accord and say we know nothing about them. That's how the childlike fun fruit works anyway. Now let's talk about how to deal with Moss. Everyone was lost in thought. At that time, he ran away holding a toy in CP, and Marine stepped forward to stop him. From a standpoint, the two sides are undoubtedly hostile. As a spy hiding for many years, Moss is naturally trusted by the world government. Calling a horse a zebra and confusing right and wrong probably won't work. So one must come up with and rationalize his actions. Everyone is thinking hard. Unfortunately, there is too little information to come up with any good ideas. Suddenly, Smoker slapped his head. Advertisement, we were so stupid. Everyone. Moss's identity is top secret, we are supposed to know nothing about it. If that's the case, why do you have to explain it so clearly? Just muddy the waters and prevent the world government from investigating clearly. Everyone suddenly realized that's indeed the case. We don't know what happened, Zephyr asked, then how do we muddy the water? Marine must be under close scrutiny now. Smoker chuckled. As long as the key information is wrong, nothing can be found out. His hand turned into a ball of darkness, and a fruit slowly emerged. This is the dog fruit, the mythical beast, the fox form of 9 tails that was taken from Katarina de Pen. The mythical beast fruit is also a top-notch item in Smoker's collection. He was reluctant to give it away, so he kept it in his hands. Let the world government investigate first, however they want. Once they have investigated enough, they will find someone to disguise themselves as Moss, show up in places where he shouldn't be, or do something he shouldn't do. As for where they appear and what they do, everything is random. Let CP follow behind and eat dust slowly. The others immediately agreed to this idea, first especially support Marine F4. It doesn't take too much effort, it can clear suspicion, and it can also cause trouble for the world government. Why not? If you don't agree, your conscience will be ruined. Smoker continued, during this period, the world government must have been keeping an eye on Marine. So, we should not make any unusual moves next. We should just follow the original plan and implement the Great Pirate Suppression Plan. Take the subsidies from the world government, cut off the power that the world government may use in the future, and eliminate the influence of the world government on the Marine. Advertisement. Is there anything happier than this? After agreeing on a plan, everyone felt more at ease. Everyone checked their statements. Especially the parties involved, Smoker and Zephyr, who repeatedly deduced the situation to ensure that there would be no mistakes. Then, Smoker sent everyone out. Then he went far away, turned into a dragon again, and took Zephyr with him, pretending that he had just returned to the naval headquarters. It was just as expected. The two had just arrived at the naval headquarters. Before they had time to enter the building, several CPs appeared out of nowhere and started to question the two of them. It's not directed at them. In fact, except for Garp, all other senior executives have already talked about it. Smoker raised his eyebrows, feeling unhappy. But when I think about myself, I am a person who respects the government. I could only obey the orders with a smile and follow CP to accept the interrogation called conversation. Zephyr was not so easy to talk to. If this were normal, they would have been kicked out long ago. But considering that he needed to pass on false information through CP, Zephyr could only patiently accept the interrogation. This made them feel a little flattered. This question took most of the day, because the confession had already been prepared and must not reveal any flaws. CP had no choice but to let them go. After all, without any real evidence, they couldn't detain the chief inspector and the admiral for a long time. However, those confessions that were outrageous yet reasonable made the CPs particularly upset. He flew too fast. We couldn't catch up with him, we could only follow. Suddenly, there were a lot of islands floating in the air. I'm not describing them, they were real islands. After Moss disappeared, we stumbled upon a pirate with a ship's rudder stuck in his head. Moss killed the CP who could turn into a vulture. CP was overwhelmed and could only sort it out and prepare to report it to the 5 elders. You smart guys go figure it out yourselves. Chapter 426 CP0 Captain. Given Moss's special and sensitive identity, the world government cannot openly hold him accountable. After all, secretly planting spies is not a very glorious thing. Do it quietly, don't make it public, everyone can keep it a secret. But it would be too indecent to put it on the table. Of course, the world government will not give up on such a big matter. There is no way to conduct a thorough investigation, but at least we can deal with the senior Marine officers. Smoker and Zephyr were investigated several times, and other senior executives were often called in to cooperate with the investigation. However, no one knew Moss's true identity. Just keep playing dumb and tell the truth about what you hear and see every day. CP naturally can't find any results. Just when the world government was getting impatient, something big happened suddenly, completely attracting their attention. The long-lost Vice Admiral of Moss suddenly appeared in a member country. His behavior had not yet been characterized at the time, so the royal family was completely defenseless against him. But unexpectedly, he brazenly attacked the palace, stole the precious national treasures and then left. Morgans took high-definition photos of the entire process, and any one of them could be used as a wanted poster. There was an uproar in the Marine system. Why did the usually kind Vice Admiral Moss do such a thing? Sengoku was furious, and immediately issued a wanted order for Moss. And appeased the royal family of the franchise, and will definitely bring the B********* D. Mosden to justice as soon as possible. But the most confused are the 5 elders. They were all stunned when they saw the news. Moss, what the hell are you doing? For a period of time afterwards, Moss appeared irregularly in Grand Line. Every time it appears, it is accompanied by various cases. The victim is also Wuha 8 Gate, including but not limited to countries, pirates, revolutionary armies, caravans, underground forces. Even a few Marine bases. The world government was overwhelmed and quickly sent CP to investigate. But Moss's whereabouts were erratic, and CP was exhausted and felt stretched. Speaking of which, the position of CP0 Captain has been vacant for a long time. The 5 elders originally wanted to choose between Moss and Nika. Now Moss has gone mad for no apparent reason, and there are indeed many problems with the operation of CP. Advertisement, so they decided to let Nika take over the position of captain of CP0. They had suspected that Guernica was secretly plotting to turn against Moss. But in this matter, Nika really did not do anything wrong. Therefore, 5 elders naturally appointed Nika as the captain of CP0. CP0 manages CP1 to 9 and is directly responsible to the 5 elders. The captain of CP0 is actually the controller of the CP organization. As long as Nika is willing, he can make the 5 elders deaf, blind and stupid. While the world government was in a mess, the Marines' plan to eliminate the big pirates was proceeding as planned. Marine dispatched special operations teams of all sizes, and in a short period of time they defeated hundreds of pirates groups. In the battle against the powerful enemy, the cohesion of the Marines becomes stronger and stronger. But this time, Marine is going to catch something big. The Golden Lion, Shiki, hidden in Vilmu. 2 years after Roger's execution, he cut off his feet, which were bound by seastone shackles, and forced his way out of the impelled down. In order to realize his own ambitions, he hid in Vilmu, and used the plants on the island to cultivate ferocious animals. When he escaped from prison, Marine launched a massive manhunt. But no trace of him was ever found, and no news of him was heard from again. Because he cut off his legs when escaping from prison, Marine assumed that he had died in some unknown corner. But Smoker, who has seen the movie, knows that Shiki used the power of the lion fruit to move the entire Vermeer into the sky and created the secret realm Strong World in the sky. After the Great Pirate's cleanup plan began, Smoker targeted him. Of course, he didn't fly around searching by himself, but directly gave Morgan some money and asked him to send seagulls to help. In the sea, besides water and fish, the most common thing is seagulls. With money paving the way, the seagulls work extra hard. Professional matters should be done by professionals. Not long ago, Morgan's found the trace of Strong World. This secret place floats in the air. Although it is not as exaggerated as Sky Island, which is 10,000 meters above the ground, it avoids most cumulonimbus clouds and storms. No wonder he could hide in the air for so long even though he had no talent for navigation. Smoker looked through the photos provided by Morgan's. Shiki's secret base and laboratory, his devilish dance with his subordinates Indigo and Scoreto, and thousands of ferocious and violent rare beasts. Smoker looked at the photos carefully: boxing octopus, long-armed bear, double-blade mantis. They are all rare species rarely seen in the sea. Catch it and give it to celestial dragons, maybe it will bring you a lot of money. Advertisement: when it comes to celestial dragons, it's not time to go all in, but it's still okay to let them bleed. Looking at these animals, Smoker couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The strength of these rare beasts is indeed quite good. Huge size, brutal character, plus good strength and speed. Any one of them has the power to rival a criminal with a bounty of tens of millions. In addition, their numbers are huge, numbering in the tens of thousands, and when combined together they are a considerable force. But none of them can hockey. In other words, if any Logia comes, the whole team will be wiped out. But isn't it ridiculous to expect them to mess up the world? Where does Golden Lion get his confidence from? Could it be that the rudder has been stuck in my head for too long and my brain has become damaged? After getting the information, Smoker immediately handed it over to Sengoku. Sengoku was shocked and also mentally shaken. The Great Pirate Suppression Plan has been launched for a long time, and many pirates have been dealt with, including some worth hundreds of millions. But compared with the previous plan, it is still a bit of a cry but little action. Golden Lion Shiki. This guy is quite substantial. He quickly convened a meeting and arranged combat tasks. Come to think of it, this guy is much more dangerous than Ochaku. Not only is he stronger and more scheming, moreover, I am alone, without any ties, and can use lion fruit to escape at any time. If this guy hadn't fought to the death, Sengoku and Garp alone can't stop him. Speaking of which, among the marine executives, the one most suitable to deal with Golden Lion is Smoker. It is strong enough and can also fly, and the gravity of dark fruit can also restrain lion fruit well. But Sengoku didn't plan it that way. You can't always put the burden on the same person. It feels good to get some free stuff, but others also need opportunities to exercise. Kuzan, Hina, it's up to you two to take action this time. Kuzan is the overall commander. Hina will assist in treating the wounded, and if Golden Lion runs, you will be responsible for chasing him. Alara, this is such a tough task. No problem. Hina got it. Chapter 427. Let us see it. In the sky, a ball of fire flew by with a group of large purple birds. The flame is Hina's homie's little red, which has turned into a huge ball of fire. There were several people on the fireball. Aokiji, Hina, Tucha, Flying Squirrel, Costello, Yorogue at Sky Island Base, and Yamato, who followed Aokiji to broaden his horizons. Hina didn't bring Khalifa. After all, that guy is a CP, and she can't know the existence of Sky Island Base. As for the group of giant purple birds following behind, they were none other than Sky Island's 3-foot-long birds. Strong World is located thousands of meters in the air. At this distance, the warship is useless. Even if it is equipped with anti-aircraft guns, it cannot shoot so far from bottom to top. So Aokiji mobilized the Air Force from Sky Island Base. This is also the first time that Sky Island Base has carried out a mission in Shanghai, and everyone is extremely excited. There are currently 2 Air Force forces at the Marine Sky Island Base, the Flying Boat Force and the 3-foot Bird Force. This battle is not suitable for deploying flying boat troops. Although the flying boat is equipped with anti-aircraft guns and has more powerful firepower, it is meaningless against Shiki. Moreover, the flying boat is completely defeated by lion fruit. Once touched, it will be controlled by him and can only be turned into a hostage or even a cannonball. Therefore, the more flexible and mobile Sanjong bird troops were dispatched this time. Aokiji and Hina sat at the front, neither of them talking. But it gets a lot more lively later. Tucha, Flying Squirrel, Costello, Yorogue, and Yamato, the 5 of them were chatting animatedly. Since Smoker left Sky Island a few years ago, Tucha, Flying Squirrel, Costello and Yorogue have remained on Sky Island. When he heard that Yamato actually came from the legendary samurai country, his eyes lit up and he pulled her aside to ask her all sorts of questions. Not to mention Yamato, having stayed on Ghost Island for more than 10 years, I was curious about everything I saw. When I heard that they were from Sky Island mentioned in Odin's diary, I was so excited that I was shaking all over. Both sides were chattering non-stop, and suddenly there was a burst of laughter. Aokiji couldn't help but turn his head and look at them, so energetic. Advertisement. Hina nodded and asked, Brother Kuzan, how is this battle arranged? Hina does not recommend letting the Vice Admiral take the lead against this kind of enemy. Hina commanded the entire battle of Beehive Island. Even though Vice Admiral won against Ochaku in that battle, it was actually a fluke. The Shima Shima fruit is extremely powerful, allowing Ochaku to have the ability to shake the earth with a single move. But compared to the top strong ones, Ochaku's taijutsu and haki are quite weak, and he can only barely reach the bronze medal threshold. But Shiki is different. This was the biggest pirates after Roger and Whitebeard back then. Even if the strength declines, it will be no problem to maintain the bronze and fight for the silver. Facing this kind of enemy, without admiral-level combat power at the front, no matter how many vice admirals come, they will be useless. Admiral didn't take action in order to hone the team, not to send everyone to their deaths. Aokiji scratched his head with some headache. Alara, indeed, this mission is too dangerous for them. We'll see what happens. If it doesn't work, Shiki and I will fight alone. Hina, you take them to stop him from the outside. Make sure he doesn't get away. Hina naturally had no objection, but the 5 people behind her were not happy. Tucha was the first to shout loudly. 2 admirals, don't underestimate our determination and efforts. We have been training rigorously on Sky Island for the past few years. If we hide behind when we encounter a strong enemy, what's the point of our training? The flying squirrel picked up his new knife, pulled it out halfway, and stared at the blade with an obsessive look on his face. His eyes were very much like pervert. The sword he used before was the 3rd generation Kitetsu given by Smoker. After Smoker came back from Onigashima, he brought a batch of good swords, but he didn't use them himself, so he gave them to Sengoku to distribute to the marine swordsmen. Unexpectedly, due to fate, the 2nd generation Kitetsu actually fell into the hands of the flying squirrel. Golden Lion has always been known for his strength, cunningness, and brutality, so many people overlook that he is also a great swordsman. For a swordsman, the opportunity to fight a great swordsman is more precious than life. Yamato also loudly expressed his dissatisfaction. Mr. Kuzan, Ms. Hina, don't underestimate me, I'm very strong. I heard that this enemy was once on the same ship as my stinky dad, and his status was even higher than his. I must see him for myself. Yurogue still had a smiling face and looked like a loyal teacher. But his fiery eyes revealed his thoughts. Advertisement. In fact, he is not only interested in Shiki, but also Aokiji and Hina. Is this the brother and woman of the smoker boss? The admiral standing at the top of the marine? Interesting. Really interesting. Compared to the other 4, Costello seemed a little worried. Aokiji has issued a military order. His mission was not to fight, but to take away as many animals as possible using the fortified fruit. Commonly known as stealing home. Therefore, he was destined not to participate in this battle, and he was too lazy to worry about who would go and who would not. But now his mind is full of thoughts that Lousy is a fruit from a fortified city, not a fruit from a pen. After transporting the animals, can people still live in the castle? Those beasts won't shit in my stomach? Oh. Seeing everyone arguing in opposition, Aokiji felt a little annoyed. Alala, I understand everyone's feelings, but the enemy this time is different. Suddenly, Hina sighed softly. Kuzan-sama, Hina understands them. After practicing so hard and improving their strength so much, it's really inhumane to let them shrink back with just one sentence. Aokiji was surprised that Hina would speak up for them. Hina, you. Hina used her hands to smooth down her wind-messed hair and smiled at the 5 people. In fact, as long as the military order is given, you have to listen to it no matter what, but Hina doesn't want to use such a blunt method. In this situation, words alone won't do the trick. Hina is right, isn't she? The 5 of them nodded in unison. Of course, Brother Kuzan. Shiki can't run away anyway, why don't we find a place and let Hina persuade them? Aokiji suddenly realized, you are itching to do it too. Aruja's eyes lit up and he jumped out first. I couldn't ask for more. Admiral Shiratori, please let us see the strength of the Marine's strongest force. Well, it's good to warm up before the battle. Chapter 428 1 vs 5. It takes at least a week to fly from Sky Island to Strong World. They had been flying for 3 or 4 days and had only covered half the distance. Shiki is no longer the powerful pirates he once was, and he no longer has any intelligence channels. The reason why the Marine didn't find me before was because I had the advantage of the location. Now, Strong World's location has been exposed, and Morgan's Seagull reporter is on the island reporting the location at any time. Therefore, Aokiji and the others were not worried at all that Shiki would get the news and run away. Because of this, Aokiji and Hina acted very relaxed. I am also wondering what the strength of this isolated marine Sky Island base is. When the members of the Sanjodori Corps heard Hina's words, they immediately became excited and started to cheer and shout from behind. They looked at the officer with ill intent. You usually train us to death, but today someone finally stands up for us. Aokiji ordered to search for a suitable island as a battlefield. Everyone rushed out and started searching eagerly. They were lucky and soon found a small abandoned Sky Island. At Aokiji's command, everyone turned and went to the small Sky Island to rest. After eating and drinking, it is time to discuss with each other with great anticipation. On one side is Hina, on one side are Tucha, Flying Squirrel, Costello, Yurogue, and Yamato. The people around shouted and cheered for their superiors. Oh, Commander Tucha, Commander Flying Squirrel, Commander Costello, Commander you rogue, beat up Admiral. Commanders, you are the strongest, girl with white and green hair, come on too. Hina smiled and said, you guys are very popular. Tucha and others were all confused. This is not a welcome, it's clearly fueling the flames. You still haven't trained enough, I'll deal with you later. Costello smiled sinisterly and pointed at the people around him. You guys want to come up too, come in? Well? Why do we have to fight Admiral too? That's right, it's clearer here. It's a rare opportunity to see Mr. Costello get beaten. Costello's face suddenly turned dark. The most important thing about the fortress fruit is firepower. If you don't come in, where can I find firepower? If you don't come, I'll just lie down. Everyone looked at each other. There weren't many opportunities for Mr. Costello to get beaten. Superior. Everyone made up their minds in an instant and jumped into his body with their guns and cannons. The island that was originally crowded with people was suddenly reduced to just a few people. Hina said calmly. Hina is ready and can start at any time. Tucha and the other four were from the naval headquarters, so they naturally knew the strength of the admiral and did not act rashly. Yamato could no longer hold back and swung his mace violently. I'm ready. Thundering 8 trigrams. Yamato turned into a white light and rushed forward, smashing Hina's head with the mace wrapped in black thunder. The other 4 teammates widened their eyes in surprise. I don't know why I was surprised at her being so brave. Or are you surprised that this seemingly innocent girl actually possesses such a powerful haki? Although Yamato has never fought Hina, he knows that she is a super strong person of the same level as Aokiji. So he didn't hold back at all and hit Hina's head hard with the mace. Hina's head exploded instantly and turned into a cloud of white smoke. Yamato's powerful attack missed. Yamato looked surprised. How could this happen? I clearly used haki. Suddenly, Hina's voice sounded from behind. It's a very good haki, but the attack is too crude. If it doesn't hit, no matter how strong the haki is, there will be no objection. Yamato was startled and was about to turn around. Then a huge force came from behind, knocking her away instantly, and she stopped only after crashing into a stone mountain. Hina put down her long legs and turned to look at the 4 stunned people. Are you guys just here to watch the show? Are you scared? Do you still want to fight? Tucha shouted angrily, of course I have to beat him, shave him. His figure disappeared in an instant, leaving only the low thumping sounds of footsteps in the air around him. Suddenly, he appeared in front of Hina. With his arms crossed and his body covered in haki, he rammed into her hard. Iron body 10,000 tons impact. The moment he touched Hina, Docha activated the ability of the ton-crushing fruit and hit Hina hard, sending her flying. Ahahaha, I have both strength and speed. Hina flew out at high speed like a bullet, and suddenly turned into an element in midair, exploding in a cloud of smoke, and her speed slowed down. Very nice. The smoke condensed into a human shape again. Advertisement. Hina raised her hand, her palm still filled with elemental white smoke. Shave. Hina used the same trick, and before Docha could react, a pure white palm was already on his chest. High-pressure smoke explosion. At this time, Hina's hands were highly concentrated smoke. It exploded instantly, generating a powerful shockwave that directly blew Tucha away. Tucha fell heavily to the ground and bounced up again, trying his best to steady himself and stand still. When he looked up, Hina had disappeared. A voice came from behind. I've put on more weight, but my muscles don't seem to be getting stronger. Tucha quickly turned around and saw Hina's finger turned into a shadow. Finger pistol. Coptus chinensis. The next second, Tucha felt a sharp pain, a bloody hole appeared on his chest, blood splattered, and the whole person flew out and fell heavily to the ground. Hina raised her right index finger, and only the tip was bloody, obviously showing mercy. Suddenly, a flaming slash flew over. Hina dodged. The sword struck the stone, instantly cutting it into thin slices, leaving the entire cut surface charred black. The flying squirrel helped Yamato land next to Docha. Are you guys okay? Ahem, it's okay, of course, I can still fight. Costello also rushed forward, raised his hand, a hole appeared on his palm, and fired a cannonball at Hina. Hina raised her hand to block the bullet. The shell exploded, and blazing flames shot up into the sky, instantly enveloping Hina's figure. The anti-aircraft guns can't hold her back for long, move fast. Then he fired more cannonballs from his hands, and billowing black smoke completely engulfed Hina. The flying squirrel nodded and immediately drew out his long knife. The blade suddenly ignited with blue flames, which was the flame of regeneration. He swung his sword, and the flame of regeneration sprinkled on Docha and Yamato, and the wounds on their bodies healed quickly. Suddenly, thick white smoke came out of the flames, instantly blowing away the flames and black smoke. Hina walked out slowly, her clothes were a little dirty, but her body was unharmed. She didn't look at Costello, but looked at the flying squirrel in surprise. Hina was surprised. You can actually use a knife to release the flame of regeneration? The flying squirrel slowly stood up and waved second-generation Kitetsu, and the flame of regeneration disappeared immediately. The Devil's Blade fruit can allow the blade to release elements of various attributes, and naturally it can also release the flame of regeneration. At this time, Docha and Yamato had recovered and both stood up, and Costello also came over to them. The 4 of them faced Hina again, but this time their expressions were much more serious. They had heard rumors before. This youngest white bird admiral is actually better at healing, but his hard power is a little lacking. But now I see, which B**************** D spread this rumor. It's simply a scam that kills people without paying for it. This is called poor strength. Then teach me what is strong. Inside Costello's body, the soldiers were also excited. Some of them were from Sky Island and had never been to the Blue Ocean. First know that Marine Admiral is strong, but I have no idea how strong. After just a few brief exchanges, he was able to defeat the superior, who he considered to be unattainable, without any chance of fighting back. Only then did they know what the highest combat power represented. A Marine hugged Weber's neck and laughed. See, I told you I wasn't bragging. This is the strength of the Marine Admiral. At this time, Costello's clone came out. Everyone, change your equipment and show Admiral how powerful our Sky Island base is. Oh, everyone opened their waste bags, and inside were all kinds of shells. Hina dusted herself off, although I want to say the winner has been decided. But judging from your appearance, you don't seem to be planning to give up. Yamato shouted. Of course. She suddenly became taller, her appearance changed, her body was covered with white hair, and a ribbon of cold air appeared on her shoulders. Hina. Oh, is this the mythical beast species of the Inu fruit? Yamato rushed forward again. With the power of the fruit, the speed is much faster than before. The mace was swung, bringing with it hockey and cold wind, and hit Hina's face fiercely. Suddenly, a wing burning with blue flames blocked the mace. You are not the only one with a mythical beast, little girl. Then the other wing slashed at Yamato like a machete, slicing her away fiercely. Huh, this feeling. Yamato spun several times in the air and landed steadily. Suddenly, cracks appeared on his body. Advertisement. The cracks became more and more numerous, and eventually turned into ice crystals that shattered onto the ground. It turned out that she had a layer of ice armor covering her body to enhance her defense. It's not over yet. Yamato raised his hand. An ice ball flew out. It was her homies. Huh? You already have an ice attribute. Why are you bringing an ice attribute, homies? Yamato chuckled. Teacher Kuzan once said that it is better to be good at one thing than to be good at everything. Instead of mastering many half-baked attributes, it is better to practice my ice attribute to ultimate. Homies suddenly threw himself on the mace. The entire mace turned blue-green, and then turned blue-black under the coverage of hockey. Samikawa ate trigrams. Yamato swung his mace. A glacier suddenly appeared and froze Hina inside. Huh, it worked. How's that? Suddenly, powerful hockey burst out from Hina. The rolling black thunder shattered the glacier, and Hina turned into a phoenix and flew out. Very good, it's worth bringing you out from Wano-kuni. Phoenix feather seal. Green flame feathers emerged from Hina's body and shot towards Yamato like sharp arrows. Yamato opened his mouth and exhaled a stream of cold air. The cold air and the blue flame collided, causing a violent explosion and then canceling each other out, and the entire battlefield became filled with smoke and dust. Thunder and fire slash. Suddenly, several slashes appeared in the smoke and dust. Some carried thunder, some carried fire, instantly leaving wounds on the phoenix. But the phoenix seemed unaware. Green flames flowed, and the wound healed instantly. With a flap of its wings, the billowing smoke and dust disappeared in an instant. Flying squirrel strikes a pose with a sword. This is a power I never want to use. Purple poison flying slash. A purple slash suddenly rushed towards Hina and hit her hard. The power was not great and it suddenly dissipated into a cloud of purple smoke. The phoenix staggered for a moment, looking a little shaky. Then Hina fell down in human form, with the skin on her face and hands all dark black. Even an admiral cannot resist the poison of the Sky Lord. He took out a needle from his clothes. This is the anti-venom serum. Before he finished speaking, Hina said, no need. He spoke with full energy, without any sense of weakness from poisoning. Purple lines appeared on her face at some point, and the dark toxin was quickly absorbed. You said you wanted to fight the great swordsman, right? Hina rushed towards the flying squirrel, wrapped her arms around Hockey and grabbed his face. The flying squirrel quickly raised his sword to block, but someone grabbed the blade. He tried to pull it out with all his strength, but it didn't work. Instead, Hina snatched the knife away from him. A great swordsman will not let anyone take his sword away. Think carefully, what is the most important thing for a swordsman? After saying that, Hina threw the sword back to the dazed flying squirrel. At this time, Costello rushed over. Flames, wind blades, cannonballs, and arrows were constantly released from his body, and some of these attacks were even mixed with hockey. Hina dodged the attacks like a nimble leopard and rushed towards Costello. Unexpectedly, Costello turned around and ran away, with no intention of fighting with Hina. But no matter what position he took, whether facing Hina head-on, sideways or with his back to her, the attacks never stopped. I am now a castle. I can control the structures in my body at will, and the muzzle of the gun is always pointed at the enemy. Suddenly, he found the right opportunity and rushed to Hina's side, with his clone inside directing the battle. It's up to you, Weber. Just watch. Weber was holding a rocket launcher, with a faint green light burning from the muzzle, and several fire shells with exhausted energy were thrown next to it. Weber pulled the trigger and a stream of bluish-white flame shot towards Hina's chest. This strike was extremely powerful. Weber had tried it before and it pierced through a mountain in an instant. Hina frowned. This attack is indeed sharp, but she has too many ways to dodge it. However, this time she wanted to choose a head-on confrontation. Hina took a deep breath and gathered her hockey in her hands. Her white palms turned into a thick black color and she faced the bluish-white flames without fear. The black palm collided with the bluish-white flame, and a dazzling white light burst out instantly. Purple-red lightning exploded, bluish-white flames splashed, and the surrounding air continued to twist and deform. I don't know how much time passed. The bluish-white flame finally disappeared. Hina raised her hands. Her palms were burnt. She clenched her fist and opened it again. The burn was gone. Yes, a very hot blow. Costello was stunned, and Weber was completely dumbfounded. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in the air. Iron body 10,000 tons of pressure. Tucha fell from the sky like a meteor, so fast that there was a faint glow of fire on his body. Hina and Aokiji, who was watching from a distance, both frowned. That idiot. Chapter 429 Ice Boxing Touch's attack was simple and crude. The weight of 10,000 tons plus the high speed of falling from the high altitude made a huge noise. Even Hina frowned. Open black lens bracket this idiot. Close black lens bracket. With this kind of power and speed, whether you block it or fall to the ground, you will be crippled if not killed. Seeing that Tucha was about to fall to the ground, Hina's body was surging with green flames, and she could only prepare to stop it by force. Suddenly, Aokiji appears next to Hina. Alala, you get so mad when you start making a scene. Hina, leave it to me. After saying that, he raised his hand. Ice Slide Mountain. A tall iceberg suddenly rose from the spot. There was a smooth ice path on the iceberg. Tucha just fell on the path and slid down it. The ice track winds and twists, one circle after another, and no one knows how many circles it has. The earthen tea was spinning in circles so fast that it was almost invisible. I don't know how many circles it took to eliminate the momentum. He staggered down, then fell to his knees with a thud, and began to vomit. Hina glanced at the other three people. Do you want to continue? Several people shook their heads. No, no, no. The competition ended with everyone convinced, and after a rest, everyone set off again. Aokiji and his team were lucky as the weather was nice and rainless and Strong World did not move. 3 days later, they arrived at their destination as scheduled. From afar, you can see more than a dozen huge islands floating quietly above the clouds. Mountains, forests, waterfalls, lakes. All kinds of landforms are available, and the roars of wild beasts can be heard from time to time. Even the climates of different islands are clearly different. Some are sunny, while others are raging with snow and wind. It is truly spectacular. Even Aokiji and Hina found this scene incredible. The people on the 3-foot bird were talking about it. Isn't this a sky island? It's not Sky Island. I heard that these islands are all in Shanghai. The mission target used his ability to move them into the air. Our target is such a scary guy. Hina and Aokiji looked at each other. Being able to display such a large-scale power, it is obvious that Golden Lion's fruit ability has also awakened. Let's go. Aokiji gave the order and everyone flew to the island together. Advertisement. As soon as they got closer, they found a figure floating in the air blocking them. Aokiji looked serious. Golden Lion, Shiki. It turned out that Shiki sensed their presence and flew over in advance to intercept them. Ahahaha, I haven't felt such a strong aura in a long time. Who was I thinking? It turned out to be the kid next to Garp. Since we are old acquaintances, I will make an exception and ask you one more question. What exactly are you doing here? He glanced at homies at the other man's feet. How could they use Linlin's ability? Could it be that Linlin was defeated? As they were talking, the surrounding islands slowly moved, and countless huge rocks flew up, circling left and right, surrounding everyone. Aokiji raised his hand, and everyone on Sky Island, except Hina, quickly dispersed. Although the boulder was moving very fast, the 3-foot bird was even faster and escaped from the encirclement in just a few breaths. Shiki frowned, a little surprised at the speed of the 3-foot bird, but didn't care too much. In his eyes, these guys are no different from ants. As long as we deal with the 2 people in front of us, we can easily wipe them out. Aokiji took a step forward. Alara, it's been a long time, Golden Lion Shiki. I have nothing else to do this time. I just want to take you back to Impel Down. Please don't resist. Forehead. Ahahahahahaha. Shiki laughed out loud. Lousy, you don't know yet, you little brat are quite good at telling jokes. I haven't stretched my muscles for a long time. In that case, both of you should come together. Hina did not comment. Aokiji said, Alalala. Sorry, Hina is just a spectator. This time it's a one-on-one duel. Your opponent is me. After saying that, he jumped off homies and landed on an island. Shiki's veins popped up when he heard Aokiji's words. One-on-one? How dare you? Lousy will kill this little girl first, and then I will slowly deal with you. After saying that, he rushed towards Hina, kicking with both feet and releasing several slashing blows. Hina jumped high to avoid it, and the slash only cut homies into pieces. Then he suddenly rushed towards Hina in midair and stretched out his hand to strangle Hina's neck. Hina's eyes turned cold. Fist bone impact, advertisement. The fist wrapped in heavy hockey smashed forward fiercely. Shiki was caught off guard and quickly crossed his arms to block the punch. The 2 hockey collided with each other, and huge lightning bolts as thick as wellheads burst out. In the end, Shiki, who had defended hastily, was at a disadvantage and fell straight down, flying a long way before he could stabilize his body. Garp's moves. That old guy will take an apprentice? Shiki was furious and was about to rush forward. Suddenly a gust of wind blew from the side. He dodged hastily, as several ice spears carrying cold air brushed past him. The air was filled with chill, and Aokiji was ready. Alalalala, Shiki, don't underestimate Hina. She may be young, but she can't be defeated by such a half-hearted attack. After that, ice thorn spears appeared out of thin air and shot towards the golden lion like sharp arrows. Glacier Spearthorn. A trifle, Shiki rolled over and made a huge slash with his feet, instantly shattering the ice thorn spear. Then he clasped his hands together, Aokiji's feet trembled, the ground suddenly rose up, and a shadow appeared in the air. There was a loud bang, and the two islands collided with each other in an instant. They squeezed each other and merged into an island. The island suddenly became a mess. The mountains and rivers twisted and deformed, cracks appeared on the ground, and countless animals howled as they fell from thousands of meters in the sky or were crushed into meat paste. Shiki snorted, take care of one first. It's your turn next, little girl. Garp's apprentice. Lousy wants to see if you can live up to his title. Golden Lion Shiki has always been arrogant and looks down on few people, and the only ones in the marine camp are Garp and Sengoku. Seeing that this little girl was actually Garp's apprentice, he became curious. Hina stood quietly in the air, looking at him coldly without answering. Suddenly, a white mist floated in the air. The surface of the island was instantly covered with a layer of white frost, and the river above it turned into a block of solid ice. Aokiji slowly stood up from the ice. Alara, what a random attack. Aokiji slowly raised his fist, which was covered with layer upon layer of blue ice crystals. Mr. Garp has more than one apprentice, Hina, Ice Punch. Chapter 430 times have changed. Aokiji used Moonwalk to soar into the air and punched Shiki. Shiki did not show any weakness and raised his foot to block with his sword. A fist and a sword collided, and both men flew backwards. Shiki rolled over, steadied himself, and rushed forward again. Aokiji was much worse, and he had to use Moonwalk several times before he could stop. By the time he stopped, Shiki's attack was already imminent. Aokiji quickly released the ice ball attack, but Shiki's movements in the air were extremely fast. He dodged the puck as easily as a swimming fish, and from time to time he delivered sharp slashes, making it difficult for Aokiji to cope with them. Ahahaha, you think you can fight me in the air with your half-baked ability like Moonwalk? Shiki seized the opportunity and rushed towards Aokiji from behind, stabbing him in the back with the sharp knife. Suddenly, Aokiji backhanded and threw out a blue ball of light. Shiki thought it was cold air and stabbed it, but the next second, countless electric snakes emerged from the light ball. Shiki was caught off guard and screamed in pain from the electric shock. Fortunately, armament hockey was strong enough, so this was not a big deal. He quickly distanced himself, cursing breathlessly. Damn it, aren't you a frozen fruit? Why can you release lightning? Dark clouds began to appear from Aokiji's body, gathering into a thundercloud that gently held him up. Shiki was also surprised when he saw this. Homits? Why do you have homits? He turned his head and looked at the flames under Hina's feet again, and suddenly fell silent. I didn't expect that Linlin's fruit would fall into Marine's hands. This is troublesome. Allah. Times have changed, Golden Lion Shiki. The Marine Admiral now is completely different from your time. Shiki's veins bulged when he heard that. He is fierce and aggressive by nature, so how could he back down because of a mere homies? Humph, it's just that you have one more ability, but you dared to act so arrogant in front of Lousy. Today I will teach you that in this world, only hockey can stand above everything else. Shiki roared to the sky, hockey flowing around him. Black lightning suddenly exploded, stirring up a gust of wind that made the surrounding islands buzz. Aokiji's forehead was sweating a little, and he muttered to himself, Alala, Smoker brother, didn't you say that he has regressed a lot? In the distance, Hina's long hair was blown by the strong wind, and her expression was a little solemn. It was obvious that she was quite surprised by Shiki's strength. Advertisement Shiki roared and rushed towards Aokiji, who also controlled homits to fly over. A fierce air battle broke out between the two sides, and the two figures flew back and forth at high speed like eagles, madly releasing their abilities in hockey. The ice and snow were freezing, the thunder and lightning were raging, sharp blows were erupting from time to time, and huge rocks were passing by like meteors from time to time. Every time there is a close collision, black lightning will explode and tear everything around it into pieces. The battle lasted for a long time. The two figures crossed each other and two muffled groans were heard. Shiki rolled out and finally managed to keep his balance. His mouth and nose were covered in bloodline, half of his body was frozen in ice, and the other half was charred black with electric arcs sizzling on it. Ahem. Damn little devil. He spat out a mouthful of blood, then burst out hockey, shattering the ice on his body. On the other hand, Aokiji wasn't much better. His body was covered with scars, with a new hideous wound on his chest, and blood staining his collar. Cough. Cough cough. Aokiji covered his chest and his body trembled slightly. It seemed that the knife wound was serious. Shiki laughed loudly. The wound he left on the opponent at the cost of his own injury directly secured his victory. Garp's apprentice, you were pretty good. If we were on land, you would definitely fight even better. Aokiji is good at controlling the situation, not suitable for aerial combat. Too bad this is the sky. No matter how obedient a fool like Homies is, he can never compare to me. As he spoke, he glanced secretly at Hina. He spoke arrogantly, but was secretly on guard in his heart. He didn't expect Aokiji to be so strong. Although he had the upper hand, his condition was much worse than expected. Over the years, Shiki had not exercised and suffered from a broken leg and a broken rudder. His strength inevitably declined, especially his physical strength, which was no longer comparable to his peak. Aokiji was breathing heavily and his forehead was covered with sweat, but there was no panic in his eyes. Alara. You are the great pirates, you can't let your guard down even for a moment. If it were in the past, the outcome would have been decided, but as I said, times have changed. Suddenly, blue flames ignited on Aokiji's body. Shiki's eyes suddenly widened. Is this the ability of the little devil on Whitebeard's ship? Shiki and Whitebeard are old acquaintances, and naturally he also knows Marco, his most capable subordinate. The undying flame burned fiercely, quickly healing Aokiji's wounds, and then condensed and transformed into another homie. Wah! What? Advertisement, a vein popped up on Shiki's forehead. Damn it, I didn't expect this guy to possess the undying flame. If there was still a chance of winning just now the chances have dropped to freezing point. Without special abilities, there is no way to deal with him. Damn it, Marine has appeared. I'm afraid everything here can't be saved. It's a pity, but I have to give up the plan. However, as long as Lousy is still here, the world will be plunged into darkness and war. Ahahahaha, Marine Admiral, your reputation is well deserved. Let's end today's battle here. I look forward to seeing you next time. After saying that, he turned around and was about to fly away. Suddenly, Hina, transformed into a phoenix, blocked his way. Shiki, do you think you can leave now? What? Shiki's eyes almost popped out of his head when he saw Hina's form. What the hell is that jerk Whitebeard doing for a living? The abilities of his subordinates were actually taken away by the Marine? Linlin is also useless. If the opponent doesn't have homies, he won't be a threat to me at all. Aokiji and Hina sandwiched Shiki from the front and back. Alala, Shiki-san, we can't just let you get away like this. Although I agreed to let you fight one-on-one, if you try to escape, Hina will not pretend not to see it. Shiki's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Tisk, two little brats. He glanced coldly at the 3-foot bird troops that kept shuttling back and forth on the island in the distance. In that case. Suddenly, Shiki roared and began to activate his ability. The island suspended in the air began to tremble violently, and the surroundings were suddenly filled with the sounds of birds and beasts. Countless birds also flew out from the island wailing. The next second, the entire island cracked apart and was torn into countless huge rock fragments that fell like raindrops. The Sanjong bird troops suddenly fell into chaos. Shiki laughed wildly towards the sky. Ahahaha, Marine Admiral, what are you supposed to do? Should we continue to chase Lousy, or save those poor bastards? Ahahaha, Chapter 431 Admiral is also naive. Aokiji and Hina's faces turned pale. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** moment and shouted, "Hina, I'll keep an eye on him, you save him first." "Please." Hina nodded, flew towards the rocks, and rescued marine after marine from the falling rocks. Aokiji continued to fight with Shiki. Because his injuries had healed and Aokiji was in his prime, he gradually suppressed Shiki. Shiki felt Aokiji's fists getting heavier and heavier, and he became secretly anxious. Suddenly something unexpected happened. When several marines not far away were avoiding falling rocks, a frightened beast suddenly appeared and roared and crashed into the 3-foot bird. The 3-foot bird screamed, its body unstable, and threw the marine soldier off its back. There are 2 huge rocks on the left and right. Open black lens bracket chance, close black lens bracket. Shiki's eyes turned fierce, and he forced Aokiji back with a sword. He clasped his hands together and manipulated the 2 huge rocks to crash violently into the center. Seeing that several marines were about to be turned into meat paste, Aokiji didn't care about Shiki, rushed forward suddenly, and smashed the boulder into pieces with 2 punches. Then he controlled homies to hold up the falling marine, while he used moonwalk to stay in the air. "Hey, are you okay?" Several marines escaped death and burst into tears with excitement. Aokiji Admiral. Seeing this, Aokiji breathed a sigh of relief and quickly shouted to homies, "It's dangerous here, take them away quickly." Before he finished speaking, Shiki's cold voice came from behind. "Humph, what an idiot, a marine admiral is nothing more than this." Aokiji was startled and turned around to fight back. Suddenly there was a flash of cold light, and a sword flashed across Aokiji's neck. Aokiji froze for a moment, then fell down helplessly. While in midair, the head and the person were separated. Ahahaha. Such a naive idiot can become a marine admiral? Shiki couldn't help but laugh wildly towards the sky. The previous strike was done with hockey, and the strike was very strong. Homies, the undying flame, was not around. This Aokiji is truly dead. Originally he was worried about Aokiji and Hina joining forces, but now that one of the 2 powerful enemies has been eliminated, marine is no longer a threat. Shiki raised his hand slightly. Advertisement: the falling boulders suddenly stopped in midair like floating reefs. Only the unfortunate beasts that could not fly continued to fall down with screams. Aokiji's body fell helplessly onto a huge rock. Aokiji Admiral. When the Marines saw this, their eyes suddenly turned red. After spending a few days together, they have already fallen in love with this powerful yet gentle leader. Especially when they saw their superiors being killed while trying to save them, they were heartbroken. Kill. The Marines rushed forward regardless. All kinds of bullets rained down on Shiki. Shiki grinned. Little minions, just run away obediently. After saying that, he swung the sharp blade, a wind pressure appeared, and all the bullets suddenly exploded in midair. The Marines put on their swords and were about to fight forward when suddenly a roar was heard. You are no match for me, retreat. 10 thunder fire slashes. 10,000 tons to attack the city. Flying Squirrel and Docha rushed up together, and 2 attacks instantly arrived in front of Shiki. Shiki grinned and threw a punch. The 2 forces collided, and the attacks of the Flying Squirrel and Tucha were instantly shattered. They all flew out and landed on the ground not far away. Yoroge dropped from the sky, blocking Shiki's path, and punched Shiki hard. HMPH, just a trifle. Shiki used armament hockey to harden his chest and easily caught the punch, then backhandedly punched him away. Yoroge flew backwards, hit a huge rock hard, and spat out a mouthful of blood. But his spirit became even more excited, his body expanded several times, and he rushed forward again with a roar. Baofeng cause and effect sneer. The huge fist smashed into Shiki's chest, this time successfully knocking him back a few steps. Oh, interesting. Shiki took a few steps forward and suddenly disappeared. Yoroge was shocked and looked around, but couldn't find any clues. Suddenly, Shiki appeared in front of Yoroge, grinning cruelly. Yoroge felt cold all over and quickly stepped back. The next second, a flash of sword light flashed, leaving a deep scar on his chest. Yoroge vomited blood, covered his chest, and fell to the ground helplessly. Advertisement, ha ha ha, let Lousy give you a ride. Shiki raised his foot and fired a slash. Seeing that Yoroge was about to be in danger, Yamato raised his mace and rushed forward, breaking the slash with one blow. Shiki laughed out loud. Oh, a little ghost from the same clan as Kaido is really rare, ah ha 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 ha. The laughter did not stop, and suddenly without any warning, a slash was released. Yamato transformed into his beast form, his strength increasing once again, and he smashed all of his attacks with a single swing of his mace. But Shiki also has a wealth of combat experience. While everyone's attention was on the slashing, he suddenly came up to them and launched a fierce attack. Yamato quickly raised his stick to block the attack, but the difference in strength was too great and he was immediately knocked away. At this moment, Hina rushed over, caught Yamato, and threw her next to the Flying Squirrel and Docha. Wait for a chance to release the flame of regeneration to heal them. Shiki laughed. Garp's apprentice. You remain unmoved even when your comrade dies before your eyes. You are a great talent. Do you want to follow me? Hina said calmly. Your fate will either be death or spending the rest of your life in Impel Down. Hina advises you not to think too much, look at the sun and the blue sky more often, because you won't be able to see them anymore. Shiki sneered. Little girl, you alone can't. Suddenly, a chill rushed up into the sky. Shiki was caught off guard, and although he tried his best to dodge, most of his body was still frozen in the ice, and he fell helplessly. It took him a few seconds to explode, and he finally felt safe after the ice ball was shattered. Damn it. Who is it? Shiki looked over angrily and was suddenly stunned. What? What kind of monster is this? On the boulder, there was a huge snake-like monster with 8 heads lurking there. Upon closer inspection, one of its heads was indeed missing, and it would take a long time for it to grow back. It is the newly acquired snake fruit, mythical beast form of Aokiji. Yamada no Orochi hummed, Golden Lion Shiki, I've already told you, times have changed. Shiki could hardly believe his eyes. Aokiji had shown his Logia abilities before, how come he suddenly became a mythical beast? But he still showed no sign of weakness. Humph, so what if you change your form? Don't think these fancy little tricks will work on Lousy. HMPH, then you try it. Aokiji took a deep breath, opened his mouth wide, and suddenly blew out 7 streams of cold air. Chapter 432 Plan Acceleration. When Aokiji showed the power of Yamada no Orochi. The outcome of this battle is already determined. No matter how strong Golden Lion Shiki is, he cannot defeat Aokiji, who has 8 lives and can restore his health. Although he fought back desperately, he eventually ran out of energy and was swallowed by the thick ice. Aokiji breathed a sigh of relief. Although the bounty says it doesn't matter if the person is dead or alive, it would be best if they could be captured alive. As Shiki loses consciousness, the lion fruit's ability also fails, and the boulder floating in the air begins to slowly fall. This time the Marines were well prepared and left calmly on their 3-foot-long birds. On Homies, Aokiji sat shirtless, revealing his scarred upper body. Hina healed him with the undying flame while feeding his homies. Golden Lion is indeed a top-level warrior. Although he was defeated, he also used up most of Aokiji's immortal flame. Yamato next to him came over with an excited look on his face. Teacher Kuzan, that's awesome. You defeated the Golden Lion. I wonder what my stinky dad's expression would be if he knew about this. Aokiji scratched his head helplessly. Alalalala, please let me go. This battle is going to be very strenuous. Then he looked away. By the way, Flying Squirrel, Costello, How are things going over there? While Aokiji and Shiki were fighting, they led the Marines to explore the island and collect the spoils. The flying squirrel reported first. We found Shiki's research institute and brought out all the research chemicals and research materials. Shiki's 2 subordinates have also been locked up. In addition, we captured hundreds of rare beasts. Unfortunately, Shiki went berserk and destroyed this floating island. Otherwise, we could have captured more. Aokiji smiled and waved. Alala, don't worry, you have done a good job. Don't mind the animals. After all, things are valuable because they are rare. Only when there are fewer of them can they be sold at a good price. As for the research data, don't report it to the world government, send it directly to Punk Hazard and let Vegapunk and guys spread it to see if it can be used. And those rare beasts. Costello, you have to come with me to the Sabaody archipelago and hand over all these beasts to Zane. The flying squirrel and Costello saluted together. Yes. Admiral Aokiji. Advertisement. Suddenly, Costello showed a difficult expression on his face. By the way, Admiral Aokiji, Admiral Shiratori, there is one more thing I need your instructions on. Aokiji, Hina. I discovered that this sky island is not uninhabited. We found a small village with hundreds of villagers. Aokiji's expression suddenly changed and he grabbed his shoulders. How are they? Costello quickly patted his belly. Admiral Aokiji, calm down. They have been transferred by me and are inside my body. I asked, they are the natives of Maruval, they were taken into the air by the Golden Lion Shiki. I secretly monitored their conversation, and they are indeed not accomplices. Aokiji nodded. That's good, I'll ask them what they think and make sure they're well settled. Now that the Marine's sphere of influence is growing, and its connections with various parties are becoming closer and closer, it is really not a big deal to resettle 100 or 80 people. At this time, Tucha and Yurogue also squeezed over. Docha said, Admiral Aokiji, we have a request. Can we allow the Sky Island troops to be transferred back to the headquarters in batches? Many of the newcomers are from Sky Island and have never seen the Blue Ocean. We need to let them see what Marines and pirates are. Yurogue also smiled and said, That's right, Mr. Admiral. I have never been to Qinghai, and I want to see it too. Aokiji nodded and glanced at the Sanjodori troops. Although everyone was wearing military uniforms, many of them either had short wings on their backs or were dressed strangely, and it was obvious that they were natives of Sky Island. Aokiji also discovered this problem these days. They had never seen the pirates and had no idea of their cruelty and cunning. If you rush into the battlefield rashly, you will definitely suffer a great loss. In this case, Sky Island can be involved in this big pirates cleanup plan. After so many years of training in the Air Force, it's time to come out and have a look. Let the pirates see what the Air Force's dimensionality reduction strike is like. Alara, this matter is decided by Marshal Sengoku. But what you said makes sense. In that case, don't go back to Sky Island. Come back to the naval headquarters with me. When everyone heard this, they immediately burst into cheers. The return trip was exceptionally fast. Soon everyone returned to the headquarters. The news that the first impelled-down fugitive, Golden Lion, was executed quickly spread around the world. Although the world government was somewhat reluctant, it still gave Aokiji and Hina commendations. Advertisement Marine also held an internal meeting to announce the victory, but the atmosphere of the meeting was a bit bad. At the meeting, Smoker continued to raise his eyebrows and find fault with everything, revealing his dissatisfaction with the pirates' cleanup plan in his words. Zephyr and Garp slammed the table and responded bluntly. In the end, the meeting turned into a situation where both sides refused to give in, and Sengoku and Suru tried to smooth things over. The meeting is over. Everyone gathered together in the different space, eating hot pot and singing songs, with no trace of the confrontation that had just occurred. Garp looked at the clean Aokiji and felt sad. Kuzan kid, I didn't expect you could take down Shiki single-handedly, you really make me proud, ha 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 ha. What surprised him most was that Aokiji was barely injured. Back then, he and Sengoku teamed up to defeat Golden Lion. The Golden Lion was wounded and unable to move. He and Sengoku also had bruises on their faces and were almost disfigured. Aokiji was eating from the bowl with a slurp. Alara, Yamada no Orochi and the Undying Flame are so useful. For a strong man at the level of a General Emperor, elemental abilities such as multiple lightning lasers do not actually provide much improvement. But self-healing is different from resurrection, it can almost make you invincible. I've tried it. Each head of the Yamada no Orochi represents a life. These heads can regenerate and grow back in just one day. What? Several people's eyes suddenly lit up. Smoker was also surprised. He originally thought that Yamada no Orochi had 8 lives, and if they were gone, they were gone. I didn't expect that I could refresh my skills, that is to say. As long as you don't get killed 8 times a day, you're invincible. Who in this ocean is so wicked that he can kill Admiral 8 times in one day? What's more, there are 7 people like this in the naval headquarters. 7 in total, and there is a Smoker who is even harder to kill. Aokiji finished a bowl of meatballs, put the bowl down, and breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone, I think the big pirates cleanup plan needs to be accelerated. Chapter 433. Pursued. Aokiji's proposal was unanimously approved. I originally thought that Yamada no Orochi only had 8 lives. Therefore, Sengoku and Suru wanted to be more conservative and not act too aggressively, so as to keep a few more lives for emergencies. After all, Smoker said that the 5 elders are immortal. If we don't save enough lives, how are we going to fight them when the time comes? For so long, none of them were actually beaten to death. So I know only a little about this fruit. It wasn't until Aokiji was beheaded by the golden lion Shiki due to carelessness that he realized the power of this fruit for the first time. In just one day, you can refresh your head and gain a new life. With such a terrifying ability, why would you keep it? Such a good skill, don't waste it. Laozi has never fought such a rich battle in his life. Between rites, the 5 elders looked at the report of Golden Lion's arrest and fell into deep thought. Golden Lion Shiki, the first person after Roger Whitebeard, the first prison escapee to be impelled down. His capture will undoubtedly greatly enhance the reputation of the world government. But the problem is, although the 5 elders dreamed of Shiki being caught, but when they actually saw the news that the Marine had successfully captured him, their first reaction was still fear. Who allowed you to be so awesome? But Sengoku and Suru had expected this. The Crane envoy used his brilliant writing skills to make reasonable artistic processing on the report. According to her description, Marine sent out Admirals Aokiji and Hina to fight the Golden Lion for 3 days and 3 nights. The two sides fought to the death, and finally the battle ended with Golden Lion being defeated and captured. Golden Lion was beaten so badly that his own mother didn't recognize him. Aokiji and Hina were also seriously injured. If it weren't for the flame of regeneration, I'm afraid all 3 of them would have ended up in the sea to feed the fish. In short, in one sentence, don't think this battle is easy. Our Marines are in danger of losing their lives. Military spending has to increase a bit next year, otherwise it won't make sense. Next to the 5 elders, there was a man in a white suit standing quietly. The black and white eye mask is particularly eye-catching. It was the new CP0 captain, Nika, since Nika took office. The CP, which had been becoming increasingly chaotic, finally regained its backbone and its performance became increasingly outstanding. Needless to say, intelligence capabilities, he always gets some information about the pirates or even the revolutionary army from somewhere. Let the world government take advantage when negotiating with member countries. Another is my endless loyalty to celestial dragons. Thanks to him, the Holy Land has a lot more strong slaves, and those celestial dragons have become much quieter. I heard that they are buying rare beasts for celestial dragons recently, but I don't know what they are. Suddenly, Peter Saint turned and asked Nika, how authentic is this report from Marine? Nika bowed slightly. Reporting to the Lord, the battle results are completely consistent with the facts, but there are some discrepancies in the middle. A strange light flashed in Peter Saint's eyes. Go on. Yes. According to the battle report, this time the 2 admirals teamed up to fight against the Golden Lion Shiki. But in fact, in this battle, Aokiji Admiral is the main force, and Shiratori Admiral is just an auxiliary healer. Nothing else. Saint Vokuli nodded and said nothing. It seems that Hina was able to defeat Shiki because she used her skills to heal Aokiji. At this time, Saint Peter began to ask questions. You are now the strongest in CP, and you have met Kuzan and Hina. What do you think of the strength of the 2 admirals? Nika lowered his head, pretended to ponder for a moment, and slowly raised his head. Admirals are all strong, there is no doubt about that. But Admiral Shiratori is good at healing. In terms of strength, he is obviously inferior to the other admirals. However, she has saved countless Marines, so her reputation is actually the highest. Peter nodded. This has been expected. After all, she was chosen to be the admiral in order to win over Smoker. Hina's current performance has actually far exceeded their expectations. At this time, Nika took a step forward. Master 5 Elders, this report was taken away by Chief Inspector Smoker before it was sent out by the Marine. The words were not said directly, but the meaning was obvious. Smoker falsified this report. Advertisement, but the 5 elders just looked at each other and nodded. They didn't look angry at all, but rather took it for granted. It's human nature for a Smoker to want to share some of the credit for his woman. Continue to maintain necessary surveillance, but as long as he is loyal to celestial dragons, there is no need to make a fuss about these trivial matters, and there is no need to report them in the future. Nika stood up and said, yes, his eyes slowly swept over the old men. Smoker, you are right. You and I are the most useful tools in the hands of these 5 old guys, but they definitely don't want us to live in harmony. Look, just accusing you behind their back makes them so happy. You go out first. The 5 elders spoke and sent Nika away. What do you think of Marine's request? Speed up the Great Pirates Elimination Plan, and at the same time launch a military strike against pirates in all corners of the world. Good plan. Since you are the dog of the world government, you should show your biting power at the right time. But they also requested an additional 200 billion pele's for military spending. What? Impossible. This amount of money is also a huge sum for the world government. Celestial Dragons is planning to build a zoo for rare animals recently. They are already facing financial crisis. But for such a large-scale military operation, additional funding is necessary. Marine is our hawk, he can't be fed too much, nor can he be left hungry for too long. Why don't we both take a step back and cut 30% off? This dress will cost 140 billion Baileys. Second. Nika outside the door twitched his mouth. I used to think these 5 old guys were pretty smart, but now I just can't stand them. All information sources, all of this comes from the reports I have and the inquiries from CP. Such a big thing, don't you think of verifying it? Thinking that I used to worship them, Nika was filled with a deep sense of shame. The next day, Naval Headquarters, Sengoku held the Five Elders order book, his face flushed with excitement. Very good, the Five Elders have approved our application. After today, justice will sweep across the entire ocean. Orders were sent out through the dedicated line, instantly stirring up huge waves on the sea. Go up to the Naval Headquarters, then to each branch, and finally to the Marine base at the bottom. Countless warships rushed to the sea with great momentum. And the pirates also suffered a great disaster. The front end of the Grand Line, close to the sea area of Upside Down Mountain. A battered pirate's ship is speeding along. There were dozens of equally scarred pirates on board. Behind them, there was a warship hanging far behind them. The pirate's ship was already within the warship's firing range, but the warship did not shoot, but just followed slowly. One of the pirates rushed up to a bald, strong man. Captain, the Marine's ship is too fast, we can't shake it off, what should we do? This group of pirates is called the Silent Pirates. The captain is, quiet, Purvis, and the bounty is 223 million berries. This bounty is quite considerable in the first half of the Grand Line, enough to drive countless Marines and bounty hunters crazy. But Puvos is not a pushover either. A bounty of over 100 million means strength at the level of Marine Rear Admiral. For most people, this level of strength is already the ceiling. But at this time, Puvos looked anxious. He looked back at the warship and couldn't help cursing. What a bunch of damn mad dogs, how long will Marine keep following us? As long as they have Lousy's ability, they can't get close at all. What on earth do they want to do by following like this? The pirates nearby approached cautiously. Captain, it's bad. Our water and food can only last for one day. What? The Puvos in front were very nervous about the lack of water and food. Little did they know that the Marine officers on the warship were even more nervous. Their commander, Rear Admiral Nika, had been stationed at the bow for hours. A Marine soldier came up to him quietly. Rear Admiral Nika, you have been watching here for 6 hours. The sun is so scorching, why don't you take a rest? I will do it for you. Shut up, idiot, advertisement, Nika growled in a low voice. Don't even mention the sun, even if it rains knives from the sky, I must stay here. He glanced at the man lying on the deck, sleeping in the sun. Do you want me to embarrass myself in front of that adult? The subordinate suddenly fell silent and dared not say anything more. Boom. 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 Perhaps the pirate's ship was getting angry and fired a few shots at the warship. Although the warship was not reached, the waves caused it to shake, and the explosion made the iron sheet on the ship buzz. The person who was sleeping stirred slightly and stood up with a yawn. Ah, those guys are still running, it's so noisy. Nika hurried to his side. Sorry, I'm sorry for disturbing you, Admiral Akainu. It turned out that Akainu was chasing a group of pirates from Sky Island all the way to the vicinity of Upside Down Mountain, and only then did he wipe out the evil pirates. Seeing that we were already far away from the naval headquarters and had come to an area of the sea we had never been to before, Akainu also became interested and ordered the warship to return. I came to the Marine base alone and sailed with them every day. On the one hand, it is to relax. On the other hand, we want to see what the Marine bases in various places look like. The result did not disappoint him. The pirates, which originally had a revenue of 200 to 300 million, basically had a sideways existence in the first half of Grand Line. Now they are being chased around by a Marine base like rabbits. But Nika did feel a little tingling on his scalp. Each Marine base has its own jurisdiction, and in principle, it is not allowed to leave the jurisdiction without orders from superiors. In fact, in order to chase this group of pirates, Nika had already exceeded his jurisdiction and wanted to give up the pursuit. But Akainu was on the boat, and he didn't dare to be accused of releasing the pirates, so he had to bite the bullet and continue chasing them. Akainu walked slowly to the bow. Forget it, Nika, I won't make it difficult for you. After saying that, one arm quickly swelled and became hot. I'll do it myself. Meteor volcano. Several balls of magma shot up into the sky and slammed heavily into the pirate's ship. But to his surprise, the lava suddenly stopped about 10 meters away from the pirate's ship, and then fell weakly into the sea. Akainu was a little surprised. Oh, is he some kind of person with special abilities? Nika hurried to explain. Admiral Akainu, the captain of this pirate's ship is Puvos the Quiet. He is the stop man who ate the stop fruit. He can force all non-living things close to him to stop, so whether it's gunfire or naval ship collision, none of them will work on him. So we've been following him, just to prevent him from getting supplies and force him to fight us. Akainu suddenly realized, this is really a troublesome ability. No wonder you guys haven't found any results after chasing for so many days. Non-living things. Entities won't work, so let's try this. After saying that, he raised his hand and a ball of light emerged. It was Homies from Akainu. Homies opened his mouth and spit out a laser, instantly cutting off the sail of the pirate's ship. Losing power, the pirate's ship slowed down instantly. The Marines cheered. Oh, worthy of being admiral. Suddenly, another warship appeared not far away. Akainu was stunned. Huh? Who are they? Seeing this, Guang Homies also stopped obediently. Nika hurried forward to explain. Akainu Admiral, they are Marine 127 base. Because this sea area is beyond the jurisdiction of our 124 base, I will contact them to act together. Akainu nodded and said nothing. Because of the presence of the admiral, Nisok can act as he pleases. But after all, we have to consider the relationship between brother departments and cannot act recklessly just by relying on our own presence. Nisak's approach is still very thoughtful. The ship from base 127 rushed towards the silent pirates and launched a series of artillery attacks. But the shell, like lava, suddenly stopped in midair and fell into the water powerlessly. It took a while before a high column of water exploded. Akainu frowned. With this capability, even with 2 warships, it would be difficult to stop these guys. Just do it yourself. After all, the time we have outside is limited and we can't keep wasting it here. Suddenly, a column of fire burst out from the warship of base 127. The stop-stop fruit is obviously ineffective against pure energy attacks such as fire and light, and flames instantly enveloped the pirate's ship. Countless pirates fell into the sea with screams. Seeing this scene, Akainu also became interested. Oh, a person with special abilities? Come over and take a look. On the warship of base 127, a skinny marine soldier with a pockmarked face stood at the bow, slowly retracting his flaming arm. He grinned at the pirate's ship that was almost burned to ashes. Teacher Smoker, here I come, chapter 434 Be my disciple. Rear Admiral Yanazawa and Rear Admiral Nisok, the leaders of the 127th base, joined the Marine Corps at the same time. The two people's jurisdictions are close to each other, and they have been friends for more than 10 years, so it is natural that they are very familiar with each other. After making sure that Puvos had turned into a charred corpse, the 2 warships docked side by side, and Mize came to Nisok triumphantly. Brother Nisok, it's been a long time since we last met. I didn't expect you to chase the pirates all the way to such a remote place. You must have worked hard. It's a pity that we caught the prey this time, so I can't share it with you, ah. Because I was too arrogant, he neither noticed the lava stopped by Puvos. Nor did he notice Akainu, who was looking into the distance with his back to him. Nisok laughed dryly along. Rear Admiral Yanazawa, what weapon was that flame just now? In recent years, the Marine has installed a lot of new equipment. But I've never heard of a flamethrower that could burn down a ship in one blow? Is it possible that the jerk superiors treat me differently? Yanazawa laughed triumphantly. What, are you asking if our base has recruited any good talents? Nisok was stunned. No, I didn't ask that. Speaking of which, I must introduce to you an outstanding Marine. Our Marine 127 base's newest recruit, Bodoka's D Ace. He said as he pulled Ace over. Come on, Ace, this is Rear Admiral Nisok from base 124. My old classmate is also your senior, you must learn a lot from him in the future. When Yanazawa spoke, his face was full of wrinkles and trembled, full of a strong Versailles atmosphere. Although he and Nisok were good friends, neither of them would give in to the other. Over the years, the two of them have been competing with each other in everything. Now that he has a new player who is so powerful that he can break the rules, he naturally has to show off. Ace had no idea of his superior's scheming mind. He came to the front obediently and greeted with a smile. Oh, Rear Admiral Nisok, and everyone, I'm Ace. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, stood up straight and coughed lightly. Ahem. Ah, I was rude just now, then he bowed deeply. Nice to meet you all, I'm Bodoka's D Ace, nice to meet you all, please take care of me. Nisok Rear Admiral and the Marine behind him were a little confused by Ace's serious look. Oh, Ace, hello. At this time, Akainu turned around and suddenly asked. Ace, you are a capable person, right, Logia? Regarding Ace's information, Garp and Smoker tacitly did not say much. That's right, I ate the Logia Mera fruit and gained the power to freely manipulate fire. Open black lens bracket lodge, close black lens bracket. Rear Admiral Nisok widened his eyes full of envy. A Logia user, as long as he can follow the right path, can almost certainly become the Vice Admiral. Mera fruit is also a strong presence among Logia fruits. If Ace's fists are strong enough and his life is strong enough in the future, he may even go one step further and become a Marine Admiral. Ace asked curiously. By the way, who are you, uncle? Although he learned polite language from Makino, he never developed the habit of reading books or newspapers. In addition, he had just joined the Marine and had no idea who Akainu was. Ah, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Sakazuki, and I'm also a Marine. Rear Admiral Yanazawa finally recognized the identity of the person in front of him, and his expression became particularly wonderful. His eyes widened, his mouth opening and closing like a stranded fish, and after a long while he finally shouted, Akainu Admiral? Open black lens bracket Admiral. Close black lens bracket. Ace's heart skipped a beat. I suddenly recalled what Smoker said to me when we parted ways. Stay away from Sakazuki. Ace's look towards Akainu changed. This is the highest combat power in the Marine, but then a feeling of indignation welled up in my heart. So what about Admiral? Why should I hide from you? Ace suddenly took a step forward, looking at Akainu with a burning desire in his eyes. He bowed deeply. Mr. Admiral, I want to challenge you. Yanazawa, Nisok, and everyone else. Huh? Hey, Ace, you idiot, do you know who you're talking to? I'm sorry, Master Akainu, young people don't know what's good for them, please don't take it to heart. He has been too busy recently, he must be confused, don't worry, I will kidnap him right away. Akainu ignored the commotion around him and simply said, a challenge? Okay, I accept. Yanazawa, Nisok, and everyone else. Huh? Advertisement at Akainu's request, although Mize and Nisok were somewhat reluctant, they still took them to a deserted island. After landing on the island, everyone's attitude suddenly took a 180-degree turn. Originally, he was worried that Ace would offend Akainu, and also worried that Akainu would stab Ace, so he tried his best to stop the two from fighting. But now that the atmosphere has been heated up to this point, a competition is inevitable, so why not just watch the battle between the Lobias? The people who had originally tried to dissuade them began to gather around and cheer, especially Mize and Nisok who cheered the loudest. Come on, young man, I'm rooting for you, Ace, show Admiral what you can do. Ace took a fighting stance, with a faint glow of fire surging on his body. Oh, Akainu responded, fumbled in his pocket, and pulled out a necklace. Ace couldn't help but be stunned. Is this the same sea stone necklace as Mr. Smoker's? Seeing Ace's reaction, Akainu realized that Ace recognized the sea stone necklace. Oh, you know him, Akainu put on the necklace. This is a necklace with a purity of 50%. Don't worry, I will hold back. Ace was stunned at first, then his veins popped up. Stop looking down on me, if you die, don't blame me. Fire fist. The fist turned into a huge pillar of fire and rushed towards Akainu, instantly engulfing his figure. Even the Marine who was watching the battle nearby felt the air was filled with heat and it was difficult for him to breathe. What a terrifying power, worthy of being Logia, it's simply a natural disaster. Isn't this brat Ace a newbie? He's not just any newcomer. When he was in East Blue, he was already a famous bounty hunter. Akainu Admiral, is he okay? Ace struggled to release the flames, his expression extremely solemn. The opponent is a Marine Admiral, who is on the same level as the old man in the Marine. Even with Sea Stone, he couldn't underestimate the enemy. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. The attack power is great, but the release of the ability is too rough. Aimlessly covering the attack not only wastes your energy, but also blocks your vision. You can't lose sight of the enemy. This should be the basis. Ace backhandedly punched Akainu. Akainu ducked to avoid the punch, and when he stood up, he had a sharp stone in his hand. He scratched Ace's neck and then jumped away. Ace felt a pain in his neck, reached out and touched his hand, and felt a trace of bloodline. It turned out that there was a shallow cut on the neck. Akainu threw the stone in his hand to the ground. 1-0, how about that, do you want to continue? The people around were shocked again. Hey, Ace is injured. No matter what kind of enemy he fought before, Ace had never been injured. As expected of an admiral, ever since he parted ways with Smoker, when has Ace lost so miserably? For a moment, Ace was immediately excited. Of course I'll continue. He suddenly roared towards the sky, and flames suddenly burst out of his body. He rushed towards Akainu like a fire demon. Akainu. Soon, half a day passed. The sun sets and night is about to fall. The entire island was in ruins, with raging flames everywhere. Akainu stood there quietly with his hands in his pockets, looking unharmed. Across from him, Ace lay on the ground, breathing heavily, not wanting to move. Akainu takes off her sea stone necklace. 100-0. Let's call it a day. As soon as sea stone left my body, I felt relaxed. You are quite good. It is obvious that you have been through rigorous training. With the Maramara fruit, it would be a waste of time to continue staying here. Why don't you come back to the headquarters with me? Akainu reached out his hand to Ace. Be my apprentice. 1 month later, Akainu returned to the naval headquarters with Ace. The reason why it is so slow, it was all because Ace was unwilling to be Akainu's apprentice and kept challenging him. He challenged Akainu 100 times, but the result was still no surprise. The current Ace has just gone to sea, and the gap between him and Akainu is even greater than the gap between him and Whitebeard in the original plot. It's impossible for him to win. After being beaten 100 times, he was finally convinced and became Akainu's disciple. In fact, Akainu also recognizes his talent and strength. In just 1 month, my strength has improved noticeably. With time, my achievements will be limitless. Akainu began to want to train him as a deputy, advertisement. But soon gave up. This guy is just like Aokiji's disciple Yamato, he is not that kind of person at all. It's better to rely on a piece of barbecued pork than to rely on him to handle administration. Forget it, I'd better just be a thug. Even so, Akainu still thought highly of Ace and brought him to Sengoku's office the next day after returning to the headquarters. Garp, Crane and Smoker happened to be there too. When several people met, their faces changed drastically. Ace. Yo, Grandpa, Mr. Smoker. Garp, Smoker. Ace. Sengoku, Akainu, Crane. Grandpa. Several people looked at each other. Suddenly, Sengoku seemed to have thought of something and grabbed Garp by the collar. Garp, what the hell are you doing, you idiot? Didn't you say your grandson is called Luffy? How come another one pops up? Garp laughed. Don't be so serious, Sengoku. They are all my grandchildren anyway, so what does it matter if there are 1 or 2 of them? Sengoku's face turned red instantly, and judging from his tone, he was probably holding back a big one. What do you mean it has nothing to do with you? How could that brat Long have such a big son? Who is this kid's father? Ace's eyes dimmed slightly when he heard Sengoku's words. Garp knew he couldn't fool him anymore, so he picked his nose and pushed Sengoku's hand away. Alright, there's no one here with us anyway, just say it. You may have heard of his father, that is, Gold D. Roger. What? Except for Smoker, everyone else was shocked. Sengoku was immediately furious, and with his armed-colored hands he grabbed Garp's neck and shook it hard. You be asterisk 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 D. You secretly hid Roger's son, what do you want to do? It would be fine if he did it, but you even let him join the Marine. Do you think Xiaohe and I are not busy enough? Garp teleported to the side, holding his neck and taking a few deep breaths. You be asterisk 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 D. Do you want to kill me? Don't frame me. Although I have always wanted to train Ace to be the best Marine, I had no idea that he joined the Marine. He sneered. What difference does it make whether you want it or not? Garp. Little Crane. Smoker remained silent, just cautiously watching Akainu. This guy should stop showing off his heartfelt feelings right under my nose. If he really goes crazy and attacks, I must stop him as soon as possible. That's enough. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the quarrel. A few people turned their heads and looked over, and it was Ace. Ace bowed deeply to Smoker. Mr. Smoker, I'm sorry, I failed to live up to your teachings. I've thought a lot since we last met. Instead of proving that I'm the strongest in a vague way, I might as well use this power to bring laughter to everyone. So, even though I knew I had the most evil blood, I still joined the Marine. I just didn't expect that it would cause you so much trouble, I am really sorry. In that case, I am willing to withdraw, bang. Before he finished speaking, a heavy and crisp voice suddenly rang out. Akainu stood in front of Ace, looking down at him with cold eyes. Half of Ace's face was swollen and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. Mr. Sakazuki. Akainu grabbed him by the collar. Does this little thing make you doubt your own justice? You piece of shit, what do you think justice is, and what do you think Marine is? Can you join Marine whenever you want and quit whenever you want? He threw Ace away and slammed him against the wall. Listen carefully, I don't care what your reasons are. If you dare to be a deserter, I will kill you immediately. After saying that, he slammed the door and walked out. Sengoku, Garp, and Crane stared at it all with wide eyes. Smoker followed him out and moved closer. Yo, brother Sakazuki, this isn't your style. I thought you would cut the grass and make him just an acquaintance. Akainu gave him a sullen look. What do you take me for, a devil or an idiot? How can I judge whether a person is good or evil, noble or humble simply by blood? He is not a pirate and has never been a pirate, that's enough. Smoker gave a thumbs up. This awareness is incredible. Chapter 435. Transaction and encounter in the blink of an eye, another year has passed. Marines swept across the entire ocean. The number of pirates has dropped drastically compared to previous years. The number of big pirates has decreased by 70% to 80%, and the number of small pirates has decreased by half. On this day, Smoker came to the Dream Island of New World to receive a new batch of artificial devil fruit. A few years ago, when the artificial devil fruit was first launched, it immediately caused a sensation in the underground world. All forces in the world immediately flocked to it. Especially the pirates who were living on the edge of a knife every day, they fell into madness. More than 90% of pirates are only interested in two things: making money, and improving the means of making money. When I heard there was a substitute for devil fruit, I immediately spent a lot of money to buy it. It's not their fault. To the world government and the Marine, devil fruit is nothing. Even Logia, mythical beasts and a small amount of paramecia are not worth mentioning. But for most pirates, devil fruit is still a rare treasure in the sea. Especially for those little pirates, from setting out to destruction, they may not have seen a single person with special abilities. Therefore, for more than 90% of pirates, although the artificial fruit can only choose between human beast form and beast form, it can also make one's strength increase dramatically. Instead of waiting for an illusory opportunity, it is better to seize the power in front of you. As a result, a large group of pirates generously donated money and purchased large quantities of artificial fruits. However, many pirates are still waiting. Is this thing reliable? But soon, they could no longer sit still, because Marine has started a big pirates elimination plan. Although the sword is aimed at the big pirates, countless small pirates are also affected. Faced with the pressure of life and death, they suddenly realized. I am a pirates. Those who make a living by being reckless, just wait and see what happens. If you don't convert your money into power, will you just give it to others as a trophy? Especially Smoker was very cunning and asked Morgans, Zane and others to spread the news everywhere. For example, a certain pirates group managed to escape from the Marine because their strength increased dramatically after eating artificial fruits. For example, a certain pirates group successfully conquered a country with the help of artificial devil fruit troops and gained a huge fortune. The pirates who were watching could no longer sit still and took out their treasured Baileys. Some even claim that artificial devil fruit is the future of pirates. In this way, batches of artificial devil fruit matured and flowed into the underground black market. Smoker, Kaido, and Long also made money with tears in their eyes. Over the past year, the big pirates cleanup plan went extremely smoothly, and the pirates were indeed hit hard. Smoker also sighed secretly. I'm afraid the artificial devil fruit isn't selling that well anymore. I never expected that the Revolutionary Army would actually exert its strength. Because of Smoker's help, the Revolutionary Army has undergone a complete transformation in terms of organization and leadership, weapons and equipment, and intelligence information. With the return of Dragon's capable General Ivankov, the Revolutionary Army has become particularly active. With their new equipment and artificial devil fruit, they conquered several countries with great force. World government is furious, and all countries were silent for a while. In order to resist the threat of the Revolutionary Army, they had to find a way to purchase equipment and the recently popular artificial fruits. Compared to the pirates, which can number from a few thousand to a few dozen, the National Army is much larger and more aggressive. As a result, the sales of artificial fruits have experienced another inexplicable surge. But these countries probably never dreamed that the Revolutionary Army is also one of the behind-the-scenes owners of the artificial fruit. For every fruit they bought, the profit they delivered was enough for the Revolutionary Army to get 2 more. In other words, they are simply drinking poison to quench their thirst. Although the situation is very good, but something caught Smoker's attention. The world government actually contacted Kaido and wanted to buy artificial devil fruit. Smoker was shocked. Artificial devil fruit is completely a product of technology. According to the government's nature, shouldn't it first order Vegapunk to replicate the research? How can we skip self-research and just start purchasing? He hurried to ask Nika, only to find out that it was the other party's masterpiece. Not long ago, the sound of the artificial devil fruit attracted the attention of the world government. The 5 elders also took it very seriously, so they asked Nika, the CP commander-in-chief, to personally inquire about the news. What on earth is this artificial fruit? Advertisement. Why did Kaido suddenly master this technique? If possible, can we sneak into Onigashima and steal this technology? After receiving the order, Nika did a diligent job of checking. I have to say that CP is really good at gathering intelligence. Soon they found out the benefits of artificial devil fruit, and even discovered that it was suspected to be related to Smoker. As soon as Nika got the news, he leaked the whereabouts of several people to Kaido and killed them by borrowing their knife. Then, based on the intelligence at hand, he forged a report and submitted it. According to the report, the appearance of artificial devil fruit is due to the addition of a special ability person in Beast's pirates. This person is under strict protection, so his specific abilities are unknown. He wanted to hijack him, but Kaido found him and killed him. The entire team's CP was gone, not even a bone was left. So unless you forcefully attack, there is no way to deal with CP. This logically self-consistent report successfully convinced the 5 elders. Since he is a person with special abilities, there is nothing I can do. And with Kaido's protection, the success rate of both assault and assassination is very low. In desperation, the world government had to sell for the next best option. Change production to purchase, solve the problem first, then talk. At this time, Smoker sat on a rock. There stood a marine team of dozens of people behind them. Next to him stood a blonde girl named Marine. She was looking at the marine team behind her, her eyes full of shock. Why are these guys here? They are all members of the popular faction who are at odds with Smoker. No, calling them the popular party is a bit of an understatement. To be honest, they should be called anti-government faction. They are a group of troublemakers who are far more radical than the popular faction. They are usually unruly and disdainful of the smokers who try to curry favor with the world government. It's a pity why she has become so well behaved now. But in reality, they are a force that Smoker secretly controls. Not only are they powerful, but each one is equipped with devil fruit and homies. And he was loyal to Smoker. Many things that smokers find inconvenient to do and say are done by them. Suddenly, a marine walked up to Smoker. Master Inspector, they're here. Smoker, who was originally emptying himself, suddenly came to his senses and nodded, got it. After a while, a pirate ship docked. It was the Beast's pirates ship. A group of pirates came over carrying boxes, and the one leading the team was none other than the big boss Jin. Jin saw Smoker and bowed respectfully. Mr. Smoker, long time no see. Although Jin is an arrogant person, but in front of Smoker, he was still extremely respectful. Normally speaking, with Smoker's status, he doesn't need to come in person, he can just send someone to liaise with Jin. But Smoker still insisted on receiving him personally, which made Jin feel warm inside. Facing Jin, Smoker did not put on airs, but was instead exceptionally gentle. Long time no see, Jin, you are still as charming as ever. Oh, these people behind are. In addition to the minions who were carrying the things, there was also a group of pirates with extraordinary momentum following behind Jin. They are all real fighters from Beast's pirates. They will gradually take over the business, so we brought them out today to broaden their horizons. After all, not all transactions require a big sign to follow. Smoker nodded in agreement. You're right. If the big boss is in charge of everything, then what's the point of his existence? Some small tasks need to be thrown out. You guys, like Kaido, just keep the direction. He walked past several real fighters one by one, and finally stopped at a person. Hey, there's a very young guy, Jin nodded. Although Rob Lucci is young, he is indeed an excellent fighter. This person is Smoker's deputy, Rob Lucci. He followed Smoker into Onigashima a few years ago and stayed there. Although he is young, his talent and ability are beyond doubt. Apart from practicing hockey with Bao Guro every day, he also travels around to gather information. Later, he was spotted and joined the Beast's pirates, and within a few years he became a real fighter. Smoker chuckled. For the Marines, it is not a happy thing for outstanding young people to become pirates. Jin. You're joking. Smoker pretended not to hear and continued talking to himself. Advertisement, of course, there are also young and outstanding talents in the Marine. Are you right, Khalifa? The blonde Marine is Hina's deputy, Khalifa. Smoker already knew that Rob Lucci was also on the Beast's pirates team. So I asked Khalifa to come over and help. After all, the two hadn't seen each other for almost 2 years. Khalifa bowed slightly and said clearly, "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Inspector." After that, she walked over to Smoker with ease, just facing Lucci. Khalifa's expression was very calm. Even when he glanced at Lucci, his face did not change. On the contrary, Rob Lucci seemed a little at a loss. Smoker chuckled. Don't underestimate Khalifa's young age. She is already Admiral Shiratori's deputy. She is here just to help today. Hearing that Khalifa was the Admiral's deputy, even Jin couldn't help but look at her twice. I underestimated this girl. Not only that, she is also a good mother. Her daughter should be almost 1.5 years old. Hearing Smoker say this, there was a subtle hint of resentment in Khalifa's eyes when he looked at Lucci. Rob Lucci's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Although he managed to keep his face calm thanks to years of training, his breathing became heavier unconsciously. Child? 1.5 years old? This transaction went very smoothly? Marine bought another 1,000 artificial devil fruits. Then we will distribute them to all the seas, and each Marine base will get a few. In the weeks ahead, it's enough for the pirates to have a hard time. In the past, all transactions between Marine and Beast's pirates were done in secret, and they would go their separate ways after the money and goods were exchanged. But this time, Smoker proposed to hold a party for the first time. Jin was full of question marks, expressing his confusion. Wasn't it necessary to keep a low profile in the past? But then I thought, this island is very remote anyway, it's unlikely that someone would come here by chance. Besides, if you are not afraid of a single Marine, what are we pirates afraid of? So I agreed readily. So, the two sides held a lively bonfire party. Except for the necessary sentries and guards, everyone was drunk. Even Smoker and Jin were supported by their subordinates and staggered back to the boat. Late in the night, in the woods, Khalifa and Lucci met. Originally, Lucci's position in CP9 was higher, but now that I met Khalifa, I was a little stammering and couldn't speak. Khalifa, sorry, I didn't know. Khalifa shook her head. It's okay. Hina Admiral and I suggested not telling you. Lucci asked in confusion. Why? Khalifa took a deep breath and said, with your personality, what would you do if you knew we had a child? Lucci was stunned. Of course I will report it to the higher-ups. I believe they will take it very seriously. The above he mentioned is naturally the upper level of CP. Khalifa chuckled, but there was bitterness in his smile. That's really your style. You're right. The children of these two CPs are born to be spies. Why don't they take it seriously? Lucci frowned. Isn't this bad? Khalifa suddenly kicked Lucci in the abdomen, sending him flying several meters away. Not good at all. I will never allow my children to experience the same childhood as mine. Lucci was holding his stomach and staring at Khalifa, his expression full of confusion. After hearing this, his eyes quickly turned cold. Khalifa, do you know what you are talking about? Khalifa's eyes didn't flinch. Of course I know, I can tell you clearly now. I will never allow my daughter to follow my old path. Her life will be free. Before he finished speaking, Lucci's figure suddenly disappeared, and then appeared in front of Khalifa, with his dark fingers on Khalifa's neck. Khalifa, I can execute you for what you just said. Has your justice been corrupted? But Khalifa showed no fear on her face. Originally, I wanted to hide the existence of my daughter from you. Believe me, I can definitely do it. But then I changed my mind. Even though you are just a puppet and a fool, you have the right to know that my daughter exists. But I'm telling you, Rob Lucci, don't even think about interfering with my daughter's freedom with your twisted justice. After saying that, Khalifa turned and left. Only Rob Lucci was left standing there in a daze. In a place that the two could not see, a palm-sized space door slowly closed. Chapter 436 Why Can't I? The transaction was successfully completed and both parties returned home. On the way back, Khalifa leaned against the railing with a blank look in his eyes, wondering what he was thinking. Smoker happened to be passing by and walked over when he saw this. Are you okay, Khalifa? Khalifa was originally daydreaming, but was startled by his words. Then he reacted and quickly raised his hand to salute. Oh, Inspector Smoker, sorry, I didn't see you just now. Smoker waved his hand. It's okay, it's just a small matter. After a brief silence, he suddenly asked, are you thinking about Lucci? Khalifa was stunned and nodded. Smoker sighed. This is really difficult for you. Khalifa shook his head and smiled bitterly. Nothing is difficult. After all, I used to be a CP. I am grateful for your trust and having the opportunity to participate in such a confidential operation. It turns out that not long ago, Khalifa hesitated for a long time and finally chose to confess to Hina that she was a CP. After all, she is still young and has not been deeply brainwashed. What I have seen and heard in the Marine over the past few years has overturned my previous perceptions. Especially the belief that celestial dragons are gods. It's completely shaken. More importantly, if the world government knew that she and Lucci had a child, they would definitely take the child away. This was something she couldn't accept, but couldn't resist. She thought hard about how to free her daughter from the control of the world government. If it was someone they were negotiating with, at least they could handle it. But judging by their behavior, they will probably just take the child away. Khalifa shudders at the thought of returning home one day and finding her child missing, or even that she may never see her again. In desperation, she gritted her teeth and confessed her identity to Hina. You can kill or chop me up as you please, I just hope Hina can protect me because she likes this child. At the same time, he also requested to go to Ghost Island to meet Rob Lucci again. Unexpectedly, Hina acted unusually calm after hearing her confession. He just said, Hina got it, and sent her away, and it will continue as it should, as if nothing has changed. Even Khalifa herself was confused. I even suspected that my confession that day was just an illusion after I drank too much. Afterwards, she suddenly received an order to follow Smoker out to sea. It wasn't until they were out at sea that they realized they were going to meet the Beast's pirates, and Rob Lucci was also there. Smoker walked to the railing, took out a piece of bread, crumbled it up and threw it into the air, watching the seagulls screaming and snatching it. We are glad that you can reveal your identity. But actually, we knew you were CP from the beginning. Khalifa's face suddenly turned pale, with disbelief written all over her face. If this is the case, I'm just throwing myself in the towel. Smoker said to himself, you want to see Rob Lucci, not just because you have a child, right? Although you didn't join the Marines at the same time and your backgrounds are different, you are still members of CP9 at the same time, right? These words exploded in my ears like thunder. Khalifa stumbled back a few steps, his face filled with shock, and he was speechless for a moment. Smoker pretended not to notice and just continued feeding the seagulls. It's not just you two. Jabra Lieutenant Junior Grade from the Headquarters Communications Class, Kudori, a play actor from the Living Area Theater, Captain Fukuru from the G9 branch, and Bluno who died a few years ago. You should all be familiar with each other, right? After all, we are all partners of the same period, right? Khalifa's face instantly turned as pale as snow. They're indeed from the same period of CP9 and grew up together. But I haven't seen him since I left CP, and I don't know what mission he is on. I didn't expect Smoker to call out my name accurately. What on earth happened? When did Marine become so scary? Smoker tossed the last of the bread into the air. Actually, you don't have to worry. In our eyes, your identity has been transparent from the beginning. If you are willing to confess, Marine is still willing to give you a chance. Khalifa still looked unhappy, but, these years. You've collected a lot of intelligence over the years, right? Khalifa nodded with difficulty. Everything you can steal is what we want you to steal. Advertisement, otherwise, do you think you can evade the observation hockey of me and Hina? Actually, your choice is very wise. After all, in the eyes of the world government, you and Rob Lucci have completely lost their value. Khalifa was puzzled. Why? Smoker smiled. No matter what channel your intelligence was collected through, it would eventually be gathered in Moss's hands, and after being processed by him, it would be reported to the 5 elders. But now he is gone, and your intelligence chain is completely broken. No matter how important the information you find is, you can't pass it back. Khalifa then realized that his top leader was actually Vice Admiral Moss. Unexpectedly, totally unexpected. Why did Vice Admiral Moss betray the world government? Smoker glanced at her calmly. Although it's been a long time, Moss Vice Admiral still pops up from time to time. Sometimes they appear in remote non-member countries, sometimes in the underground world, and sometimes in pirates groups. There is no pattern at all. Now he is a serious criminal with a bounty of 1 billion berries. But his hiding ability is too strong. No matter whether it is pursuit and interception or secret investigation, no matter what kind of net is laid. This guy always disappears inexplicably in the end. Because of this, CP specially arranged 4 teams to capture him. But every time I was led around in circles. Khalifa had just surrendered, so Smoker would not reveal that Moss was dead. So he perfunctorily said, who knows, maybe what I saw was too different from what others said, and I couldn't accept it for a while. Smoker opens his mouth and tells lies without blushing or getting nervous. And Khalifa nodded thoughtfully. Putting herself in his shoes, she truly believed it, and her inner confusion completely disappeared. The top people above them have rebelled, so why can't I? What's more, I didn't betray them, I just joined the Marines, and I'm still protecting justice. Thinking of this, Khalifa's face suddenly relaxed a lot. The other side, on the Beast's pirate's ship. Lucci sat on the railing of the boat and drank alone. Just then Jin passed by. Huh, Lucci, what are you doing here? You're drinking? That's rare. After all these years, Lucci's alcohol tolerance is still very poor. So no matter how others persuade me, I never drink. Oh, nothing. Just something I can't figure out. What's up? I have a friend who suddenly found out that he has a child. If it were you, what would you let him do in the future? Friends. Yes, a friend. If it were me, he would be free to do whatever he wants, and I would just need to protect him. What if Boss Kaido ordered you to make him a pirate? Jin glanced at Lucci. Boss Kaido would never do such a thing. If he was such a person, I would not have chosen him. What kind of idiot would do such a thing? Lucci nodded and said nothing more, but looked at the sea quietly and fell into deep thought. Naval Headquarters has two special guests today. Hannibal, the prison director, and Magellan, who had just been promoted to warden. Sengoku also attached great importance to the arrival of the two guests and held a special meeting to welcome them. After the meeting, he politely invited them to his office, and also invited Zephyr and he to join them. As for Garp, after seeing Ace become a Marine, he could no longer sit still and hurried back to Windmill Village in a hurry. Because of the previous experience with Zephyr, Garp didn't dare to let Luffy come to live in Naval Headquarters, and even threw him into a den of bandits in order to hide his grandson. After all, Luffy has not only his grandfather, but also an even more troublesome father. Now that Moss is gone and most of the CP spies have been cleared out, we can safely take over Luffy. Can be brought to Naval Headquarters for life, only someone with a mental disorder would keep him in the bandit den. A few people were drinking tea and chatting when suddenly there was a knock on the door. The door opened and Smoker walked in with a stack of materials. Hannibal and Magellan both stood up. Long time no see, Mr. Smoker. Smoker also had a smile on his face. Long time no see, please take a seat. Magellan, congratulations on becoming the warden. Advertisement, Hannibal said proudly. That was my report. The Impel Down incident cannot be blamed on Magellan. So when the report was submitted, the 5 elders approved it without even thinking twice. Magellan didn't care at all and just laughed. To me, positions are just a matter of clothes. As long as we can block the passage to hell and prevent evil from returning to the sea, it doesn't matter what position I hold. Smoker couldn't help but give a thumbs up. So enlightened, but some people are different. After hearing this, everyone looked at Hannibal. Hannibal's forehead suddenly broke out in sweat. Eh? Mr. Smoker, that's too much. Smoker said unhappily. I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about them. After saying that, he threw the booklet in his hand onto the table in annoyance. Everyone's attention was then diverted away from Hannibal. Sengoku picked up the booklet and saw that it was a densely packed list of hundreds of people. From Vice Admiral, Rear Admiral to ordinary private. However, Sengoku recognized that several private soldiers with connections seemed to be among them. Are these the names of the people to be transferred? Smoker took a sip of his tea and nodded. This is the first batch. I have talked to them and they all agreed with my suggestion. Crane sipped his cup of tea. It's good to leave, so the team will be more pure. With the current size and strength of Marine, we should focus more on quality rather than quantity. It is necessary to appropriately streamline the team. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. This year, the Great Pirates Suppression Plan was successfully implemented. Countless pirates were captured, countless civilians were rescued, and Marine established a great reputation. This also means that a large number of Marines have made outstanding contributions. Many people sent by the government gradually changed their attitudes in the battle of life and death with others. No longer so utilitarian, no longer so domineering. But there are still some guys who are as stubborn as stones in the toilet. I feel superior to others in every way and always feel that my opportunities are being taken away by others. Smoker is not polite to these guys. Previously, he and Hannibal reported to the world government together. One requires the establishment of a large number of low and middle-level leadership positions in Impel Down. One requirement is to improve the standards of Impel Down and give them high-level treatment. The 5 elders were overjoyed and agreed to the 2 reports with a stroke of their pen. After several years of transformation, Impel Down no longer has the management that was flatter than flat feet, but has set up a large number of positions. In addition to the prison's top brass, each level has positions such as the Warden, Deputy Warden, Warden, Deputy Warden, Chief Interrogator, and Chief Guard. In addition to these, the troops guarding the jailermen are also divided into captains and squad leaders. And because the Impel Down level is high now, the rank of the rank is 1 level higher than that of Marine under the same conditions. Now the senior management in the Marine is basically full. Especially for the Vice Admiral position, unless there is an Admiral vacancy, their career path is basically at an end. For an ordinary Vice Admiral, this is an honor, but for those who want to climb up every day, it is like a shackle. So they stopped doing things and started dealing with people, trying to kick others out and make room for themselves. This phenomenon is not only prevalent among high-ranking officers such as Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral, but is also common among colonels. It only improves at the lieutenant level where there is little competition. So, Smoker gave them another way. Since there is no way out within the Marine, then just get out and transfer directly to Impel Down to take up a position, and by the way, get a promotion of 1 or half a grade. Although it doesn't reach the level of Admiral, it is attractive enough. They immediately found a way out, looking for Smoker openly and secretly, hoping to work their way through. Smoker naturally accepted everyone who came and wrote them all down in his little notebook. These greedy guys have forgotten the true meaning of power. The so-called power is the ability to manage people and mobilize resources. In the Marine system, the Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral possess extremely high powers, and when they visit any country, they have to be received by the king. But Impel Down is simple and different. That's a prison, what right do they have? No matter what position you hold, you have to report every time you go out. Of course, you can bully the prisoners, but who cares if these prisoners live or die? Magellan took the list and glanced at it. No problem, there's still a big gap for the jailers. Create a few more positions and let them compete for them slowly. We each take what we need. Chapter 437 A New Look. East Blue, Logtown Marine Base. The Marines are sweating profusely. Some were fighting with weapons, while others were fiddling with new guns. It was a very busy scene. Outside the playground, Barumal and Cole were quietly watching everyone practice. Suddenly, a soldier ran over. He saluted the two men and handed them a piece of information. Rear Admiral Cole, Colonel Bellamel, this is the latest news from the naval headquarters. Since Hina left Logtown, after several years of training, Bellamel became the new base commander. Cole has also changed a lot. A few years ago, I was promoted to Commodore and transferred back to the headquarters. Because of his age, he was promoted to Rear Admiral and retired not long ago. Cole's strength is not conspicuous, but when it comes to training and leading teams, he is first-rate. Bellamel directly hired him back to the base as a consultant. The two took the message and took a look at it, their eyes widened unconsciously. Bellamel's face was full of joy. 2 devil fruits, 3 artificial fruits, 3 medium-sized warships, 10 light warships. That's great. The headquarters is so generous. Cole also found it incredible. This amount of supplies is far more than the normal quota. It must be Inspector Smoker or Admiral Hina. Belmel couldn't help but chuckle. Let's not talk about Miss Hina. Smoker is still a very sensible boy. Cole was immediately confused. Whole Belmel, that guy is now a senior inspector. Watch your attitude. But then his face was filled with joy again. But you're right, our headquarters is really generous this time. With these fruits and equipment, the strength of the base will be taken to a higher level. Bellamel lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Colonel Cole, she still prefers the old name. With these supplies, the plan I proposed last time should be implementable. To enter Grand Line from East Blue, you must pass through the jurisdiction of Logtown Base, which is also the island closest to Upside Down Mountain. In the past, most pirates who wanted to enter the Grand Line would resupply here. Therefore, in the original plot, even with Smoker in charge, Logtown is the island with the highest concentration of pirates in East Blue, without a doubt. But now it is different. The strength of the Logtown base has increased several times. Moreover, this surge does not mean that a strong person has emerged, but rather an overall improvement. Advertisement. Now the pirates were completely crushed by the Marines and dared not show up in Logtown openly. However, this did not dampen the pirates' enthusiasm for entering the Grand Line. Since you can't land in Logtown, resupply in advance, bypass Logtown, and go directly to Grand Line. Therefore, Bellamel proposed a plan to completely block the passage from East Blue into Upside Down Mountain. But the plan ended in failure. There are 7 routes into Upside Down Mountain. Although the Logtown base is strong, it is unable to block all routes at the same time and can only use patrol to capture pirates. As a result, although many pirates were caught, many still rushed into Upside Down Mountain. So, her plan finally failed, but now it's different. With this batch of supplies, the base's strength has been further enhanced, and it is fully capable of blocking 7 routes. Bellamel clenched his fists until they rattled. Colonel Cole, this time, I'm going to lock all the pirates in East Blue. No pirate ship can enter the Grand Line. Cole nodded in support. But I suddenly remembered the red hair pirates that appeared in East Blue a few years ago. To be more precise, let's not count those dragons that crossed the river. Half a month later, supplies to the naval headquarters arrived as scheduled. There is nothing much to say about warships, just put them into service according to the regulations. But those devil fruits drove the Marines crazy. 3 artificial fruits. They are the bug fruit scorpion form, the bullbug fruit bison form, and the cat fruit ocelot form. A star with the tenacious vitality and rare poisonous ability of insects. A heart with strong strength and defense. A heart with superb agility and sharp reactions. It can be said that the consideration is very comprehensive. Even if it is an artificial fruit, it is enough to make ordinary marine soldiers fight for it. Both devil fruits are paramecia. One is the paramecia fa fruit. The person with this ability can freely control the growth, movement and hardness of his hair. It can attack and defend, and can also bind and control. It is equivalent to a high-end version of Life Return. As for the other, looking at the introduction of the fruit, Barumal's pupils couldn't help shrinking. Smoker, it's rare that you remember. In the past, the Marines had to keep the distribution of devil fruit secret for fear of being discovered by the world government. Ever since Ghoul Nika became the leader of CP, Marine has stopped pretending. Not only do they distribute fruits openly, if it is the fruit that Smoker has taken away, he will also attach the information. Advertisement including the name of the fruit, ability introduction, tactics of the new ability user, suggestions for development direction, etc. Sure enough, the 5 fruits caused fierce competition. To be precise, there were 4 fruits that caused the fight. Everyone tried all kinds of tricks, including coaxing, persuading, and even acting coquettishly, and finally the distribution was completed. On the contrary, no one is interested in the last fruit because it cannot directly improve strength. Bellamel got it easily. She will probably like it. After all, for her, combat effectiveness is not the most important thing. In the corner of the Logtown base, there is a quiet and remote cottage. The cottage was very clean but a little sparsely furnished. There is a bed, a desk and bench, a large wardrobe, and a row of bookcases filled with books. There were also several ropes hanging in the room, with many drawings hung densely on them like clothes drying. At the desk, an orange-haired girl was concentrating on drawing. After finishing the last stroke and carefully blowing it dry, he let out a long sigh of relief. Huh, it's finally over. Suddenly, a voice of praise came from behind. Nami, this map is perfect. Aw. Nami was startled, and when she turned around and saw that it was Belmel, she shouted happily. Belmel, why are you here? But then he became angry again. Humph, you suddenly appeared again and scared me. Belmel smiled and pinched her cheek. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I've been here for quite a while, and I saw you were drawing, so I didn't dare to disturb you. Speaking of drawing, Nami's eyes suddenly lit up and he held up the map in his hand. Boromir, look, this is the sea chart of Green Island. Then he pointed to a pile of maps next to him. Now the maps of all the sea areas within the base's jurisdiction are complete. I can guarantee that there is absolutely no nautical chart more detailed and accurate than this one. Bellamel was shocked when he saw the thick stack of nautical charts. All of these? She hurried over to check it out, and it turned out to be a sea chart within her jurisdiction. And it is marked very carefully, even on the nautical charts used by the Marine. Boromir, tomorrow is your birthday. I finally finished these charts today. This is the gift I want to give you. Bellamel's eyes were warm and he hugged Nami in his arms. Nami, thank you. After a long while, until Nami cried out in pain, she calmed down and gently let go of Nami. That's right, Nami, I have a gift for you too. Chapter 438. Nami's training. A few days later. Smoker is drinking afternoon tea with Hina leisurely. Suddenly I received a letter from East Blue. A letter from East Blue? It must be Bellamel. When the signalman brought the letter over, Smoker was stunned. Huh? Is it so thick? In the past, Bellamel's letters were just a few pages of paper, but this time he sent a heavy suitcase. When the suitcase was opened, it turned out to be a letter and a stack of hand-drawn nautical charts. Smoker finished reading the letter and looked at the pictures again, showing a surprised expression. These nautical charts were actually drawn by Nami. I didn't feel anything when I watched the anime before, it's just a map. Looking at them now, the quality of these maps is at least as high as 3 or 4 floors. Hina also looked through the maps curiously, and the more she looked, the more surprised she was. Did Nami draw these? Hina knew the girl and that she liked to draw, but she didn't expect she was so talented. If I remember correctly, she is less than 10 years old? A child can actually draw such a detailed map. This is not just a genius. Smoker nodded. He already knew about Nami's talent for drawing. That's a technique that even fishmen are interested in. Moreover, Nami's talents don't stop there. Boromir doesn't want to waste Nami's talent, so he wants to send her to naval headquarters for training. Doesn't the general staff always say that there is a lack of map-making talent? Just let Nami go. The other one. But she's not even 14 yet. It is a rule that Marines practice at the age of 14 and join the army at the age of 16, and this rule is absolutely not allowed to be changed. Smoker also waited until he was 16 before coming to the naval headquarters. Hina was younger, so she could only join the elite class as an intern. It's okay. Nami is not a combatant, so you don't need to enter the file for now. Just help out in the staff department. Advertisement, wait until she reaches the age, then go through the formalities for her. Think about it, it's not appropriate for such a young child to stay alone in the headquarters. Smoker thought about it. Boromir has done a good job in recent years, and the Logetown base is also thriving. Why not transfer her to the headquarters? Hina nodded. In terms of strength and merit, she definitely meets the requirements for promotion. Besides, I haven't seen her for a long time. Hina misses her very much. But who will take her place? No matter what organization it is in the Marine Corps, the transfer of the top leader is done with extreme caution. Smoker shook the letter in his hand. Boromir once proposed a plan to completely block the East Blue pirates from entering the Grand Line, centered on the Logetown base. If this is successful and can be promoted all over the world, then the Grand Line's pirates will be further compressed. Grand Line is a giant survival game. Countless pirates poured in, and those who survived in the end were the most powerful, cunning and brutal. If we can completely block the entrance to Upside Down Mountain, the number of pirates will drop drastically. Such a grand plan, of course we have to support it. I have allocated a lot of warships, weapons and devil fruit before, but now it seems that it is not enough. How about assigning a powerful Marine general to serve as the commander? Hina nodded. It's not easy to block the pirates from entering the Grand Line. Neither I could do this when I was in Logetown nor Akainu Kizaru could do this when he was in North Blue. Because no matter how strong they are, they're just one person. Facing the endless stream of pirates, they were also overwhelmed and stretched to their limits. Only the worst criminals should be arrested first. As for the remaining fish that slipped through the net, we can only let them go. After so many years of development, the strength of each branch and base has skyrocketed. This kind of strength improvement is not just about the strength of the commander, but a comprehensive improvement in soldiers, armaments, fleets, etc. However, the pressure on the Marine base near Upside Down Mountain will be unprecedented. In addition, there are occasionally genius pirates who are already very strong before entering the Grand Line. Therefore, there must be a strong leader in charge. Advertisement. Hina nodded. After all that, who are you going to send? Smoker laughed a few times and said, what do you think of Virgo? Hina was stunned for a moment. Him? His strength and ability are of course beyond doubt, but he is an undercover agent after all? Smoker nodded. So throw him out there, I'll have someone keep an eye on him. There is no conflict between Marine and Doflamingo now. It would be best if he could work for Marine obediently. If there is any unusual movement, we can take the opportunity to get rid of this trouble. Hina was speechless and glanced at him deeply. This was the way to squeeze out the last drop. She turned to look at the maps. Suddenly I noticed that some of the maps were strange. It looks very new, probably drawn in the last few days. But the picture was extremely detailed, and there were no bumps or wrinkles on the paper. It did not look like it was painted or printed. Smoker, look at this picture. Smoker touched it, thought about it, and suddenly laughed out loud. It seems that she gave the copy fruit to Nami. Upon hearing the name, Hina was stunned for a moment. The photocopy fruit is what Smoker got in his early years. You can instantly print what you see on paper and modify it at will. Because it has no bonus to combat effectiveness, it has not been sent out for several years. That useless fruit. Hey, you know what, if it's a gift for Nami, it would be really suitable. With this ability, she can record what she sees at will. And when drawing a map, you don't have to draw it stroke by stroke. Smoker nodded, his mind working rapidly. Open black lens bracket close black lens bracket. You can also ask Miss Guillaume to make her a homies, who can fly up to the sky and look down, so that it will be more convenient to draw maps. Just create a lightning homies, not only powerful, but also can control the weather. By the way, her meteorological talent cannot be erased. It would be best to send her to Visalia for further study for a few years. Chapter 439 Blood and Shadow. The 7 warlords of the sea are recognized as the great pirates by the world government and are a powerful force on the same level as the naval headquarters. World government is a good idea. Support several big pirates and have connections with the naval headquarters. However, the more powerful the pirates are, the more unruly they become, and they don't give the world government any face at all. The world government is still working hard to recruit pirates. Doflamingo has joined Kaido, and Crocodile has joined Big Mom. This move is undoubtedly a slap in the face to the world government. The 5 elders were devastated on the spot and almost gave up their plan for the 7 warlords of the sea. But then I thought, I've already lost face once. If I really give up the plan, wouldn't I lose face again? So I gritted my teeth and persevered. CP is running around the world and finally filled the quota for 7 warlords of the sea. The current Shichibukai are the world's greatest swordsman, former marine hunter, Hawkeye, Dracula Mahawk. Bartholomew the Bear. The king of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, the captain of the 9 Snakes Pirates, and the new, blood disaster, Boa Hancock. The strongest Murloc of our time, captain of the Sun Pirates, Sea Knight, Jinbei. Captain of the Thriller Bark Pirates, Gecko Moria. Hanifsaw the Lizard King, and the powerful female pirates who came as a backup, silver-haired Shinigami, Clyde Hilco. As the big pirates eradication plan progresses, there are fewer and fewer wild big pirates, and they are becoming increasingly difficult to find. Yes, Marine's eyes gradually turn to 7 warlords of the sea. After all, the original intention of the Great Pirates Purge plan was to eliminate the potential minions of the world government. If the big pirates only have the possibility of becoming minions, the 7 warlords of the sea are definitely the lackeys of the world government. In recent years, the Marine has been suppressing pirates everywhere, and inevitably conflicts have come between them and the 7 warlords of the sea. People like Gecko Moria also took advantage of loopholes in the world government agreement and took the opportunity to blatantly recruit the pirates who were being hunted. Marine has long been dissatisfied with this. If the world government's butt hadn't almost hit the 7 warlords of the sea in the face. Smoker has long wanted to send them to the bottom of the sea to feed the fish. Now, the big pirates have been cleaned up, the rest either escaped and were difficult to catch, or were kept for future use. Then, the Marine cast a malicious glance at the 7 warlords of the sea who were standing aside from the incident. They are all pirates. Why are you so carefree? Marine F4, Smoker and the 5 admirals discussed it. Prepared to stab 7 warlords of the sea in the A** and see how world government reacts. Advertisement. Although everyone knows that the world government has a history of 800 years and is very powerful, no one knows to what extent it is powerful. Because Smoker, now the Marine leaders all know that the Holy Land Mariajoy not only has 5 immortal mythical beasts, and the God's Guard, which sounds awesome, and Lord I Am who is behind everything. Especially I Am. If nothing else, it's very exciting. Even Nika didn't know of Im's existence, let alone find out what his abilities were. It's a pity that the 5 old men never go out, otherwise they would have taken advantage of someone being alone, put him in a sack and kidnapped him, and interrogated him thoroughly. What's going on with this Yim? Smoker is also very curious. After all, the plot didn't get to this point before the time travel. So he prepared to make a move to alert the enemy. Let's see how the world government reacts and see how powerful it is. The first step is to determine the goal. Smoker carefully counted the 7 people. Dracula Mahawk and Hanifsaw were eliminated first. These 2 guys are so erratic, who knows where they are? If you are unlucky, you may not be able to see it in a year. Bartholomew the Bear. Forget it, this guy has suffered enough. If I really fall into Marine's hands, Long will definitely fight me to death. Jinbei the Sea Knight, also temporarily excluded. Although he is a pirate, there is no rumor that he bullies the weak or robs people. Plus, he will be the bridge for future communication with the Fishmen Island, so he can be put aside for now. After looking around, there are 3 suitable targets. Boa Hancock, Gecko Moria, Clyde Hill. Sengoku nodded in agreement. These 3 guys are not easy to deal with, so, who should I start with? Smoker shook his head. What's the point of sorting out the order? Just split up into 3 groups and kill them all. The 7 warlords of the sea nominally obey the arrangements of the world government, but they are not their subordinates, so it is normal for them to have no contact for several months. Smoker didn't want to work so hard to kill Shichibukai, only to have his ashes scattered around, and the world government still hadn't received the news. That would be a waste of time, so we might as well go big and take out 3 people at once to give the world government a good thrill. Advertisement. Amazon Lily, also known as the Daughter Island, is an island inhabited only by women. Because it is located in the calm belt, and is surrounded by the nests of huge sea kings, the island residents are isolated from the outside world. But at the same time, they are also inconvenient to produce. Apart from hunting and gathering, they can only survive by plundering. Near the calm belt, there is the wreckage of a huge merchant ship. The treasures on board had been looted, and all the crew members had been killed. Except for a few who were killed by swords, the rest all became emaciated and pale. Not far away, the new Persian snake was slowly entering the calm belt. The 9 snake pirates on the ship are holding a banquet to celebrate the rich harvest. Genshin, who was still a child, took a deep puff of the cigarette, and then kept coughing. He frowned and asked the female pirates next to him. Smoking is not good at all. How can you like this kind of thing? The female pirates laughed. Once you get used to it, this smell will delight you and you'll never be able to leave it. You are so lucky. These cigarettes are really top quality. The other female pirates next to her also had a happy look on her face. This harvest is enough to make the entire 9 Snake Island comfortable for several months. Thank you, Your Majesty. The surrounding pirates all shouted, Thank you, His Majesty the Emperor. This ship is a treasure ship from a non-member country. All of them are goods to be tribute to celestial dragons. They just hope to use these materials to please celestial dragons and get the opportunity to join world government. But before the gift was delivered, it was snatched away by the 9 Snakes pirates. At this time, the 3 Hancock sisters were sitting in the captain's room. Unlike the noise outside, the atmosphere here is extremely depressing. Hancock stood naked with his eyes closed, and a huge blood clot several meters high floated in front of him. Suddenly she opened her eyes, revealing blood-red pupils. The blood clot seemed to be alive, constantly wriggling and extending several tentacles. Hancock also took a deep breath and slowly stretched out his hand. When his palm touched the blood clot, the blood instantly pierced through the skin and penetrated into Hancock's body. Hancock frowned, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his body trembled slightly, but he still gritted his teeth and remained motionless. After a long while, the huge blood clot completely penetrated her body, and the wound on her hand healed quickly. At this moment, her snow-white body was covered with spider-web-like blood-red lines, making her look extremely charming. After a long while, the blood-red lines disappeared, the pupils turned back to black, and Hancock's brows slowly relaxed. All right. Hearing her words, Sandersonia and Marigold, who had been watching with concern but dared not say a word, finally breathed a sigh of relief. They hurried over and put the clothes on Hancock. Chapter 440 Blood and Shadow 2. Hancock put on his clothes, walked slowly to the snake chair that Salome had coiled up, and turned into a noble and sexy look again. Sandersonia asked with some concern, Sister, are you okay? Hancock fiddled with his hair and said calmly, What can I do? Then he supported his head with his hands, stared blankly into the distance through the window. If there is, it's the joy of becoming stronger. Several years ago, Hancock inherited the blood fruit. Hancock's talent is higher than Fleur Grace's, and after witnessing Fleur Grace's tragic death a few years ago, she is determined to become stronger. Perhaps fueled by this obsession, she developed the ability to absorb the blood of her enemies to increase her strength. By injecting the enemy's blood into the body, it takes away the opponent's power. Although not all her strength, over the years, she fought everywhere and constantly devoured the blood of her enemies. Little by little, his strength has accumulated to a great extent, and he is now stronger than before, even stronger than Fleur Grace. The world government saw her strength and potential and invited her to become a Shichibukai. However, this approach also has risks. There will be an immune response when absorbing other people's blood. Hancock needs to use his ability to suppress the blood's rampage until it is completely absorbed. The more powerful the blood owner is, the stronger the reaction will be. Therefore, Hancock's move is tantamount to dancing on a tightrope. Every time he swallowed blood, especially the blood of a strong man, it was like going through a life and death battle. There are several powerful bounty hunters on this merchant ship, whose strength is comparable to that of supernovas, and they are also well known. However, today they all became Hancock's food. Marigold knew that she couldn't persuade her sister, so she changed the subject. Sister, we have a great harvest this time and the boat is full, why don't we return? After waiting for a while, there was no answer. Looking down, Hancock was holding his cheek with his hands, his eyes were closed, and he had fallen asleep without knowing when. Marigold sighed softly and carried Hancock to the bed. I don't know how long it took. The perfume serpent walks in the calm belt. Because we are about to arrive at 9 Snake Island, and the calm belt is very safe. The crew was very relaxed at the moment, either chatting and drinking or lazing in the sun. Suddenly, there were several muffled thunder sounds in the air. Before everyone could react, a huge column of water suddenly exploded from the bow of the ship. The waves were surging, shaking the pirates' ship, and many people were almost shaken off. Advertisement, enemy attack, enemy attack. What's going on? Why are there enemies in the calm belt? But there are no enemies in the surrounding sea? No, in the sky, the enemy is in the sky. With a cry of surprise, the 9 snake pirates looked up. Sure enough, there were more than a dozen objects that looked like ships but were not ships floating in the sky, with long and thin gun barrels mounted on the edges. What is this thing? It can actually fly in the air. This was the first appearance of Sky Island's flying boat, so they naturally didn't recognize it. There was another muffled sound in the air, and dozens of shells poured down. The pirates were on guard and quickly fought back with bows and arrows. The arrows wrapped with hockey were much stronger than ordinary arrows and successfully blocked most of the shells. But some shells still passed through the defense net and landed around the pirates' ship. The sudden violent explosion caused the pirates' ship to shake continuously. In particular, 2 of them exploded directly on the deck, instantly turning the deck into a mess and starting a raging fire. Some of the 9 snakes pirates were putting out fires and rescuing people, while others were defending against artillery shells, and the situation was in chaos for a while. Strangely, the aerial bombardment stopped when the pirates' ship was hit. What are you panicking about? Suddenly, a cold shout erupted in the cabin, and the 9 snake pirates immediately calmed down. Captain! Captain! Hancock came out with his 2 sisters. Looking at the flying boat in the sky, a hint of coldness flashed in her beautiful eyes. As soon as she raised her hand, the 2 sea snakes understood what she meant and swung their tails violently to slap the sea surface. Huge waves rose on the sea surface, extinguishing the fire on the deck. At this time, there seemed to be another round of salvos in the air, as if to test the waters. Dozens of shells fell with a whistling sound. Hancock frowned slightly, stretched out his hand, and countless sticky blood came out, forming a blood-red protective shield covering the pirate's ship. The shells exploded, creating balls of blood, but the splattered blood seemed like a living thing. It suddenly stopped in the air and then slowly returned to the blood-colored shield. After a few seconds, the blood-red shield returned to normal. On the flying boat in the sky, Garp was looking down at the pirate's ship from a high vantage point, and immediately became interested. Ah ha 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 ha. There's a very capable little girl, let me do it. Advertisement. Suddenly, Bogart interrupted him. Mr. Garp, please don't forget Mr. Sengoku's request. The main force of this battle is the Vice Admirals. You are just an auxiliary. Garp's laughter stopped abruptly, and he glanced resentfully at the Vice Admirals behind him who were eager to try. Huh, that's really boring. At 9 o'clock 30 nautical miles away is Hedgehog Island, go find me there. After saying that, he used his teleportation ability and disappeared in an instant. Almost at the same time, he suddenly appeared on the Shangnu Yushe. 9 snake pirates. What's going on? Why did this marine suddenly appear here? The Hancock sisters. Their strength and hockey are stronger, and they can sense that someone is up to no good. Especially Hancock, who could feel the other person's aura was so strong that it was suffocating. But she was not afraid at all. Instead, she was filled with fighting spirit. Conqueror's hockey was automatically activated, instantly stirring up a gust of wind. Garp's eyes lit up. Oh, Conquerors. Just then, Gloriosa came out of the cabin. When he saw Garp, his face turned pale and he staggered to the ground. Garp? This man in front of me was even more terrifying than the devil back then. After hearing Gloriosa's words, the pirates finally reacted and said in shock, Marine hero Garp? Garp grinned. Do you know me? That's easy, I advise you. Before he could finish his words, his head suddenly tilted and a stream of blood flew past. It turned out that Hancock took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. I don't care if you're a Marine hero or a Marine admiral. Just kick away everything that's in your way. Garp's face showed no emotion at all. Humph, you are such an energetic little girl. It seems like you guys can't listen to what I say. But unfortunately, your opponent today is not me. After saying that, Garp suddenly activated his teleportation ability and teleported the ship and all the people on board to Hedgehog Island. Hedgehog Island is as its name suggests. A bulging island with a surface covered with spiky rocks, just like a hedgehog lying on the sea. The fragrant girl snake suddenly appeared on Hedgehog Island, pierced by dozens of stone spikes and firmly fixed in place. It really looked like a date on the back of a hedgehog. Hancock was furious. He swung his hand and a blood whip appeared, which lashed at Garp fiercely. At the same time, the surrounding female pirates also drew their bows and shot arrows. HMPH, little trick. 14 Deci-seconds. Chapter 441. Blood and Shadow 3. The 9 snakes' attacks rained down, shooting round holes in the rocks, trees, and the ground. But Garp didn't care about such attacks at all. He moved around leisurely, dodging the fierce attacks lightly. If you can dodge it, dodge it. If you can't dodge it, just take it. It can't break your armament hockey anyway. Only Hancock's blood whip attack needs to be taken a little more seriously. After a while, Hancock seized the opportunity and whipped Garp hard. Garp was quick to grab the whip. Too slow, but the blood whip broke instantly where it was grabbed, and the whip head continued to whip Garp's face. This was beyond Garp's expectations. He quickly raised his hand to block it, but the whip hit his palm. With a pop sound, a shallow blood mark was left on the palm of his hand. A hint of joy flashed in Hancock's eyes, and he secretly activated the ability of the fruit. Originally, this injury was not a big deal in Garp's eyes, and he was too lazy to even take a second look at it. But suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in the palm of his hand. He raised his hand and saw that the wound began to bleed. "Oh, your ability can also do this kind of thing?" Hancock put away the whip, and it turned into blood and merged into his body again. "As long as I hurt you, your blood will be controlled by me. Hero Garp, it's nice to meet you, but now, you're done." Garp felt a pain in his palm, and felt his flesh throbbing unconsciously, as if the blood was trying to force its way out of the wound. But Garp didn't panic at all, he just looked at his palm quietly. Just as the rumors said, this is an incredible ability. Suddenly, black lightning burst out from the palm of the hand, and the entire palm turned into a deep black color. Hancock was shocked to find that he had lost control of Garp's blood. "This is the first time I have encountered such a situation. I can't help but be terrified." "What? How could it be?" Sandersonia and Marigold were also surprised. "How is that possible? My sister's ability doesn't work." Garp clenched his fists. The strange feeling of blood leaving the body completely disappeared. Any fruit ability is futile in the face of super hockey. With this kind of opportunistic ability, you still want to hurt me? It's a joke. Hancock took off his cloak and threw it aside. Advertisement. "So what? My strength is not just about my fruit ability. Today, let me see what a marine hero is like." As he spoke, black lightning exploded and hockey pressed towards Garp like a hurricane. Garp's eyes narrowed slightly due to the strong wind, and a hint of fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. "Oh, conquerors? What an unexpected little girl. In that case, let me." Garp was just about to go up and try. Suddenly he realized something, looked up at the sky, and his expression became a little sullen. "Never mind. I am just a spectator this time. I am not your opponent." Hancock. She soon noticed it and looked up, seeing a fleet of flying boats speeding towards them. As they flew over, they launched artillery fire. Boom, boom, boom. The gunfire roared. The power of anti-aircraft guns is several times that of ordinary artillery shells. Every time a cannonball hit the ground, a column of fire appeared, and the rocks melted by the high temperature. In an instant, the entire Hedgehog Island was engulfed in flames. Countless rocks collapsed and shattered, and the 9 snake female warriors were blown away one after another. Some of them raised their bows and arrows to shoot, while others took out the cannons on the ship to fight back. But the range is not even a fraction of that of anti-aircraft guns. It looked like the natives were fighting. As a result, the battlefield became one-sided. The pirates suffered heavy casualties, but could not even touch the other side. After a round of bombardment, nearly half of the 9 snake pirates were killed, and the rest were all injured. Only the strongest Garp and Hancock were safe and sound. I don't know if it was because of his ability or because of his anger, but Hancock's eyes were bloodshot. She roared angrily, and 2 bloodwings appeared behind her, ready to rush towards the flying boat. As soon as she took off, Garp teleported in front of her and grabbed her neck. "Ahole, let me go. Your battlefield is not here. Come here obediently." Hancock felt a flash before his eyes, and suddenly his position changed. Although we are still on Hedgehog Island, the sound of the artillery fire seems to be much farther away. Open black lens bracket. Is this the other side of the island? Close black lens bracket. The next moment, Garp and 3 men came in front of her. "I'll leave the little girl to you. I'll keep an eye on that side." Advertisement. The 3 people reacted differently. "Thank you for giving us this opportunity, Mr. Garp." "Thank you, Garp-san. Hurry up, old man, go early and come back early, don't keep us waiting too long." Garp was clearly unhappy with the third guy. "Don't be so arrogant, brat. Marines' battles are not the same as before." After saying that, he teleported away, leaving only 4 people there. Hancock looked coldly at the 3 Marines opposite him, which were none other than Flying Squirrel, Ace, and Yamato. They also knew that the woman on the other side was a powerful Shichibukai and would not be easy to deal with. So everyone is on high alert. The Flying Squirrel pulled out the 2nd generation Kitetsu, and lightning streaked across the blade, emitting dazzling sparks from time to time. Ace's body glowed red, and his hands turned into a ball of red flame. Yamato changed the most, directly changing into a human beast form, with puffs of white mist between his breaths. For some reason, the Flying Squirrel was extremely unhappy when he saw Hancock. "HMPH, what 9 Snake Emperor? They're nothing but a bunch of robbers, go to hell, Hancock." After saying that, he shouted loudly, jumped high, and slashed with a knife. Hancock snorted coldly, and a layer of blood armor covered his arm, easily blocking the knife. But the Flying Squirrel showed no sign of weakness, and clenched the knife tightly. Electric currents burst out, making Hancock feel numb all over. The Flying Squirrel took the opportunity to draw his sword and stabbed Hancock in the throat. With a clang, the sword stopped. Hancock used his armament hockey to harden his throat and block the knife. The Flying Squirrel was horrified. This is impossible. I've only heard that the 9 Snake Emperor has cruel and strange abilities, but I've never heard that hockey is so strong. He actually blocked the fatal blow with just armament hockey. Hancock was also furious. A blood cone condensed on his hand and stabbed the flying squirrel fiercely. The flying squirrel quickly drew his sword and retreated, but he had no time to dodge and was about to be hit in the head. Ace and Yamato finally couldn't hold back and took action. Ming D. Fire Fist. The power of the two attacking together cannot be underestimated. Hancock had no time to chase the flying squirrel, and hurriedly stepped back a few steps to avoid the impact and fire attacks. Looking at the battlefield in the distance, she frowned slightly and then seemed to have made up her mind. Chapter 442 Blood and Shadow 4. The four of them fought together, shattering pieces of stone cones. Huge wings condensed behind Hancock and he flew quickly in the air. The flying squirrel and Yamato used moonwalk, and Ace used fire breath to bite Hancock tightly from behind. The three of them cooperated with each other and successfully surrounded Hancock. But Hancock was not panicked at all and flapped his blood wings violently. Blood collection needle. Countless blood spots flew out from the blood wings and turned into thin blood needles that shot towards the three people. The flying squirrels that were farthest away reacted the fastest. While using moonwalk to move away from the attack range, he used sword energy to slash at the blood needle. Several slashes swept past, making dense collision sounds and successfully breaking up the blood needles. At the same time, he did not forget to remind the two of them loudly. Be careful. Don't let Hancock get hurt. His ability is very strange. Anyone hurt by him will eventually turn into a mummy. Ace and Yamato were startled, but it was too late to dodge, so he could only choose to fight it out. Yamato let out a breath of cold air, Mirror Mountain. The cold air wrapped around the body and condensed into a layer of light blue ice armor. The blood needle hit the ice armor, making a dense dripping sound and shaving off a layer of the ice armor. Yamato swung his mace violently. Ming D. A shockwave blew the blood needle away. Ace directly used elementalization to avoid the blood needle. Puff, 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 fine muffled sounds continued to be heard, and the blood needle made holes in Ace's body, but it had no effect at all. Suddenly, Ace's face changed drastically, and he quickly dodged to the side. But several blood needles instantly pierced his shoulders, spurting out several streams of blood. Although it was only as thick as a thin thread, it caused Ace unbearable pain. Damn it. Why did hockey suddenly appear on these blood needles? Hancock saw that the attack was successful, and a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the blood needles flying in the sky condensed into blood spears and stabbed towards Ace fiercely. Fortunately, the flying squirrel and Yamato had already rushed over. The flying squirrel used a lightning slash to force Hancock back, and Yamato smashed the blood spear into pieces. Yamato helped Ace land. Hey, are you okay? What were you daydreaming about just now? Ace covered his wound, gritted his teeth and stood up. Damn it, there was no hockey when those blood needles were fired just now, why did it suddenly? Advertisement, Suddenly, Ace felt a sharp pain in his shoulder and couldn't help but scream. He quickly transformed into a ball of fire. In the flames, a few drops of blood flew back to Hancock like living things. Taking this opportunity, the flying squirrel launched a charge. The lightning blade pierced Hancock's heart, but Hancock was not in a hurry. He raised his hand to block the sword thrust. Because her palms were covered with thick armament hockey, neither the sword blade nor the electricity could affect her. The flying squirrel was horrified. Without waiting for a response, Hancock kicked him in the chest. The flying squirrel can only raise its arms to block. But his speed and strength are far inferior to Hancock. Even though he used armament hockey, he was still kicked away and landed heavily next to Ace and Yamato. Hancock sneered. Fool, a swordsman who doesn't study swordsmanship but only knows how to do tricks. If you don't have enough strength, no matter how many fancy abilities you have, they're just a sideshow. Hey, Hancock. Ace suddenly rushed forward. What the hell did you just do? Why did your attack suddenly appear hockey? Hancock flapped his wings and hovered in the air, overlooking the three people. As soon as she raised her hand, the blood around her suddenly flew to her, wriggling and circling around her. I am different from a Logia idiot like you. Even if this blood leaves my body, it is still a part of me. As long as I want, I can make them produce hockey anytime. Suddenly, she glanced at the battlefield in the distance. Humph, you guys are more difficult to deal with than I thought. Forget it, I don't have time to play with you guys. Blood burning. Hancock closed his eyes and raised his arms. The blood around her and the blood wings behind her were all retracted into her body. She landed slowly on the ground. Her skin was pink and white steam was coming out of her body. Ace was stunned. This shape, it looks like Luffy's gear too. Hancock slowly dropped to the ground and rushed towards Yamato. The speed and strength are several times stronger than before. Yamato. A blood blade condensed in Hancock's hand and instantly pierced Yamato's abdomen. Take care of one first. Advertisement. Just as he was about to draw his sword, he suddenly found that he couldn't move. Upon closer inspection, Yamato used his armament hockey to harden his abdomen and was able to clamp the bloody blade. Before Hancock could react, Yamato condensed into a spiked ice glove on his fist and punched Hancock in the face. Hancock was caught off guard and was hit hard by her and flew away. The flying squirrel and Ace rushed to Yamato. Yamato, are you okay? Yamato gritted his teeth, pulled the blade out of his stomach, and threw it aside. He slowly walked towards Hancock, holding his wound with a smile on his face. But with the blood at the corners of his mouth, he looked rather hideous. Idiot. I won't be killed by just one blow. Hancock struggled to get up and spat out a mouthful of blood. It seemed that this punch was also a big burden for her. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Zone, a mythical beast, no wonder. But how do you defend yourself against an attack from within your body? After saying that, Yamato felt as if countless sharp blades were running around in his abdomen, causing him to suddenly feel a cramping pain. This feeling is much more painful than just being injured. Hateful. Yamato's forehead was instantly covered with cold sweat, and he staggered back, holding his stomach. Yamato, hold on. Ace rushed towards Hancock and punched her. Fire fist. A huge column of fire rushed towards Hancock. Even from more than 10 meters away, I could feel the suffocating heat, and the ends of my hair began to curl slightly. Hancock didn't dare to be careless and jumped to avoid it. Because he was too distracted to operate the machine, Yamato suddenly felt a lot of relief in his abdomen. Taking this opportunity, Yamato used armament hockey to harden his abdomen so that he could not feel the pain. She let out a long breath and picked up the mace again. Mr. Flying Squirrel, I can't keep consuming hockey for long. Since Hancock also wants to end the battle quickly, let's fulfill her wish. Mr. Flying Squirrel nodded and gently stroked second-generation Kitetsu. I'm sorry for giving you so many messy burdens before. The essence of a swordsman is to slash. Just slash, that's enough. Yamato rushed towards Hancock and hit him with a stick. Thundering 8 trigrams. Hancock's legs were covered with hockey, and they collided with the mace, emitting black lightning. They both stepped back at the same time. Ace descended from the sky and a pillar of fire descended, enveloping the two men. Chapter 443 Blood and Shadow 5. A huge column of fire fell, lighting up half the sky red. The pirates fighting in the distance also saw the movement. What happened over there? It's the breath of Onisama. Kill the Marine and support Master Hancock, kill him. The 9 Snakes pirates seemed to be energized and continued to charge towards the Marine. The flames slowly dissipated. The ground has been burned black and red, and many rocks have even melted directly. In the center there was a piece of light blue solid ice, emitting a chilling cold air. After the flames disappeared, the ice broke and Yamato's figure appeared. Opposite her was Hancock, who was covered in blood-stained armor. But it was obvious that although the blood armor had strong defensive power, it could not completely block out the heat. She opened her mouth and coughed out a large puff of black smoke, then staggered back a few steps before regaining her balance. Ace fell to the ground, and the remaining flames on the ground disappeared instantly. How about it, you B***************** D pirates? I'll show you how powerful I am. Hancock half knelt on the ground, holding his chest and gasping for breath. The blood armor turned back into blood and slowly retracted into his body. Very nice. At your age, you can be called a genius. She looked up at Ace, a hint of cruelty in her eyes. If someone like you died, Marine would definitely be very sad. As he spoke, the blood wings on Hancock's back grew a little bigger, a long blood-red horn grew on his head, blood-red claws grew on his 10 fingers, and a long thin tail grew behind him. Blood demon body. Hancock rushed towards Ace and grabbed his body. Don't underestimate me. B***********************, D, flaming sun hand. Ace's hands ignited with flames, and then the flames subsided, and his entire hands turned into a dazzling yellow-white, grabbing Hancock's claws. Under the high temperature, Hancock's wrist made a crackling sound, but she seemed to feel nothing. She threw Ace out and smashed him to the ground. Puff. This time hockey was used, and Ace was hit hard and couldn't help but let go of his hand. The tail behind Hancock suddenly stretched out like a lion majesty, with a cold light at the end, and stabbed his head fiercely. Just as Ace was about to be pierced, the flying squirrel arrived in time and cut off his tail with one knife. But the tail fell to the ground, squirmed a few times, and then turned into a pool of blood and returned to Hancock. The flying squirrel pretended not to see anything and continued attacking. Flying squirrel slash. A cold light slashed towards Hancock fiercely. Hancock raised his arm to block it. Although it was covered with armament hockey, the blade of the second-generation Kitetsu still pierced into his arm. That's right, the slash must be pure, but unfortunately, your strength is too weak. The wings behind Hancock were like sickles, chopping down fiercely. Just as the flying squirrel was about to be beheaded, Yamato rushed over and hit Hancock with a thunderous 8 trigrams, sending him flying. After Hancock landed, he didn't seem to be seriously injured and there was no bleeding from the wound on his arm. The flying squirrel quickly stood on guard with a knife, and Ace stood up again. Both of them were filled with fear, they almost lost their lives just now. Thanks, Yamato. Advertisement Yamato's eyes were full of solemnity, and he waved the mace in his hand. This guy is very strong, don't be careless, let's attack together. Good. Yes. The flying squirrel and Ace responded, and the 3 of them rushed towards Hancock. Hancock sneered and rushed forward without showing any weakness. The 3 of them fought again. This time they didn't hold back and used all their strength, making the battle several times more intense. Slashing blows, blood, cold wind, and flames continued to pour out, crushing the surrounding stone cones. Thundering 8 trigrams, double-click blood slash. Yamato's mace and Hancock's wings collided, and the shockwave sent both of them flying. Hancock flapped his wings and regained his balance. A streak of blood flowed from his forehead, but he immediately absorbed it back. Yamato rolled on the ground for a few times before turning over and standing up, leaving a scar on his face. Tisk. What a tenacious fellow. Ace and the flying squirrel also came to Yamato. Ace panted, damn it, this B*** doesn't get hurt no matter how hard I hit him. The flying squirrel slowly shook his head. No, it's not that she is not injured, she just uses her ability to control the blood so that she doesn't bleed. Yamato's eyes narrowed. That's right. Her current state must be very exhausting, she definitely won't last long. Ace was delighted when he heard that. What are you waiting for? Go. After saying that, his whole body was burning with flames and he rushed forward first. The flying squirrel and Yamato looked at each other, nodded, and rushed forward. The battle lasted a day. The sounds of artillery fire and fighting in the distance also disappeared. The battlefield did not become completely quiet until the sun rose. Hancock fell to the ground helplessly, his body covered with wounds, as if his body had been broken. She was now completely exhausted. She wanted to say something, but when she opened her mouth, she suddenly started coughing violently, with blood gushing out of her mouth. Still. Lost. 3 Marines stood in front of her. Although he was the winner, he looked extremely miserable. Not only was his uniform tattered, his body was covered in wounds, and he was not much better than Hancock. Ace wiped the blood from his eyes. You fought well, although justice won, we were outnumbered. If we fight alone, none of the 3 of us can be your opponent. Hancock shook his head with difficulty. In the dictionary of pirates, there is no such thing as using the majority to bully the minority. If you lose, you are weak. The flying squirrel said nothing, drew his knife, and released the flame of regeneration. The blue flames enveloped the 3 people, and their injuries began to heal slowly. Hancock's eyes showed surprise. He didn't expect this marine swordsman to have such ability. Advertisement, she gave a self-deprecating laugh. I didn't expect you to have this ability hidden. I have completely lost. The flying squirrel glanced at him. Although justice and evil cannot coexist, I still want to thank you for helping me find my true nature as a swordsman. Hancock looked up at the sky. I would like to ask for something. I will leave you to your own devices, but I beg you to spare my crew and the people of Nine Snake Island. Dream. Before he finished speaking, Garp suddenly appeared in front of them. Grandfather. Mr. Garp too. Garp looked at the 3 people in front of him and smiled with satisfaction. Ahahaha, this is great. This is what a Marine should be like. Then he looked at Hancock. Over the years, the Nine Snakes pirates have committed many crimes and killed tens of thousands of people. Do you think you can erase their sins with just one sentence from you? I can tell you that today is the day when the Nine Snakes pirates will be completely destroyed. Then he looked at the flying squirrel and nodded with satisfaction. Since you helped the flying squirrel, I can promise you that your people will receive a fair trial. Those who have committed serious crimes should be beheaded or imprisoned, but innocent people can return to live on Nine Snake Island. Hancock looked desperate. Nine Snakes Island cannot support so many people. Without the pirates, most of them would starve to death. Don't worry about that, Marine has his own thoughts. The 9 snakes of the future will be completely different from you now. But in order for the 9 snakes to be reborn, you, the relics of the old times stained with sinful blood, must disappear completely. Consider? Hancock sneered. What can the world government consider? Let my people be their playthings? Garp. I was talking about the Marine, not the world government. Hancock's pupils dilated as he stared at Garp. Could it be? Seeing Garp's eyes, his expression suddenly relaxed. I see. I never expected that. If it's Marine, that's fine too. Hancock sighed softly and slowly closed his eyes as if resigned to his fate. I have done everything I can, and I am willing to submit to the law. I hope you can keep your promise. Garp stared down at her and nodded slowly. Yes, you are indeed a female pirate with conqueror's haki. Even if you are covered in blood, you still look like a king. A man like you wouldn't want to be chained. In that case, I will tell others that you died of exhaustion. After saying that, he slowly raised his hand, and the black thunder in his hand exploded. Hancock suddenly raised his eyes and looked at Garp with a hint of gratitude in his eyes. Thank you so much, please. Chapter 444 Blood and Shadow 6. The distant Devil's Triangle. A warship sneaked in silently. At the bow, Smoker and Crane stood quietly. Smoker was revisiting the old place and was relatively immune to the thick fog. But this was his first time here, and he couldn't help but look around. At this moment, she could no longer tell the direction. Fortunately, there were a few compass birds squatting on the shelf nearby, with their heads all facing backwards. Suddenly, there was a low crashing sound from under the boat. Smoker ordered the warship to stop sailing. A few young Marines lowered themselves down to take a look and found that they had hit an abandoned pirate ship that was who knows how many years old. After groping around for a while, they got back on the boat. Hearing the Marine's report, he couldn't help but frown. It is too dangerous to sail in such a place. If you are not careful, the ship will be destroyed. Smoker nodded and waved behind him. Dozens of flame homies flew out, dancing around the warship and forcing the fog back. In this way, the sea surface within a radius of several hundred meters can be seen clearly. He couldn't help but exclaimed, "No wonder you asked for priority for officers with flame homies, so this is what you had in mind." Actually, there's no need to go through so much trouble. At worst, you can transform into a beast and let everyone ride on you. Smoker was suddenly confused. In addition to Moria, there may also be zombies. In fact, Smoker himself doesn't know. Hawkback has joined the Thriller Bark Pirates, but doesn't know how far Moria's zombie army has grown. He was stunned. Zombies? Smoker explained Moria's abilities to her. Those zombies aren't that strong, but their vitality is extremely strong. It will be very troublesome to tangle with them, so it's better to burn them. Crane nodded, very satisfied with Smoker's arrangement. However, there was still one thing she didn't understand. Smoker, I heard that Thriller Bark is in the center of the Devil's Triangle. Why don't we just go over there instead of wandering around? Are you looking for something? Smoker nodded. It's not a thing, it's a person. I think it should be considered a person. His target, naturally, is Brook. He had looked up information and found that the Rumba Pirates, the group Brook belonged to, could be said to be a breath of fresh air in the pirates' world. They have never committed murder or even robbery. The bounty is not high, but it is because of defeating other pirates. They are more like an armed circus than a group of pirates. Advertisement: some countries with strong military power and toughness will even invite them to perform. Their wealth, therefore, came partly from spoils of war and partly from performance fees. So now Brook has no sin hanging on his body. Smoker is very tolerant of these pirates. He planned to take this opportunity to help Brook and Laboon fulfill the promise that was decades late. He didn't ask any more questions and just let it go. Conquering Moria is important, but there is no rush. Smoker and his friends wandered around for a few days. Finally, one night, when everyone is sleeping, several Marines on duty suddenly heard a strange laugh in the distance. Yo hoo hoo hoo, several people were suddenly shocked. What the hell is this? Several people looked at each other and reached a consensus instantly. One person immediately pressed the alarm, and the rest of the people set up empty cannons and fired a few shots in the direction of the laughter. Boom 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 boom. Yo ho ho. Ah, fire fire fire, hot hot hot. With a few gunshots, the laughter stopped abruptly and turned into a scream. In the distance, the faint light of something burning could be seen. By this time everyone was awake. After hearing the soldiers' reports, Smoker already had an idea in mind. 90% of the time it's Brook. He ordered the warship to come closer. Sure enough, a raging fire broke out on an old pirate's ship, and a skeleton was desperately trying to put out the fire. Marines. Huh? Living skeletons? Smoker waved his hand, and several homies rushed forward and devoured the flames, thus saving the ship from being reduced to ashes. At the same time, he asked homies to convey a message to invite Brook on board. Brook readily agreed and ran over on the water. Yo ho ho ho, thank you guys, huh, Marine? Because the thick fog obscured my vision, I didn't realize I was on a Marine warship until I got on the boat. What's even more terrible is that there are hundreds of Marines standing on the ship. Brook screamed in fear. Little did they know that the Marine soldiers on the opposite side were even more frightened. Huh? A living skeleton? Damn it, is this a curse? I actually just bombarded him, am I going to hell? Advertisement. Smoker finally couldn't bear it anymore. That's enough, you idiots. This is just a product of the devil fruit. Be quiet. After hearing the commander's reprimand, the Marines suddenly quieted down. At this time, Brook walked up to a female Marine with a lustful look. Hello, beautiful lady, may I ask? Before he finished speaking, Smoker said coldly, if you dare to harass the female Marines on my ship, I will kill Laboon right now. Brook's habit of looking at other people's underwear is purely due to being spoiled. Smoker won't indulge his bad habits. Sure enough, after hearing Smoker's words, Brook was struck by lightning. You, what did you say? Smoker snorted coldly, raised his hand, and a black hole appeared out of thin air, instantly swallowing Brook's pirate's ship. Why, do you want me to say it again? Brook's forehead was covered with sweat. Although I don't know the opponent's ability, this move is enough to make a big hole in the Sea Kings, and it can naturally kill Laboon. He quickly apologized to the female Marine. I'm sorry, ma'am, I'm sorry. Then he asked Smoker. Excuse me, Mr. Marine, how did you know about Laboon? Is Laboon okay? Smoker didn't bother Brook too much. He waved his hand, letting all the Marines disperse, leaving only him and Crane. Of course I know Laboon. It's hard to say whether it's good or not, since you're Rumba pirates. Then, Smoker told Brook the story of Laboon. Sure enough, Brook burst into tears, and even Vice Admiral he, who was used to many storms, felt tears welling in his eyes. Okay, Pirates Brook. I've investigated and found that you've never harmed civilians. The bounty was offered because you defeated other pirates, and several decades have passed. As long as you give up your pirate's identity, I can cancel your wanted warrant on behalf of the Marine. I can even take you to Laboon. Brook stopped crying. Thank you, Mr. Marine. Ever since the Rumba pirates were destroyed, my only reason for living is to fulfill my promise to Laboon. Actually, I can agree to any conditions you give me. After all, what I love is music and companionship, not being a pirate. But unfortunately, for some reasons, I have to stay here. Smoker waved his hand. You want to take back Shadow, right? Since you have cancelled the bounty and given up your pirate status, you are also eligible for Marine's protection. Guys, change course and head towards the center of the Triangle of Terror. Chapter 445. Blood and Shadow 7. The warship arrived at the heart of the Devil's Triangle. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the marine. Smoker noticed the movement here, used the observation hockey to sense it, and found that there was a strange aura. When he walked over, he saw a negative ghost staring at Marine in a mean way. Some brave Marines tried shooting with guns, but it was of no use. Smoker walked up to the ghost and stared at it quietly. The ghost turned around a few times fearlessly and made a face at Smoker. Smoker picked up a stone, covered it with armament hockey and threw it out. The stone passed through the ghost without any effect. Sure enough, the negative ghost is immune to hockey damage just like homies. The ghost grew bolder and rushed towards Smoker. It has already figured out that Smoker is an officer and wants to embarrass him in front of his subordinates. Smoker raised his hand and a black hole appeared in his palm, directly trapping the negative ghost into the dark space. Since it doesn't touch the Smoker's body, it won't work. In fact, even if you encounter it, Smoker's hockey can avoid the side effects of negative ghosts. The warship continued its search. This time, the Smoker observation hockey was fully activated and several more ghosts were captured. This time they were lucky. The warship quickly found the terrifying three-dimensional sailboat. All Marines changed their outfits and landed with their equipment. Smoker also took the warship into the dark space. In this way, Moria has no idea who the newcomer is. The Marines passed through a dark and gloomy forest. An officer accompanying him ran up and saluted. Inspector Smoker, Chief of Staff Crane, the reconnaissance team just discovered that many trees ahead have the scent of animals, but after inspection, they found nothing unusual. The reconnaissance team is worried about a scam, so we are reporting this to you. Smoker nodded. His observation hockey was even stronger, and he had keenly sensed that there were some auras lurking in the forest and underground. Obviously, these are zombies created by Moria. As for the strange trees discovered by the reconnaissance team, they are naturally tree zombies. But under the skillful hands of Dr. Hawkback, as long as they don't move, nothing unusual can be found even if they are observed closely. It's okay, keep going. If I remember correctly, there is a cemetery ahead after we pass through the jungle. Don't enter the cemetery. Wait for us at the edge of the forest. Advertisement: there are more zombies in the cemetery, and if you step in rashly you will be surrounded. As long as you stop at the edge of the forest, the zombies will not act rashly. After the main force and the reconnaissance force joined forces, they entered the cemetery together. Sure enough, after entering the cemetery, low howling sounds were heard all around, and countless zombies crawled out from the ground. Many trees in the jungle also staggered over, and they were actually zombies. Why? Zombies? There really are such things. Seeing such a horrific scene, many Marines were frightened. Smoker shouted angrily, "Enough, a bunch of idiots. You are nothing but a bunch of fruit power products, look at what you have become." The Marines were stunned. The product of ability? The way they looked at the zombies changed. It turns out that it is not the monster in the legend, so what the hell? Okay, keep going. The others are in the middle, and the elite Marine expansion team is on the periphery dealing with the zombies. This time, Smoker brought along the Marines from the elite Marine expansion class. These zombies are not very strong, but they are quite durable, so they are the best sparring partners. It's a good opportunity to get these young people out to practice. These young people did not disappoint Smoker. The team moved forward, fighting off wave after wave of zombies. Smoker couldn't help but frown slightly. In the original plot, there were only 900 zombies in the thriller bark. Sprinkled in this huge thriller bark, it's like throwing a bag of salt into a puddle, it doesn't make any noise at all. But the number of people defeated along the way is more than 3,000 to 5,000. What Smoker didn't know was that the last time I came here, I stole the famous sword Shu Shui and killed Absalom. Moria was also scared after being furious. The other party's identity is unknown. What if he attacks me? Do I have the confidence to protect myself? So he massively expanded his military strength, not just waiting in the Devil's Triangle to get an advantage, but actively going out to plunder and snatch shadows and corpses. There are now tens of thousands of zombies active in the thriller bark, dozens of times more than in the plot. However, facing the elite Marines, these zombies are still no match for them. The crowd fought their way through the layers of encirclement and came to the open space in front of the castle. Advertisement: there is another group of zombies waiting for them here, and there are two people in front of them. One is a little girl holding a small umbrella and a rag doll. There are many ghosts floating around her. They are Perona. One of them was a man with a pointed nose and long hair. He was thin and pale, and looked like he was suffering from a lack of energy and blood. It was Hawkback. After Absalom died, he took over the zombie army. There was no other way. Originally, he only needed to create 900 zombies, which could be said to be easy and enjoyable. Now the workload has increased more than 10 times, and he has to work all night long every day, so he is in this state. As for behind them, there are hundreds of zombies. Judging from their aura, they are different from the group of minions in the cemetery. They are the elites in the zombie army, General Zombies. Perona stepped forward holding a little bear. Beep, beep, beep. Who are you? How could you get through the scary forest and cemetery? The Marines have all been disguised, the ghosts who were investigating have all been captured, and Perona has no idea of the other party's identity. Beep, 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 it doesn't matter. Just kneel on the ground and turn into worms. Perona waved her hands, and hundreds of ghosts appeared out of thin air, flying around her. She pointed her finger, and the ghosts laughed strangely and rushed towards the Marine troops. Smoker raised his hand calmly. Dark water. The ghosts screamed as they were dragged into the darkness and became silent. Perona was horrified. What did you do? My zombie clearly has no physical body and is immune to all attacks, so why was it sucked away? Smoker naturally didn't bother to answer her. Okay, I'll give you 10 seconds. Take the junk behind you and get out of here. I still have things to do with Moria. I don't have time to waste on you. Hawkback was furious when he heard this. Rubbish. How dare you call my masterpiece rubbish? Zombie generals, teach him a lesson. The zombie general, holding a weapon, walked towards the Marine menacingly. At this time, the zombie soldiers behind also caught up. Hiss, 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 you have been surrounded by my army. But you can rest assured. No matter whether you live or die, you will become the experimental materials of this genius. He gave a cruel smile. Come on, arrest all these ignorant idiots. Chapter 446 Blood and Shadow 8 Cerberus, Zombie Trees, Zombie Unicorns. Zombie soldiers of all shapes and sizes screamed and rushed towards the Marine like a great tide. Compared to them, the zombie general is much quieter. The materials used to make them all come from powerful pirates, so their strengths are naturally very different. Although silent, its endless momentum is far beyond that of ordinary zombies. The zombie general slowly walked towards the Marine, and when he encountered zombie soldiers blocking his way, he beat them into a pulp. Facing the fierce enemy, Marine did not show any weakness. Although they were at an absolute disadvantage, all those present were elites and they showed no fear in the face of zombies. Smoker and Crane did not give orders, instead, he gave operational command to Vice Admiral Doberman. Vice Admiral Doberman did not disappoint them and began to give orders in an orderly manner. Don't panic, form a circular defensive formation. Melee squad, defend on the periphery, artillery squad, attack from inside, pay attention to fire coverage. Homies, don't attack rashly. Save your firepower and attack the most crowded areas. Team 1, reinforce the rear. Homies in the east increases his firepower output. As the orders came down one after another, the Marines quickly formed a solid defensive circle. Marines who were good at fighting and swords are standing outside, holding back the zombies' charge like a rock. Those who were good at long-range attacks gathered in the middle, venting their firepower crazily. Whenever there are too many zombies and the Marines can't respond in time, homies will fly over with flames and burn the zombies into ashes. But zombies are not completely defenseless. Fire is fine against ordinary zombies, but those zombie generals all have ways to deal with fire to a certain extent. A zombie general holding a huge fan rushed over. Homies saw this and spat out a large mouthful of fire. The zombie general stopped, raised his fan and blew it violently, causing a gust of wind. The flames were blown back by the strong wind, affecting more than a dozen Marines. The Marines were engulfed in flames and fell to the ground, screaming and rolling around. Fortunately, homies saw that the situation was not good and quickly swallowed the fire again, thus saving the lives of these Marine soldiers. The soldiers nearby quickly snatched the wounded back. But this created a loophole in the defense circle. Several zombies armed with swords and knives rushed over, nimbly dodged the flames and artillery fire, and successfully rushed into the Marine formation. Just as they were about to kill everyone, suddenly several zone Marines rushed out, transformed into human beast forms, and tightly entangled the swordsman. The strength of one of the tall zombie swordsmen was particularly outstanding, and even a Marine rear admiral was beaten back step by step. No song sanding. Arrowtail slash. The zombie swordsman and the rear admiral passed each other, and a scar appeared on both of their bodies. The Marine rear admiral rolled his eyes and fell to the ground, while the zombie swordsman seemed fine. Brooke had been following Marine and was immediately anxious when he saw this. Advertisement, damn it, even if you're my shadow, you can't do such atrocities. As he said this, he was about to rush forward and fight desperately. But Smoker held him back. Stop it, you are no match for me. This zombie swordsman can fight against Rear Admiral, and his strength is not comparable to that of Brooke now. Brooke said anxiously. Smoker-san. Smoker stepped forward. It's no big deal, I'll take care of it. After saying that, he raised his hand. Dark water. A tremendous gravitational force exploded, and the zombie swordsman was instantly sucked over and was grabbed by the neck by Smoker and lifted up. In order to deal with zombies, Smoker naturally brought plenty of salt. He grabbed a handful of salt and stuffed it into the zombie's mouth. The zombie kept struggling, and a shadow emerged from its mouth and returned to Brooke. Brooke was so excited to see Shadow return that he was almost speechless. At the same time, my heart was extremely shocked. He had fought against the zombie swordsman before, and he was definitely no match for him. But such a powerful guy, in Smoker's hands, is like a little chicken with no ability to fight back. The opponent's strength is so strong that it makes people despair. Gecko Moria, today is over. Suddenly, a white shadow floated over from not far away, and it turned out to be hundreds of negative ghosts. Crane walked up to Smoker and said, "Here comes this thing. We can't watch the show anymore." Smoker frowned and nodded. Negative ghost is extremely difficult to deal with. If it cannot attack the ability user and there is no hockey strong enough to resist the ability, this ability is unsolvable. Smoker stretched out his hand. A black hole appeared in the air and sucked the negative ghost in. But there were a few that slipped through the net and successfully pierced through the bodies of some Marines before being sucked away. Those Marines instantly knelt on the ground, completely losing their will to fight. But this does not pose a problem for the Crane. She acted decisively to cleanse their negative state. That's all. Marine fights with zombies. From a high vantage point, countless zombies were coming from all directions, like waves. The Marines were like hedgehogs, and any zombies that approached would be torn to pieces by their torrential attacks. Zombies are certainly tireless. But Marine has Smoker and Crane, who can eliminate negative status, and they are all like immortals, more zombies than zombies. Finally, Moria couldn't sit still anymore. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Smoker was stunned and immediately stared at the ground. Open black lens bracket underground. Close black lens bracket. This aura is the same as the aura of the surrounding zombies, but it is incredibly huge. Suddenly, the ground began to collapse, and a huge cave appeared. A huge hand appeared and supported the ground, and then a purple-red figure much larger than the giant slowly crawled out. Advertisement Smoker could recognize it at a glance. It was the Demon Oz. A burly figure stood in the control room on the belly of Demon Oz. It was Gecko Moria. In the original plot, Moria lost all his subordinates and became disheartened. He stopped exercising and became a fat otaku who only knew how to rely on his subordinates. But a few years ago, Smoker sneaked into the Thriller Bark and took out Absalom. Moria learned from his mistakes and started exercising again. After a few years, he has turned into the strong man he is today. Moria had never appeared before, and the zombies couldn't distinguish the enemy's brain, so they had no idea who the enemy was. Now seeing Smoker and Crane, his eyes widened. Marine? Other Marines can hide their identities, but these two big guys can't. Moria was immediately furious. Marine, what are you doing? Lousy is Shichibukai. According to our agreement with the world government, you cannot attack Lousy. Smoker sneered. You are a pirate, but you are so naive. You just sit here and wait for death with a dog leash. No wonder you were beaten by Kaido and fled in disgrace. Crane couldn't help but look sideways. You're too mean. He felt this way, let alone Moria. Kaido had always been Moria's Achilles heel, and when he heard Smoker say that he had escaped, his face immediately turned red. Lousy will turn Kaido into a zombie sooner or later and make him lick my shoes every day. But now Lousy is going to chop you into minced meat first. Suddenly, Moria saw Smoker's disguise and seemed to think of something. Jihehe, Marine, what's wrong with your clothes? Is it inconvenient to act as a Marine? Or, is this operation not ordered by the world government at all? He took out a black Den Mushi with a sly grin. Interesting, let Lousy ask the world government himself. His expression changed when he heard this, but Smoker remained calm. You can try. Moria called several times, but there was always a buzzing sound of no signal. Damn it, what a piece of crap is this? After saying that, he smashed the black Den Mushi to the ground. It would be better if there is no world government getting in the way. You all can just stay here and become zombies. Directly above the Thriller Bark, two tall figures stood in midair. It was Doflamingo and his follower Pika. At this time, countless thin white lines that were too thin to be seen covered the Thriller Bark, which was the birdcage. Dover, why did you even come all the way here to assist Smoker? Fufu. Moria is Kaido's sworn enemy. Besides, I'm also looking forward to seeing the expressions of those 5 old guys when they find out that Shichibukai has been killed, for Fufu. Chapter 447 Blood and Shadow 9. Smoker tilted his head back and looked at Oz curiously. The title of the National Devil is not for nothing. Oz stood there like a mountain of flesh. The Marines all had an expression of, what the hell is this gonna be, on their faces. Smoker doesn't care. The San Juan wolf we encountered before, and the giant formed by Bullet's power, are both bigger than Oz. Moria was very satisfied with the Marines' expressions. Gee, Marine, you are so unlucky. Oz has just become a fighting force, and you guys are rushing over here to die. Smoker was stunned, looking at Oz standing proudly with his arms folded across his chest, and thought to himself which unlucky guy lost his shadow. If you look more closely, you can vaguely see the bandages under Moria's clothes. It seems that this Shadow Master has also caused Moria a great loss. Moria laughed shrilly. Oz, kill the Marine in front. Oz was stunned, then he looked down at the room on his stomach, a look of disgust on his big face. Master Moria, why are you in my stomach? What a disgusting feeling. Moria was suddenly confused. Stop talking nonsense and fight for Lousy. Don't bring disgrace upon the name of the Dark Emperor. Oz smoothed his hair lazily. Oh, I know, don't push me anymore. He turned and looked at Smoker. Little guy, although we have no grudges against each other, please die. After saying that, he punched Smoker hard. A fist as big as a building fell down like a meteorite, stirring up a gust of wind. The weaker zombies were blown away with screams. Many Marines quickly lay on the ground or grabbed people around them to barely keep their balance. Smoker remained expressionless, neither dodging nor avoiding, and raised his hand to meet the punch. Two fists and palms of completely disproportionate sizes collided with each other, causing a huge shockwave. Smoker inserted his legs deeply into the ground. Huge cracks appeared on the ground with him as the center, but Smoker's body did not shake at all. Oh, not bad, little one, Oz rumbled and slowly drew back his fist. But another punch came right after. Let me see, how are you going to take this punch? The fist flew into the air and suddenly turned pitch black. Smoker. Advertisement armament hockey. Holy shit, where did Moria find this shadow? This time Smoker didn't choose to take the lead. Instead, he stepped forward, shaved off the fist, and then moonwalked into the air. Oz's fist hit the ground, and the entire ground shook, and a huge crack appeared that ran through the entire thriller bark. Smoker frowned slightly. What a mess. Tempest kick guy bird. Smoker turned in the air and swung his legs, and a huge wind blade that was enough to cut the warship in half slashed fiercely on Oz's face. Oh! Oz's huge body staggered back a few steps, fell heavily to the ground, and crushed a group of zombies. There was a huge white scar from his cheek to his chest. But this kind of injury was useless to zombies. Oz covered his head, shook it, and stood up again. Damn little thing. Suddenly, he touched the scar on his face and froze. Oz touched his face again and again, his expression becoming more and more horrified, until it turned into a mixture of despair, fear, anger and hatred. Face. My face. Smoker. The next second, Oz roared angrily towards the sky. My face. You be asterisk 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 D. I'm going to grind you into a pulp. Shave. Oz suddenly disappeared. Smoker's eyes nearly popped out of his head, Six style? Then Oz suddenly appeared above Smoker and kicked him with a whip kick. With a loud bang, Smoker fell heavily to the ground. He flew a long distance with the remaining momentum and only stopped after smashing the castle behind him. A few seconds later, streams of dark matter emerged from the ruins and swallowed up the broken walls. The darkness dissipated and Smoker stood there. Although he was unharmed, he looked confused. What's wrong with this B asterisk 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 D? Is zombie cares about this little injury? But Oz had no intention of stopping. When he saw Smoker appear, he punched Smoker from a distance. Smoker. What is this guy crazy about? Even if Oz's arms were several times longer, he wouldn't be able to reach this distance, right? But the next second, a scene that made his jaw drop appeared. Advertisement thin thorns wrapped with armament hockey suddenly appeared on Oz's fist and stabbed Smoker fiercely. Smoker was caught off guard and dodged in a rather awkward manner. Moria also laughed smugly upon seeing this. Hee. How's it going, my Shadow Revolution? Shadow Revolution is a move where Moria changes his shadow to make his body change accordingly. In the original plot, Moria used this trick to give Oz abilities similar to the rubber fruit. But now this ability. Smoker's eyes instantly turned cold, and a burst of hockey suddenly exploded. Moria, you be asterisk 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 D. Whose shadow did you use? Moria was not afraid at all, instead he laughed more and more shamelessly. Hee. Why should I tell you? The owner of this shadow is a big shot. Smoker's face turned even gloomier. You won't tell me, right? Then I'll beat you until you tell me what's going on. Then he turned his head to look at Marine, Ms. Crane. He knew how powerful it was, nodded and said, You go ahead, I'll leave this here. At this time, the two men had no time to train their soldiers and rolled up their sleeves to prepare to take action themselves. Smoker yelled, Odin. Odin rushed out of his body, flapped his wings, and turned into a giant ice bird over 10 meters tall. Odin rushed towards Oz, nimbly dodged Oz's punch, and blew a breath of cold air at him. There was a crisp sound, and Oz's lower body was frozen firmly in the ice. Then, Odin flew back to Smoker and used his body to knock open a space door. Moria was stunned. What is this? But no matter how you look at it, it's not a good thing, so it's better to get Oz out of trouble as soon as possible. He kicked Oz. Hey, Oz, what are you standing there for? Quickly break up the ice that's in the way. As soon as he finished speaking, a space gate appeared silently behind him. A large elemental hand popped out and grabbed Moria. Before he could react, he was dragged into the space gate. Then the space gate disappeared, as if nothing had happened. Oz was completely unaware of all this. Yes, Master Moria. He followed the order and smashed the ice that trapped him with a few punches. Okay, Master, I have completed your order. Master, please say something. Owner, Chapter 448 Blood and Shadow 10. Damn. Moria was thrown into a green alien dimension and was knocked unconscious. He shook his head and staggered to his feet. Suddenly he felt a chill on his back and his body became a little stiff. When he turned his head, he saw an incredibly huge black dragon staring at him. Kaido. No, you're not Kaido. Who are you? The sudden appearance of the dragon made him lose consciousness for a moment, but he immediately calmed down. Hee. Whatever you are, Lousy will not fight you in such a strange place. Didn't you notice? Lousy has no shadow now. Smoker was stunned. It really is. It turned out that Moria had performed extreme operations when he was pulled in, leaving Shadow outside. At this time, his shadow had already escaped through the crack in the ground. Jihehe. Goodbye. You be asterisk 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 D Marine, Shadow stand. Moria turned into a black shadow from his feet upwards. It only takes less than a second for him to replace his real body and shadow. As for the shadow, although it has no attack power, it is not afraid of any attack. Even if Roger and Whitebeard were here, they wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Innocent. Smoker had foreseen all this and would certainly not let him get away. Smoker immediately released Conqueror's Haki, and black and red thunder exploded instantly, causing a strong wind to rise in the alien space. Even someone as strong as Moria was momentarily distracted when faced with such a powerful conqueror's haki. In just such a short moment, Smoker had already rushed in front of him, grabbed his wrist, and activated the dark fruit, instantly taking away his ability. Moria didn't have time to react. He felt his body suddenly shorten and he fell directly to the ground. He felt severe pain in his legs, looked down, and suddenly his eyes widened in horror. For some reason, both of his legs were cut off. It turned out that he was deprived of his abilities as soon as his legs were replaced, and his legs were left outside. "Oh, my legs, huh? What happened to my hand again?" "A-hole, what did you do?" On Moria's wrist, where Smoker had just grabbed it, a purple-red Madara block appeared, emitting a burning pain. Advertisement. What frightened him even more was that the Madara mass and severe pain were slowly spreading. "Moria, you may have heard of Magellan, but this is probably the first time you have seen his poison. You only have 3 minutes to tell me where the owner of Oz's shadow is." Moria was sweating profusely, but he still showed no sign of weakness. "Jihehe. That kind of trash has been killed long ago. Lousy only needs his shadow." Smoker stepped on his face. "Do you think I don't know that if the shadow owner dies, the shadow will disappear?" Who? Jihehe, you think. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. Outside, the battle between Marine and zombies continues. 7 or 8 Marine generals surrounded Oz and attacked him, while the rest continued to deal with other zombies. Oz roared to the sky. "Even though the weird spikes are gone, I can still crush you." After saying that, his fist mixed with armament haki fell heavily. A female vice admiral raised her hands. 10,000 ropes net. Countless ropes emerged from the ground around, densely packed into the shape of a spider web. Although Oz's fists smashed through layer after layer of rope nets, he finally stopped due to exhaustion. All the Marines cheered in unison. "Oh, Vice Admiral Luo Pei." Luo Pei is the user of the rope fruit, able to release ropes from the body, and can also turn surrounding objects into ropes. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Vice Admiral Rope controlled the rope to continue to spread upwards, trying to completely entangle Oz. But she was clearly incapable of doing so. Oz exerted his strength suddenly and broke free from the ropes. Several homies rushed up and breathed fire at Oz. In an instant Oz was engulfed in flames, but zombies are not afraid of fire. He rolled a few times, crushed some zombies, and then stood up again. Although it was burned black and the flesh had fallen off in many places, it did not affect its combat effectiveness at all. Finger pistol. Coptus chinensis. Oz used the finger pistol, and his finger turned into an afterimage and attacked Vice Admiral Rope. Although there were only 2 fingers, in the eyes of Vice Admiral Luo Pei, the fingers covered with armament haki were like 2 iron pillars. "Get out of the way," she shouted to the other Marines to retreat, and she also tried her best to avoid it. Advertisement. There was a loud, low thud, and Oz's attacks hit the ground in vain, leaving behind large holes like wellheads. Takeo Vice Admiral rushed up under the cover of smoke and dust. "Attack his eyes." He transformed into a Madara tiger and rushed up along Oz's arm. When he reached Oz's head, he changed into a human beast form and slashed at his eyes with a tempest kick. Unexpectedly, Oz reacted very quickly, dodged the move, and slapped him with his backhand. Puff. Even though Vice Admiral Takeo had the body of a tiger, he could not withstand the slap. His eyes rolled back and he lost consciousness, flying straight to the ground. "There happened to be a pile of steel bars where I landed. If I really fell into it, I would definitely be pierced by thousands of arrows." The Marines were too late to rescue and were all terrified. Tech Vice Admiral. At this critical moment, he suddenly appeared in the air, caught Takeo, spun him around in the air a few times, and then landed lightly. Oz couldn't help but clap his hands. "Oh, not bad, you are quite capable as a little kid. But can you take this move from me?" Oz turned around and hugged the huge castle, then pulled it out with all his strength, then raised it high and was about to smash it down on Marine. He couldn't help but frown. What a noisy guy. Then he turned into a shadow and rushed towards Oz. Before Oz could let go of the castle, the crane had already landed on his right hand. Thousands of washes. When the ability of the washi-wash fruit is activated, Oz's right arm instantly turns into a soft and smooth piece of cloth. Oz was horrified. "Huh? Weird, what happened to my arm? Shit. I have no strength left and can't hold on any longer?" Oz's hand slipped, and the huge castle fell heavily on his head, crushing him directly underneath. The cranes continued to fly quickly among the broken walls and fallen rocks. In the blink of an eye, Oz's left arm and legs became soft, and then pulled together and tied into a bow. The crane landed on Oz's head and said to the Marines, "Okay, I've taken care of the big guy, the rest is up to you." The Marines present were all dumbfounded. Most of them had never seen he take action and thought that this chief of staff was only good at giving advice. "I didn't expect that with just one move, I could subdue this monster that was powerful enough to fight against an army. Maybe, this little old lady is the real monster." Marine's morale was greatly boosted, and he rushed towards the zombies roaring, beating them back step by step. Even the powerful zombie general was torn into pieces. Seeing that victory was certain, he withdrew his gaze and turned to look at the shattered castle behind him. She should be okay. Chapter 449 Blood and Shadow 11. Moria is missing, Oz is defeated, and the zombie generals are almost wiped out. The remaining tens of thousands of zombies began to flee in all directions. Marine also rushed to surround and kill the zombies on the island. This is a huge project, don't say it's a zombie. Even if there are tens of thousands of pigs, Marine still has to kill them for a while. For a moment, the whole thriller bar was in chaos, with sounds of fighting and howling everywhere. However, the Marine's work was not in vain, and the results were still very gratifying. Many zombie generals and elite soldiers were tied up with iron chains. The staff members are identifying these guys one by one. Many of the materials used to make these powerful zombies are powerful pirates, and they still carry high bounties. Although it has been transformed by Hawkback and is no longer recognizable. But many of them can still see their original appearance, so it is not a problem to cut off their heads in exchange for the bounty. Although the current naval headquarters does not care about this small amount of money. But for Marine officers and soldiers, it is still a very attractive benefit. The Marine executives also condoned this kind of extortionate behavior. Therefore, many Marines even pinched their noses and dug into the crushed zombies, trying to find a few bounty hunters. As for Dr. Hawkback, Vice Admiral Crane ordered him to be tied up tightly and thrown aside, waiting for Smoker to deal with him. Hawkback's medical skills are second to none in the pirates' world. It's a waste to kill it directly, although Marine does not need the famous doctor of Madara Madara. But you can accept a toy that has superb medical skills and obeys orders. In comparison, Perona's treatment is much better. After all, she is just a little girl, and she is pretty cute. The Marines couldn't bear to use torture instruments, so they put sea-stone handcuffs on him and locked him in an iron cage with wooden planks. In addition, when Marine was hunting zombies, he found many homeless people in the thriller bark. They are all poor souls whose shadows were taken away. There are pirates, bounty hunters, civilians, and even dozens of Marines who reported missing in shipwrecks several years ago. These days, they live in darkness, wandering in the thick fog on weekdays. When the thriller bark goes out hunting, they can only hide in caves. Seeing the Marine troops, the Marines cried so hard that they could hardly stand up. He also quickly arranged for a military doctor to treat them. Advertisement at the same moment, Smoker dealt with Moria well and finally got the information he wanted. He used the power of the door fruit to penetrate the thick base layer and came to a secret prison hidden deep underground. This prison is surrounded by thick rocks and is almost isolated from the outside world. Because the entrance is too hidden, Marine has not yet searched here. In the original plot, Moria captured only weak pirates. But it's different now. He has experienced many hard battles, defeated many powerful enemies, and taken away their shadows. But how to deal with these guys made Moria feel troubled. These guys all have pretty good strength. Even Moria feels a headache, so they must not be allowed to act freely. But we can't kill them either. After all, if they die, the carefully crafted powerful zombies will stop functioning. In desperation, this prison was built to lock up all the troublesome guys. Smoker suddenly appears, startling the patrolling zombies. But before they could react, they were already sunk into darkness. Smoker frowned and looked around. A long, dark corridor, with only a few torches providing dim light. On both sides were 2 rows of iron cages containing prisoners. Because they were afraid that the prisoners would commit suicide or kill each other and lose their shadows, everyone was tied up and unable to move. Seeing Smoker coming, everyone raised their heads at the same time and stared at him, their eyes full of hatred, viciousness, pain and confusion. Smoker ignored them. Go straight to the iron door at the deepest part of the corridor. Released the darkness, corroded a large hole in the iron door, and walked in. Unlike the crowded cage outside, the room was spacious and clean, with only a bed. On the bed lay a slender blonde beauty, her eyes closed, motionless. Smoker walked quickly forward. Zane had a lot of injuries, but his breathing was still steady. There were several IV bottles hanging on her body, and Smoker saw that they were all anesthetics and nutrient solutions. Damn Hawkback. Smoker pulled out the IV drip and released darkness that enveloped her, turning her into a giant black cocoon. Suddenly, the black cocoon moved slightly. Smoker was stunned at first, then his face changed drastically and he quickly dodged. Immediately afterwards, several sharp cones pierced through the darkness and stabbed the place where he had just stood. Calm down, it's me, Zane. Advertisement. Hearing Smoker's voice, Black Cocoon instantly regained his composure. After a few more seconds, the darkness slowly dissipated. Zane's figure reappeared, and all the negative status on his body had been eliminated. She took a deep breath, let out a long breath, and slowly opened her eyes. Smoker. Why are you here? And what about that cunning bee ****** Moria? Smoker briefly talked about the mission to wipe out the Shichibukai, then asked curiously, why are you here? Think about it carefully. Half a month ago, Zane said he was going out on a mission. There was no news after that, and even Akainu couldn't contact her. Because Zane is still the underground emperor, he often goes in and out of some secret places without signals, and loss of connection happens from time to time. In addition, her vitality was not reduced, and there was no abnormality on her life card. So no one thought much about it. Unexpectedly, it fell into Moria's hands. This puzzled Smoker. Even if Zane doesn't have the strength of an admiral, he is not someone that a mere Moria can mess with. What happened in between? Smoker also secretly observed 3 seconds of silence for Moria in his heart. No matter what, his end is doomed. Even if I didn't become Marine's target this time. If you delay any longer, Akainu will come knocking on your door. By the way, why were you defeated by Moria? As soon as Smoker's words came out, Zane's face flushed instantly, and he almost lit up. Defeat? You think you can defeat me with that rubbish, Moria? I was injured and then attacked by him, so I was defeated by him. Let's go out now. I'm going to tear him and his broken boat apart today. Seeing Zane's current state, Smoker didn't dare to offend her. Pull her into the different space honestly. Moria was severely beaten by Smoker. He was already half dead and could barely move. Suddenly I saw Zen enter a different dimension and I jumped up in fright. Zen? There seemed to be fire in Zane's eyes, and spikes slowly grew out of his body. He spoke word by word. Gecko Moria. Chapter 450. This is not a good thing. One day, some people who have been wandering in the darkness of the sea for who knows how long suddenly find that they have their shadows back. Some of them cheered, some cried with joy, and some clamored for revenge. Although there are many people, but when it was sprinkled in the Grand Line, it was like splashing waves, creating some ripples around it, and soon there was no movement. At the same time, Thriller barked Shang, the Marines cleared a space for camp. Slowly count the spoils and identify the rescued people. In the past few years, Moria has changed his decadent appearance and has been attacking everywhere, looting powerful corpses and shadows, and earning a considerable fortune in the process. In the underground treasury, there are a large number of treasures and weapons, as well as several devil fruits. Smoker took the devil fruit and shared the rest among everyone. Therefore, although the Marines were all in high spirits in this dark, damp and remote Thriller bark, even the wealthy vice admirals felt that their trip was worthwhile. At the same time, in the different space, Moria was tied up with seastone chains, his eyes rolled back, and he had lost consciousness. Once he is sent back to the naval headquarters for interrogation, he can collect the shadow fruit. Smoker and Crane stared at Zane, who was eating voraciously in amazement. At this moment, she no longer had any of her former elegance and grace. He just lowered his head with red eyes and ate frantically, not even bothering to say a word. Smoker didn't say much. Although Zen didn't starve to death thanks to the nutrient solution, he didn't get a single dry bite to eat. It's okay when I'm asleep. Now that I have regained consciousness, I feel a tsunami of hunger coming over me, as if there is a fire burning in my stomach. According to Zane's personality, she would rather starve than even look at the exquisite plating and gold and silver tableware. Who cares about these now? He grabbed the food in one hand and the wine glass in the other, then stuffed the food into his mouth like a wolf. Smoker and he felt ashamed and kept trying to persuade him. Slow down, and don't choke, and... After a long while, Zane finally had enough. Only then did he throw the barbecue in his hand aside, wipe his mouth elegantly with a napkin, and let out a long sigh. Thank you so much this time, Ms. Crane. Advertisement. If it weren't for you, I don't know how much more suffering I would have to endure. Smoker's face twitched. If I remember correctly, I was the one who rescued you, right? Okay, tell me, what's wrong with you? Zane nodded, his face darkening as he slowly told the story. It turned out that about half a month ago, Zen brought his subordinates to trade with Dorag Pircro, who was also the emperor of the underground dark world. There are currently 8 underground emperors in the pirates' world. In addition to the original plot, Lone Shark King, Dewfield, Queen of the Pleasure District, Stussy, Big Brand Funeral Home, Dorag Pircro, Big News, Morgans, Hidden Master, Gibberson, Deep Current, Umit. There is also, Heavenly Yaksha, Don Quixote Doflamingo who sells weapons. And the most powerful one, Black Gold, Bradley Zane, who spans the 2 major fields of slavery and gambling. Speaking of which, in addition to Morgans who are also in the Marine camp, Dorag Pircro is considered to be the best partner of Zane. After all, there were no past grudges and no competition between the 2 parties' businesses, so the relationship was obviously more harmonious. In the previous transaction, both parties got what they wanted and the cooperation was pleasant. But this time something unexpected happened. When Zen arrived at the agreed location, he found that Pircro had been controlled by someone. 2 weird guys and a team of CP. The 2 were arrogant and came up to claim to be celestial dragons, asking Zane to kneel down. Zen was in charge of collecting slaves for the celestial dragons. He had seen celestial dragons before, but this time he was a little confused. Because they are completely different from the celestial dragons I have seen before. No bulky white clothes, no stupid hoods, with their lean bodies, sharp eyes, and weapons on their bodies, they don't look like celestial dragons at all. But looking at the attitudes of the CPs around them, Zane began to doubt his own judgment. Zane couldn't figure out the other party's background. I wanted to pretend to be nice, but if that didn't work, I would just bleed and offer some slaves. Unexpectedly, the 2 celestial dragons actually opened their mouths and asked for her property. It turned out that the Revolutionary Army's strength had skyrocketed in the past 2 years, and it had conquered several countries with great momentum. This also led to the world government's finances becoming stretched. With the implementation of the Great Pirates Suppression Plan, the number of pirates captives is increasing, and their quality is getting better and better, which attracts celestial dragons to continue to donate generously. You have bounty hunters, I have supernovas. Advertisement. You have zone, I have to have paramecia. At Smoker's suggestion, Zine launched generations of slaves and created different categories, which led celestial dragons to constantly refresh consumption. Although the world government is gritting its teeth to support, it is clearly overwhelmed. Although you can arbitrarily increase the gold in the sky, But the rule of harvesting once a year still needs to be followed. Countries have been extremely dissatisfied with the performance of the world government. Because Ghoul Nika was hiding it, the five elders knew nothing. If we change the rules arbitrarily, we will completely lose the trust of various countries. By then, the world government will become a mere shell. So they came up with a good idea. Let Zen hand over his property and continue to work for him. Not only does it satisfy Celestial Dragon's need for slaves, it can also greatly improve the financial crisis. After all, Zane is the richest underground emperor, although 90% of it secretly flows to Marine. Naturally, Zane refused, but she could still try to be gentle as possible towards Marine's plan. Unexpectedly, the two Celestial Dragons felt offended and attacked Zen. Zane could only fight back helplessly. I originally thought that Celestial Dragons was a pampered existence, but it must be a splendid exterior with rotten inside. I never expected that the two would be unexpectedly strong, even not weaker than Shichibukai. In this way, the two sides fought together. All of Zane's men died in the battle, and he himself was seriously injured. Fortunately, he managed to escape by grabbing a small boat. But she was unlucky. In a panic, she ended up diving into the Devil's Triangle. As soon as we got to the Thriller Bark, we were attacked by zombies. Thousands of zombies rushed over, and Zane could only temporarily avoid the attack. But just as she was dealing with the zombies, she never expected that Moria would launch a sneak attack. Although Zane fought desperately and even severely injured Moria at one point. But due to the interference of the negative ghost, he eventually fell into the hands of the enemy. Smoker knows what happened next. Smoker and he both looked unhappy. Celestial Dragons started to care about money, which is good news. This is the most direct manifestation of their declining strength. But they didn't expect that Celestial Dragons would directly snatch. Moreover, it has been nearly half a month since the incident. Why has the Marine never received any news? This is not a good thing. Chapter 451 Standard. After Zane finished his story, he let out a long sigh. I still don't know where those two Celestial Dragons came from. In my impression, Celestial Dragons are just pampered losers. I never thought there would be such a troublesome existence among them. Smoker and he looked at each other, their expressions were serious. Celestial Dragons undoubtedly possesses the richest resources in the world. As long as they keep improving themselves, no one can compete with them. But most of them have been trained to be troublemaking pigs. Crane coughed lightly. As far as I know, there are only two groups of Celestial Dragons who don't wear those silly outfits. One is the Five Elders, I'm sure you all know that. The other one is the Magic Knights. Zane was stunned when he heard this. God's Knights? Never heard of it, he sighed softly, as if remembering something. At your age, I've never heard of Normal. They have been silent since the God Valley incident. This is the first time I've heard from them in all these years. The Knights of God consists of 20 knights, each of whom is nominated by one person from 20 families, original. They are different from those useless Celestial Dragons. They have undergone rigorous training since childhood, so they all have good combat capabilities. In addition to their strength, they also have the highest level of authority besides the Five Elders, and can even judge other Celestial Dragons. Zane was immediately shocked. Judgment of Celestial Dragons? She never expected that these guys would also be put on trial? Crane nodded and turned to look at Smoker. Smoker, do you have any information about the Knights of God? Smoker shook his head helplessly. In fact, he had asked Gel Nika to inquire about the information of the Knights of God a few years ago. After all, the Knights of God are undoubtedly an important force in the world government. But unfortunately, even if Nika became the captain of CP0, there was no valuable intelligence. I only know that their supreme commander is the ancient Saint Figolando Green, whose strength is about the same as that of the Five Elders. I don't know anything else. He and Zen were both stunned, and immediately didn't care about the Knights of God. The strength of the Five Elders? Do you understand the power of the Five Elders? Smoker nodded. Advertisement in the past, when the war with world government was still a long way off, Smoker never talked about the abilities of the Five Elders. But now it seems that the conflict between the two sides may come earlier than I thought. In this case, intelligence sharing is particularly important. Those five old guys are all awakened mythical beasts. They are Ma Ji-yu, Sandworm, Feng Shi, Izuna Tenma, and Yuki. In terms of hard power alone, they are enough to rival Admiral, but the most troublesome thing is their immortality. He couldn't help but be stunned. Immortality? Yes. It's not that Logia avoids damage, it's not that Phoenix heals quickly, it's not that Yamada no Orochi has many lives. It is truly immortal, can heal any damage quickly, and has unlimited physical strength. Zane had an incredulous expression on his face. 5 Admiral-level mythical beasts have awakened and are all immortal. How can we defeat them? He also looked at Smoker solemnly. It was obvious that the 5 Elders' abilities put a lot of pressure on her. Smoker seemed unhurried. In the past, it was really difficult for the Marine to deal with them, but now it's different. An Admiral with the Yamada no Orochi and the Undying Flame may not be able to outlast their immortal bodies. The red and blue battle of the single fruit took 10 days and 10 nights. With the current configuration, it will take several months to determine the winner. You 5 Elders are not afraid of hardship, and first, the Marine, I'm not afraid either. What's more, the biggest problem with the immortal body is that it is fragile. For Admiral, even a scratching attack can cause damage. Therefore, as long as you seize the opportunity, there is still a lot of room for maneuver. The three of them continued chatting for a while. Everyone felt that this incident was too strange and must be reported to Sengoku immediately. Smoker couldn't even make it in time to board the warship. After arranging for Marine to return, he transformed into a dragon and took Crane and Zen ahead. Half a day later, in a different space, Moria slept for a whole day and finally woke up. He shook his aching head and trying to sit up despite the dizziness and weakness brought by the seastone chains, but he was still indignant. Damn you Marines, lousy will turn you all into zombies sooner or later. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind him. Advertisement. What do you mean to make Marine? Moria. He turned his head and saw a circle of people sitting not far behind him. Marine F4, damn Smoker, 5 Marine Admirals, there are also Momosagi Gion and Zen. Moria was stunned. I must not be awake yet. He closed his eyes, took a few deep breaths, and then opened them again. When I realized everyone was still there, I felt like the sky was falling. The one who asked the question just now was Akainu, who walked step by step to Moria. In terms of height, Akainu is only half of Moria, and Moria is a head taller than Akainu even when sitting. But now he could only tremble in front of Akainu, like a mouse seeing a cat. Akainu glanced at his broken leg. Humph, you are not even qualified to be a slave, yet you dare to speak so arrogantly. Akainu's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He already knew what happened to Zane. We haven't started to attack the Knights of God yet, but we can collect some interest from Moria first. Akainu's body suddenly swelled up and turned into a Yamata no Orochi covered in magma, with a ball of light and blue flames floating behind it. Ah! With a scream, Moria died completely. Except for the head, the rest of the body was almost turned into charcoal. Akainu picked up his head and threw it aside. The other people glanced at it calmly, their expressions unchanged. Only Smoker focused on the fruit in front of him. The alternate space of the Menman fruit is completely closed, just like the dark space. After a person with special abilities dies, their abilities have nowhere to go and can only be stored in the fruits they brought with them. Sure enough, after a few seconds, one of the fruits began to change and turned into a shadow fruit. Smoker picked up the shadow fruit and examined it carefully, while the others also looked over curiously. This fruit is a rare treasure and is very attractive to those vice admirals. As the Great Pirates cleanup plan progressed, most of the stubborn government factions were promoted and naturally entered the impelled down, and the remaining team naturally became more and more pure. As a result, Sengoku and Smoker became more and more bold, and they no longer hid their artificial fruits. Now, a devil fruit, an artificial fruit, and 1 or 2 homies have gradually become the standard for Marine high-level personnel. Chapter 452. Each doing his own job. Smoker collected the shadow fruit. The Marine executives glanced at it indifferently, too lazy to ask any more questions. In the past, Sengoku would have definitely found a way to get the devil fruit. But now their appetites have been spoiled, and they don't take anything seriously except map modifiers like thunder and rule monsters like childlike fruit. We, the Marine, are now incredibly wealthy. I don't care about the shadow fruit. Smoker coughed lightly. I was just interrupted by Moria, now continue. I have already told you all the information about I Am, Celestial Dragons, and the Knights of God. Now let's discuss what to do next. Akainu took the lead in expressing his views. His eyes turned red and he slammed the table hard, leaving a dark, burnt handprint on the smooth desktop. What are you discussing? I've never fought such a rich battle in my life. What strategy do I need? Just charge in with a flat attack and it's over. Justice must prevail and must not be tarnished. Anyone who violates justice is a villain and must be completely wiped out. Even if it's the world government, everyone looked at him speechlessly. Although he kept saying that justice would prevail, his face was filled with an expression of revenge. Only Garp nodded repeatedly and continued to add fuel to the fire. Sakazuki is right. Before I slept on straw and tasted gall, the world government bullied us. After I slept on straw and tasted gall, the world government still bullied us. Wasn't my slept on straw and tasted gall in vain? Before Smoker joined Marine is already the strongest military force under the world government. Now, Marine's strength has increased more than tenfold, so why bother being polite to those pampered losers? Seeing that Garp supported him, Akainu also agreed. That's right, that's it. The two of them kept talking, and Sengoku pinched his brows helplessly. Alright. You two idiots shut up. He forced Garp to mute his microphone, and Akainu also had his mouth covered by Zane. Sengoku coughed softly. The appearance of the Knights of God was indeed beyond my expectations. Speaking of which, the one among us who knows the strength of the Knights of God best. As he spoke, he glanced at Garp. The Battle of God Valley that year was the last time the Knights of God fought with all their strength. Advertisement. Although several people present had participated in that epic battle, they were all on the outer battlefield. The only one who really went deep into the core battlefield was Garp. Garp's expression became serious. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. He looked down at the cup, but his thoughts seemed to drift back to that distant battlefield. The Knights of God are indeed quite powerful, but the strengths of their members vary. The only one who can be considered as a top warrior is the ancient Saint Fergalando Green with a moon head. His hockey and swordsmanship are both good, comparable to the Admiral. I remember that he stabbed Whitebeard and made that guy suffer a lot. As for the others, the strongest ones are at most equivalent to Shichibukai, and the weaker ones are at supernova level. There is nothing to worry about. Oh, Smoker seemed to be thinking about something and suddenly asked again. Is it possible that they are hiding their strength? Garp was stunned, recalled it, and shook his head decisively. Rox and Roger were both too excited, and I didn't hold back at all. If it weren't for the Knights of God bearing the aftermath of the battle, at least half of the celestial dragons would have died. Except for Green, everyone else was injured. The few who survived were lucky. In that case, unless they don't care about their own lives and the lives of other celestial dragons, there is no way they would hold back. Smoker nodded. At that time, there was a melee between 3 gold medalists. As you can imagine, the battle scene was like a natural disaster. If weaker people enter that battlefield, their fate will probably be no better than meat in a meat grinder. The Knights of God have no energy left to preserve their strength. Come to think of it, the celestial dragons who were present at the time were also unlucky. If it were someone else, even if it was a fight to the death, they would more or less take their status as world nobles into consideration and try to avoid accidental injuries. But who are Rox, Roger, and Garp? 2 see celestial dragons as maggots. One is here simply to kill celestial dragons. They would never hesitate for even a second for the lives of the celestial dragons. Being able to rescue so many celestial dragons from such a sure field, the name of the Knights of God is indeed worthy of its name. Everyone discussed it for a while. The Knights of God appeared, and 2 Shichibukai died. It can be predicted that severe turbulence will soon break out at sea. In this situation, it is better to be still than to move. Sengoku finally decided. The Marine has suspended all operations except daily patrols and official duties to see what happens next before making any plans. At the same time, follow-up tasks were also issued. Advertisement within a month. The Crane wants to contact Gel Nika through Hannah. See if you can find out what the world government is up to. Or, did they discover something? Hina will visit Impel Down and friendly member states. It is both a gesture of goodwill and a deterrent. After all, not everyone is as trustworthy as Cobra. In the world of pirates, deception and betrayal are the norm. But in the aristocratic circle, isn't it the same? Kizaru and Cake went to the Holy Land of Mariajoy for a stroll to see if there was anything unusual. If there is any accident, the strength of these 2 people may not be the strongest. But it is definitely the fastest, even if things are totally out of control. Even if the 5 elders join forces, there's no way they can be kept here. Aokiji needs to find a way to contact Whitebeard and Kaido. They are not enemies, and even have important transactions with Marine. But we must also prevent them from being deceived by the world government. They are the only 2 remaining pirates in the New World. In recent years, due to the activeness of Marine, Red Hair and Hawkeye did not emerge as suddenly as they did in the original book. On the contrary, in order to avoid Marine, they could only hide from place to place, and the road to development was extremely difficult. At least in the eyes of the current Marine, they are not particularly noteworthy opponents. Akainu and Gion patrol the various Marine bases separately. Zane returns to the underground world and tries to stabilize his business empire, which has been shaken by his disappearance. Their mission is to eliminate various potential threats. Garp and Zephyr's mission is to accompany Sengoku to guard the naval headquarters when everyone goes out. Of course, the real reason is to keep these 2 old guys from running around and causing trouble. As for Smoker, it's been a while since I last contacted my friends in the Revolutionary Army. This kind of thing will cause trouble to the world government. Marine is not very convenient after all, but the Revolutionary Army is different. They are the professional counterparts. Chapter 454 Investigation, 453 accidentally posted to the 4th volume again. Hearing Smoker's words, Long immediately perked up. If someone comes to him for help, Long will definitely think about the pros and cons. But if Smoker wants to help, I will do whatever it takes to help him. Because this guy really gave money. No matter how difficult it is, in the end, you will still make a lot of money. Now Long has completely different faces in front of Kaido and in front of Smoker. Long licked his face and came over. Brother, talk, I'm listening. Smoker grabbed a leg of lamb and took a big bite. It's really uncomfortable to be hungry. In this world, countless people are hungry. Isn't it unfair that celestial dragons can eat as much as they want? Long Zhao was shocked. You want to? Smoker whispered, should we let the celestial dragons also have a taste of what it's like to be hungry? The dragon's eyes lit up instantly. The Holy Land of Mariajoy is located on the Red Line. Originally, there should be no grass growing. But the world government has invested heavily in opening shipping routes and bringing in fresh water from distant islands. It not only provides for the celestial dragon's livelihood, but also for watering flowers and plants. The Holy Land has been transformed into a scene full of birdsong, flowers and vitality. In a flower garden, several female celestial dragons sat on a couch inlaid with gold and silver, leisurely eating snacks and chatting. Sarita Rossi Palace, is your brother still so weird? Sarita Rossi put down the teacup and sighed faintly. The Fishmen Island is indeed a cursed land. After my brother came back from the Fishmen Island, he kept saying stupid things like we are all human and all beings are equal. It's really frustrating. First it was Hanagu, then Brother Muscarad. The Don Quixote family is really unlucky. Hearing her words, the other celestial dragons were also stunned. Equality? Gods and humans are equal? This is a huge joke? Who says it's not true? We are gods, enjoying everything as the privilege given to us by God. Your brother must be cursed. The Fishman Island is so scary. Advertisement. Sarita Roshi waved his hands helplessly. Let's not talk about these bad things. Suddenly, she frowned. Huh? Have you noticed that there are so many wasps in the garden today? The other celestial dragons were startled and looked around quickly, and sure enough, there were a lot of wasps flying around. Huh? Really? So scary, stay away from me? One of the celestial dragons gave the guard next to him a hard kick. Idiot, drive these wasps away. If we, the noble gods, get stung, I will kill your entire family. The guard was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He nodded repeatedly and began to disperse the hornets. Fortunately, the wasps neither lingered nor had any intention of attacking. As soon as someone chased it, it flew away with a buzzing sound. It really made the guards feel like they had saved their lives. The same scene was played out in various parts of the Holy Land. Tens of thousands of wasps were flying in the cracks of the rooms, as if looking for something. This lasted for several days. The number of hornets gradually decreased until they disappeared. Because no one has been stung, therefore, neither the alert CP nor the vigilant guards were able to notice the changes. On the red line, a small group of wasps flew away from the Holy Land and headed towards the red line. After flying for a long time, it landed in front of a purple-red little human, making a buzzing sound. The little human is a little girl with short brown hair, 2 pairs of wings and a big tail needle. She is Bian from the Tontadu tribe, the user who ate the bug fruit and turned into a wasp. Not only can he transform himself into a wasp, he can also control the wasp. Because there are many grandmasters with observation hockey in the Holy Land. If a human comes to investigate, no matter whether he uses abilities or changes his form, he will inevitably be noticed. But wasps are different, they are natural creatures. He just followed Bian's orders and there were no flaws at all. Before, Long had been committed to starting a revolution to fight against those corrupt countries. Advertisement. But Smoker made a suggestion, that is, to make our own people more numerous and the enemies less numerous. It is natural to be ruthless to the kings and nobles who oppress the people. But there are still many countries and races that need to be contacted. Even if we can't form an alliance, at least don't stand in a hostile position. Long readily accepted this suggestion. While launching the revolution, he also contacted countries and races with stable people and spread his ideas. A few years ago, the Big Mom Pirates group was destroyed. Without her protection, many countries and races suddenly fell into dire straits. Long made a prompt decision. When the battle was in full swing, he took the initiative to abandon several bases and turned around to rescue these people. At this point, the Revolutionary Army was no less powerful than the Big Mom Pirates, and they successfully saved many islands and races. At Smoker's instruction, Morgans made a big fuss about the incident, making the Revolutionary Army famous. Many countries, such as Alabasta, Dressrosa, the Drum Kingdom, the Baltimore Kingdom, began to re-examine the Revolutionary Army. This organization doesn't seem that evil. There were also many warriors of special races who joined the Revolutionary Army. The Tontada tribe is one of them. With the secret support of King Riku, hundreds of Tontada warriors joined the Revolutionary Army. Bian communicated with the Wasp for a while, and flew below the red line until he came to a small boat. Smoker and Long are sitting on the rail of the boat fishing. Master Chief, Master Smoker, I'm back. The two of them were shocked. Oh, thank you for your hard work, Bian. Smoker opened a piece of paper, which turned out to be a map of the Holy Land of Mariajoy with several red circles drawn on it. Bian pointed out a few locations on the map and Smoker marked them. Report. The Wasp reconnaissance team has investigated a total of 17 grain depots, all of which have been marked. Please give your instructions. Smoker saluted Bian. Thank you for your hard work, Captain Bian. You completed your mission brilliantly. Bian's face immediately turned red. You're so polite, Master Smoker. Although you are a Marine, the Chief also respects you very much. It is my honor to help you. Long picked up the map and looked at it. When will we start attacking the granary? Smoker's eyes sparkled. The Holy Land replaces the food every 6 months, and all the remaining food, whether good or bad, is thrown into the sea. 3 days from now is the day to renew the granary, and it's also our chance to take action. Chapter 455, The Heart of Playing Politics is Dirty. A few days ago, Admiral of Headquarters Kazaru and Chatten arrived at the Holy Land of Marineford uninvited. The CP on duty was shocked, thinking something had happened, and rushed out to negotiate. The two admirals met not Ghoul Nika, but a new CP chief. Facing the admiral, CP also politely asked about the purpose of his visit. Kazaru quickly took the initiative to explain. Marine received intelligence that a group of pirates seemed to want to sneak into the Holy Land. So the two of them wanted to come over for an inspection and check for any safety hazards. After all, protecting the safety of celestial dragons is the highest principle of the Marine. When CP heard the news, he was stunned on the spot. It's okay if pirates attack, even if they attack Marineford. The question is, why didn't we, the CP, get any news, but you, the Marine, got it first? It's normal that CP can't beat Marine, and no one can find fault with it. But if they can't even get the intelligence, isn't that too much? What do you want the world government to think? What do you want the celestial dragons to think? Others' casual work can surpass your professionalism and hard work? Then, he made a decision that he would regret for the rest of his life. First, treat the two admirals to delicious food and drinks, and thank them for their diligence and responsibility. Then we told them that our CP had checked and found nothing unusual, so the two admirals could go back without any worries. If there is any accident, CP will have enough time to deal with it. The two admirals looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. Kizaru wanted to slack off, and Cake was too lazy to move. Since the CP had already spoken, the two of them just went with the flow, took the documents issued by the CP, and went back happily. In fact, CP did not ignore Marine's warning. As soon as the two admirals left, they quickly organized an investigation and searched the entire Holy Land several times. Don't mention it, I gained a lot. We found a group of pirate slaves who were trying to escape with ulterior motives, and several guards who stole food and took things from their guards. But I didn't notice any pirates attacking. It seems that the Marine's intelligence was a miscalculation. Of course, some people have noticed that there seem to be a lot more wasps than usual recently. Someone caught a few, examined them carefully, and found that they were just ordinary bugs, so they ignored them. In a few days, the grain storage will be replaced. Countless transport ships and transport teams will gather in the Holy Land, and the CP security pressure is very high. Advertisement, so they stopped the investigation. Time flies. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Countless transport ships rush to the dock under the Red Line. These transport ships come from different countries and are responsible for transporting food from all over the world. Rare ingredients that are rarely seen in normal days and that even ordinary royals cannot obtain are available here like street vendors. In fact, these transport ships have already arrived near the Red Line. Especially for countries that are far away, they sent out fleets a few weeks ago. After all, if you are late, the entire country may be deregistered. But the world government did not allow them to dock at the pier in advance because of the congestion. In desperation, they could only wander around the nearby waters, calculating the day and waiting for the pier to open before docking. In the Holy Land, transport teams composed of slaves were carrying food from the granary. Fine wine, cigars, cakes, vegetables, fruits, fish. Carts of food were pushed to the Red Line and dumped. Many slaves had no idea how long they had been hungry, and their eyes were filled with desire, but they were wearing hoods, so they couldn't even steal food or drink water. In fact, no matter how extravagant and licentious the celestial dragons were, they only consumed less than a quarter of the food in the granary. The rest was thrown away as garbage, every time at this time. People on the dock could see food raining down from the Red Line. This landscape is also known as the Rain of Delicious Food, unique to the Kingdom of God. It took 2 full days to update the grain warehouse. With the door of the last granary locked, the task of updating the granary was finally completed. The celestial dragons also cheered. For them, updating the grain warehouse is also a big event. As was customary, a grand banquet was held that evening. All celestial dragons were reveling in despair, and delicious food was served on the table like water. A batch of food will be served, and no matter whether you eat it or not, it will be removed when the time is up and replaced by another batch. Less than 1/10 of them are actually eaten by celestial dragons. But whether it was the celestial dragons themselves, or the guards and CP around them, they all turned a blind eye, as if everything was as it should be. The banquet lasted all night, and the celestial dragons finally fell into a deep sleep. The CPs and guards could finally breathe a sigh of relief. In the different space of the Menman fruit, Smoker and Long watched all this quietly. It's our turn. Advertisement. Smoker followed the instructions on the map and quietly visited the granaries one by one, using dark fruit to buy up all the food. I have to say, the combination of the gate fruit and the dark fruit is really convenient. Smoker doesn't even need to leave the different space. He can just open the air door and create a black hole to swallow up all the food. In just 1 hour, 17 grain warehouses were emptied. This is because I am on the road most of the time. After finishing everything, Smoker finally breathed a sigh of relief. You can have fun tomorrow morning. I want to see if God wants to eat. Long held a bottle of red wine worth millions of Baileys in his left hand and a special cigar in his right hand. He took a sip here, a puff there, his face full of enjoyment. But he didn't indulge in it. When he heard Smoker's words, he immediately questioned them. IMHO. There must be some hidden emergency food storage here. Even if the food storage is stolen, the celestial dragons won't starve. Smoker nodded. I know that, but have you ever thought about what is the most important thing about a hidden granary? Long thought for a while. Secrecy? Smoker clapped his hands. Yes, that's it. For safety reasons, this type of grain warehouse is not open for 8 or 10 years. Guess what kind of food is in there? Long answered without even thinking. I guess it's all canned bacon or something like that. Smoker nodded. Yes, it's canned bacon. If it were someone else, this high-fat, high-salt meat might be a delicacy, but those pampered celestial dragons can't stand it. So, I specially saved some ingredients and used them sparingly. It's enough for dozens of people to eat for a month. But there are hundreds of celestial dragons here. I want to see what the gods will do when faced with hunger. Long couldn't help but gasp. Smoker is a really sinister guy. As the saying goes, what is worrying is not the scarcity but the inequality. If there really is no food left, the celestial dragons will certainly unite to face the outside world. But leaving some food behind is different. Smoker doesn't even need to do anything, those bastards can just fight among themselves. Long shook his head secretly. MD, those who play politics are all dirty. Chapter 456 Multi-Threat Operation. The next morning, a panicked scream broke the tranquility of the Holy Land. A chef fell to the ground. He pointed at the empty granary with trembling fingers, looking as if he had seen a ghost. CP and the guards heard the noise and rushed over. When they saw the miserable situation in the granary, they were stunned. Nest grass. What happened? Where is my huge pile of food? Where did they all go? There should be some ashes when a fire dragon burns a warehouse, right? They quickly checked. Among the 17 grain depots, 16 had not a single grain left. Only the smallest granary had some food left. It's okay to feed a few people, but if the people in the Holy Land were allowed to eat as much as they wanted, they would probably be gone in one meal. Between rites, the 5 elders are enjoying the first rays of sunshine in the morning. This damn warmth. Suddenly, a burst of noise broke their peace. Master 5 elders, it's bad. A CP rushed over, yelling. The good mood of the 5 people disappeared in an instant, and each one looked darker than the other. Fortunately, they have been in power for many years, so at least they are calm and did not draw their guns and shoot directly like other celestial dragons. What are you panicking about, idiot? As the shield of celestial dragons, you are so impatient. What's the fuss about? The CP knelt down panting. Master 5 elders, the Holy Land's granary was stolen and all the food disappeared. The 5 elders were shocked. What, FK, Nima? What's going on? Tell me now, CP reported the situation tremblingly. The 5 elders just felt dizzy. You mean, there are only 2,000 kilograms of meat, 2,000 kilograms of vegetables and 4,000 kilograms of grain left in the granary. There are thousands of celestial dragons, tens of thousands of guards and servants, and tens of thousands of slaves in the entire Holy Land. Even if you eat and drink as much as you want, one meal is not enough. 5 elders felt numb. Actually only half is left now. What's the meaning? Saint Galiusos of the Figaland family heard the news and took away the meat and vegetables first. Oh, what happened? Did he find out that the food was running low and stockpiled it in advance? The 5 elders were not angry but happy. Advertisement. I thought all celestial dragons were idiots, but I didn't expect some of them to have this kind of wisdom. The ancestral bloodline has awakened, but celestial dragon's IQ is destined not to disappoint. CP wiped his sweat and said awkwardly, that's not the case. Saint Gallius liked to keep dogs. He was afraid that the dogs would be hungry, so he took the meat away first. Dog? The 5 elders almost broke through the defense. What are you doing with the dogs now? Take the food back, just say our orders. I'm afraid it's difficult. The meat had been thrown into the doghouse. When my subordinates went to check, the dog had already urinated to mark it. 5 elders. No matter how angry you are, you still have to live your life. The 5 elders quickly contacted the naval headquarters to allocate some food for emergency response. However, the food eaten by Marines is far inferior to that of the world's nobles. I hope those idiots won't cause trouble at this critical moment. Sengoku gets a call. Mexi. Oh, it's Saint Shepherd 10 Peter. What? This kind of thing actually happened. What responsibility can we have? We alerted CPA a few days ago and even sent 2 admirals to assist in the defense. They said they would take full responsibility. Of course it's true. I have the document here with CP's seal and signature on it. What? Need food? We don't have that many here. I'm not trying to shirk my responsibility. Don't worry, we'll send as many as we can. Even if the Marines starve to death, we won't let celestial dragons starve. Okay, don't worry. After hanging up the phone, Sengoku quickly called he. Hey, Xiaohei. The day before yesterday, Magellan came to visit Marine. I heard that he got drunk and went to Marine's storage room to poop, contaminating a lot of food, right? Those foods, can you tell anything is different about their appearance? Can't you tell? That's great. What? Are you really going to deal with it? Stop it right now. Repack everything and take it to Mariajoy. You heard me right, just do it. Have that B**************** D-Garp teleport over there, don't say anything, and come back right away after you've sent him there. Okay, thank you for your hard work. On the other hand, after Smoker got the news, he also started to contact people non-stop. He called Whitebeard and Kaido successively. Please ask them to join forces to attack Punk Hazard. Although it is not complete, it must show the momentum of a large army approaching the border. Advertisement. Kaido agreed immediately. Instead, Whitebeard arrogantly refused. Lousy is Whitebeard. Why should he listen to a Marine brat like you? You are such an idiot. 20 billion Baileys, pay first, work later, Whitebeard. Make a deal. Brother Smoker, what's your battle plan? Don't worry, the Whitebeard pirates are trustworthy. If we take your money, we will definitely do it beautifully. Smoker was very pleased with Whitebeard's attitude. Then I'll leave it to you, I'll send you the battle plan later. Long listened on the side. After Smoker hung up the phone, he asked curiously, what are you doing? Smoker didn't answer directly, but just chuckled. In addition to the pirates, we also need your revolutionary army to take action. The world government will definitely order all countries to continue transporting food. You, the Revolutionary Army, will be responsible for destroying these food transport ships. Long couldn't help but frown. That's no problem. But the world government will not sit still and wait for death. If they ask the naval headquarters to escort us, won't we just kill each other? Smoker shook the denmushi in his hand. That's why I let them act. Two big pirates are acting at the same time. The Marine cannot take it too seriously. If they had attacked someone else, the five elders might have left it alone. But Punk Hazard is different. It contains the most advanced technology. If it falls into the hands of the pirates, the consequences will be no better than the death of a few celestial dragons. So, by then the Marines will need to focus on dealing with the two big pirates, and won't have any manpower to escort the transport ship. Long thought for a while and nodded slowly. Just keep in mind. But I need to remind you. For pirates, lies and betrayal are commonplace. You have to be careful that they may turn their fake tricks into real ones. Fake becomes real, Smoker muttered, then laughed. The reason these two pirates are still here is not because they are dangerous, but because they have worked with the Marine. Although it's stupid to keep my word with the pirates, I don't want the Marines to be the first to turn against me. You can regard this commission as a test. If they can resist the temptation, I don't mind finding a way out for them. But if they can't help but take the initiative, don't blame Marine for being rude. In the future ocean, there will be no pirates as powerful as us. Long. As long as you know. Smoker patted Long's shoulder hard. Remember, this is the prelude to the final battle. You must let the celestial dragons know. How many floors does it take to carry a bag of rice? Chapter 457. Today's strongest pirates group. Ghost Island Hall. A banquet was being held at this time. Kaido stood on the platform, holding the wine jar high. Little ones, in the past few years, our beast's pirates have experienced unprecedented growth. As long as this plan succeeds, we can become the strongest pirates group worthy of the name. Drink this cup of wine, and let's fight for the throne of the strongest. The pirates below raised their glasses and cheered loudly. Oh, long live Governor Kaido, beast's pirates are the strongest. In recent years, pirates have been besieging pirates everywhere. Only the Whitebeard pirates and the beast's pirates became safe havens. Although it was because they had a deal with the Marine, in the eyes of the pirates, it was they who had the ability to intimidate the Marine. As a result, the two pirates groups became famous overnight. Countless pirates came to join them, and their strength was greatly improved. Especially Beast's pirates, he made a fortune from artificial fruits and arms trade. Able to quickly digest these new forces, thus expanding its strength even more. Along with the surge in strength, ambition also surged. Looking at his ambitious subordinates below, Kaido smiled meaningfully. At this time, Jin came over from behind. Brother Kaido. Jin, how are you preparing? Everything is ready. That's good. Kaido drank a bowl of wine. Over the years, we have worked hard to plant, produce and sell. Marine just takes most of the profits without doing anything because it has a stranglehold on us. You said. Why? Deputy Captain Oyi also came over. Don't worry, Captain. As long as we get Dressrosa's technology, we can completely get rid of Marine. Kaido laughed loudly. Oh la la la, well said, Oyi. Our goal is the catalyst for the artificial fruit, the design drawings for new weapons, and Vegapunk. North Blues Germa and Dewfield have agreed to cooperate with us to build a laboratory and factory. By then, we will have power that surpasses the Marines. Kaido took a sip of his drink and turned his head drunkenly to look behind him. Two people were hiding in the shadows, one tall and burly, the other tall and thin. Advertisement, and you can now appear before the world openly and honestly. The two nodded. I can't wait. Yes, I am also looking forward to the strongest war you mentioned that will drag everyone onto the battlefield. After having enough food and drink, the beast's pirates are out in full force. Hundreds of warships formed a group and rushed towards Punk Hazard in a mighty force. The remote Sphinx Island. The Whitebeard pirates' flagship, the Moby DK, slowly docked at the shore. Although many people have joined Whitebeard, but unlike Kaido who values strength, Whitebeard values eye contact more, so his strength improvement is not as good as that of Beast's pirates. However, relying on his title as a gold medalist, Kaido did not dare to act rashly. Whitebeard and his men disembarked. Suddenly a sea breeze blew, bringing with it a smell of blood. Whitebeard frowned slightly and followed the smell. After passing a reef, a battlefield appeared. The two pirates were hauled ashore and laid upside down on the beach. Hundreds of pirates' bodies were piled together like a mountain of corpses. Countless seagulls circled excitedly, as if celebrating this rare feast. A tall, silver-haired woman was sitting on the rocks, slurping a bowl of noodles. At her feet, there were several fainted children. Whitebeard walked up to the girl and looked down at her. How dare you mess up the beach in my hometown? Also, aren't you afraid of leaving a shadow by doing this in front of the children? After the girl finished her last bite, she threw the bowl and chopsticks aside, patted her butt and stood up. It's better to faint than to be kidnapped, right? You're welcome, Daddy. Humph. You even know how to call me Daddy. That's quite polite, the new Shichibukai-sama. The girl was none other than the 7 warlords of the sea, the silver-haired Shinigami, Clyde Hilko. Hilchu shrugged helplessly and pointed to the Whitebeard mark tattoo on his body. You know, my biggest hobby is to go shopping in a good mood, but with this mark, no matter where I go, I will be harassed by Marine. I had no choice but to join Shichibukai. Don't tell me, after becoming Shichibukai, even if I show up in the most prosperous town, Marine can only stare at me. Whitebeard's eyes twitched slightly, but it was obvious that she was helpless against this wayward daughter. If you can't control it, then forget it. He ignored Hill Chu, raised his hand, and directed the pirates behind him to move down the treasure chests, which were the money given by Smoker. 20 billion Baileys, even though the captain can only take a small portion, it can still help his hometown survive the famine. Advertisement, Zaire Chu, I have something to do these days, so I'll leave this to you. Do you need any help? No, your current status is special and it is not suitable for you to act with us? Okay, but I want Marco to stay with me, otherwise I'll be lonely, okay, Dad? Whitebeard did not answer and turned back to the boat. On boat, a female pirate dressed in a black robe and a witch was leaning against the railing. Although he looks quite old, but she had delicate features and a pretty face, and she was obviously a beauty when she was young. She had no fear of Whitebeard. Oh Lala, Newgate, is this your hometown? It's a lovely island, has Stussy been here? Pantom, don't have any bad ideas, or I'll send you back to Thunder Island to keep selling umbrellas. Don't say that, Newgate. You and I are both strangers on the Rocks ship. We need to get along well. By the way, why don't you let me be your vice captain? I will take good care of those little devils. Whitebeard felt a headache. If you keep saying such stupid things, I will sink you to the bottom of the sea. How come I didn't know you were so noisy? If I had known, I should have let Lin kill you? How unkind of you, Brother Newgate. Suddenly, she saw Marco coming over, her eyes lit up, and she appeared beside Marco in a flash, hugging his neck. Marco, do you like me the most? Do you want me to be the vice captain? Hey, what nonsense are you talking about? The captain has to make the decision on this matter. Let me go. Marco struggled desperately, but couldn't get free, and sweat broke out on his forehead. Let me go. In the distance, Shirchu suddenly became furious. A chain with an iron hook spanned dozens of meters and hit Pantom's head. It turned out to be a long scorpion tail. But Pantom's head was like a shadow, and the scorpion tail wrapped around Hockey passed straight through it without touching the entity at all. Alala, there is a disobedient little cutie. Pantom's hand rested on the scorpion's tail, and ice quickly began to spread. Shichu quickly used Hockey to shatter the ice on his tail, and then wrapped his tail around Marco and pulled him to his side. Marco said anxiously, Hey, Shirchu, are you okay? I'm fine, Marco, how about you? The two held hands and asked about each other's well-being. Tisk tisk tisk, I'm really envious of you, Brother Newgate. Wasn't it the same with you and Stussy back then? Whitebeard's face darkened. Shut up, oh my, you're still shy. While the two were arguing, the Moby DK slowly sailed away from the coast. It wasn't until it disappeared over the horizon that Marco suddenly reacted. That's not right, I'm not on the boat yet. Chapter 458. Crisis in the Holy Land on the 5th day of the food crisis in the Holy Land. Marine's food finally arrived, and several huge warships carried the food to the Red Line. In fact, considering the distance between the Holy Land and the headquarters, 1 or 2 days would be enough. But the Crane had good reasons. How can we not check the supplies for celestial dragons over and over again? So, under CP's almost collapsed gaze, he slowly checked the food 3 times before loading it onto the ship and shipping it away. Looking at the warship going away, he sneered secretly. I have been in charge of the general staff for so many years. I can't compress 5 days' work into 1 day, but if you want to stretch a day's work into 5 days, there are many ways to do it. Don't mention a few CPs. Even if the 5 elders came in person, I guarantee they wouldn't find any fault with it. It only took a few days of delay. The greatest riot in the history of the Holy Land broke out. In fact, the 5 elders opened the secret granary on the first day after the food was stolen. It was filled with a mountain of canned dried vegetables, enough to sustain the celestial dragons for a long time. But the food that celestial dragons eat on a daily basis is all fine and precious, and even every grain of rice has to be carefully selected. How can I swallow this food that has been stored for who knows how long? Lousy's dogs won't eat such rough food, so they set their sights on the food that Smoker had deliberately left behind. There are delicious foods, why don't you let me eat them? We are the most honorable celestial dragons, and it is our right to get everything we want. So they rushed to the granary in a mighty force, but unfortunately, the 5 elders had already ordered, all these foods should be supplied to Lord Yim first. They also sent out the Knights of God to guard the granary. As long as someone breaks in, no matter if they are CP, guards, slaves, or even celestial dragons, they will all be killed. The hungry celestial dragons ignored the warning and rushed in regardless. They didn't calm down until one of the celestial dragons who didn't believe in superstition was killed in public. Yes, even among the most respected world governments, there are still differences in superiority and inferiority. In the past, there were countless untouchables who were oppressed and abused by them. Now, they have become untouchables. Fortunately, the marine transport ship finally arrived. Although the marine's food was not delicious, it was at least fresher than the reserve food. Advertisement: the celestial dragons had been hungry for a long time and ate like a group of wild boars. Maybe hunger really can make people smarter. The celestial dragons feared that the famine would continue, so they ate everything without any agreement, leaving nothing for the slaves. That night, there was vomiting and diarrhea in the Holy Land, but the slaves were safe and sound. Early the next morning, Sengoku then received a call from 5 elders. Even through the Den Mushi, I could feel their anger. But Sengoku was prepared and immediately started to act. Huh? Celestial dragons are vomiting and having diarrhea? What's going on? Did someone poison me? No, this is what we eat, and we have checked it several times, there is absolutely no problem. Whether it's inspection or transportation, the whole process is supervised by CP. Could it be that the food is too coarse and Master Celestial Dragons can't digest it? Marine definitely still has food, but to be honest, the quality is not as good as the ones that were given away. Medicine? Yes, yes, yes. No problem? Sengoku put down the phone and called Suru again. Oh my god, Smoker asked Ivankov to send a barrel of hormones to boost metabolism, has it been delivered? Very good, mix it into the anti-diarrhea medicine and give me all the Mariajoy. This time we need to do it as soon as possible. Hearing the emphasized tone, he understood what he meant. That same day, Marine's medicine was delivered to the Holy Land. After Celestial Dragons took the medicine, some of them felt much better, but some of them became even hungrier. If you eat Marine's food and have vomiting and diarrhea, the 5 elders would also suspect that someone had done something wrong. That's even hungrier. Isn't this normal? If you are not hungry, you are sick. After Marine's combo, Celestial Dragons almost went crazy. They even ate the wild fruits, vegetables and pets in the garden, and even drew their knives to fight each other for food. As for Saint Galosis, who had wasted thousands of pounds of meat to feed the dogs, he had already been torn to pieces by the angry Celestial Dragons. Such a chaotic situation, not to mention CP, even the Knights of God are having a headache. However, the dawn finally comes. When CP learned that a ship carrying food from an allied country would arrive at the port the next day, he was so excited that he almost cried. Celestial Dragons can also snatch food and they can only watch. There's not enough food for people, and the dog wants to be on the table? Advertisement so, if the food was stolen for a few days, they would be hungry for a few days. If there hadn't been special starvation training back then, I would have starved to death. But less than half an hour later, another piece of news made them feel like they were falling into an icy cave. Hundreds of transport ships from allied countries were attacked by the Revolutionary Army almost at the same time. Especially the ships close to the Red Line were completely destroyed. Even if there are no accidents in the second half of the journey, it will take 10 days for the surviving ships to reach the Red Line. The 5 elders were angry and anxious, and quickly called Sengoku and asked him to send a warship to escort them. But Sengoku flatly refused. I'm sorry, my lords. A few days ago, we detected that the Whitebeard Pirates and the Beasts Pirates' main fleets were heading to Punk Hazard at the same time. So most of the Marines have been sent to stop them, and they are unable to escort the grain ships. Because such a big thing happened in the Holy Land recently, the Marine did not report it and planned to solve it on his own. The 5 elders were shocked. In some ways, Punk Hazard is as important as the Holy Land. It is indeed reasonable for the Marine to send troops for protection. Can the Marine handle these 2 pirates groups alone? How about? Let CP help you. Over the years, the 5 elders have been almost fooled into being blind and deaf, and have no idea of the Marine's strength. Alas. You know, the Marine budget. Oh, no, the resources are limited. But Punk Hazard is the future of the world and the future of Celestial Dragons. We Marines will never let the pirates succeed, even if we shed our last drop of blood. As for CP, just let them focus on solving the Celestial Dragons problem. The 5 elders sighed secretly. Sure enough, under Smoker's leadership, Marine's appearance changed, and even the old hand Sengoku became passionate and loyal. Suddenly they felt a sense of guilt. After years of suppressing the Marines, they were stretched thin when facing the 2 big pirates. After this incident, we must increase military spending for the Marines. It's just that the world government has had some financial problems in recent years and seems to be a bit stretched. Celestial Dragons' living standards cannot be lowered. The deep-sea prison is currently under reconstruction and funding cannot be cut at will. No. Let's put up with the CP. Sengoku hung up the phone and raised his chopsticks to greet Zephyr, Garp and Crane. Come, eat quickly. In front of Marine F4 is a table of food that is so exquisite that it is unimaginable. Those Celestial Dragons are such good eaters. Long is a good kid. He robbed the grain ship and still remembered to give us a gift. While those young people are not around, hurry up and eat more. Chapter 459. Close face opening holy place. Mariajoy. Gore Nika walked down the road with an expressionless face. He was going to find the 5 elders to report on the transport ship. We encountered Celestial Dragons from time to time on the road, and each time we could only kneel down respectfully. Although it is already the undisputed #1 in CP. When walking outside, even the Marine Marshal has to be polite. But he knew in his heart that in the eyes of Celestial Dragons, he was just a dog. Walking down a long corridor, he had already seen 2 groups of Celestial Dragons fighting for blood. Because of the strong intervention of the Knights of God, they could not personally kill each other. But you can command slaves to fight. The winner gets a share of the food. At first, Celestial Dragons were just competing for food, but later I found that it seemed quite interesting. So slave fighting became their new game. Nika shook his head secretly. It's already this late and these white pigs are still arguing over such nonsense. God's bloodline. Is it so deformed? Belch. Nika burped accidentally. Smoker sent another wave of food through the door fruit. I was greedy and accidentally ate too much. I couldn't digest it even if I gave my life to digest it. The 5 elders demanded daily reports on the status of the grain ships. Under the blockade of the Revolutionary Army, the countries can't even send a sampan to pass. What the hell is there to report? However, I can take a walk under the pretext of reporting and digest my food at the same time. MD. I feel so full, I want to vomit. When he came to the power, as expected, he was scolded again. Scold him for not being able to protect the grain ship. Nika appeared respectful on the surface, but he was cursing in his heart. We are spies. You want me to do military work? With just this little salary a month, what's the point of risking my life? As long as Lousy does not lose his conscience, he can earn dozens of times more by taking some private work from Morgan's. If you don't have a conscience, you will earn more. This crappy class, I really don't want to go to it for a day. Isn't it nice to hug Hannah and my daughter? Thinking of his wife and children, Nika couldn't help but become distracted. The 5 elders scolded him for a long time, and finally got tired of it, so they slammed the table and told him to get out. Nika was calm and just bowed and left. Advertisement. Suddenly, a celestial dragon's guard rushed in. Oh no, Master 5 elders. 5 elders. What's the matter? What's all the fuss? Several celestial dragons' masters failed to control themselves during the slave fight. Pallas Fortalina died, Pallas Yasha and Saint Zebret were seriously injured. Although the slaves who caused the incident have all been executed, the celestial dragons are still very excited. They demanded that the food crisis be resolved immediately, otherwise they would rush to power. Now the Knights of God can no longer suppress them. The 5 elders looked so ugly that it seemed as if water was dripping out of their faces. Suddenly, Satan gave Nika a sinister look, which immediately made his anus tighten. You guys wait at the door first. The two looked at each other and walked out obediently, leaving only the 5 old men whispering to each other. Come in. After a while, a voice came from the room, calling the two back. Nika, thank you for your contribution over the years. Nika was a little unresponsive. This is what I should do. I have always considered myself the most loyal CP. The 5 elders were pleased with his attitude. We recognize your loyalty. But now, the Holy Land is facing an unprecedented crisis, so I want to borrow something from you. Nika. What? I'll lend you my head to appease people's hearts. Nika. Are you seriously ill? The 5 elders didn't wait for his answer and spoke directly to the guard. Tell celestial dragons that the food crisis is difficult to resolve because CP leader Nika secretly leaked the information about the transport ship to the Revolutionary Army. Go to the square and prepare a cross. Pile up some firewood underneath. We are going to have a public execution. Well, thank you for your hard work. Go change into something prettier. The guard responded and ran away. Nika, however, was bewildered. No, do you really know something, or is it just a blind cat catching a dead mouse? Forget it, no matter what the reason is, Lousy can't die here. So pathetic. Nika stepped back and took a deep breath. 5 elders. Let Lousy die, for what reason? Who do you think you are? FK. These 5 old men with their heads filled with enema are fantasizing in this room every day, like 5 old dogs who are high on themselves. You 5 black pigs and the group of white pigs outside have the nerve to call yourself God, what the hell? I $$ carat hash carat $$ in. From the time they were weaned to now, 5 elders had never been attacked so closely. Advertisement. The 5 of them crashed at that time. Watching in amazement at Nika's crazy output. It took him a long time to react, and he was immediately furious. Big guts. How dare you blaspheme God, death penalty. Die. Second the motion. I'm F************G obsessed. Oh, sorry, hanging, chop it up and feed it to the fish. 5 conquerors hockey swept in like a flood. The white jade room was instantly covered with cracks, and all the glass and decorations were shattered. Nika felt difficulty breathing and his whole body was shaking. However, although he is not a top-level warrior, it is nothing but a pipe dream to think that he can be overwhelmed by hockey. Isambaren V. Nasujiro transforms into a horsebone form and exhales a breath of icy air. Nika showed no sign of weakness and transformed himself into a giant blue bird with red stripes. He flapped his wings and a strong wind appeared, offsetting the cold air. The 5 elders were shocked. What? Isn't Nika the green heron form of the bird fruit? Why can he control the wind? A large blue bird, controlling the wind, extremely fast. Damn, it's the bird fruit, mythical beast, blue Luan form. Damn it, how dare you lie to us, death penalty. It turns out that Nika has been hiding his true abilities. Every time it transformed into beast form, it would stretch its neck, legs, and anus to disguise itself as a mean green heron. Fortunately, as the leader, he rarely needs to transform, so no one noticed. Nika broke the glass and rushed out. Shepherd 10 Peter Saint wanted to transform into a giant sandworm and suck him back. But he was stopped by others. No, you can't use this trick in the Holy Land. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Nika flew high into the sky. Flying, breathing out fragrance. Hey, celestial dragons. I'm telling you, no more food will be shipped to the Holy Land. No matter how you try to survive, you will only starve to death in the end. Besides, what kind of shitty gods are you? They are nothing but a bunch of dirty maggots, white roundworms that parasitize the world. You are just a bunch of caged white pigs. You are useless people who only know how to eat, drink and breed. Ahahaha, the voice of Nika spreads through Mariajoy. The entire Holy Land was suddenly in uproar. Chapter 460 Damn Nika. Ghoul Nika hovered in the air, ready to run away. Suddenly, he found several groups of people confronting each other. It turned out that several celestial dragons were fighting with slaves. Although supplies were scarce, celestial dragons still had plenty of wine and food. On the contrary, the slaves' fatigue, hunger and pain had tortured them to the point of exhaustion. Because of Nika's shout just now, they temporarily stopped fighting. Nika's eyes rolled and he flew straight over. With a flap of its wings, a gust of wind blew everyone over. Hey, slaves with no future, you don't have long to live, death is your inevitable end. In these final days, will you continue to linger on, or will you use your last life to crush these stupid celestial dragons? One of the celestial dragons stood up angrily. You rude fellow, how dare you make this saint fall? I am the god of these slaves. No matter what I do, they have no choice but to accept it. Is that right? As he spoke, he walked up to a seriously injured and dying slave, and the crutch dug deep into the wound on his leg. After years of hard work by Smoker and Zen, almost all the slaves in the Holy Land are pirates. The slave was already unconscious, and under the intense stimulation, he subconsciously threw a punch. He just felt that he hit something, and there was silence all around him. I forced myself to open my eyes and saw a celestial dragon lying in front of me, with its head half collapsed. The guards immediately surrounded him. Damn it, you dared to kill God? The slave's face was pale and his body was shaking, as if he could be blown down by a gust of wind. He looked down at his fist and chuckled. It's not that difficult. He fell to the ground helplessly, completely losing his breath. Several celestial dragons around screamed in fear. Damn it, a mere slave actually killed a god. Guards, kill them all, don't leave any alive. The remaining slaves were terrified and immediately cried and begged for mercy. But the guards remained unmoved and stabbed the slaves to death one by one with their spears. Finally, a female slave holding a child couldn't stand it anymore. The strong maternal love made her burst out with amazing courage. She pushed aside a guard, grabbed the spear, and rushed straight at Celestial Dragons, stabbing him in the thigh with the spear. Let my daughter go, or I will kill you right now. Quick! She exerted force suddenly, and the spear pierced through the Celestial Dragon's thigh. Ah, damn you lowlife, I'm going to cripple your daughter and then sell her to Pleasure Street. Advertisement: her daughter is only 7 or 8 years old. Upon hearing Celestial Dragon's words, the slave girl's eyes instantly turned red. Damn pig, let's die together. She thrust her spear hard, piercing the Celestial Dragon's heart. Everyone present, whether it was the Celestial Dragons, the guards, or the other slaves, they were all stunned. This slave killed Celestial Dragons? Only Nika laughed. Did you see that? They are not gods, they will die too? Their blood is also red? Slaves, instead of dying in silence, resist. I'll take this little girl with me. You die the way you wish. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. The female slave discovered that her daughter, who was following her, was missing. And on the claws of the big blue bird in the sky, there was an unconscious little girl. The female slave laughed miserably, with a hint of relief in her laughter, and then her eyes turned cold again. He, I am Spear Cilia. She rushed towards one of the Celestial Dragons with a spear in hand, roaring. After killing several guards in succession, he shot Celestial Dragons in the head with a spear. But her body is too weak after all. The guards rushed forward and hacked her to death with their swords. This scene was seen by the 5 elders who arrived late. Their eyes almost burst into flames. Nika continued to output in the air. Ahahahaha, 5 elders, how's this for the big show? Don't thank me, we'll see each other later, if there is a future for you. After saying that, he flapped his wings and rushed into the distance with the strong wind. The Knights of God finally arrived at this time. Although in terms of combat power, they could beat Nika to death several times. But when it comes to flying speed, even if you're left behind, you can't catch up. In just a few breaths, he almost disappeared from sight. We can't let him go. Makas Masheng transformed into Azuma Tenma, a hybrid of a bird and a snake, and chased after it with a flap of his wings. Judging from the speed, it is not much slower than Nika. 5 elders. No, it was the 4 elder stars who were looking at the sky with gloomy expressions. Suddenly, a guard rushed over and knelt on the ground. Oh no, Master 5 elders. The slaves are starting to riot, and some are trying to attack the Celestial Dragons. Nani? Is anyone hurt? Advertisement: they were talking about Celestial Dragons, of course. Slaves were not considered human beings. Not yet, but the escort team is short-handed, requesting support from CP and Marine. There are thousands of guards at the holy place. If it were 10 years ago, these slaves could be easily suppressed. But now it's different. Among these slaves, pirates and criminals accounted for 80 to 90%. In the eyes of Celestial Dragons, the higher the bounty of a slave, the better quality they are, and they are reluctant to kill them easily. The bounty for the slaves who survived was very considerable. In other words, the hundreds of thousands of slaves in the Holy Land are actually an army of bounty hunters. The 5 elders were immediately furious. Assholes, what do you do for a living? CP? Most of the CP has been sent out to guard the grain transport ship. And Ghoul Nika has already betrayed us. Do you think CP can be trusted? The guard just learned about this and was stunned. The CP's top commander betrayed us? Why? The 5 elders stared at him. Let the Knights of God take action and tell them that the lives of celestial dragons are the highest principle. I don't care what method you use, mobilize the people immediately and stop the rebellion. Otherwise, you will be considered a traitor, guard. MD, I finally know why CP betrayed, but he didn't dare say much and left with a frustrated look on his face. Soon, the Knights of God took action, and the situation gradually began to turn around. In the end, all the thousands of slaves who participated in the rebellion were killed. But the headache is yet to come. This batch of slaves was just the beginning. As the news spreads, more and more slaves will awaken their consciousness of resistance. These tools that provide celestial dragons with food, clothing, shelter and transportation can become weapons that kill them at any time. Without these slaves, the Holy Land would come to a standstill. But if you want to keep them, you must screen them carefully. Who would do such a thing? Originally CP was the most suitable and professional, but now it has become unreliable. Although the Knights of God are powerful, they are also celestial dragons and cannot do such rough work. Guards. Forget about them. The 5 elders sighed to the sky. Damn Ghoul Nika. At the same time, Ghoul Nika is racing with Marcus Mahjong. Chapter 461 Ghost Needle Island. Far away, 2 beams of light, one blue and one red, streaked across the sky like shooting stars. Many people on the sea saw this amazing sight, but before they could see it clearly, it disappeared in the blink of an eye. The 2 shadows were exactly Qingluan, played by Gel Nika, and Izunation, played by Marcus Mahjong. Qingluan flew at full speed, dodging the flames spewed out by Izunajinten from time to time. As for the little girl, he had already thrown her onto a passing merchant ship. Izuna Tien didn't care about a little slave and continued to chase. Qingluan and Izuna Tien are both legendary mythical beasts, and there is no difference in ability between them. Gel Nika even secretly asked Marine to make a fire homies that could perfectly restrain Izuna's fire. But Saint Maka's Mosh has immortality. No matter how Ghoul Nika attacks, bite, windblade or fire. All wounds healed in an instant, and even his physical strength did not decrease. After fighting several battles, Gur Nika suffered a great loss, so he dared not to fight and could only run away. And Izuna Tien was chasing after him relentlessly. While flying, Gel Nika hurriedly called Smoker. This is the situation now, tell me what to do. Nika, you did this so beautifully, stop talking nonsense. Don't worry, with your aptitude, your ability should have been awakened by now, right? I've awakened. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. Pay attention, I'm already very tired. Do you remember the Needle Islands? We'll meet there? Kajima. Got it, remember, you must not stop at other islands on the way. The 5 elders and the Knights of God can use a magic circle to instantly transport you to any place in the world. Once you are entangled by them, it will be over. Receive. Gel Nika turned and flew towards the calm belt. Marcus Musician also chased after him without hesitation. Before, Gur Nika was chased and fled in a panic, so he didn't dare to say anything harsh. Now that I have a clear idea in my mind, I can start talking trash as if it's free. Old Glass, why the hell are you following me? You stay in the same room every day with the door closed so no one can see you. Don't think no one knows what you are doing. Advertisement. Those white pigs are really self-aware and even know to put on masks. After all, the air that pigs exhale stinks. Aren't you the same kind as those white pigs? Why are you wearing black? Are you black pigs? Gel Nika cursed as he flew, and Marcus Mosh behind him was furious. He has been in a high position for a long time, and people who see him are usually respectful. The only one who needed to be obeyed was Yim, who also started working directly and never cursed. Having served as a 5 elder for so many years, the word I say most often is seconding. In terms of speaking skills, who can compare with Ghoul Nika, who was deeply influenced by Smoker? Among all the insults, the only words that mattered were bold, damnable, and untouchable, which were completely irrelevant to Gur Nika. Instead, Gel Nika would retort from time to time, making Saint Marcus Mosh so angry that he was fuming. In the end, he chose to shut up, gather up all his strength and chase after the B***** D in front of him as quickly as possible. 2 people or 2 birds, after rushing all the way, we finally arrived at the Ghost Needle Islands. The topography of the Ghost Needle Islands is very peculiar. The entire island seems like thousands of thin needles of varying lengths inserted into the sea. A person can barely stand on each needle, let alone a teleportation array. There are no other islands within hundreds of nautical miles of this island, and it does not appear on any official map. Not long ago, Bellamel came to the naval headquarters. Smoker suddenly had an idea and took Nami out to draw a map. I accidentally discovered this island because I went in the wrong direction, even the name was given by Nami. Smoker occasionally mentioned the island when he met Gel Nika. Gornika became interested and wanted to take his wife and daughter to see it when he had the chance. So Smoker specifically told him the location of the island in detail on the nautical chart. Unexpectedly, it became Gore Nika's lifeline. Gel Nika transformed into a human form and landed on the island, unable to help but gasping for breath. Marcus Moshe Saint hovered in the air. What, are you out of energy? Then he opened his mouth and spurted out a column of blazing fire. Ghoul Nika rolled away. Wherever the fire column passed, all the rocks melted and a large area of Needle Mountains collapsed. He raised his hand, and the flame homies rushed out and swallowed up all of Marcus Moshe Saint's pillar of fire. Flame homies burped and grew to more than 10 meters in size, then Gur Nika jumped onto homies. Advertisement, don't destroy this place, idiot. I will bring my wife and children here to travel in the future. After these words were spoken, Saint Marcus Moshe almost broke down. Wife and daughter. You be *********** D actually got married and had kids? In order to strengthen their rule, the CP does not intermarry with outsiders. If you need a child, you can look for war orphans, or buy one from a human trafficker, or just kidnap one yourself. Even if they get married like Luki and Khalifa, the child will be handed over and trained as a new couple, and the parents will not know the child's information. Therefore, Khalifa was willing to betray her husband and wife in order to break the curse for her child. Gur Nika sneered repeatedly. You old B**************** D. There are still many things you don't know. Lousy not only has a wife and daughter, but also has stakes in a lot of industries. He can earn hundreds of millions of Baileys every year by selling information about celestial dragons. How could you expect Lousy to risk his life for the little money you gave me? Forget it. You, an old loser, will never have the chance to experience this kind of harmonious family life. Presumptuous. Izuna Tenma flapped his wings violently, and the iron feathers shot towards him like arrows. Homies spit out a stream of fire, which collided with the feather arrow, causing a violent explosion. While the smoke and dust were rolling, Gel Nika used his razor to flash to Izuna Tenma's side and cut off half of his head with a tempest kick. Homies finished off the attack, spitting out blazing flames to wrap it in. But none of these attacks worked. The attack was over, and Izuna Tenma's injuries began to slowly recover. Taking this opportunity, Ghoul Nika secretly whispered to Den Den Mushi for help. Come on. This guy is too hard to deal with. Ghoul Nika is a typical high attack, high speed, low defense and no control. It is really difficult to resist this immortal monster. Right now, hold on for another half an hour. After that, the call was disconnected. Open black lens bracket half an hour should be no problem. Close black lens bracket. Gel Nika leapt high and transformed into the blue phoenix form again. After awakening, Xingluan's body size increased dramatically. It was originally about the same size as Marco's Phoenix, but now it is not inferior to Izuna Tenma at all. The flame homies pounced on him and condensed into a layer of translucent flame armor. Come on, Lao Deng, let's have a good fight. Chapter 462 Records. Qingluan and Azuma Tien fought fiercely. The two sides collided again and bit each other fiercely. Suddenly, Izuna Tenma unleashes a powerful Conqueror's Haki, sending Qingluan flying. Qingluan rolled several times in the air and landed on the ghost needle rock panting. Damn it, this guy is so troublesome, doesn't he feel tired? Qingluan's body was covered with scars, with many scratches on his head and chest, and blood dyed his emerald feathers red. Izuna flapped his wings, and the wounds on his body began to heal slowly, without any weakening of his aura. Jir Nika, today is your end. Ants that anger life will only have one end, and that is to die miserably. Izuna opened his mouth wide, and flames slowly condensed in his mouth. Suddenly, there was a muffled thunder in the sky. Then dark clouds rolled in, the wind blew violently, and the light all around dimmed. Mazashung. Ghoul Nika. The next second, a huge body could be vaguely seen wriggling in the clouds. When it broke out of the clouds, it turned out to be a giant black dragon. Mazashung was very surprised. Smoker, why are you here? But he really didn't have the slightest doubt about Smoker. Now that the strongest and most loyal marine is here, it will be easier for me. No matter how Ghoul Nika struggles, he is doomed to have no future. Smoker, capture this rebel immediately. Don't kill him. I want him to see with his own eyes how his wife and daughter become slaves of God. From Gur Nika's words, he could feel that this guy cared most about his family. In this case, let's start with his family and torture him. But Gur Nika showed no sign of panic. He changed back into human form and sat on homies, panting. Why are you here so late? You be *********************************** D. I'll leave the rest to you. Smoker nodded and said in a muffled voice, thank you for your hard work. Seeing this scene, Moshe Saint's eyes almost popped out. What? You too. The black dragon quietly hovered in front of Moshe Saint. Idiot, haven't you figured it out yet? The arrogance brought by power has completely blinded your eyes. By the way, how long has it been since you last saw this world with your own eyes? Mazashung suddenly felt cold all over. Indeed, everything they saw and heard came from CP. The CP leader has already rebelled, so what this means is self-evident. Advertisement Moshe Sheng was like a girl who was toyed by the yellow-haired guy, and she yelled at Smoker hysterically. Damn it, Smoker, how can you be worthy of our trust? You are the Marine Star, the most loyal servant of the Celestial Dragons. We even thought that when Kong retires in a few years, you will take over as the commander-in-chief of the 3 armed forces of the world government. What a noble honor this is, do you understand? You be asterisk 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 D. With a roar, black lightning exploded, and a tsunami like Conqueror's Hockey attacked Smoker. But Smoker is much stronger than Gel Nika. Hockey, who made Gel Nika's body feel numb, was like a breeze in front of Smoker. What a noisy guy, shut up. Hot breath. Smoker opened his mouth and spit out a column of flame, which opened a large hole in Izuna's stomach. Saint Mosh screamed first, and was knocked back a long distance before he could steady himself. Ha ha ha. Idiot, we are immortal, there is no way you can defeat us. Smoker yelled, Odin. The blue ice bird rushed towards Izuna Tenma from top to bottom, opened its big mouth, and a stream of cold air instantly froze him into a ball of ice. The block of ice fell straight down and was about to fall into the sea. Izuna Tenma breathed fire to break free and flapped his wings desperately, thus avoiding falling into the water. Although I don't know what the mechanism of your immortality is. But if I just want to defeat you, there are so many ways to do it. Smoker said as he transformed into an orc. As soon as the words fell, the figure suddenly disappeared. Izuna. Smoker suddenly appeared in front of it, ripped off its head and threw it aside. Izuna Tenma's huge body also fell onto the island, and the sharp stone pillars instantly pierced its body like a roasted chicken. But the next second, regeneration starts again. Smoker looked down at Mosh Saint from above. Got it. I don't even need my abilities, Hockey can easily take care of you. Immortality is both a support and a curse. In my eyes, your body is as fragile as paper. Mozzie Saint recovered. He could obviously recover his injuries and physical strength, but he was still out of breath. Monster, you monster. He knew that Smoker was powerful, but he only thought that he was about the same as Kaido. But now it seems that it is far beyond my imagination. Even above that man, no, I can't stay here, I want to run away. As he was thinking, a strange magic circle began to appear under his feet. Although he had no foothold, he tried to forcibly summon the magic circle to teleport. Advertisement, dark water. Smoker released gravity and pulled him directly out of the teleportation array. Musician. Smoker said coldly, did I let you go? He slowly raised his fist, with Conqueror's Hockey wrapped around it. How can I let you go so easily, as a good punching bag like you? Bump. Ping. Boom. A few hours later. Smoker wiped the sweat from his head. Ah, I haven't exercised like this for a long time, I feel so refreshed. Azuma Tenma stayed where he was obediently, his body slowly recovering. At this time he was no longer furious, but very calm. He did not fight back when being beaten or scolded. There was no other way. I was beaten for hours, unable to resist, unable to escape, anyone would choose to lie down. Even if you fight for 10 more days and nights, you won't be able to hurt me at all. Everything you are doing now is completely meaningless. Nika yelled. Smoker, don't let him go. This kind of immortality must come at a price. As long as you keep attacking, you will reach your limit sooner or later. No, I'll do it, you take a rest first. Nika rested for a few hours. I also took some time to have a meal and take a nap. After all, he is an awakener of the mythical beast ability, and his physical condition has already recovered to its peak. Smoker moved closer to it. How can you say there is no objection? Mosh Saint, how old are you this year, Mazashung? Without waiting for his answer, Smoker continued. How many years has it been since you gained the immortality from that I am? Your appearance hasn't changed at all. Upon hearing Smoker's words, Mosh Saint's eyes widened. You, he stared at Smoker, as if he saw something terrifying. How do you know all this? Who are you? Smoker moved closer to Mosh Saint and smiled meaningfully. This immortal ability is a record, right? Chapter 463. No move. Masheng's pupils shook violently. You, Smoker chuckled. It seems I was right. Although I don't know what Im's specific ability is. But the immortality of the 5 elders is obviously not their own ability, but is given by others. Smoker made a bold guess. This should be Yim using his ability to record the 5 elders at a certain moment. As long as the ability is not retracted, the 5 elders will remain in that state. No matter how much damage or consumption you suffer, everything will be restored to its original state, and you won't even feel pain or fatigue during the process. As for Im's instant kill of Saint Satan, it was not that mysterious. It should just be to take back the power and let Saint Satan die of old age. Then, Saint Mosh calmed down. You guessed right, but what can I do? Even if it's sea stone, it can't eliminate the effect of the ability inflicted on this saint. Smoker grabbed Masheng's neck and lifted him up. Cruz. I'm here, Master Smoker. The extremely poisonous homies appeared and used the power of the childlike fruit on Saint Mosh. But unfortunately, after Mazashung turned into a toy, he recovered in an instant. Upon seeing this, Masheng felt much more confident. See, everything you did was in vain. Besides, my life card is in the Holy Land. They will be able to find it soon? You will end up dead, Smoker sneered. Sailing is not as fast as flying. It took Xingluan so long to fly here, and it would take at least several weeks by boat. But Mazad's attitude made Smoker very unhappy. What are you so arrogant about? B****************** D. Smoker threw his hands and hit Mozzie's head crooked. But it recovered immediately. Hee hee hee. Do whatever you want with it, it doesn't hurt at all. It's very tricky, isn't it? Is there nothing you can do to me? Let me tell you, there are 4 other guys as awesome as me. There's another one who's cooler than me. Why do you want to fight us? If you want to get involved in this business, you need power. Nika listened to the conversation between the two and also looked worried. According to what Moshe Saint said, 5 elders really can't be beaten or caught. Smoker didn't tolerate his bad habits at all, and cursed at Tuomo Shingzi while snorting. You guys are so awesome, how come you pee your pants when you hear about the sun god Nika? You guys are so awesome, why don't you fight Joey Boy with real weapons? Mazashung was shocked. How did you know? Advertisement. Smoker made a tisk sound. Lousy knows a lot. Lousy knows that the Pluton warship is under Wanokuni, Poseidon is the Murloc princess, and Uranus is in the hands of the idiot Imna, but it's a pity that it has no power and is just a waste. Lousy knows that the rubber fruit you lost a few years ago is the human fruit, mythical beast, Nika form of Joyboy. Lousy knew that Joyboy's straw hat was hidden in the Holy Land, and IM would go there and fantasize about the hat when he had nothing to do. Lousy knew that the huge war back then caused the water level to rise, so you idiots live on the red line and build a bridge. Lousy also knows that the huge war that swept the world back then will break out again sooner or later. Because. Smoker leaned close to Mazashun's ear. Do you know what One Piece is? That is the killer weapon that Joyboy left behind. It is powerful enough to tear the world apart. Did you always think that the great secret treasure was in Raftel? Idiot, Roger has already taken the stuff out, and you are the only ones who are still kept in the dark. Ahahaha. Masheng's eyes suddenly widened. His eyes were full of shock and horror, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. That expression was as if he saw IMF ******. Smoker's revelations were half true and half false. What Masheng knew could naturally confirm its authenticity, but he didn't know and subconsciously thought it was true. Moshe Saint was trembling all over, looking at Smoker with fear in his eyes. No, impossible, are you also from that era? Cut. Smoker shrugged. Don't compare me to that piece of trash hiding in the cracks of history. This world is so interesting. The oppressed race is submissive, what are you so arrogant about? B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** rulers clearly had hundreds of years to consolidate their victory. But they just hide in the gutter and watch the world, guarding against the natural enemy of God who may or may not appear. Smoker threw Moshe Saint against the stone pillar and condensed a dark spear into his body, nailing him firmly to the pillar. One more thing. Actually, your immortal bodies are not that difficult to deal with. I can tie you up with sea stone and throw you into a volcano. Although I know you are in the magma, the lifecard will burn to ashes as soon as it gets close to you. It is impossible to pull you out. I can cut you into several pieces and throw them on different islands. I want to see whether the lifecard points to the head or the heart. Ma Zisheng broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this. How the hell did you come up with these dirty tricks? Smoker moved closer, his voice sounding like the whisper of a demon. Actually, it's easy to end your life. I can lock you up in sea stone, strip you naked and put you with the drugged dogs. Such a wonderful picture. Morgans will definitely spread it to the whole world as soon as possible. Advertisement, what do you think I am will do then? Saint Moshe directly broke through the defense. Devil, you are the devil. The voice was sad and angry, even with a hint of tears. Tisk tisk tisk. Smoker slapped his face. It's already broken, it's useless. You're lucky, I don't have time to waste with you. Smoker reached out and broke off a stone pillar. The Fruit's awakening ability is activated, and the stone pillar turns into a black hole. A terrifying gravitational force exploded, sucking away both the air and the seawater. Even Nika quickly transformed and flapped his wings to avoid being pulled in. Just stay in the darkness and enjoy your eternal life. After that, Smoker threw Masheng into the black hole, and then threw the black hole into the sea. Initially, you could see the surging water rushing into the black hole, but after a few seconds, no trace of it could be seen. Smoker looked at the traces of battle on Ghost Needle Island again. Nika, I'm sorry, I'm afraid you can't bring Hannah and the others over. I'm sorry too, Nami-chan. Smoker raised his hand. A huge black hole appeared and directly swallowed up the entire Ghost Needle Island. When the black hole dissipates, only the ocean remains around. Nika then let out a long sigh. Huh, it's finally over. Suddenly, he came up to Smoker in a nasty way, his eyes full of 8 trigrams. What you and that old man said is true. That's not possible. Some of them are just made up. 6. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go back to the naval headquarters. The government wouldn't think you were hiding so close. By the way, did you leave your lifecard in the Holy Land? Don't worry, I haven't been here for nothing these few years. I made such a big noise just to warn you. My subordinates will destroy my lifecard and file immediately. Oh, you are also very cool. By the way, will they follow the lifecard? No problem, the dark space can isolate the lifecard. Oh, then I am completely relieved. Distance. The Celestial Dragon's ship and several escort ships were sailing at high speed. Oh no. Jielen Sheng. A guard ran to the bow, panting, and knelt behind Galen Sheng. Saint Maz's lifecard is not moving. Jielen Sheng. Nani? Chapter 464 God's News The Void Throne. Yim sat in his seat, looking down. 5. 4 old stars knelt before him tremblingly. Lord Yim, please forgive me. The turmoil in the Holy Land eventually reached Yim's ears. Yim was extremely furious. The person they chose to be in charge is so incompetent. Useless rubbish. Not only did they fail to catch anyone, but one of them is missing. Deal with the mess in the Holy Land. Otherwise, Mu's abilities will not be wasted on useless people. The 4 of them knelt down hurriedly. Yim was too lazy to talk to them, so he left his seat and returned to the flowers. The 4 of them stood up. Yim said to deal with the mess, but he didn't mention a time limit. But the 4 of them looked uglier than each other. The world government is really short of manpower now. The Knights of God are of the same kind, so it is certainly not so easy to command them. The strongest shield CP has become unreliable. The powerful Marine has no time to spare. As for the countries, no, we must not let other countries know that the world government is in such a mess now. Non-member countries are not necessarily hostile to the world government, they just don't stand together. Likewise, not all member states are subservient to the world government. This kind of relationship between the enemy and us changes at any time. Especially at times like this, we need to show the world government's strength to other countries. At the same time, high in the sky, Morgans was holding piles of information, his eyes red with excitement. Food crisis in the Holy Land. Slaves kill celestial dragons. The 2 strongest pirate groups in the world attack Punk Hazard. CP leader defected. Opposite him there was a Den Den Mushi talking on the phone, and he pounced on it. Smoker. Thank you so much. This is a feast for journalists. I don't even know which one to put on the headlines. Den Den Mushi. And Smoker on the opposite side gave a meaningful chuckle. Advertisement. Morgans. In this world, the most explosive thing is not the new information, but the history hidden in the dust. Oh, what do you mean? These news have already made me feel numb all over. Is there anything more explosive? Oh, that's natural. There are so many explosive news that I don't even know where to start. In the office of the Marine staff, Smoker was looking through the documents while talking on the phone. Next to him was Nika, who was leisurely drinking tea. Behind them were the Marine intelligence personnel who were busy and sweating. Nika is also a thoughtful person. Although he thrived in world government, he always had a plan for danger, leaving behind many subordinates and backup plans. One of them was to destroy all the information about him. An even more deadly option is to ransack the world government's confidential room and send the information to the naval headquarters through the established channels. At this time, the Marine staff was working overtime to sort it out. Smoker was looking through a large package of information, which contained piles of photos. Let me give you a hot one first. Celestial Dragons has a tradition that has been passed down for hundreds of years and only stopped a dozen years ago, hunting human game. Morgans. When I received the photos and information, my eyes widened immediately. Not only him, but also the journalists and editors who pass by. Whenever I see those photos of celestial dragons torturing and killing people, I am stunned and break out in cold sweats. An editor muttered. These, are they demons? Smoker said calmly. Whether in the past or now, their name is God. As for what will happen in the future, it depends on you all. The next day, a much thicker newspaper with many more photos than usual was circulated around the world. The whole world was boiling with excitement. King Cobra looked at the newspaper, his hands shaking. His eyes were red, not sure if it was from anger or sadness. Actually, they deserve to die, all of them deserve to die. Suddenly, a guard holding a Den Den Mushi rushed in. King Cobra, the Love Den Den Mushi in your study is calling. Love Den Den Mushi is a special type of Den Den Mushi. It is monogamous and faithful until death. Only paired Den Den Mushi can communicate with each other. Once one of them dies, the other one will just become an ordinary snail even if it survives. King Cobra obviously knew who the other party was. Hello. Advertisement, King Cobra, have you read today's news? To be honest, it was beyond my expectation, but it didn't seem to be a surprise. So, now can you accept my proposal? King Cobra took a deep breath. Okay, I accept, then. I'll leave everything to you, Dragon. The member states were also in an uproar. Not only the common people, but even the royal family and nobles were in an uproar. World government was established 800 years ago, and the competition is held every 3 years. Even if there are occasional cancellations, that means more than 200 countries that once existed in the world were destroyed by the world government, which was regarded as a god by the world. What's worse is that although most human hunting games are held in non-member countries, but there were a few times when celestial dragons chose to hold the event in a member country because of their willfulness. No matter if they were kings, nobles, or commoners and slaves, none of them were spared. It was even more brutal than war. In reality, the nobles were not particularly afraid of war. In most cases, wars are fought for profit, and only for the sake of determining who is superior, not for life or death. No matter whether they win or lose the war, no matter how great the sacrifices are, it will not prevent them from having enough food and clothing. On the contrary, it is this game that makes them feel that all beings are equal. Many countries began to contact transport ships to slow down the transportation of grain to the Holy Land. These days, the Revolutionary Army continued to destroy transport ships from various countries. The world government, however, ignores all concerns and continues to demand food from various countries. No matter how much you shipped out or how much was lost, we only acknowledge what we received. Helplessly, countries can only send out transport ships in waves. The world government wants to use the continuous supply of food ships to disperse the Revolutionary Army's strength and break through the blockade. As for how much loss there is in the middle, they don't care. Some countries are still okay, they're big and powerful. Although he lost a lot of blood, at least he could still hold on. Smaller and poorer countries are in a terrible situation. Shiploads of food were sent out, but if they failed to arrive, they would be denied. They had to tighten their belts and squeeze out their rations to donate. But in order to maintain its so-called face, the world government refuses to allow the standards to be lowered. Finally, a country couldn't stand it anymore. The king of the Flower Kingdom sat in front of a Den Den Mushi with his eyes locked, as if he had encountered some difficulties. After a long time, he sighed and dialed the Den Den Mushi. "Hello, Captain DK, it's me. Pass my order. All transport ships, return home." Chapter 465. Go early and return early. In the following days, the four elders and the Knights of God worked hard every day to suppress the riots in the Holy Land. In just a few days, tens of thousands of slaves participated in the riot, and it is unknown how many more were involved in the conspiracy behind the scenes. Not counting the burned palaces and destroyed property. A total of 47 celestial dragons were killed, and thousands of guards died protecting the celestial dragons. Many of them were only seriously injured and could have saved their lives with timely treatment. But the celestial dragons saw that the Holy Land was short of medical care and medicine, and they refused to waste the precious medicine on such a few guards. In this way, hundreds of guards died painfully in their hospital beds because they could not get treatment. I don't know if they regretted their loyalty before they died. But fortunately, everything has finally come to an end, and the four elder stars have breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, they dare not relax too much. No one knows whether this riot is really over. Or is it just the calm before the storm, and the slaves are gathering strength? In the past, as long as they threatened the safety of celestial dragons, they would just kill tens of thousands of slaves. But now the Holy Land has almost become a big prison, and the number of slaves killed is one less. The four elder stars then discovered that without celestial dragons, the slaves can still live well. But without slaves to serve them, the group of celestial dragons really couldn't survive. The four elders originally told celestial dragons to grit their teeth and help them through this difficult time. They came up with a plan. A celestial dragon only has a few slaves to serve him. Kill all the others to avoid too many slaves posing too great a threat. But the news leaked accidentally. The slaves hadn't done anything yet, but the celestial dragons were unwilling. A group of people, with snot in their noses, charged aggressively between the powers. The five elders were furious. They did not show up, but directly called in the Knights of God to execute the three celestial dragons who were making the most noise, and only then did the others calm down. Just like that, the number of dead celestial dragons totaled 50. Since the God Valley incident, the total number of celestial dragons that have died abnormally is less than 50. After this riot, the number doubled. Although the five elders did not trust these slaves, they did not dare to suggest killing them all. It's not that I have a change of heart, but they were afraid that it would be accidentally leaked, leading to a new round of riots among slaves. At this time, the four elder stars sat powerlessly among the powers. Even an immortal body cannot hide mental fatigue. Advertisement, Saint Moshe, has been missing for several days, and no one knows whether he is dead or alive. But his life card has not changed, it just can't indicate the direction. He should be trapped. After all, we all know how powerful the immortal body is. The immortal body is indeed unkillable, but what about being trapped? As a friend, I naturally hope that he is safe, but Lord Yimu may not be willing to wait. Fortunately, everything has calmed down. Let's wait for a while. That's fine. With the four of us guarding the Holy Land, there won't be any trouble. Second, because the fate of Saint Mazi is uncertain. Yim did not let Jialansheng take over the position of environmental martial god immediately. Therefore, there are still only four elder stars present in the power room. At this time, a guard came in respectfully pushing a cart full of newspapers. I've been so busy lately that I don't even have time to read the newspaper. Yes, newspapers are weapons, they must not be wasted. Because they have been so busy these days and CP is almost paralyzed, the four elders haven't read the newspaper for a few days. I finally have some free time today, I must make up for it. The newspapers were not from the same day, so they picked up one and started reading. As soon as we saw the headlines, we all said, WTF? 423 things EYM and the five elders had to say. God's Valley, Celestial Dragons Ecstasy, Close Relatives, Blood of God. In-depth explanation of how celestial dragons obtained royal slaves. Five elders. A gay relationship that goes beyond friendship and family affection. This kind of new media essay-style title is simply a dimensionality reduction attack in the pirate's world. The title is just a joke, but the content is even more explosive. Morgan's newspapers are basically out of stock these days. The information in it was disclosed for the first time and immediately caused an uproar around the world. In the early years, the world government tried every means to cover up the evil done by the celestial dragons. Now they are powerless to suppress the news, and the atrocities of the celestial dragons spread across the world in an instant. For a time, countries' trust in the world government has dropped to a freezing point. In particular, the news that celestial dragons had massacred its member countries in the early years made people in all countries panic. Advertisement, especially the member states, I joined in the first place to seek stability. Now it turns out that joining is useless, as you may still become the target of celestial dragons' game of national destruction. In this case, what is the point of joining the world government? Why should we tighten our belts even when we are hungry to provide you with food and drink? More and more countries are ordering transport ships to stay put or simply withdraw. Many member states have even begun internal discussions on the possibility of withdrawing from the group. The four elders gritted their teeth and finished chopping the newspaper, and were so angry that the blood vessels on their foreheads almost burst. Morgans, this damn B****************, D, a wolf that can't be tamed. I will chop him into pieces, and then fry him in a pan. And Ghoul Nika, they deserve to die too, he must have leaked the information. Second the motion. You must second the motion. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Peter Saint's head, and he seemed to have thought of something. Wait, do you feel that despite all the chaos recently, there is a certain force that has never shown up? The other three also felt something was wrong. Yes, they are obviously the strongest force on the sea. Two major pirates attacked Punk Hazard. It's been so long, why is there no movement at all? Could it be? The four of them looked at each other and finally realized something was wrong. Could it be that with Smoker here, Marine is also out of control? It's better to be safe than sorry. Although Smoker is powerful, there are many experts in the Marines. What if something unexpected happens? Come to think of it, if it's Aokiji's ice, it might be able to seal Mosh Sang. Aokiji helps CP? That's too scary. Peter Saint slowly stood up. Whatever, I'm going to go to Punk Hazard myself to see what's going on. The other three frowned. If the enemy is really a Marine, you alone. How about we go together? Saint Peter resolutely refused. The Holy Land is in turmoil right now, so we must leave enough people behind. Just let the guys from the Knights of God accompany us. The other three people thought about it and agreed that this was indeed the case. After all, the Holy Land is the base. In that case, please. Chapter 466. Two heroes meet a few days ago. The Whitebeard Pirates and the Beasts Pirates are heading to Punk Hazard as agreed. Kaido transformed into a blue dragon and quietly came to find the Whitebeard Pirates. After a few years, the two great pirates met again. Kaido looked down at him. Oh, long time no see, Newgate. After saying that, he took a deep breath and exhaled a stream of hot breath, and flames fell from the sky like sticky magma. What a noisy little devil. Whitebeard walked up to the bow step by step, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he swung the Kusagawa slash in his hand violently. Suddenly, there was the sound of glass shattering all around, and cracks filled the air. A terrifying energy burst out, turning the heat into sparks that scattered onto the sea. The remaining energy continued and knocked Kaido several thousand meters away before stopping. That old ghost Whitebeard has indeed regained his combat power to his peak, close black lens bracket. No, my strength and speed have returned, but my skills and reactions are still far behind. He did not attack again, but slowly came to the front of the Moby DK, transformed into a human form and landed on the ship. Oh la la la, I never thought there would be a day when I could have a peaceful chat with you, Newgate. Whitebeard slashed the Cloud Slicer onto the deck. I never thought that a mere intern would be so successful. They are no less powerful than the Roger Pirates back then and the Whitebeard Pirates now. That's what the news said. They are really arrogant brats. Kaido grinned. What's so surprising? While you're pursuing your family, I can keep pursuing power and violence. Whitebeard snorted. So, you came here today to show off to Lousy? If you just want to say this boring nonsense, Lousy will sink you to the bottom of the sea right now? Kaido didn't get angry, but laughed. You still have the same bad temper, Newgate. I'm not here to reminisce about the past, but to plan for the future with you. Future? The place we are going to has the most advanced technology in the world. That island is the future. Let's join forces, Newgate. As long as we can get the technology on that island, we can truly control the future. Whitebeard gulped down a large gulp of wine. Not interested. Whitebeard has his own future and doesn't need that island. Advertisement. Besides, Lousy accepted Smoker's money, so he must follow through with his benevolence and justice. Even if we really want that island, we won't do it this time. Kaido snorted coldly. Boring. You don't want to wait for me to finish it, then rob me, do you? Whitebeard glanced at him. Lousy is not that boring. Lousy just accepted the money and agreed to take a stroll. As for what happened on the island, what does it have to do with Lousy? If you are scared, you can go home and Lousy can pretend that he heard nothing. Kaido also took a big gulp of wine. Although you are an irritating guy, your words are still trustworthy. In that case, just watch me make a big scene, oh la 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 la. After that, Kaido turned into a giant dragon and flew away. Whitebeard watched him leave, wondering what he was thinking. I'm sleepy. I'm going to take a rest, you guys continue. Whitebeard spoke to his men, then stood up and staggered back to the cabin, where he sat down on a huge recliner. Suddenly, the wall next to it rippled like the surface of water, and Pantom walked out of the wall. Ah, Kaido, that handsome boy back then has turned into a rough guy now. Why didn't you come out to chat just now? Forget it, it's all in the past. After all, we are no longer partners on the same pirate's ship, don't you agree, Captain? Humph, you've become more sensible now. By the way, Newgate, why don't you agree? With Kaido's temper, if he really gets the Vegapunk technology, I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? Lousy as Whitebeard. Ah my, don't say these words to comfort the little brat in front of me. Whitebeard choked, then snorted coldly. Joining forces will really be the end. Pantom. Right now, our relationship with Marine is not friends, but it's not an enemy either. But if we attack Punk Hazard, we will become real enemies. The key is, that island is a research institute, not a weapons factory. Even if we get those technologies, we can't quickly transform them into power. So, if we really have to fight, the end result is that we'll be busy for a long time, offend Marine, and end up making things easy for Kaido. Pantom covered his mouth and chuckled. You are still the same as always. You look carefree, but actually you are more calculating than anyone else. Since you chose to applaud Marine, why don't you tell them the news? Advertisement, unnecessary. Lousy is just cooperating with them, he is not his subordinate. Not helping either side is enough to prove his attitude. Besides, who would like a betrayer? And Whitebeard leaned his head back and looked straight at the ceiling. His eyes seemed to pass through the ceiling and reach the distant sky. High in the clouds, a homicide was sleeping soundly. There were two more people on Homies' back. One has a vulgar look on his face, and the other has an abstract look on his face. They're Kizaru and Cake. Cake looked down through the telescope. Bono Salino, Kaido is gone. Kizaru was enjoying a bowl of soba noodles and was surprised when he heard this. Huh? So soon, didn't they have a party or something? I didn't even have a meal? Kaji shrugged. It can't be helped. I guess their meeting wasn't a pleasant one. Kizaru sighed and stretched out his body. Really, I wanted to have a leisurely meal. Cake, how about we switch? Kaji quickly shook his head. No, don't even think about it. Kizaru's face fell, and he threw the remaining noodles in his hand down in anger, turning into golden light and flying away. Smoker had Whitebeard and Kaido feint an attack on Punk Hazard, while sending Kizaru and Cake to monitor their movements respectively. In the past, this kind of surveillance was done by sending warships to follow, which was easy to be discovered. Now we can upgrade our weapons and directly take the Homies to monitor from high altitude. Kaji is responsible for monitoring Whitebeard and just needs to follow him slowly. And Kizaru is in charge of monitoring Kaido, which is much more miserable. Because Kaido had to attack Punk Hazard, not only did he have to frequently dispatch his forces, he also ran around, so Kizaru had to run around with him. I followed you on this long journey, but I didn't expect to leave before I even had a meal. This made him, who loved to slack off, very upset. On the Moby DK, Joes, with a head full of noodles, grabbed Bister's collar and cursed. A-hole, I caught you red-handed this time. Bister. Chapter 467 Garbage. Whitebeard and Kaido come near Punk Hazard. The Marines sent more than a dozen warships to defend and patrol around Punk Hazard every day. Fortresses were also built on the island, with cold and shining gun barrels standing in rows. On the Moby DK, Buffalo, Atmos was holding a telescope and observing the warships in the distance. With just a few ships, you look down on us too much, don't you? Marines' warships are powerful, and they are a dimensional strike against the pirates' ships, but with only a few of them, how can they possibly withstand the beast's pirates that are at their peak? Joes had a worried look on his face. Marine didn't intend to fight us, he was just pretending. If you are so careless, you will suffer a great loss. Atmos was also silent. Both of them were cadres, so they naturally knew what Kaido was proposing. In fact, many people on Whitebeard's ship were interested. After all, it is the most advanced island in the world. Who wouldn't covet the future technology on the island? But Whitebeard has already refused Kaido's cooperation, so everyone can only obey his orders. In the following days, the two pirates groups performed diligently. They either circled around Punk Hazard from a distance, or tried to penetrate through the weak points of the warship's defense, occasionally firing a few shots at each other, and the performance was extremely realistic. On the island, a secret meeting was taking place in Vegapunk's private meeting room. There were mainly two groups of people attending the meeting. The first wave is led by scientists such as Vegapunk, Gaisaw, and Garen Gang. One wave is several Marine generals led by Vice Admiral Costello of Naval Headquarters and the commander of Punk Hazard Base. Vegapunk is reporting. Vice Admiral Costello, thanks to your strong city fruit, all the important experimental equipment and data have been transported away. Now the laboratory is just an empty shell. Of course, in order to paralyze the pirates, we left behind a lot of outdated facilities. Vice Admiral Costello frowned slightly. Dr. Vegapunk, Punk Hazard is the future of the world. We can't leave any traces of it to the pirates. You don't have to worry about the transportation capacity. The space of the fortified city fruit is infinite. Vegapunk waved his hand to interrupt him. Don't worry, Vice Admiral Costello. We have done an assessment and what is left is either already owned by Kaido or will require special resources at the government's disposal to be used properly. Even if the pirates can get these things, they're just useless junk. Besides, as far as I know, my old colleague, Dr. Quinn, is in the Beast's pirates. If I don't leave something behind, I won't be able to hide it from his eyes. After hearing Vegapunk's meticulous arrangements, Costello's expression relaxed. That's good. Shish, a sinister laugh came from a corner of the conference room. Geisa suddenly stood up and said, "You too, I'm worried about how we can escape from the pirates." Advertisement: if I were the pirates, since I covet the technology on the island, I would not let any suspicious person go. Vice Admiral, hiding in your body is indeed a good idea, but at the same time, once you die or are captured, our entire army will be wiped out. Costello smiled. Dr. Guy, that's a good question. Don't worry, Chief Inspector Smoker has already made arrangements. When they heard the name Smoker, all the scientists' eyes lit up. A few days ago, he asked you to build a lot of metal walls, right? Speaking of this, the scientists suddenly became excited and started talking at once. Yes, that's a precious alloy that can't be destroyed even by cannon fire. Just make it into a metal plate. Yes, it's in the experimental hall, a metal plate as huge as the wall. And we asked them to polish it so smooth that we could see our reflection, but it took us a lot of effort. Everyone calmed down. Costello waved his hand. Guess how we got here? The scientists were stunned and looked puzzled. Indeed, they appeared directly in the laboratory, and since they were our own people, no one thought much about it. Costello patted a young female rear admiral beside him. Let me introduce you all. This is Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral Monaro, the user of the Paramecia mirror fruit. A metal mirror is also a mirror. Everyone suddenly realized, that's how it is. Suddenly, there was a muffled sound of artillery fire in the distance. A Marine rushed into the meeting room. Vice Admiral Costello, it's bad, the Beast's pirates are attacking. Costello, aren't there attacks every day? This time it's different, they are serious, hiss. Costello gasped. Damn pirates, they really took action. Where are the Whitebeard pirates? They're far away, just watching, without making any movement. That's good. Costello knew that the warships outside would not last long. If it's just one Beast's pirates, we can buy a lot of time. Everyone, act according to the original plan. The warships should use their speed and range to maneuver. Be careful to control the firepower. Don't hurt the pirates and draw out the senior officers to take action. Tell them to protect themselves as much as possible. There is no need to fight to the death. Hold on for half an hour and then evacuate at full speed. Marine, assist the scientists in evacuating. As for the Marine scientists, take your belongings and gather in the laboratory lobby. Advertisement everyone. Yes, Marines and scientists left one after another. But there were two dogs sneaking around looking particularly creepy. In the chaos, Guy grabbed Galen Gang's sleeve. Galen Gang was stunned. Dr. Guy, why are you pulling me to the ground? Kaido is coming. Why don't you run away quickly? Do you want to betray me? Guy's face darkened. Don't talk nonsense. Here you can get money if you want it, and human experiment materials if you want it. Everyone speaks nicely. I love this place so much. Galen Gang's expression relaxed. Then why did you call me? Guy glanced around and said, well, you have accumulated a lot of garbage. Garen Gang's face changed, and a mechanical arm suddenly appeared and blocked Guy's mouth. Don't talk nonsense. Seeing Guy's expression again, he asked tentatively, are you also? Seeing Guy nodded solemnly, he let go of the robotic arm. It turns out that Smoker used his awakened abilities to create a black hole specifically to handle experimental waste. The scientists no longer had any worries and began to conduct experiments desperately. After all, they could handle explosions and poisons, so what was there to be afraid of? For a while, everyone's style became radical, and they almost caused the island to be destroyed several times. Vegapunk was furious and demanded that approval be obtained before the experimental waste could be destroyed, using this method to control the scale of the experiment. But Geisa and Garen had just tasted the sweetness, so how could they just give in and return to their previous petty experimental style? They continued their experiments in secret, accumulating a large amount of waste that they had no time to deal with. Bombs, chemicals, poison gas, toxic slag, everything. Guy's expression became sinister and strange. Dr. Garen, after this incident, the laboratory will definitely be renovated. By then, we won't be able to hide our stuff at all. Once people find out, Vegapunk will definitely cut our funding. Garen Gang swallowed. You can't rely on Kaido. Geisa was immediately furious. Lousy didn't want to join him. Huh. You're full of bombs over there, right? My side is full of poison gas, so why not take advantage of the pirates' attack and blow them up immediately and put an end to it all? Hiss. Galen Gang's eyes widened. Dr. Geisa. Oh no, Brother Geisa, you mean? Fire Dragon burns the warehouse? Guy. What do you think? Garen Gang hesitated for a few seconds. Such a good opportunity, isn't it a waste to just dispose of the garbage? Guy. Garen Gang. I just made a batch of new bombs, they're absolutely delicious, so I might as well use them this time. It can be regarded as a practical experiment. Hiss. Guy gasped. Brother Galen, if you say so, I have a few poison gas bombs to help out. Advertisement chapter 468 Be my son half an hour later. The Beast's pirates successfully fought off the Marine and boarded Punk Hazard. Kaido is holding up a Den Mushi. Newgate, I've landed on the island. I'm going to recruit the scientists here right away. I hope you can abide by the agreement and don't interfere with me. Don't test me, Kaido. Lousy has no interest in technology. Also, don't get too complacent. Those scientists may not necessarily submit to you. Oh, no one will not succumb to power, Newgate. HMPH, whatever you think, Lousy admits that you have good power, but you lack the most important thing. the ability to make everyone surrender their hearts. I don't know what this is about, Kaido muttered angrily and put away the Den Mushi. At this time, two huge steel fortresses appeared in front of them, and the black muzzles of the guns slowly moved and aimed at the pirates. Boom! 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 Accompanied by a burst of artillery fire, several shells flew in with the sound of breaking through the air. Jin transformed into a pteranodon and rushed forward, spreading his wings to block the shells. After the violent explosion, a raging flame ignited behind Jin, but he did not suffer any damage at all. As expected of Punk Hazard, this shell is much more powerful than what we produce. Smoker is hiding something. Kaido laughed. Oh lol, that's natural. But after today, everything will be ours. Seeing the gun barrel slowly moving towards Kaido again, Heavy Water Ui stood up. A pile of scrap metal, trying to stop us, oil-burning explosion. A stream of fuel gushed out like a tide, instantly enveloping the entire fortress. Oyi gestured to Jin. Jin understood what he meant and threw a spark over. In an instant, the entire fortress was engulfed by dark red flames. This flame is extremely fierce. In just a few breaths, the iron castle slowly melted and collapsed, turning into a ball of iron slurry. There are still people resisting. This is really troublesome. Kaido took a step forward and roared fiercely. The tide of Conqueror's Haki instantly enveloped the entire island. Most of the hidden marines were instantly knocked unconscious, and the rest almost lost their ability to resist. Fortunately, there were mirrors placed near Marine. Minaro saw that the situation was not good, so he quickly shuttled back and forth through the mirrors and rescued the fainted marine. Advertisement Kaido noticed that one breath after another disappeared. Although he didn't know what was going on, he didn't care and led everyone to the experimental base in the center of the island. Soon, they arrived at the experimental base. The two alloy doors at the entrance were locked tightly to prevent outsiders from entering. Foo. It doesn't look simple. Doflamingo touched the alloy door with his hand, waved and threw out 5 color strings. There was only a sharp friction sound, and the silk thread that cut through the gold and iron left only a few shallow marks. Oh, it's hard. Kaido waved the mace and was about to break the door violently. Quinn hurried to stop him. Mahaha, brother Kaido, let me do it. After saying that, he removed half of the robotic arm, revealing a small arm with a complex structure, and inserted it into a groove in the middle of the gate. As the metal arm continued to make clicking sounds, the sound of gears turning could be heard from the alloy door. After a while, a stream of steam was discharged from the gap in the door, and the door slowly opened. Mahahaha, with this genius here, there is no door that cannot be broken. The pirates walked into the hall and were stunned when they saw all kinds of high-tech equipment and instruments. Kaido, Jin, Quinn and others were fine, as they had all been in such places before, whether as experimental subjects or staff. Everyone else didn't know where to look. Kaido frowned. What's going on? Why is there no one here? And there is an indescribable ominous feeling. Suddenly, his heart trembled, and he looked down, and the ground under his feet suddenly became hot. The next moment, there was a huge explosion. The laboratory was like an iron basin holding firecrackers. It was overturned in an instant, flew far away and fell directly into the sea. A huge mushroom cloud appeared in the center of the island. The powerful shock wave caused a huge storm, which not only shattered the clouds, but also set off a huge tsunami, instantly swallowing the beast's pirate ship. After the explosion, the world seemed to become quiet, with only a large pit on the ground with a diameter of hundreds of meters and a depth of more than 10 meters. In the middle of the pit, Kaido, who had transformed into a blue dragon, was coiled in a ball, with pieces of his body burnt. Cough. Kaido slowly unwound the coiled body, revealing the person in the middle. Oh ye, 3 disasters, 6 suns. At the moment before the explosion, Kaido transformed into a giant dragon and protected his most important subordinates. As for the tens of thousands of subordinates who came with him, they had completely disappeared in the explosion just now. Even Kaido was dizzy after being hit like that, and it took him a while to recover. Advertisement, damn it, what on earth just happened? Kaido suddenly looked up at the sky, his eyes full of resentment. In the air, Guy turned into a balloon, holding a Den Mushi and complaining. Hey, Dr. Garen, it's not what you said. The power is more than 10 times greater than expected. It's a rare opportunity to have such a good practical experiment, but your explosion blew away all the poisonous smoke. It turned out that Guy Saw secretly stayed and detonated Garen Gang's bomb. Because it was Logia, not only was he unharmed, but he also took advantage of the shockwave and smoke to fly high into the sky, hoping to take the opportunity to escape. But he never dreamed that Kaido's observation haki would be so sharp. Qinglong stared at the sky, ready to rush up and tear the sneaky guy into pieces. Suddenly, 3 black circles of light appeared on the ruins in front of him. Thick black smoke came out of the apertures, and a sharp conqueror's haki burst out from one of the apertures. Kaido. After a few seconds, the black light circle disappeared. The only thing left was the giant sandworm transformed from the sanctuary of Pit and 2 men in black robes. The giant sandworm slowly stood up and said in a deep voice, Ants, I am. Nani? Kaido? Seeing Qinglong almost face to face with him, Peter Saint was shocked and let out a sharp cry. Behind him were 2 members of the Knights of God. Compared to Saint Peter, they did not have much fear, but instead showed an expression of eagerness to try. Kaido did not recognize Pichung's beast form and squinted his eyes to look him up and down. In terms of size, this thing is not inferior to his own azure dragon form at all, it must be a mythical beast. Looking at that flame cloud again, it has actually awakened, perfect. Who is this guy? How come I have never heard of this kind of momentum and ability? Kaido, who had just suffered a heavy loss, wanted to recruit. Humph, Newgate, Lousy's ability to win people's hearts is no worse than yours. Kaido transformed into a human form and stretched out his hand towards Peter Saint. You are a rare and powerful person. My name is Kaido, and I am the most powerful pirates in the world. Although I don't know who you are, you're very much my type. Why not shoulder my name and make a scene on this ocean? Be my son, Eve Tokase, God's Knights. Chapter 469. The battle begins. Kaido just finished speaking. Thunder roared, yellow light flashed, and Kizaru and Cake arrived at the battlefield. The two of them were responsible for keeping an eye on Whitebeard and Kaido. Now that it was confirmed that Whitebeard was standing by and watching, Kaido had already taken action, so they didn't have to hide anymore. Both of them made a very cool appearance, but they both stared at Peter Saint with strange expressions. Son. Peter Sheng was so angry that he was shaking all over, and the huge sandworm was shaken into a big noodle. Even Lord I Am, who is so strict, has never humiliated me like this. You deserve to die, you untouchable. The two Knights of God nearby also widened their eyes. Let the 5 elders call him Daddy in person. As expected, he is one of the strongest pirates, so awesome. I always heard GL and Sheng say that Rox was extremely arrogant and didn't even take celestial dragons seriously, but I didn't believe it. Now it seems conservative. If my subordinates dare to do this, I don't know what kind of vicious words I will say. The sandworm roared and suddenly released Conqueror's Haki, which enveloped the beast's pirates like a tsunami. This preemptive move made Kaido stunned. What's going on? The atmosphere was quite good just now, and the other party was shaking with excitement. How come you turned against each other in the blink of an eye? To be honest, 5 Elders Haki is really strong and can be ranked among the best in this vast ocean. If Kaido's troops were intact, at least 80% to 90% of them would be defeated. But now Kaido's subordinates are almost all wiped out. The rest are at least at the level of Rokuko. They could have been Shichibukai in the past. How could they be stunned by a simple Haki? Pit Saint's Haki is like a wink to a blind man. Kizaru, Chaton, kill Kaido. Kizaru and Chaton looked at each other and replied helplessly, yes, Saint Peter. Saint Eve? Kaido's eyes widened. The monster in front of me turned out to be 5 elders. Even though my skin is as thick as a city wall, I still feel a burning sensation. Kizaru and Cake attacked at the same time, lasers and lightning striking at the beast's pirates. Kaido opened his mouth and released hot breath, and the flames and laser lightning collided, causing a violent explosion, and the two energies cancelled each other out. The sandworm opened its mouth wide, and a huge suction force almost sucked away the beast's pirates. Foo, a mere trifle, white line of desolate waves. Advertisement. Doflamingo sneered and used his awakening ability. The ground turned white and the silk threads firmly fixed everyone to the ground. Kaido nodded with satisfaction. Well done, Dover. Doflamingo smiled proudly. No one knows how to deal with gravity better than me. Foo, the high and mighty Saint Peter, do you still remember me? Doflamingo moves his hands like dancing. Countless white lines rushed out and tightly wrapped around the sandworm's body, especially its big mouth, which was sewn up directly. The silk thread suddenly tightened, instantly cutting the sandworm into pieces. But Doflamingo frowned instead. How could someone with such a powerful Haki be killed so easily? Sure enough, the sandworm's broken body quickly recovered. Who am I thinking? A kid from the Don Quixote family. The expelled trash ends up in the trash dump. Shut up. Doflamingo was stabbed in the lungs and became furious. 16 sacred bullets. The silk threads condensed into white thorns covered with armament Haki and stabbed towards Peter Saint fiercely. Halfway through, Bai Si suddenly changed direction and stabbed nothing. Doflamingo was stunned and continued to steer the white spear, but the direction suddenly changed. Then, a sound wave suddenly hit Doflamingo, shattering all the rocks into powder wherever it passed. Dover. Careful. Pika and Diamante came out in front of Doflamingo and blocked the sound wave. It turned out that 2 people from the Knights of God took action. When they took off their cloaks, they were handsome young men and women. Roswald Cartrid, I am the user of the turn fruit, which can change the direction of all moving objects. Shepard Enzeli, the user of the sonic wave fruit, loves to use sonic waves to shatter people's internal organs. Everyone. Judging from their aura, the two are indeed not weak and can be considered outliers among celestial dragons. But it can be seen that the two of them don't go out often. Who still uses this suicidal self-introduction in the ocean nowadays? Peter Street glanced at Doflamingo. It is the duty of your Order of the Knights of God to judge the fallen celestial dragons. He is in your hands. Both of them. Yes, Enzeli. Doflamingo, the 5 elders' orders are absolute. Carter Reed. But you were once a god, and you have the right to choose your own burial place. Advertisement. Foo. Ha ha. Doflamingo slowly flew up. I see, the Knights of God, I see. Then follow me if you dare. After that, he flew straight to the other side of the island. Enzeli and Carter snorted coldly and followed the scent. Kaido glanced at Pika and Diamante, who were a little impatient. 6 flying suns, go to Dover and help. We are pirates. We don't care if we are outnumbered or not. In the battle here, the big boss can still participate, but Luigi will be killed instantly when he encounters him, so it is better to go to the other side of the battlefield. When Luigi was about to leave, the sandworm suddenly opened its mouth. Did I tell you to leave? A cold light flashed in Kaido's eyes, and he swung his dragon tail, directly blowing the sandworm away and dropping it heavily to the ground. Oh lol. Do you really think you are some kind of shitty god? I've told so many lies to fool people that they actually took them seriously, how ridiculous. The sandworm was furious. Kizaru, Cake, what are you doing? The 2 people who were watching the show were stunned and hurried to the sandworm. Although the goal is to catch them all in one fell swoop, Kaido is clearly on the superior side at the moment, so he naturally has to help the sandworm. More importantly, such a good meat shield is useless if not used. In a flash of yellow light, Kizaru disappeared, and the next second he appeared next to Kaido's head and kicked him. Jin activated the extreme speed mode and rushed to Kizaru, then switched to the defensive mode to block the kick. He was instantly kicked away and fell to the ground, causing a violent explosion. But he soon flew out of the smoke, seemingly unharmed. Kizaru was stunned. Huh? This touch is very tough, but there is no damage, it's really scary. Kaji raised his hands, and the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and countless thunders fell like raindrops. For a moment, the entire punk hazard seemed to have turned into an island of lightning. Kaido growled, twisting his body and lashing out. Bad wind tornado. Huge tornadoes appeared one after another, reaching straight into the sky, breaking up the thunderclouds in the sky and preventing thunder from getting close. 50 million volts, pig thorns, a huge thunderboard charged over. Oyi rushed forward and released a large amount of fuel, which collided with lightning and immediately ignited a raging fire. The burning oil condensed into a huge fire wolf, which pounced on the sandworm and Kaji. Kaji was stunned, turned into lightning, and disappeared on the spot. The clumsy sandworm was engulfed by the flames and let out a shrill roar. Bonefire oil is extremely corrosive and sticky. The flame will never go out until the target is completely burned. In the flames, the huge figure of the sandworm kept wriggling, getting smaller and smaller, and was gradually burned to ashes. Chapter 470 The Eight-Headed Serpent 2 Seeing that the high and mighty 5 elders were turned into dust by him, Oyi felt very proud and couldn't help but let out a devilish laugh like an Uchiha. But the next second, the smile was choked. Dust flew all over the sky, quickly gathered together, and turned into a giant sandworm again. Oyi's face looked extremely ugly. You won't die like this, monster. In the past few years, Oyi has been practicing with Kaido a lot, and his strength has improved significantly. He is considered to be quite powerful among the bronze medal players. If he hadn't followed Kaido, the bounty would probably have reached 3 billion. In terms of explosive power alone, he is stronger than the 5 elders, but he has no way to deal with their immortality. If he didn't have Kaido, who was also said to be immortal, he would have turned around and ran away. HMPH, just a trifle. A conqueror's haki suddenly burst out from the sandworm's body, extinguishing all the flames, and then it rushed towards Oyi with a roar. Your opponent is me. The Azure Dragon roared, and used its huge body to block the sandworm. Several wind blades cut the sandworm into pieces. Whether in terms of physical toughness, strength or speed, the sandworm is far inferior to the Azure Dragon. It is difficult for sandworms to cause substantial damage to Qinglong, but Qinglong's attacks always leave scars on the opponent. Even his specialty, swallowing, had little effect on the equally huge Azure Dragon. If he wasn't immortal, he would have been torn to pieces by Kaido long ago. The 2 marine admirals naturally couldn't watch the show. Kizaru adjusted his glasses. Oh, as expected of the strongest creature in the legend, it's so scary. Leave Kaido to me, Brother Cake, and leave the others to you. Kizaru was so excited that he turned into a golden light and came to Kaido. Kaido was holding down the sandworm and breathing hot air at his head. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light appeared before his eyes, causing him to close his eyes. The next second, Kizaru's flash kick hit Kaido right in the chin, sending him flying and causing him to unknowingly release the sandworm. Peter Saint, Kaido cannot be dealt with by one person. Let me help you. Kaido shook his head, spat, and transformed into a beast form. Oh, that's a pretty powerful kick. Let Lousy see why you little brats are the strongest in Marine. Then he picked up the mace, his whole body filled with haki, and rushed towards the 2 men with a roar. Advertisement. Seeing Kaido in a fierce battle. Ui, Jin and Quinn would not just stand by and watch. They rushed over to help. Suddenly, countless lightning bolts fell from the sky, interweaving into a lightning barrier, blocking their way. Quinn was very anxious. Damn it, brother Ui, Jin, think of a solution quickly. Even though the Brachiosaur has thick skin and flesh, it dare not take the lightning head on. Jin's face darkened, and he transformed into a pterosaur. Flames appeared on his body, and with his defense fully activated, he was ready to charge forward. When he was halfway through the flight, a purple bolt of lightning struck down and hit Jin's body. Jin screamed, fell to the ground with black smoke, and created a big hole. Fortunately, he activated the defense mode, and although his whole body was paralyzed and he was shaking constantly, he was not seriously injured. It's amazing that he managed to withstand this blow with his body alone. Kaji put his hands in his pockets and walked out of the thunder and lightning in a nonchalant manner. Assholes, don't forget Laozi's existence, Marine Admiral, Shadden. Oyi's face was solemn, but he was not too panicked. Now, with 2 helpers with maxed out defense, I may not lose to the Marine Admiral. Get rid of this guy first, then go help brother Kaido. After saying that, he released the corrosive poison oil and attacked Cake aggressively. Jin and Quinn also launched fierce attacks at the same time. In an instant, poisonous oil, flames and lasers instantly engulfed Kaji. In the blink of an eye, more than an hour passed. A strange and brief calm appeared on both battlefields at the same time. Several people spontaneously distanced themselves from each other and confronted each other. Here Kizaru is. The sandworm was unharmed, but Kaido and Kizaru were covered in wounds. The difference is that Kizaru had sweat on his face, was panting, and looked a little tired. Kaido is much better. Although his recovery ability is not as good as that of Sandworm, it is far beyond that of Kizaru. After just a short pause, the smaller wounds began to slowly heal. The battlefield where Kaji is located. The 2 sides fought to a 50-50 draw. Advertisement: both Uyi and Kaji were injured. On the contrary, Jin and Quinn, relying on the recovery power of the ancient species, fell down and stood up again and again. The battle stopped at this moment. Quinn, who had his eyes rolled back and his head stuck in the ground, suddenly crawled up and started shouting again, looking for the enemy. Kaido wiped the blood from his forehead, looked at the 2 battlefields, and suddenly laughed. Oh, you are worthy of being called Marine Admiral. After fighting till now, are we still evenly matched? You are very strong, but unfortunately, you who are not Zone will eventually lose in endurance and recovery. As he spoke, many of his wounds had healed, and the auras of Jin and Quinn had also become much stronger. Looking at Kaido, who was laughing wildly, Pierre Saint couldn't help but frown. Kaido is actually right. The difference in strength between the enemy and us is not that big. The final result still depends on the competition between several zones. From the current perspective, even if he is immortal, it is nothing but a pipe dream to defeat Kaido. Kizaru and Cake were not panicked at all. It's really difficult to fight monsters like you, but in terms of endurance and recovery, we won't lose. A blue fireball appeared on Cake and Kizaru at the same time, which was the immortal flame Homitsu. With Homi's assistance, the injuries on both men began to heal rapidly. The other people were stunned on the spot. Is there such a thing? Kaido was so angry that he wanted to curse, but before he could swear, Kizaru and Cake changed again. Their bodies grew rapidly in size, becoming tens of meters long. Behind them grew a thick tail like an ancient tree, and their bodies were covered with armor like scales. The most conspicuous thing was that each of them had 8 snake heads, but one of the snake heads looked a little shabby, and the other looked a little sloppy. Yamata no Orochi? Kaido's eyes almost popped out of his head. This was exactly the ability he had seen countless times. Before he could recover, the 2 giant snakes transformed into elements at the same time. One turned into a thunder python and the other turned into a light python. Even Saint Peter was a little worried. When did you Marines become so strong that it goes against common sense? Fortunately, Kizaru's attitude remained respectful. Peter Saint, I'll help you. Let's kill them as soon as possible. Punk Hazard's revenge must be paid with their blood. Kizaru hinted at something, and Pit Saint shuddered. There have been a lot of big things happening in the Holy Land recently, and Lord Yim is very dissatisfied. Now that Punk Hazard has become like this, if I don't kill Kaido, the culprit, I won't be able to explain to Master Yimu. Okay. Let's go together. Saint Peter put aside his worries and rushed towards the beast's pirates together with the 2 Yamata no Orochi, howling. Kaido, Uyi, Jin, Quinn. Chapter 471 Kaido defeats. There is no suspense in the subsequent battle. The 2 Yamata no Orochi and the sandworms completely overwhelmed the beast's pirates. No matter how powerful Kaido is, he can only retreat step by step when facing this kind of lineup. As for Uyi, Jin, and Quinn, they're even worse. The 8 heads of the Great Serpent of Light spewed out lasers, leaving grooves on the ground. Oyi was careless and was pierced through the abdomen by the laser. He immediately vomited blood and fell to the ground. Then a magma homie rushed out of him and hit Jin and Quinn hard. Quinn screamed as the Brachiosaurus limbs were melted by the magma. Jin used his racial ability to break through the magma and slashed at the giant snake of light with his wings. Seeing this, the giant lightning snake that was fighting with the azure dragon nearby split into 2 heads and sprayed 2 streams of lightning as thick as water tanks towards Jin. Although Jin's defense was extremely strong, he could not withstand such powerful lightning. Jin screamed and fell to the ground with his body burnt. Jin, Quinn, Uyi. When Kaido saw this, he felt a surge of blood rushing to his head and his eyes suddenly turned red. He was brutal by nature and never cared about the lives of his subordinates. But the people in front of him were different. They were his right-hand men in his fight for the world. Seeing them being defeated was as painful as cutting out one's flesh. Especially Jin. I have been with Beast's Pirates since its inception. Not only did he make great contributions, but he was also very loyal to me. After years of getting along, Kaido no longer regards him as a subordinate, but as his brother. Fire Dragon Torch. Kaido spewed magma from his mouth, wrapping his body layer by layer. In just a few breaths, the huge blue dragon turned into a lava dragon 100 times its size. Its huge body spanned the entire punk hazard, and even the sandworms in the Yamata no Orochi seemed to become tiny. Humph, all those who are just being flashy must die. The sandworm roared and rushed towards Kaido. A hint of disdain flashed in Kaido's eyes, and he swung his dragon tail, splitting the sandworm directly into 2 pieces. Then thick magma covered the sandworm's body layer by layer, and every time it tried to regenerate, it would be burned into charcoal again. Seeing this, Kizaru and Cake quickly released thunder and lasers. Countless lightning bolts and lasers fell on the dragon, and large pieces of lava were blown away, but they were all blocked outside the dragon's body and did not cause any damage. Heaven-shattering melting breath, the dragon opened its mouth and gushed out lava. The entire punk hazard was instantly submerged in lava and turned into a huge crater. Kizaru and Cake lost their footing and quickly transformed into human form and flew back into the air. Advertisement. Kizaru wiped the sweat from his head. Damn it. As expected of the strongest creature, it's really troublesome. Kaji narrowed his eyes slightly. Even Kaido can't sustain Haki and magma for long. There's no need to fight him head-on. Just use your speed advantage to entangle him. Kizaru nodded, and the two used their speed advantage to ultimate, circling Kaido and attacking him continuously. Although Kaido has become much larger, he still fights the two of them without showing any weakness thanks to his observation Haki, which can foresee the future. Just like that, 2 figures, one yellow and one blue, moved quickly in the air and turned into circles of light, tightly wrapping around the fire dragon. Countless lasers and lightning bolts emerged from the circles of light and poured down towards the fire dragon like raindrops. The fire dragon dodged while spewing lava pillars in all directions. Lava collides with lightning and lasers, occasionally exploding into bright sparks in the air. As the battle became more and more intense, Kaido became very anxious. I can't maintain this state for too long, but every time he tried to rush out, he was forced back by Kizaru and Cake. But those two people all possessed Marco's undying flame and were not afraid of consumption at all. Instead, their conditions became worse and worse. Damn B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** The giant dragon roared, carrying Kizaru's Yasukani no Magatama, and rushed towards Cake. Kizaru took the opportunity to charge and release a thick laser, which penetrated the body of the lava dragon and blasted a large hole in its body. Kaido howled in pain, shook off the lava, and accelerated towards Cake. Kaji was caught off guard and was hit by the giant dragon. He immediately vomited blood and flew to the ground. Almost at the same time, a figure jumped out from the magma. It was the Pteranodon transformed by Jin. He had just been seriously injured, and with the racial talents of the Lunalia people, he hid in the magma and waited for an opportunity. The Pteranodon rushed forward and decapitated Cake with its long wings and fused with Haki. Well done, Jin. Kaido was overjoyed. He was confident that he could handle Kizaru alone. But the next second, his smile froze. A bloody claw pierced the Pteranodon's chest. A giant lightning snake appeared behind Jin, but it was missing a head. You're really capable, you're worthy of being a billion-level pirate, but it's over. Ember. Kaido roared and rushed over. Jin had lost consciousness, but when he heard Kaido's call, he suddenly woke up as if with a last breath. Brother Kaido, leave me alone. Run. Jin roared and tried his best to release the raging fire, tightly wrapping around the lightning snake. Don't forget our ambition, run, advertisement. Kaido suddenly froze, struggling all over. But he immediately made up his mind and rushed out of the island regardless of everything, despite Kizaru's laser. At this time, the sandworm was buried in the magma, and Kaji was entangled in the flames. The chance of life that Jin had exchanged for his life must not be wasted. Kaido sprinted at full speed. In fact, even if the other three admirals joined forces, Kaido would not be so afraid. But the two people in front of me are the embodiment of light and thunder. Only Kizaru was able to rush out despite being injured. If Kaji were allowed to escape, the two of them would join forces and he would not be able to escape. Kaido roared, covered his body with Haki, and broke through Kizaru's blockade. Kizaru was also very anxious. I finally managed to force Kaido to this point. If I don't take this opportunity to get rid of him, I'm afraid I'll never have this opportunity again. Kaido's men were killed or wounded, but at the same time, they lost all their attachments. It is foreseeable that he will completely transform from the Sea Emperor entrenched in the New World into a vicious wolf full of hatred. Suddenly, there was a faint sound of breaking glass in the distance. A tsunami-like energy struck, cracks filled the air, the entire island shook violently, and bottomless gullies appeared in the collapsed areas. The sea seemed to be boiling, raising huge waves that smashed the rocks on the shore like cracking walnuts. Kaido's pupils trembled violently, and he felt a familiar and destructive energy coming at him. His severely injured body could not bear it at all, and his iron dragon scales shattered one after another. Whitebeard. Kaido roared, spit out blood, his eyes rolled back, and fell on an island full of lava. In the distance, on the Moby DK, Whitebeard slowly retracted his fist. Next to him, there was a pirates holding a Den Den Mushi. Done, Smoker. Ah, thanks, Whitebeard, I owe you a favor this time. Gulala. You know what I want, I'll think about it. After the Den Den Mushi was removed, Whitebeard gave an order and the Moby DK turned around and sailed away. On the island, Kaido was lying on the ground, completely unconscious. Kizaru still didn't dare to be careless and shot out 4 lasers, breaking his limbs. Kaji also broke free from Jin's flames, came to Kizaru, and touched his neck with lingering fear. It was a close call. If it weren't for the Yamada no Orochi's ability, I would have been killed this time. Suddenly, the center of the island collapsed, and all the surrounding rocks and magma were sucked in. It turns out that Whitebeard's attack shattered the lava covering the island, giving the sandworms the opportunity to recover. Saint Peter transformed into a human form and came to Kaido, angrily cursing. Damn you, lowlife, I'm going to kill you. Suddenly, he felt a chill down his spine. Turning around, I saw Kizaru and Cake staring at me. They are all smiling, but for some reason, they make me feel like my balls are hurting and my A is tight. Chapter 472. Take action. Peter Saint shook his head, getting rid of the strange and ominous feeling in his mind. The purpose of this visit is to see the so-called marine escort mission with my own eyes. See if they really went to war with the 2 pirates. Experience a life and death battle with the Beast's pirates. Seeing how hard Kizaru and Cake fought, and how the Beast's pirates were completely wiped out. He was sure that it couldn't be more true, although he didn't see Whitebeard take action and thought Whitebeard just ran away, he didn't find it strange at all. After all, they are pirates, betrayal is the norm. Even for Whitebeard, it is normal for him to run away when he sees the situation is not good. Blame it on Kaido himself for being so ignorant. Saint Peter looked around. The once magnificent Punk Hazard base has now become a complete ruin. The magma released by Kaido covered the island, turning the entire island into a dead place. He walked in front of Kaido again, looking down at him with cold eyes. At this time, Kaido was covered in wounds and almost bloody, his hands and feet were twisted into strange angles, and he had completely lost consciousness. Kizaru and Cake also walked over to Kaido. Kizaru scratched his head. As expected, he is one of the strongest pirates in the world. Even with our combined efforts, he almost got away. How terrifying. Cake put a Den Mushi back. He is still alive. I have contacted a warship to take him into custody. The two looked at each other secretly. Capture Kaido alive, make a fortune this time. Smoker had reminded the two of them several times since they received the surveillance order. Whether you are facing Whitebeard or Kaido, try to capture them alive if possible. Anyway, the two of them already have the abilities of the Immortal Flame and the Yamada no Orochi, so the worst that can happen is they can exchange their lives for injuries. The two understood that Smoker was targeting the shock fruit and the fish fruit. They are 100% in favor of this. The current marine is strong enough. For them, the most important thing is whether there will be successors. Marine now has 10 Admiral-level fighters, and its strength has reached its historical peak. But Marine F4 is already old and must train a successor. Advertisement of the younger generation of Marines, Ace and Yamato are the most prominent. The Dragon's Son is also a user of mythical beast abilities, and is said to have the potential to become an Admiral. If you get the shock fruit or the fish fruit, you might be able to develop an Admiral-level fighter. In this way, at least the Marine's strength will not decline in the next few decades. Just as Kizaru and Cake were happily imagining the future, Peter's words woke them up like ice water. Take Kaido away. I don't agree. This B************ D insulted this saint, which is an insult to the gods of this world. He must be made a slave of the Holy Land, and his sins must be washed away by eternal torture. Kizaru. Kaji, are you sick? What a big deal. Kizaru organized his words and said respectfully, Respected Saint Peter, I understand your feelings. The celestial dragons have been insulted, and our marines are also extremely angry. But Kaido is one of the strongest pirates today. If he can be handed over to Marine for public execution, it will surely increase the world's faith in justice. Then you can come and watch the ceremony in person to see how this guy died. He has made up his mind. Anyway, Marine has already obtained the shadow fruit. At that time, let Smoker take the fruit, and then use the shadow to control the body to deal with the execution. He has already seen that Pit Saint's observation hockey is quite ordinary, and it is estimated that there will be no clues. Although the Marine is ready to attack the world government at any time. But Sengoku and Smoker both gave death orders. As long as the trumpet is not blown, we must be respectful to the world government. Don't let them notice. At this time, the marine warship came ashore. The entire island was covered with lava, and there was almost no place to stand. Fortunately, there were several people on board who had ice homies. So homies led the way and came in front of the few people. They didn't know about Pit's order yet, and still followed Kaji's order, took out the seastone chain and took Kaido away. Disrespectful person. Peter Saint's face darkened, and Conqueror's hockey suddenly erupted. Advertisement: the Marines were caught off guard and were knocked unconscious. Kizaru's face darkened, and he spoke word by word. Saint Peter, what do you mean? Peter Saint glanced at Kizaru. This saint's order has been issued. Whether they have received it or not, disobeying it is a sin. Also, I do not approve of your reason just now. Kizaru. Remember your identities. Marine is just a dog of celestial dragons. The dignity of celestial dragons is much more important than so-called bullshit justice. In other words, the thoughts and desires of celestial dragons are the justice of Marines. Kizaru sighed and then chuckled. Then there is nothing we can do. Peter Saint didn't know what Kizaru meant, he just thought he had given in. In recent years, the Marine has behaved well and has been very respectful to the world government. But don't forget, everything you have comes from God. God can help you become stronger, but can also crush you at any time. Then, he transformed into a giant sandworm and suddenly burst out with suction, ready to swallow Kaido away. But Kaido is Kaido after all. Even if he loses consciousness, he is not so easily shaken. Instead, the unconscious Marines are sucked in first. There was a flash of lightning, and Kaji grabbed those Marines. Please don't hurt the Marines by mistake. St. Peter looked disdainful. It's not easy. When you kill a mouse, do you care about the bugs next to it? As he spoke, the suction force did not decrease at all. There was a flash of lightning in Kaji's eyes, and he stared at the sandworm with an unfriendly look. But before he could move, several huge beams of light suddenly appeared and nailed the sandworm to the ground. St. Peter was furious. Ehole, Kizaru, do you know what you are doing? If you attack celestial dragons, even if you are an admiral, you will be punished by death. Suddenly, a flash of lightning appeared, and the huge head of the sandworm fell off. It was Kaji who made the move. He pulled out a Den Den Mushi from his pocket. You heard it all. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself and ended up like this. There was only a brief reply from the other end of the Den Den Mushi. I'll be right there. Chapter 473, another 5 elders defeated. A minute later, Garp showed up at Punk Hazard with Smoker. Garp looked around. Punk Hazard, how did you become like this? Although he had no interest in technology, Garp came here several times. I still remember that there were many tall buildings here and the food was delicious. He was shocked when he saw the giant sandworm. Emma, you scared me, what is this? Smoker looked sarcastic. This is the nobleman among celestial dragons, Saint Pit, one of the most powerful people in the world. I suddenly understood it after reading this, but I was secretly amazed. This hockey should not be underestimated. Oh, so it's those 5 old guys pretending to be nice. I was saying, how could a guy who could mobilize the Knights of God be a simple idiot? Peter Saint's head has recovered. His bloodshot eyes stared at Smoker, wishing he could be crushed to pieces. Seeing him and Smoker chatting happily, they are not as incompatible as the intelligence said. Plus the way he looked at me and his attitude, how could I not understand that I was being completely fooled? He instantly realized that he had been tricked. First it was Ghoul Nika, then Smoker. Peter Saint just felt that the world was so damn dark. S.M.G. The sandworm roared angrily, and regardless of the torn flesh, it exerted force to break free from the light column and opened its mouth wide towards the few people. Suddenly, a suction force 100 times stronger than the previous battle came. The ground cracked instantly, and countless huge rocks flew into the sandworm's mouth. Several admirals staggered and struggled to maintain their balance. The marine officers who had fainted on the ground also flew into the air and were about to be sucked into the giant mouth. Smoker sneered. Playing this in front of me, dark water. A powerful gravitational force appeared, instantly offsetting the sandworm's suction. Huge rocks and marines fell from the sky like raindrops. Several flashes of blue and yellow light were seen, and Kizaru and Cake rescued all the marines. Smoker had no more scruples and directly used the fruit's awakening ability. Advertisement, Shen Yuan. The ground beneath the sandworm suddenly turned black, and the powerful gravity pressed him to the ground. Smoker's manipulation of dark fruit's abilities has reached a subtle level. The sandworm screamed and twisted desperately, unable to move at all, while the marines a few steps away were not affected at all. Black lightning burst out from the sandworm's body, trying to use the powerful hockey to counteract the effect of the dark fruit. But this trick is only effective when used by the strong against the weak. With Pit Saint's strength, the hockey he released was not enough to affect Smoker's fruit ability. Smoker raised his hand. Several dark thorns emerged and instantly pierced the sandworm's body. You are quite clever. You know the importance of hockey, and you have trained hockey well. But unfortunately, you forget that the body is the foundation of everything. Look at your bodies. Even after turning into fantasy beasts, you are still so fragile. Even if you are immortal, you are nothing but meat on the chopping board. The overall strength of the 5 elders is not weak. With their immortal bodies, they are able to compete with the admiral. But the problem is that the imbalance in certain subjects is too serious. Hockey is very powerful, and his fruit is also a top-level awakened mythical beast species, but his body is as brittle as glass. In the Egghead Island incident, no matter whether it's the nearly scrapped Big Bear, the Supernova Bonnie, or the blue and red ghosts who have returned to the plot, they can all inflict real damage when facing the 5 elders. If it was any other general or even vice-general, this kind of attack would either miss the edge or not scratch the skin, so how could they be so embarrassed? The sandworm roared and released black lightning, trying to use hockey to forcibly cancel the effect of dark fruit. He was facing Smoker, and hockey was of no use to him. After a long while, the sandworm finally stopped struggling in vain and asked breathlessly, "Damn it, Saint Moshe, was he also killed by you?" Smoker walked up to him step by step, but it wasn't just that guy. I also smashed a few celestial dragons, as well as Moss, Shichibukai, and the CP who disappeared when we were hunting down Zane before. I did it all. How was it? Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Peter Saint slowly transformed into human form. Without the strong body of his animal form, his performance became even worse. The body collapses in gravity and is immediately reborn. Why? Why? We trusted you so much, advertisement. After hearing this, Smoker sneered and didn't even bother to refute. Just stay in the dark. Your friends and the beloved Lord Yimu will be here to accompany you soon. Smoker raised his hand, and Peter Saint began to slowly sink into darkness. He planned to repeat his old trick and seal Saint Peter in darkness, sinking him to the bottom of the sea forever. Fools, you can't shake the 800-year foundation of the world government. Without the guidance of that warrior, without that clan, everything you have done will be in vain. With a loud slap, Smoker slapped Masheng in the face and forced him to shut up. You mean the IM, Nika, and D clan? 5 elders, all of them are like this. You keep talking about Nika, as if the world won't change and you can rest assured forever unless Nika appears. Forehead, before Luffy showed up, he seemed to be doing well. If the people of this world are ignorant and weak, and just want to find a spiritual sustenance, that's fine. But you idiots who know the truth about history are like this. 800 years, a full 800 years, with absolute power and dominance, yet he did nothing but raised a bunch of white maggots to lie there and eat his past glory. If it were me, with these 800 years, I would crush Nika and Joyboy like ants if they dared to show their heads. Seeing only half of Peter's head sticking out, his eyes were filled with regret. Smoker gave him a malicious smile, ready to add a big spice to his story. Since you are so afraid of Nika, I will tell you the truth. A few years ago, red-haired Shanks hijacked the so-called rubber fruit. Guess where it ended up? Mazashun's eyes suddenly widened. Smoker pointed at Vice Admiral Garp. The human fruit, mythical beast, Nika form, was eaten by Mr. Garp's grandson, Monkey D. Luffy. Saint Moshe finally showed a look of horror. It's fine if it's just D, at most I can give celestial dragons a few big fights. But if it was Garp Leodeng's grandson, he would believe it if he was told to shit on the head of celestial dragons. As if seeing through his thoughts, Smoker chuckled. Don't worry, whether it's celestial dragons or I am, they won't be able to wait until the day when Luffy goes out to sea. Having said that, you can just quietly enjoy immortality in the darkness. When everything settled, Smoker glanced to the side. You've been watching the show for so long, why don't you come out and chat? Chapter 474 War, Fufufu, you are still so sharp. The earth trembled and a rock giant emerged from the ground. The giant spread his hands, and Doflamingo and Diamante came out. The latter was holding 2 guys with bruised faces and noses, tied up tightly with silk threads. They were the members of the Knights of God. Kaido just sent out a big kamui, and the lava covered the entire island. Seeing that the situation was not good, Pike emerged into the rock and went underground with Doflamingo and Diamante. He also brought along the Knights of God, who had been beaten so badly that even their own mothers didn't recognize them. As for the other 6, Pika didn't care whether they lived or died. Several people were unable to dodge and were burned to ashes. Garp, Kizaru, and Cake were all looking Doflamingo up and down. They had heard about this guy from Smoker. Now that I have seen the real owner, I am curious and naturally want to take a few more glances at him. Doflamingo laughed non-stop, looking evil and crazy. In fact, I was so nervous inside that my calves were cramping. Any one of the 4 men in front of me could pin me to the ground and pluck my hair out. Fortunately, Smoker showed no hostility towards him. Instead, he walked towards the 2 members of the Knights of God. Seeing this, Diamante's hands trembled, and the 2 men fell to the ground. He groaned in pain and slowly woke up from his coma. Smoker walked up to Enzeli and lifted her face up by her chin with his foot. HMPH. The Knights of God don't even have an extra eye. Enzeli gnashed her teeth secretly, she had never suffered such humiliation. Smoker's words made her even more furious. She took a deep breath, and when Smoker was caught off guard, she launched a sonic attack. Although Smoker noticed it, he did not dodge or evade and took the attack head-on. With a loud bang, sound waves that could shatter metal fell on his chest, but had no effect at all. In the shocked eyes of Enzeli, Smoker patted his messy chest and stepped on her neck, knocking her unconscious. Then he walked to another person and did the same thing to him, knocking him unconscious with a kick. Doflamingo and the other 3 couldn't help but sweat profusely. This guy is stronger. Don't be fooled by the fact that Enzeli looks delicate and weak. In fact, the sound waves she emitted were almost indestructible. Even the thick-skinned Sasaki couldn't withstand it. Not only that, her physique is also extremely resistant to attacks, and even 5 color strings can hardly break through her defense. Even with myself and 6 other pieces, we outnumbered the opponent and it still took us a lot of effort to win. Advertisement. I didn't expect that I would be so vulnerable when facing Smoker. Not only was his attack useless, he was also knocked unconscious by a light kick. Kaji looked at the 2 people on the ground and couldn't help but smack his lips. The Knights of God. I've never seen them take action, so I don't know how powerful they are. If everyone is like them, it will be easy. Garp picked his nose. It's not that easy. This is just a brat. The hard ones are the old guys led by Garen. He injured Whitebeard head-on. Kizaru twisted his mouth. Oh, inside the mouth. The Marines who were stunned by the shock slowly woke up. When he saw Doflamingo, he subconsciously wanted to rush up and arrest him. Smoker waved his hand and told them not to worry. The Marines carried Kaido away, leaving the venue to a few people. Smoker slowly walked up to Doflamingo. Speaking of which, you are not a good person. I should get rid of you now. But I have a better idea. You must hate celestial dragons, right? Hearing this, Doflamingo's face, which had been tense, suddenly turned gloomy. That's natural. For me, destroying the world is just a means. My real goal is to destroy those high and mighty celestial dragons. Smoker nodded. Very good, I can help you deal with those scums and leave them to you. But you need to go to Ghost Island and clean out that island. From now on, Onigashima is the prison of celestial dragons, and you are the warden who controls the power of life and death. Doflamingo's pupils first trembled violently. Really, really? Then he laughed wildly. Ahahaha. Okay, over the years, I've figured it out. I can't overthrow the world ruled by those rubbish by myself. Since you can help me, I am willing to be loyal to you. I will do as you say and prepare the best destination for those celestial dragons. Foo. Smoker said nothing more, but just looked at the sky with a strange expression. Suddenly he raised his hand, gravity exploded, and sucked down a ball of strange gray gas. Advertisement Smoker frowned and squeezed hard, causing the gray gas to scream miserably. Ah, Smoker-kun, it's me. It turned out that the gray gas was a ball of gas, which recondensed into the shape of Gaisaw. Smoker-kun, it's been a long time since we last met, slurp. Smoker smiled meaningfully. Brother Caesar, please address me by my title when you were working. Can you tell me why you are here? Also, why did Punk Hazard become like this? Caesar's forehead was instantly covered with sweat. This is all Kaido. Yes, this is all done by Kaido. That guy is so cruel. Pirates are really annoying. Smoker saw through it but didn't say anything, he just patted him on the shoulder. Well, since it's the pirates' fault, there's nothing we can do. I didn't expect that. After so many changes, Punk Hazard would be destroyed even earlier. Caesar was puzzled. Destroyed earlier? What do you mean? Nothing. Smoker shook his head. Okay, you guys go away. Caesar, you are a marine scientist, you can take my ship. As for you, Doflamingo, you should be able to leave by yourselves. Caesar. Shoo, please, Doflamingo. Foo, that's natural. The two looked at each other. Suddenly I had a strange feeling that I should know each other. Wait for both of them to leave. Smoker asked Kizaru and Cake what happened. I see. Kizaru scratched his head apologetically. Sorry, Smoker, we couldn't help but expose the Marines' deployment. Kaji also laughed awkwardly. Smoker didn't care. It doesn't matter. The relationship between the Marine and the world government is already on the verge of collapse. Now that you have sounded the horn, be ready. The war has begun. Chapter 475 Invasion Garp used the teleportation fruit to bring everyone back to naval headquarters. Smoker told Sengoku about what happened. Sengoku slammed the table and immediately assembled his troops, preparing to attack the Holy Land. Even if it takes a few days, it's good to increase the strength of celestial dragons. But now 5 elders are missing. Even if the remaining 3 were 3 pigs, they should have noticed something was wrong, not to mention that there were 2 guys from the Knights of God. The 5 elders are immortal, and nothing can be seen from their life cards. But those 2 guys are different. Their life cards are probably almost reduced to ashes. Although the 3 of them failed to send any signals during the entire battle. But the place where the accident happened was Punk Hazard, the battlefield between Marine and pirates. Marine cannot escape responsibility in any way. With Garp there, the Marine F4, Smoker, and 5 admirals who were originally scattered around quickly regrouped. They led 50 warships and marched towards Mariajoy in a mighty force. There were more than 10 admirals participating in this battle, so a mere 50 warships was indeed a bit shabby. Not to mention that there was no vice admiral participating in the battle, especially youngsters like Yamato, Ace, and Sanai, who were sent far away. This was the backup plan that Sengoku, Smoker, and Crane came up with after discussing it. Although Marine's apparent strength has now completely overwhelmed the world government, who knows if they have any weird backup plans. It's easy for Marine to go all out, but what if they lose? You can imagine what chaos would be like at sea. After a while of thinking, they all felt that the outcome would be decided by the most advanced combat power. To be honest, if all 10 of them are defeated, no matter how many vice admirals and rear admirals come, they will be useless. So, the 10 of them set out lightly and headed for Marineford. Because of the big pirates cleanup plan a few days ago. The only big pirate left now is Whitebeard, who is still honest. The strongest remaining ones are only at the level of the 3 Calamities and Shichibukai, and they pose no threat to Marine at all. Not counting admiral candidates like Gion and Zen. Even if it was a powerful vice admiral, with the reinforcement of Devil Fruit and homies, 3 or 4 people working together would be enough to compete with these guys. And now there are 20 to 30 powerful vice admirals in the Marines. The warship sailed on the sea like a sharp arrow. Sengoku stood at the bow, staring ahead in a daze. Smoker walked up to him and said, Mr. Sengoku, what are you thinking about? Sengoku came back to his senses and smiled with a complicated expression, just some emotion. After fighting against the evil in this world for so many years, I never expected that the biggest enemy in the end would be the world government that I have been protecting. Smoker understood his feelings very well. Because I am a time traveler, I can easily classify world government and celestial dragons as villains. Advertisement, but Sengoku is different. I have been influenced by celestial dragons for most of my life. Even if they despise celestial dragons, they just think they are not worthy of loyalty, but it is difficult to truly regard them as enemies. For the older generation of Marines, the biggest challenge is the moment when you point the gun at the celestial dragons. Fortunately, this hurdle has been overcome. Suddenly, Sengoku asked, by the way, why don't you let the Revolutionary Army participate? Long is quite powerful, and he has many strong cadres under him. If he can come, it can greatly relieve our pressure. Smoker shrugged helplessly. Although we have discovered the true nature of power in this world, the majority of people are still unaware of the truth. And some kings and nobles, even if they knew, were happy to maintain this ruling system. Celestial dragons are idiots, but not all of them are idiots. The inertia formed by 800 years of rule and brainwashing cannot be underestimated. Just like Green Bull, he was not a noble before becoming admiral, but he took class as his guiding principle. When they know we are taking action against the world government, someone will definitely do something overtly or covertly. Marine is not good at handling these things. It will be up to Long then. While Smoker is thinking about the war, he is also trying to reduce the trauma that the war has brought to the world. They have already sent out all the branch Marines to try their best to suppress possible riots. During the Summit War, Whitebeard predicted that a war would break out and sweep the world. During the Battle of Ghost Island, Kaido also announced that he would drag the Celestial Dragons into the war. They spoke with great vigor, passion and enthusiasm. The only thing he didn't care about was how many civilians would lose their homes and lives. Smoker is not Odin. He will never stop fighting because of fear of sacrifice, but he will never ignore sacrifice. In previous lives, why was it said that nuclear weapons changed the form of war and prevented the outbreak of war? Because the emergence of nuclear weapons has exposed the powerful and the common people alike to the muzzle of fire. There are no nuclear weapons in the pirates' world. Even the ancient weapons are sleeping. No matter how brutal the war is, in the eyes of celestial dragons, it is just a fireworks show. So, Smoker took the fight directly to Mariajoy, letting them experience the art. Now, let celestial dragons also experience what the brilliance of war is like. At this time, Crane came in front of the two. You are here, you can see the red line. Advertisement. Smoker turned his head and looked. Sure enough, a huge cliff can be seen in the distance ahead, lying on the sea like a giant dragon. The three intellectual leaders of the Marines' top brass looked at Redline, constantly assuming the battle that was about to take place. On Garp's boat behind, in the room, he and Zephyr were competing in eating oat noodles. There was a pile of bowls in front of each of them. Their stomachs were round, but they were still eating noodles desperately. The 5 admirals were also there. Hina sat there writing something quietly. Red, yellow, green and T are fighting hard at the card table. In the face of the war, Huang Qingsha suggested gambling a few times to relax. Akainu was not interested at first, but he couldn't resist them, so he was pulled to the table and learned and played at the same time. Unexpectedly, Akainu was very lucky during the novice protection period. He won every time and his face was red. There were a lot of chips in front of him. Kizaru, Aokiji, and Shadon all lost. One looked pale, one looked ashen, and one looked ashen. Kaji forced a smile that was uglier than crying and came to Hina. Hina, do you still have money? Lend me some more, I'll pay you back as soon as I make a profit. Kizaru and Aokiji also looked at her expectantly. Hina put away the account book and said quietly, no problem, there's plenty of money, but the old rule is, 9 out of 13 goes. Kizaru, Aokiji, Chabuda. At this time, a messenger rushed in. Report, Marshal Sengoku asks everyone to come over. Kizaru's eyes flashed, and he threw the cards on the table and shuffled them randomly. Oh my, the order has come, let's go. After saying this, he disappeared in a flash. Seeing this, Aokiji and Cake followed suit, threw their cards away, and ran away. Akainu was stunned for a moment, looked at the hopeless cards in his hand, smacked his lips, threw them on the table, and left. 10 people gathered. Sengoku issued the combat order. 10 high-ranking Marines attacked Marinjoa and other ships, blocking all waterways in and out of the Red Line. Smoker summoned Odin, opened the door to the other dimension, and everyone entered one after another. After they left, the warships turned and arrived at the designated location one after another. At the same time, 50 warships from G1 to G4 branches also arrived on the other side of the Red Line. Hundreds of warships attacked from both sides, blocking all waterways in and out of the Red Line. In the different space, several people came to the depths of the Holy Land without any hindrance. This is a divine place that even Marine Marshal Sengoku has never been to. Smoker waved his hand and opened the door to the other dimension. Next, it's our battle, Chapter 476. Call the Old One. 10 people filed out of the space gate. In front of us was a palace and garden that was luxurious beyond words. The pavilions, towers, carved railings and jade bricks are all inlaid with gold and jade, exuding a strong atmosphere of luxury. So, tear down this palace in front of you. There are enough gold, silver and jewels on it to build another branch. If it were given to a small country like Dressrosa, it would be enough for King Riku to feed all the citizens for several years. Smoker secretly smacked his lips. Such luxury is far beyond imagination. At this time, Kizaru, Aokiji, and Shadon had become gamblers who had lost all their money. They stared at the jewels with their eyes turning red and purple. This crystal ceiling, these golden beams, just tear down one of them, and Hina's high-interest debt will be cleared. The only thing that spoiled the mood was that there were a few celestial dragons lying nearby, staring at them in amazement. They lay on the bed, with exquisite crystal plates and gold cutlery before them. But it tastes a bit rough and looks a bit like pickled vegetables. Smoker. Huh? It's been so long, and they still have food to eat. When they first saw them appear, the celestial dragons and the guards beside them were stunned. The celestial dragons pointed at them, their fingers shaking with anger. You. Who are you to dare to come to the garden of God? Mask. Mask. Humans have appeared and the air has become polluted. Hey, I recognize you, you've been here before, you look like Marine Admiral Kazaru. This is a paradise that only God can reach. Even if an admiral breaks in, it's a capital crime. Someone, hang them. Marine. Etc. One of the celestial dragons suddenly discovered something, and his expression instantly changed from anger to surprise. He walked up to Hina with a lustful look and reached out to touch Hina's face. Yo. There's a pretty pariah here. That's perfect. You can be my 17th wife. Follow us celestial dragons, eat delicious. Wear beautiful clothes and live in a good place. The others all took a step back. The next second, celestial dragon's feet left the ground and were lifted up by Hina's neck. Hina is not interested in a loser like you, and... Don't touch Hina with your dirty hands. The guards nearby were shocked. Let go of Muzumida Shung. Several people rushed up with weapons and attacked Hina. The guards of the Holy Land are hereditary and dressed in decent clothes, but their actual strength is mediocre, not to mention that they have been hungry for several days. Advertisement. The knife and axe slashed through Hina's body, leaving only trails of white smoke, and had no effect at all. Suddenly, a man in a black suit appeared behind Hina, stretched out his finger and stabbed Hina fiercely. Finger gun. Hina calmly turned around and raised celestial dragons to block in front of her. With a pop sound, the suit man's fingers pierced deeply into celestial dragon's kidney, causing him to spit blood and scream in pain. The man in the suit's face turned pale and he quickly pulled out his finger, bringing out a stream of blood. Before he could do anything else, Hina kicked him in the stomach. The man in the suit almost vomited and couldn't help but bend down. Hina kicked him again, stepping on his head and pressing his head to the ground. Nika is gone, but UCP are still here. Since he is a spy, he must be able to recognize Hina's identity. How stupid is it to rush out like this? The man in the suit covered his body with arm color, raised his head with difficulty, and tried to lift Hina's feet. I am the vice captain of CP3. Starblade, no, don't underestimate me. Hina. Well, if you insist. After saying that, he exerted force with his feet, and Zindran's head instantly exploded like a watermelon. I'd rather die for this kind of trash, whether I kill him or not. Disrespectful person. A masked man wearing armor and holding a sharp blade suddenly jumped high, swung the blade continuously, and several sword energies slashed towards Hina. Hina was a little surprised. Her observation hockey could feel that these sword energies were extremely sharp, and even in the entire marine, there were only a few who could match them. However, there is still a long way to go. Hina puts force on her hands, and armament hockey covers Muzumida Sei. Muzumida Saint. Huh? I turned black. What is this? Hina threw him out and collided with the slash. With a bang, the two attacks exploded violently in the air. The sword energy was shattered, and Muzumida Saint was also broken into pieces. The powerful shockwave blew away all the celestial dragons and the guards around. As a result, many jewels and jades in the palace were shattered, and Aokiji and his fellow gamblers were heartbroken. Brother Muzumida, the masked man wailed, his eyes full of sorrow. He and Muzumida are brothers from the same family and they have a good relationship on weekdays. Unexpectedly, he died in his own hands. The masked man roared to the sky, and fierce haki swept out from his body. Sengoku and the others were too lazy to intervene and just hid in the back to watch the show. They were a little surprised when they saw this and whispered in the back. Smoker, is this the Knights of God? It's not much, but it's something. There are such experts among celestial dragons? It's really a phoenix that popped out of a chicken coop. Advertisement, bah. They have so many resources, even if they pile them on a dog, they can still produce several experts. At this time, a large number of guards rushed up. Smoker. Stop messing around, clean up the trash first. He walked forward, and one conquerors knocked out all the guards. Then he used dark water to suck the masked man over. The masked man was in midair, and suddenly his body tensed up and flew towards Smoker. Open black lens bracket not good. Close black lens bracket suddenly, he changed into two people, one in front and one behind. The person behind kicked the back of the person in front hard to break free from the gravity. The man in front fell into Smoker's hands, and suddenly there was a violent explosion. Smoke and dust billowed, and Smoker was caught off guard by the explosion, but he was not injured. He spat out the ashes in his mouth. What kind of ability is this? The clone and explosion are quite strange. I have never seen this ability in comics. The masked man laughed wildly with a smug look on his face. Ahahahaha. I am a clone who ate the clone fruit. I can create explosive clones at will. You're strong enough to not be killed by the explosion, but how many times can you withstand it? The Marines were speechless when they heard him describe his self-destructive abilities in such detail. This kid's brain isn't working very well, business matters first. Garp was serious for once and teleported behind the masked man. Masked man. Before he could dodge, Garp grabbed him by the neck and pushed him to the ground. Damn brat, try to create another clone. He exerted force with his hands, and the masked man screamed, but he was unable to split himself. It seems that your clone ability can only be used when you are free. Garp gave him 2 big blows, which made his face swollen and his mask cracked. That's all you can do, it's really disappointing. I'm not interested in a brat like you. Call out the 5 elders and those old guys, Garen. After saying that, he threw him out. Sengoku punches Garp in the head. Idiot Garp, if you just throw it away like that, how long will it take for the 5 elders to get the news? Are you going to just wait here? Then he caught a glimpse of several admirals prying gems apart, and he became furious. You bastards, stop it, you guys have completely disgraced Marine. Smoker closed his eyes and used his observation haki to feel it, then said with a strange look on his face, Mr. Sengoku, don't be anxious. If I'm not mistaken, the 5 elders will get the news soon. Chapter 477 Arena a few minutes ago, between rites. 5. No, the 3 elders are holding an emergency meeting. Saint Peter is also missing, along with 2 members of the Knights of God. 5 elders are missing, 2 high-level celestial dragons have been killed, this is an unprecedented situation. Immortality. This precious ability has the only downside of being unable to tell what the current state is from the life card. We can't keep this secret for long. Lord Yimu will know about it soon, and we must be prepared. Even if we can't beg for forgiveness, at least we have to tell him the truth. But, what on earth happened on Punk Hazard? Is there any movement from the Marine side? No. Nothing moving. The teleportation array has undoubtedly been successful. They're missing from Punk Hazard. Whether the pirates' attack was true or not, the Marine must have been there, but there is still no news from them. So, the Marine has rebelled. This is the worst case scenario, but with Smoker here, the possibility is not high. However, even if there is no rebellion, the responsibility for poor protection cannot be avoided. I'm sorry to St. Peter and St. Moshe, but this is a good opportunity to remove Sengoku and support Smoker. By the way, there's no news from Smoker either? St. Nisujiro, St. Wushuri, and St. Satan slumped on the sofa, talking to each other. I haven't felt this tired in a long time since I became immortal. Ah, suddenly, a voice came from far away. 3 elder stars. The next second, a figure broke through the roof and flew straight to the sofa. The 3 of them had already stopped practicing observation haki due to their immortal bodies, so they were unable to dodge and were knocked over. There was another person lying on the ground twitching. It was the masked man who was knocked away by Garp. How dare you? How dare you be so brazen? Hey, it's you, what's wrong with you? Garland Saint's training. This is too much. The masked man spat out a mouthful of blood and pointed in the direction of the Garden of God with a trembling hand. Garden of God. Enemies. Attack. Marine. They. Satan Saint I held his hand. You mean there are enemies in the Garden of Gods, let's call Marine? Okay, leave it to us from now on. You've worked hard, so take a good rest. The masked man immediately spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and became almost breathless, but he was still trying hard to mutter. My. Enemy. Marine Admiral. Satan nodded quickly and said, I know. The enemy is very strong. Even you are no match for them. We must call the Marine Admiral. Advertisement Saint Nisujiro and Saint Wakuli also nodded. As expected of the Knights of God, as expected of the last bastion of celestial dragons. The health bar is almost cleared, but he still doesn't forget to perform his duties. The masked man's eyes widened with anger, and he suddenly sat up with strength that no one knew where he got from. The enemy is the Marine. The Marshal, the Chief Inspector, the Chief of Staff, and the Admiral are all here. You 3 idiots. Then his head tilted, blood came out of his mouth and nose, and he was completely dead. 3 people. What? Marine is attacking? Smoker too? The 5 elders felt like the sky was falling. But they reacted quickly and took out the Denden Mushi with the highest authority. Hey, big event. All defense forces, rush to the Garden of Gods. Notify Carissa Palace and teleport everyone over. It's a rare occasion that such a huge world government functions normally. Dozens of magic circles suddenly appeared in the Garden of God. The 3 elder stars, the Knights of God and others walked out of the magic circle. To their surprise, there was only one person in front of them, and that was Smoker. The 3 elder stars' eyes were bloodshot. A whole Smoker, how dare you betray God's trust? Whether it's you, Hina, or anyone you know, as long as they have shown kindness to you and have had any contact with you, they will all be sentenced to death. Where are the others? Where did the others go? Suddenly, GL and Sheng took out a long knife. What nonsense, kill him first, and then slowly look for others. After saying that, he swung his sword horizontally, and a slash flew towards Smoker. Unlike other swordmasters' slashing attacks that block out the sun and the sky, the slash was small and dull in color, like the Tempest kick released by a CP rookie. But in Smoker's perception, the surrounding world seemed to have lost its color, leaving only a blood-red sword light. Well done. Smoker roared, and his right arm, also covered in steel dragon scales, grabbed the slash without showing any weakness. The 2 streams of haki collided with each other, making a sharp friction sound, thunder and lightning spread, causing explosions, and strong winds blew away everything around. Except for Garen Sheng and the three elder stars, everyone else retreated one after another, and the weaker ones were almost blown away. This collision lasted for more than 10 seconds and ended with Smoker crushing Garen Sheng's slash. Advertisement GL Sheng's eyes widened, seeming a little bit unbelievable. Call. Smoker blew on his stinging palms. It had been a long time since he met such a strong swordsman. Interesting. As expected, he is the man who can hurt Whitebeard. It seems that you were not one of those D celestial dragons who were so scared that they could only cry and call for their mothers in the Valley of the Gods. GL Sheng's face darkened, slippery tongue. Then he swung the sword again. This time Smoker did not greet it, but stepped aside, releasing two celestial dragons from the darkness at the same time. The celestial dragons were crushed by the sword energy before they knew what was happening. Damn it. How dare you? Everyone was immediately furious, unable to believe that Smoker killed two celestial dragons as easily as killing dogs. As expected of a holy place, celestial dragons can be seen everywhere. Weak and stupid, they are simply the best hostages. You can continue to attack. I want to know how many celestial dragons will die before I fall. Now everyone on the other side was silent. Saint Satan took a step forward, and hockey exploded on his body. Ahole, what on earth do you want to do? Smoker was unimpressed by his hockey and waved his hand, throwing out a piece of paper. This is the palace of the new king. How can it be destroyed in the flames of war? So, let's set the battlefield outside the Holy Land. He threw a note to Sardan. Saint Satan took the paper and looked at it. It was a map with the directions and distances of different people marked on it. Everyone was in a different position. Although the red line is a long and thin strip and the Holy Land is just a point on it, it is actually very vast, so the distance between each battlefield is very far. Satan Saint. What is this? What the hell are you Marines doing? Smoker smiled. Everyone, just treat it as a setting up a ring. It's 11 o'clock now. We'll be waiting for you at the marked location in 1 hour. Let's compare which side is stronger, your world government's foundation or our Marines' justice. And the prize is the world. A space door appeared behind Smoker and he turned and walked in. Before the space door closed, he suddenly slapped his head. Oh, I forgot to remind you. Don't think about concentrating your strength to defeat us one by one. If anyone does not encounter a battle for 10 minutes, they will directly charge into the Holy Land and kill all celestial dragons. Okay, see you later. After Smoker finished speaking, the space door closed and disappeared into the air. The faces of the three elder stars and the people behind them were already darker than an iron pot. Chapter 478 The First Battlefield. There are still celestial dragons in the Holy Land, witnessing what Smoker did. After Smoker left, they jumped out. Hey, 5 elders, why did you let that be D go? Let him come back, I will sentence him to death by hanging. The saliva splashed everywhere, spraying onto the 5 elders' faces. Saint Vokuli could no longer bear it, and he didn't care about directing the Knights of God. I rushed up to them and beat them up. A bunch of idiots, can't you see the situation clearly at all? You should have starved to death a few days ago. Saint Satan advised. Forget it, don't waste your time on these idiots. Saint Vokuli stopped angrily and drove away all the insignificant celestial dragons. Do you think Marine will keep his promise and wait obediently at the agreed place? Nesujiro Saint stroked the knife in his hand. I think so. From what they said, they want to replace us, so they naturally want to take over the Holy Land in its entirety to avoid causing too much damage. That's exactly what we thought. His expression was unusually solemn. The combat power of 10 Admiral-level soldiers almost exceeds half of the combat power of the entire Marine. In just 1 hour, he really didn't know if he could gather enough fighting force. Unlike the 3 Elder Stars, the Knights of God are full of confidence. However, GL Sheng was in high spirits, and the others behind him were even more eager to try. The Knights of God are the heroes of celestial dragons. They have saved celestial dragons countless times and have won supreme glory. Today will be another highlight moment for the Knights of God after the Valley of God incident. GL Sheng walked up to the 3 Elder Stars. Now that things have come to this, you guys should stop hiding anything. Use all the strength you can, regardless of whether it is mature or not. Saint Satan said, somewhat displeased. Of course. Then he gave instructions to the new CP leader next to him. All of you CP, squad leaders and above are here. Also, call all the new guys over here. CP bowed respectfully and left. Advertisement. Saint Satan continued to look at the note in his hand, muttering to himself. And you guys, after all these years, it's time to meet up with old friends. Saint Nesujiro and Saint Wakuli naturally had no objection. The 3 of them were silent for a while, and Saint Wushuri suddenly asked in a low voice. Now that it has come to this, do you want to ask Lord Yim? The other 2 were stunned, looked around, and then shook their heads. No. Lord Yimu likes peace and quiet. Nothing in this world is worth affecting his mood. This is our last chance. As long as we get rid of them, Lord Yimu will forgive us. After all, losses are meaningless to us. After hearing what his 2 fellow stars said, Saint Vokuli nodded and said nothing more. If Smoker were still here, he would definitely call the 3 of them idiots. Even in such a critical situation, people are still worrying about class. If it were me, even if I was halfway through pooping, I would drag him out. Sure enough, Those who use class to suppress others are also the biggest victims of the class. An hour passed in a flash. Garp used the power of the teleportation fruit to teleport everyone to various battlefields. Several people were divided into 6 battlefields. They are Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr and Suru, Akainu and Kazaru, Aokiji and Cake, Smoker and Hina. In the first battlefield, Sengoku sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Although he was alone, he looked calm and had no fear that the world government would resort to any despicable means. This is the final battle. Marine only sent out top-tier fighters, so there was no strategy to speak of. There are only 2 ways to defeat them. The first method is to completely sacrifice the other celestial dragons. Use human lives to slow down the Marine Admiral's pace, and then defeat them one by one. Unfortunately, being a god for a long time, they became increasingly brutal towards civilians. But they have completely lost the ruthlessness to stab themselves. The second method is to use a stronger force to completely suppress the Marine Admiral on every battlefield. But if the world government really has such power, it doesn't matter whether the Marines unite or not, but it's better to die sooner or later. Sengoku looked up at the clouds in the sky and suddenly smiled. Unconsciously, I have been the Marine Marshal for so many years. But the Marine has changed so much that even I don't recognize it anymore. Advertisement, now that this is over, can I retire now? Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind him. Compared to me, you are still in your prime, Sengoku. Sengoku was stunned, looked back, and sighed softly. I didn't expect you to come, long time no see. Judging from the tone, he doesn't sound like an enemy with whom he is about to fight to the death, but an old friend who has not seen each other for a long time. The visitor was a robust old man. He has a mohawk hairstyle and an M-shaped beard on his chin. It was the former Marine Marshal and current World Government Army Commander-in-Chief, Kong. Sengoku, I didn't expect that we would meet in this way today. What on earth happened to make you change so much? Although Sora and Sengoku are not from the same period, they have known each other for decades. He had already vaguely sensed that Sengoku's loyalty to the world government was not so pure. But in the end he chose Sengoku to succeed him as the Marshal. Because he believes in Sengoku's feelings for Marine and his pursuit of justice, he believes that he will gradually accept the world government and celestial dragons. Then hand over Marine safely to the next generation. In fact, before Smoker joined Marine, everything was indeed going according to Sora's expectations. In just a few short years, Marine has undergone such earth-shaking changes. The world government and CP did not notice anything at all. Sengoku chuckled, a smile that was somewhat smug and somewhat relieved. Because I see the future of Marine and the hope of the world. Sora's expression darkened. But do you know how much turmoil this will cause? How much disaster will it bring to the world? Disorder is the starting point of chaos. Chaos is the source of disaster. Only justice that runs through stability can bring peace. Sengoku looked at him calmly. A young and outstanding Marine told me that justice requires bloodshed, for one's own, one's comrades, one's enemies, bystanders, and innocent peoples. As long as it is the right thing to do, we must keep going, even if it means getting hurt. Brother Kong, what you pursue is only stability, not justice. Immediately, Sengoku's body began to glow with golden light. Let's stop talking nonsense, Brother Kong. You have your persistence, I have my justice. Let's see which one is the real future. Chapter 479 Marshal's Battle. With a loud noise, the golden giant and the black giant wolf collided with each other and then retreated together. The golden figure is none other than the Buddha form that Sengoku has transformed into. Unlike the original plot, golden flame belts are flying on the shoulders of the golden Buddha, which is the symbol of the awakening of the fruit. After Garp and Zephyr got the new fruit, they showed off in front of Sengoku every day. Sengoku worked hard in anger. He already had a perfect grasp of the power of the fruit, and with the help of a large group of sparring partners, he naturally developed it to the awakened state. As the first person to awaken the fruit in Marine F4, he is finally able to do it again. Not only that, there are several huge blue lightning patterns on the golden Buddha's body, making it look even more majestic. The black giant wolf is the transformed Kong. His body was no smaller than the golden Buddha, with a ferocious face, a sharp mouth and fangs, a body covered with spiky black hair, and huge chains wrapped around his body. Sengoku steadied himself and said in a deep voice, I didn't expect that you would gain this kind of power after leaving Marine. Sora chuckled a few times, and because he was still in beast form, his smile seemed particularly ferocious. Back then, the 5 elders gave me the dog fruit, the mythical beast, the Fenrir form. I never thought that one day I would use this power against you. It's really sad. After saying that, the giant wolf howled and rushed towards the golden Buddha. It's your choice who you want to deal with. Now that you've made up your mind, don't be so indecisive. Sengoku waved his hands continuously, releasing a series of shockwaves that blew the ground apart. The giant wolf dashed left and right, moving as fast as the wind, dodging the shockwaves by the tiniest second, then opened its huge mouth and bit Sengoku fiercely. Get out of here, old man. Sengoku waved his hand, and the lightning patterns on his body suddenly glowed blue, and a bolt of lightning emerged, hitting the giant wolf hard. Ah! The giant wolf was wrapped in lightning, screaming miserably, and a burning smell came from its body. The lightning dissipated, and although the giant wolf was not seriously injured, it was paralyzed all over and could not move. Sengoku leaps high into the air, releasing a massive shockwave. The ground within a radius of several hundred meters suddenly sank, and the giant wolf was instantly pressed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Brother Kong, the world government has reached its end. There's no need to accompany them all the way to the end. The giant wolf gritted his teeth and stood up again, shaking his head and staring at Sengoku. I didn't expect that your fruit also has the ability to control lightning. It's really surprising. Sengoku remained silent. The lightning just now was not the Buddha's ability, but the lightning homies covering his body. At the same time, he was secretly shocked. Before the battle, he had already fed homies, and the power of the lightning it released at this time was no less powerful than that of thunder fruit. Although the giant wolf looked embarrassed, its breathing was steady and it seemed that nothing was seriously wrong. This defense is really outrageous. The giant wolf's green eyes were fixed on Sengoku. I am the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, and I possess the most indestructible justice. Sengoku, don't underestimate me. The giant wolf took a deep breath, and his stomach suddenly swelled. He opened his mouth and spat out a stream of asphalt like green water with green flames attached to it. Open black lens bracket. What's this? Close black lens bracket. Sengoku was a veteran of many battles, so he would not be careless and quickly dodged to the side. Unexpectedly, the giant wolf shook its head violently, and the green water turned into water arrows and sprayed towards Sengoku. Most of the green water fell to the ground, making a sizzling sound and corroding deep holes in the red rocks. But some of the green water also spilled onto Sengoku's arm. Open black lens bracket. Not good. Close black lens bracket. Sengoku was not careless and quickly used Haki to defend. But it didn't have much effect. I felt a stinging pain on my arm and a dark Madara mark like rust appeared. Damn it, what is this? Sengoku was secretly surprised. The body of the Golden Buddha is harder than steel. It is not even afraid of wind, fire, thunder and lightning, so how could it be eroded by this inconspicuous green water? The giant wolf sneered. The legend says that Fenrir has the ability to devour everything. Its gastric juice can digest everything, including gods. Surrender. Even if you are a Buddha, you will only become bait in Fenrir's mouth. With that, the hair on the giant wolf's back stood up and shot towards Sengoku like an arrow. It depends on whether you have the appetite, Sengoku shouted angrily, raising his hand to send out a shockwave that shattered all the black hair. Then the lightning patterns on his body lit up, and dozens of huge lightning bolts struck the giant wolf like a waterfall. The giant wolf did not dodge or evade, but just opened its mouth wide, sucked all the lightning into its mouth, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it down. Delicious. Sengoku was shocked. Advertisement. This ability is very similar to Smoker's dark fruit. If it's the same gravity as dark fruit, it will be troublesome. Sengoku did not dare to be careless and continued to test with lightning and shockwaves. They soon realized that the giant wolf could only absorb elemental or energy attacks and had no effect on physical entities, so they felt a little relieved. Since energy attacks didn't work, Sengoku simply gave up on ranged attacks and rushed forward. The Golden Buddha roared, raised his fist, and smashed the giant wolf's head hard with his golden arm covered with inky black Haki. The giant wolf's head sank, the ground beneath its feet cracked, and it staggered back a few steps, but it seemed that nothing was wrong. HMPH, armament Haki is useless, then try this. The Golden Buddha's palm was wrapped with Haki, which hit the giant wolf's head from a distance. Purple-red lightning exploded, and the sky and the earth seemed to have changed color. Oh! This palm wrapped around Conqueror's Haki, and the giant wolf finally couldn't bear it anymore. It let out a sharp scream and flew out. But this attack was not enough to defeat it. Although the giant wolf was injured, it still took Sengoku's attack and pounced on him. There was only an ear-piercing friction sound, and the sharp claws left a huge scar on the Golden Buddha's chest. Sengoku felt pain. Damn it! The Golden Buddha roared, grabbed the giant wolf's neck, and slammed it to the ground accompanied by purple-red lightning. With a loud bang, the giant wolf's body hit the ground hard. Ripples spread out on the ground like water waves, and the ground within a radius of thousands of meters was completely shattered, and the giant wolf was smashed directly into the ground. Hoo! Sengoku jumped away and wiped the sweat from his head. This series of attacks took a lot of effort, even he felt tired at this moment. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and dozens of wolf-head shadows emerged from the ground. Sengoku quickly dodged. Although he dodged a little, his arms were bitten by 2 phantoms and he was pressed to the ground. The giant wolf's phantom was not strong enough to bite through the Golden Buddha's defense, but it was enough to prevent him from getting up. The giant wolf suddenly jumped out from the ground. You're done, Sengoku. His mouth opened several times wider, his teeth gleaming coldly as he bit down hard on Sengoku's neck. I was fooled. The panic on Sengoku's face suddenly faded. Conqueror's Haki exploded, shattering the giant wolf's phantom. He gathered a shockwave in his hand, slapped the giant wolf in the face, pressed the giant wolf's head, and slammed it to the ground. The Golden Buddha suddenly turned over and pressed on the giant wolf. His right arm was emitting a bright white light and was gathering a shockwave. The giant wolf struggled desperately to break free, but was always suppressed by the Golden Buddha. Damn it, shockwave. It's useless against me. Sengoku snorted coldly, and the white light ball suddenly shrank. It originally covered the forearm, but now it only condensed in the palm of his hand. The giant wolf's pupils trembled violently. Open black lens bracket. This is. close black lens bracket. Since the shockwave doesn't work, let's try this trick. Sengoku roared, and suddenly released his attack, compressing the energy of the shockwave into his palm. Although it was much smaller, its penetrating power was 10 times stronger. A terrifying force penetrated the giant wolf's tough fur and muscles, directly cracking its skull. Ah! The giant wolf screamed, its black hair flew off, and it spat out a large mouthful of blood. However, the giant wolf is a mythical beast after all, and its vitality is extremely strong. Although he was badly injured, he immediately fought back and slammed hard into the Golden Buddha's chest. Sengoku was caught off guard and was sent flying 100 meters away. He used moonwalk to control his body in the air and then slowly landed on the ground. The giant wolf staggered a few steps and stood firm, baring its fangs and staring at Sengoku. Sengoku let out a long breath, and haki circulated around his body, condensing into a layer of transparent armor. Suddenly I felt a slight pain in my arm. I looked down and saw that the rust caused by the green water seemed to be still spreading on my golden arm. Sengoku frowned slightly and suddenly released haki. Black lightning burst out, pungent green smoke came out of the arm, and the rust began to slowly fade away. The giant wolf's body suddenly began to twist and turn into the appearance of Sora. At this time, he looked very miserable, with blood coming out of his mouth and nose, and he was covered with scars. The eye that had just been attacked was bloodshot, and bright red blood was flowing from his ear. I underestimated you, Sengoku. I originally wanted to get to know you very well, but I didn't expect that you've made such great progress in the past few years. Sengoku said solemnly, Brother Kong, let's end this meaningless battle. The only ones we are attacking are celestial dragons. Sora shook his head, his attitude extremely firm. Sengoku, you should know that it's useless to say such things to an old man. You are indeed stronger than me, but this is not a competition, it's a war. In war, victory is all that matters. Kong took out a bottle and took a few gulps. Advertisement Sengoku's pupils trembled, and he recognized it as Haoshui. I heard from Ghoul Nika that the world government is trying to improve the water quality of Alabasta, but it seems to have not been successful. Unexpectedly, after drinking the water, Kong roared loudly and strange Madara patterns appeared on his body. Then his body began to change, and with a sound of bones crackling, he turned into a giant werewolf covered in black hair. His arms were longer than his knees, with chains wrapped around them, and his claws flashed coldly like blades. I don't have much time left, so make this a quick and decisive battle. As soon as he finished speaking, the werewolf suddenly disappeared, and it seemed that his speed was more than twice as fast. Sengoku. Suddenly, he felt a chill on the back of his head. He tilted his head and the sharp claws scraped across his cheek, leaving a scar. Sengoku was not to be outdone. He turned around and gathered shockwaves with both hands. Kong crossed his arms, with the chains wrapped around his arms like two heavy hammers, easily blocking the shockwave. But Sengoku's attack did not stop. The Golden Buddha turned his palms into claws and grabbed the iron chain on the Ronin's arm. Then there was a loud thunder, and countless lightning bolts passed through the chains to the werewolf, directly engulfing its figure. But the next second, the werewolf opened his mouth wide and swallowed all the lightning. Sengoku's eyes flashed coldly. He grabbed the chain and pulled it hard, and the werewolf fell forward unexpectedly. Sengoku gathered haki, his golden head turned jet black, and he headbutted the werewolf. The werewolf showed no sign of weakness and rushed forward to meet the enemy. The two used Conqueror's entanglement at the same time, collided with each other in the air, and then flew out together. The wolfman landed on all fours and immediately rushed towards Sengoku. Sengoku landed, sending out several shockwaves, but they were all smashed by the werewolf. The wolfman chose to fight Sengoku in a melee, flying around the Golden Buddha at a very fast speed. The sharp claws occasionally scraped across the Golden Buddha, creating a trail of sparks and leaving scratches. Although it is difficult to hit a werewolf due to its speed, every hit will make the werewolf spit blood. But the water had a paralyzing effect. Even though he was vomiting blood, he seemed not to be injured and did not stop moving at all. 10 Wolf Finger Pistol, head-breaking attack. The werewolf turned his hands into claws and stabbed the Golden Buddha's chest fiercely. The Golden Buddha also slapped back to meet the attack. Both of them used Conqueror's haki. Although the attack did not make contact, it created a hurricane. Sengoku's eyes narrowed, and he gathered his power in his palms, sending out a compressed shockwave, with powerful energy that went straight through the werewolf's abdomen. Successful. This blow hit the soft abdomen, and I'm afraid the internal organs must be seriously injured. But to his surprise, the werewolf screamed but did not fall down. In fact, under the paralysis of the water, it was almost impossible to see any injuries. While Sengoku was stunned, the werewolf opened his mouth and spit out green water, hitting Sengoku in the chest. Sengoku was shocked and took a few steps back, accompanied by a burst of thick smoke and severe pain. Large pieces of rust appeared on the chest, and even the invisible armor condensed by haki was corroded and weakened. The wolf man attacked again, taking advantage of Sengoku's unpreparedness and stabbing his chest with his sharp claws. Although the Golden Buddha's body was stronger than steel, its defense was weakened and it was instantly pierced deeply by the sharp claws. Blood flowed down and a stream of blood spurted out of its mouth. You lost. Sengoku. After saying that, he suddenly tore both sides with both hands, tearing a big hole in the Golden Buddha's chest. Blood gushed out and splashed all over the werewolf's face, making him look even more hideous, like a demon. The werewolf grinned and tried to pull his hand away. But he was caught by the golden Buddha. Brother Kong, don't underestimate me. The golden Buddha's eyes widened with anger, and blue flames suddenly rose from his body. As the flames burned, the wounds on the golden Buddha's body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Werewolf. Although Kong drank the water and his combat power was greatly enhanced. But when Sengoku used the undying flame, the outcome was no longer in doubt. After an unknown amount of time, Kong fell to the ground covered in blood, with a collapsed part of his chest and one of his feet at a weird angle. The side effects of the strong water erupted, tearing every inch of his flesh and blood, making every breath he took feel like torture. Sengoku stood shirtless next to Sora, staring at him quietly. Sengoku, it seems that you have found justice you can trust. Yes, this old man, or rather, a few of us, have found justice that is worth risking everything for, haha. Really? That's really enviable. I wonder. The sound of the void became lower and lower, and finally disappeared completely. The world government's highest military commander falls. 15 Seconds Chapter 480 The Strongest Battle The Second Battlefield. A puff of black smoke drifted by, and 3 people walked out of the magic circle. Leading the group is the leader of the Knights of God, the strongest celestial dragon, Galen Saint. 2 people followed him. A young swordsman who looks like Shanks. If Smoker is here, he can be recognized at a glance. He is the legendary Stinks. One is a tall and thin warrior in black. The warrior carrying a Shinigami sickle has cold eyes and looks at everyone as a traitor. Garp, who grew up eating senbei, now had his eyes wide open in shock. What am I seeing? Magic, magic, hiss, guy. I thought celestial dragons were just simple idiots, but I didn't expect they had something so cool hidden. After hearing what Garp said, the black warrior couldn't hold back any longer. In the past, wherever he went, he heard people praising celestial dragons. He was proud of being a celestial dragon since he was old enough to understand. Who would have thought that Garp would get close to him and use his ultimate skill? Marine is the strongest? I think he is the dumbest. How dare you insult God? Death penalty. He raised the Shinigami scythe high, rushed forward, and slashed at Garp's neck. Phasna. GL and Shang shouted to stop it, but it was too late. The next moment, his sickle suddenly stopped, and it turned out that Garp had caught the sharp blade. Faced with an enemy whose strength is unknown, he just charged forward like a wild boar. What an idiot indeed. If someone like you joins the Marine Corps, you won't even graduate from the recruit camp. Garp pulled the sickle hard, causing the black warrior to stagger. Then he was hit in the face with a punch, blood splattered from his mouth and nose, and before he could fly away, he was pulled back. Garinsheng and Stinks were shocked and attacked Garp together. Garp sneered. You clearly saw the hostage in my hand, but you still used long-range attacks? Do you not care about his life or death, or are you just stupid? He raised his hand and lifted Phasna in front of him, meeting the 2 slashing blows. Both Jialansheng and Shushux were shocked, but the 2 had completely different reactions. Stinky's exerted force suddenly, and the sword energy twisted and shot into the sky, disappearing far into the horizon. And Garinsheng just flicked his wrist, and the slash changed direction, bypassing Phasna and slashing straight at Garp's face. This attack was so accurate that even Garp was caught off guard and subconsciously raised his hand to block it. Phasna took the opportunity to break free and quickly jumped back to the 2 of them. Thank you, Captain. Stinkix. Don't be careless. This old man earned his reputation through his strength. You can't deal with him. Calm down. You won't be so lucky next time you fall into his hands. Phasna didn't dare to refute and just apologized. Garp laughed. Ahahahaha, Moonhead, you are much more sensible now than before. Stinky swung the sword in his hand. Marine, try my sword. He rushed at Garp with the sword in hand, aiming for his throat. Pirates Shanks? No, not him, he just looks like. As a new generation of pirates at sea, Garp is also very familiar with Shanks. However, this guy is very smart and the pirates' cleanup plan did not affect him. While I was daydreaming, the sword was already approaching. Garp didn't think any more and raised his hand to grab the blade. With his hockey, he could even take on the slashes from Roger and Whitebeard. But this time I failed. He clearly grasped the blade, but it seemed as if he had grasped an illusion, and the tip of the sword continued to stab Garp. Garp. At the critical moment, Garp quickly turned his head to dodge and used armament hockey to defend himself. There was a sharp friction sound, and the long sword scraped a string of sparks on the neck, leaving a scar. Garp quickly stepped aside, touched his neck, and looked at the blood on his palm. What just happened? Why couldn't I catch his sword just now? Is it his ability? Or is there something odd about the sword itself? Stinkix smiled evilly and swung his sword. This straight spirit Sero is a large and fast sword that can switch between solid and phantom. Combined with my armament hockey, it can penetrate any defense. Then he rushed at Garp again and slashed at his neck with the knife. Garp chuckled. Interesting kid. Then he dodged the knife with his head turned sideways, and with lightning speed, he clamped Stinky's wrist with his backhand. When he clenched his wrist hard, Shush felt a sharp pain and crackling of bones in his wrist, and he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Damn it. Let me go. How dare a mere lowly person attack a god? Garp smiled coldly. You little brat, your sword can change, but can your wrist change as well? Advertisement. Let me teach you a lesson. Abilities are meant to be hidden, not shown off. After saying that, he punched Stinkies in the stomach. Stinkies felt as if he was bombarded by a cannonball. He vomited blood and flew out. Phasna hurriedly caught him, but was also blown far away by the force before he could stand still. Garen Shang also hurriedly swung his sword and released a huge slash to stop Garp from continuing to chase. But this move was obviously in vain, and Garp had no intention of pursuing. These little brats are still too naive, not even enough to entertain me. Jielin, you should come and let us old guys have a good chat. Jielin Shang waved the western sword in his hand. As you wish. The sword in my hand is called Bug Feng. It is one of the 12 strongest supreme swords in the world and the sharpest sword in the world. This knife. He was about to show off when he suddenly saw Garp's half smile and immediately shut up. You rude B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Shang jumped high, looked down from above, and swung his knife fiercely at Garp. A huge crescent-shaped slash came, and the powerful force made Garp's cloak flutter, and the ground under his feet also cracked and shattered. Garp gathered Haki, and black thunder exploded in both hands. Okay, I'll take your move. With that, he stretched out his arms, and his dark hands grasped the slash tightly. The two attacks collided with each other, creating a shockwave that even blew up the clouds in the sky. After a few seconds of confrontation, the blade suddenly pressed down, Garp's cloak suddenly exploded, and his body was covered with dense small wounds from the pressure of the sword. The slash hit the ground, and the remaining force cut into the red line. On the sea, a warship was cruising, when suddenly a slashing blow came down, instantly splitting the warship into two halves. Marines. The next moment, the red line roared, and a ravine as wide as a person and extending straight into the sea suddenly appeared on the towering rocks. Marines. Huh? The red line was cut. Stinkix, who was standing next to him, saw the knife and looked serious. He was still far from being able to do it. Phasna was so excited that he was shaking all over. Is this the strength of the strongest celestial dragons? As expected of God, oh yeah, me too. GL Shang held the sword in his backhand and assumed a running stance. Here comes the next move. After saying that, he kicked the ground hard, rushed towards Garp like a cheetah, and stabbed Garp in the face with his sword. This move was the same as the one Stinkies used just now, and it was obviously meant to vent his anger. Garp threw a punch. Shirahoshi impact. Fists and swords collided in the air, black thunder burst out, and the clouds in the sky exploded instantly. The two forces refused to give in to each other, and suddenly caused a violent explosion, and Garp and Gerinsheng flew out together. GL Sheng's veins bulged, and blood flowed from his mouth and nose. The luxurious and tough clothes on his body were shattered by the punch and became tattered. A wound appeared on Garp's fist. It seems that this attack was won by Galen Sheng, who possessed the supreme sword. Gerinsheng sneered. He, your proud fist is injured, Garp. It seems that the battle is about to end. Garp licked the blood on his fist, his face full of disdain. You call this an injury? You celestial dragons are so hypocritical? Even if you're a private soldier, you wouldn't take this little scratch seriously. Moreover, what I am proud of is never the iron fist, but the indestructible justice. Watch out, air pressure cannon. Garp punched Gerinsheng repeatedly. His fists struck the air, forming air cannons that bombarded the three people opposite him. The people of Fergaland are good at observation hockey, and Gerinsheng and Stinks can easily avoid these attacks. In comparison, Phasna was in a much worse state. He struggled left and right, barely avoiding the attacks, and only breathed a sigh of relief after he had avoided all the attacks. What a terrible airstrike, it's over, it's not over yet. Garp's roar came from behind Phasna. He was horrified and looked back. Garp had come behind him without him noticing. Phasna quickly raised the Shinigami sickle to block, but it was useless. Garp grabbed the Shinigami sickle with his left hand, clenched his right fist, and smashed it down hard. A blazing hockey burst out, and the Shinigami sickle shattered instantly, and Phasna was smashed into the red line like a cannonball, and then flew out from the side and fell directly into the sea. Garp clenched his fists, and the lightning condensed by hockey around him continued to explode, making a crackling sound. Hey, let's deal with one first, Phasna. When Gerinsheng saw his men dying in front of him, he became extremely furious and rushed towards Garp with a sword in hand. Garp casually threw the half-Shinigami sickle over. With a swing of Garen's holy sword, the Shinigami sickle, which was also a famous sword, was cut into several neat pieces like sugarcane. Go to hell. GL Sheng swung his sword and slashed down. Garp gathered hockey on his arm to block it. With his hockey, he could even block the slashes from Roger, Whitebeard, and Golden Lion. But this time I miscalculated. The tip of Gerinsheng's sword broke through hockey's defense, and half of the sword blade cut into Garp's arm. Advertisement, it hurts so much, how can I not stop it? Garp covered his arm and took a few steps back, a look of disbelief on his face. Not only can it cut through enemies with ease, it can also devour the enemy's hockey. Any defense built by hockey will be greatly weakened. Garp was shocked. This attribute is specifically designed to counter top strongmen. No wonder Whitebeard was injured so badly by a sword back then. Taking advantage of Garp's split personality, Stinks launched a sneak attack and stabbed Garp's chest with his sword. A-hole. The adults are talking, little brat, get out of the way. Garp released armament hockey, clamping the blade tightly with muscle and bone, preventing him from moving forward. Then he punched Stinkies with his backhand. Stinks didn't expect Garp to be so fierce. Even though his arm was cut and his chest was stabbed, he was able to fight back instantly. He was stunned for a moment. The punch was delivered in anger, and although it was hasty, it used most of the strength and hit Stinkies right in the chest. Puff. Stinkix vomited blood and flew 100 meters before hitting a huge rock. He felt a sharp pain in his chest every time he inhaled. Several of his ribs were broken, and his internal organs were probably injured as well. Hey, are you okay? Jialansheng was horrified and rushed over without paying any attention to Garp to check his injuries. Stinkix was sweating profusely, veins popped out, and he gritted his teeth tightly. It took him a while to recover. It's okay, I can still fight. Jialansheng breathed a sigh of relief, but still said seriously, don't force it. An enemy like Garp cannot be defeated by persistence. This time Garp did not chase, but just stood quietly not far away. That's right, as long as you stay there obediently, I won't bother with you, little brat. Stinkies stood up tremblingly, leaning on his sword. Don't underestimate me. I am a member of the Knights of God. How could I give in to such a small injury? As long as this saint still has a breath left, I will fight to the end. This time it was Garp's turn to be surprised. Oh, what a surprise, there is such a strong guy among celestial dragons. Very good, I recognize you, but don't think that I will show mercy to you just because you are a wounded soldier. Stinkies spat out a mouthful of blood, took a deep breath, stood up with the help of his sword, and joined the holy battle with Garen. No need, that's perfect. Garp grinned, pulled off his tattered shirt, revealing his steel-like muscles, and collided his fists, making a sound of metal collision. Then let me show you what a battle on the sea is like. The three figures disappeared at the same time, leaving only the sound of loud collisions. Suddenly, Garp appeared in front of Stinks, his arm covered with armament hockey, and smashed down hard. Shush hurriedly used his sword to block, his body sank, the ground was sunken, and his legs were deeply embedded in the ground. Garp then punched him in the stomach. If this punch hits solidly, Stinkix will be eliminated directly. Suddenly, Jialansheng appeared behind Garp and slashed at Garp's back with a knife. But Garp reacted quickly, bending down to avoid the blow, and punched Garansheng with his backhand. Jialansheng raised his sword to block, but he felt a huge force coming, and blood immediately flowed from the corners of his mouth. He was directly knocked away with his sword. A deep sword mark appeared on Garp's fist, and dozens of small wounds appeared on his forearm, and blood gushed out instantly. Damn it, why is this old guy going crazy? Why do you always use this kind of fighting method that hurts the enemy 800 but hurts yourself 1000? But Garp didn't give him a chance to think, and his attacks continued. Garansheng and Shushux could only fight with each other. After fighting for a long time, Garp finally found an opportunity and hit Stinks with a punch, piercing his palm directly into his abdomen. Stinks screamed, clenched his teeth, and grabbed Garp's arm tightly. Don't worry about me, just go ahead. Garp was about to shake him off. Unexpectedly, the other party held his arm tightly and refused to let go no matter how hard he tried. During this delay, Jialansheng's sword attacked. Garp tried to block it, but the sword pierced through his palm and stabbed into his lower abdomen. Hateful. Garp's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, and the armament hockey wrapped around Stinkix, smashing him hard on Garansheng's head like a meteor hammer. Jialansheng was hit hard on the head, blood gushing out, and he fell directly to the ground. Garp also stumbled back, gritting his teeth and pulling out the long sword that pierced his abdomen. Ahem, Garp knelt on one knee, holding his abdomen, blood flowing down his clothes, leaving a pool of blood on the ground. Jialansheng stood up shakily, and his moon-shaped hairstyle, which he was so proud of, was completely flattened. He took a few steps forward, bent down and picked up the sword on the ground. Cough, 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 both sides will suffer losses, however, it seems that I still have the advantage. Garp gasped for air, the pain making it difficult for him to speak. After taking a few deep breaths, I finally recovered. Hee. The strongest celestial dragons, you are indeed quite capable. If it were in the past, you might have won. But unfortunately, while you are dwelling on the past, Marine is making progress every day. Suddenly, a blazing blue flame ignited on Garp's body. Jialansheng. Chapter 481. I was discriminated against. The third battlefield is also the one closest to the Holy Land. Zephyr and Crane chatted while they waited. Zephyr. How's Peacock? I haven't seen her for a long time. Peacock. When the peacock was mentioned, his originally peaceful face suddenly twisted. That girl is becoming more and more troublesome. He hangs out with those bad boys like Drake and Groose every day. If one of them leaves him unattended, he'll sneak out and catch the pirates. Last time, I actually went to provoke a guy with a bounty of over 100 million. If I hadn't happened to run into Yamato who was wandering around, I might have been wiped out in one fell swoop. Gross Zephyr laughed in glee. As expected of your granddaughter, her style is exactly like yours when you were young. I've already told you that Rocinante is too gentle and can't control these problem children, but you just don't believe me. Crane. Old man Black Claw, whose granddaughter is a problem child. Epsilon. Oh. Min. Suddenly, Crane stopped pulling Zephyr's hand and looked in the direction of the Holy Land with a frown. Oh, the enemies are coming, and there are quite a few. This time the enemy did not use a magic circle. There was a cloud of dust in the distance and a large group of people rushed over. Leading the group were a dozen warriors of various appearances. They were none other than the remaining Knights of God. Following behind was a group of men in suits. There were more than 100 of them, all of whom were recruited CP elites. Zephyr said with a smile, "It's very lively, now I can stretch my muscles." He frowned slightly. The people in front of him were strong enough to rival the captains under Whitebeard or the big bosses under Kaido, while the weaker ones were at the supernova level. Although their levels varied, it was surprising to see so many people deployed on just one battlefield. That's not right. The world government has been messed up like this, how come it still has so much fighting power? She took 2 steps forward. Hey, kids, let me ask you one more question. Who are Garp and Sengoku's opponents? The people from the Knights of God just looked at her evilly and wildly without saying a word. As a god, how could he care about a mere human being? A CP came forward. He, are you scared now? You have committed an unprecedented crime, and the world government has prepared your funeral. I heard it clearly. The one in charge of arresting Sengoku is the world government's chief of staff, Lord Sora. Zephyr, Crane. The ones in charge of arresting Garp are the strongest among the noble gods, the commander of the Knights of God, Saint Figland Galen, and the swordsmanship genius of the Knights of God, Lord Figland Stinks. Zephyr, Crane. And the ones who came to arrest you are none other than the 16 lords of the Knights of God, and 100 of CP's strongest agents, including me. This time it's a decisive battle, and the world government is holding nothing back. In addition to the commander, each family of the Knights of God will send one member, for a total of 20 people. Except for those who were killed, all the others are here. The same is true for CP. Except for those who are out on missions, all the strong men are present. Zephyr and Crane looked at each other. Xiaohei, why can they get the big fish, but we can only get some shrimps? Why? We are being discriminated against, Crane sighed. It seems that in the eyes of the world government, we are no match for Garp and Sengoku. I'm just a staff officer, a civilian cadre, so it's okay for me to suffer a little injustice. After all, I make a living by my brain. It's you, Zephyr. You are the former admiral of the Marine Corps. How dare you be looked down upon like this? I would never tolerate this. Zephyr was immediately furious. Damn world government, how dare you look down on me? Today I will let you scum see how powerful I am. After saying that, he turned into a streak of purple lightning and rushed into the crowd. The first to be affected is the CP. Seeing Garp rushing over, he yelled, I am Donald, the vice captain of CP4, and I am going to arrest you today. Iron Body. Zephyr punched him in the stomach. A huge force penetrated his body and directly shattered the cloak on his back. I held on. Donald smiled confidently, then rolled his eyes and fainted. Faced with an attack of unknown origin, instead of trying to dodge, you actually used your body to resist. Are you CP all idiots? This is all you've learned from the so-called training to transcend life and death? The other CPs were also shocked. Donald was a team leader level cadre, and was considered a skilled fighter among the crowd, but he was defeated so cleanly and efficiently? At this time, a CP stood up to cheer everyone up. Advertisement, don't be afraid. No matter how strong Zephyr is, he is only one person. We can wear him down. CP will win. Of course, don't be careless. Zephyr can't be dealt with by one person. Everyone, come together. The fear in the hearts of the CPs disappeared instantly, and they rushed forward with roars. Many people with special abilities no longer held back and began to use their abilities. The zone people even directly transformed into human beast forms. The CP who cheered everyone up took a few steps back, hiding their achievements and fame. He is the user of the encouragement fruit, which can awaken the courage in people's hearts and allow them to bravely rush forward no matter what kind of enemy they face. P.S. The predecessor of Bello Betty, the commander of the Revolutionary Army's Eastern Army. CP masters began to show their strength. A crane man performed Tempest Kick, and a huge blue wind blade slashed towards Zephyr. Huh? Zephyr was a little surprised. This attack was really powerful. He smashed the wind blade with one punch and recognized the opponent. It's you, Kren? Aren't you one of Big Mom's men? Kron changed into a suit at this time. That's just my mission. I'm the captain of CP5 now. After saying this, the crane's wings were covered with armament hockey, and it flapped its wings violently, and hundreds of crane feathers fell like arrows and raindrops. Zephyr moved nimbly and dodged all the crane feathers. Kren took the opportunity to get close to Zephyr, clamped his wings together, and slashed at Zephyr's neck like a guillotine. Zephyr reached out with both hands and grabbed hold of Kren's wings. Your taijutsu is pretty good, kid. It's a pity that hockey can't train well enough. After saying that, the ability of the crush fruit was activated, instantly shattering the bones on his wings. Ah! Kren screamed, jumped up and kicked Zephyr in the face. There was a crisp sound, and the crane claw hit the target. But Zephyr had already hardened his face with hockey, so the kick had no effect at all. Zephyr grabbed his head and pressed it down hard, making a big dent in the ground. Kren was hit so hard that his eyes rolled back and he fainted. If he had been trained well, he might have become a good soldier. What a pity. At this time, a CP pressed their hands to the ground. Zephyr was stunned, and through his observation hockey, he suddenly felt the guy's presence on the ground beneath his feet. Although he had no idea what he was doing, Zephyr subconsciously used Tempest Kick to release a wind blade. Just as the wind blade was about to cut him in two, a long-nosed man holding swords in both hands rushed out, and the two swords crossed and collided with the wind blade. The next second, the CP youth was knocked flying, but he also successfully shattered the wind blade. At this moment, the ground beneath Zephyr's feet surged, and several giant rock pythons suddenly jumped out and entangled him tightly. It turns out that CP has the ability to control rocks. He's entangled by my rock snake. I can't trap him for too long. Kill him now. Okay, let's go together. The surrounding CPs seized opportunity and released their strongest attacks. Although the rock snake could not break through Zephyr's defense, it still restrained his movements. In an instant, dozens of attacks came down, raising billowing smoke and dust, submerging Zephyr's figure. After a long while, the attack stopped. Suddenly, the CP who was controlling the rock snake sensed a strange energy fluctuation and instantly lost control of the rock snake. This energy continued to spread, and wherever the eye could see, the rocks on the ground cracked, and then continued to shatter until they turned into fine sand. Soon, a red desert appeared above the red line. Ahem, you little brat, you're so cruel. Zephyr strode out of the smoke and dust. He looked really disheveled, his clothes were torn into strips, his sunglasses were broken, and his body was covered with scars. Your ability is to manipulate rocks, right? But it seems that you can only manipulate one piece. CP's face suddenly changed. As Zephyr said, he can freely manipulate rocks to change their form, but can only manipulate one rock at a time. Redline himself is a huge rock, so he can use his abilities recklessly. Zephyr crushed the rocks beneath his feet into sand, directly destroying his ability. Zephyr opened his palm, and there were 3 small stones in his palm. What a bummer. In that case, just go to sleep. He wrapped the stone with armament hockey and threw it out. The 3 stones shot through the CP's head and chest like sniper rifles. There's a flaw, heavy wolf. A giant werewolf appeared behind him and punched him in the back. You have the courage. Zephyr raised his arm to block it. This time there was no use of arm color, it was purely a collision of flesh, followed by a wrestling match. Zephyr looked at the other person curiously and suddenly froze. Huh? Are you Iron Body? The werewolf clenched his teeth and poured all his strength into his fists. But the opponent's arm was like the red line under his feet. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move it at all. Lousy. But he's the genius of CP9. Jabra. He's also the only one who can move while using Iron Body. CP9? Are they the same as Rob Lucci and Khalifa? Jabra's eyes widened when he heard these 2 names. Advertisement, CP guys are really interesting. Zephyr chuckled and suddenly stopped. Jabra didn't have time to react and stumbled, only to be hit head-on by Zephyr's slap and knocked unconscious. As for the others, when they saw Zephyr was injured, they were all shocked. The old man is injured, keep going, don't stop. Marine Admiral is not invincible, he can die too. Charge. Charge together. The remaining CPs continued to vent their power crazily. But 3 smart people noticed something was wrong. They often go out to sea to carry out missions. They may not be the strongest, but they are definitely the most familiar with the Marine. They sneered at the shouting of those CPs. What do you mean the old guy is injured? Marine Admiral is a monster with vitality comparable to that of a cockroach. This injury is probably not enough to send him to the hospital. Several smart people began to observe the situation on the battlefield. Look at this side. Zephyr is like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, killing 7 in and 7 out, beating up a bunch of CPs. Look over there, the Crane is watching the show. Crane? She should be a civil servant, right? A few smart people were startled, looked at each other, and rushed towards the Crane at the same time. Zephyr saw it from a distance and was shocked. Wait, don't go over there. He tried hard to break free from the enemy's harassment and returned to Crane. But when the CPs saw this, they rushed forward regardless of their lives and injuries, clinging to him tightly to prevent him from escaping. Crane. Huh? Coming for me? The 3 of them had ferocious smiles on their faces. Great Staff Officer Crane, surrender. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 muffled thuds, the 3 CPs fell to the ground with foam at the mouth. Smoke was coming out of Crane's fist and there was not even a wrinkle on his clothes. Naughty little fellow. CP. Zephyr finally shook off CP and came to Crane. He looked at CP who was twitching on the ground with sympathy. You don't think that I stopped you just to protect Xiaohe, do you? Even if you are my enemies, I don't want to be so cruel. He frowned slightly. Cruel? Zephyr shuddered. Oh, no, nothing. At this time, most of the CP had been killed or injured, with less than 20 people still standing, and all of them were injured. Finally they couldn't bear it anymore, and ran to the Knights of God who were watching the show, knelt on the ground and begged bitterly. My lords, we are no match for them. Please help and punish those 2 villains. From the beginning, the Knights of God just looked at the battlefield indifferently, with no intention of intervening. Seeing CP kneeling in front of him, he glanced at them. A woman in a long robe holding a sword said coldly, You are such a loser, how dare you be called the Celestial Dragon's shield? CP was speechless and lowered his head even lower. Another man in a hat said coldly, God doesn't need useless trash. After saying that, he raised his arm, which was equipped with a huge Gatling gun. With a burst of blue fire, all the CP fell in a pool of blood. With their strength, they can actually avoid the strafing. But they were taught from childhood that all the words and deeds of celestial dragons were the highest instructions and were more important than their own lives. Celestial dragons say they're trash, so they're trash. If celestial dragons want to die, then they must die. Even though they were shaking all over and sweating profusely, they remained motionless, not even using hockey and iron body, until their meaningless deaths. Zephyr and Crane looked at the scene without saying anything. Now it is not a dispute between government departments, but a life and death war. No matter how moderate the two are, they would not be so sympathetic as to plead for mercy on their enemy. Besides, these CPs usually help the evil, so death is a bargain for them. However, the celestial dragon's words and actions made the two feel physically disgusted. Even if you have great strength, you can't change your nature as a scumbag. The celestial dragons who killed CP walked up to the two. I admit that you have some abilities, but we are different from those rubbish. After saying that, he raised the Gatling gun. Before he could shoot, the crane suddenly disappeared. The next second, she appeared beside him, put her hands on his head and twisted it. Celestial Dragon's smile froze, and then his head drooped slackly. No, you are no different from those rubbish. Chapter 482, Unexpected Horror. Saint Satra. Crane's attack was so brutal that it shocked the Knights of God. Satra is the weakest among them all. If it weren't for the rule that the Knights of God must have one person from each clan, she would have been eliminated long ago. But even so, except for Jiel and Sheng, no one could be killed in seconds. More importantly, he is a celestial dragon. Apart from fellow celestial dragons, who else dared to use violence against him? In other words, has anyone ever dared to use violence against the Knights of God? Unexpectedly, the unremarkable old lady opposite killed the celestial dragons without even blinking an eyelid. Reverse TN gang. All the Knights of God suddenly became united in their hatred of the enemy. Ooh! A huge celestial dragon wearing plate armor roared. I am Gastro, the Hammer Knight of the Knights of God, and I will smash your heads. After saying that, he was filled with hockey and pounced forward. Zephyr stretched his neck and sneered, Xiaohei, let me do it. The two giants rushed towards each other like tigers descending from the mountains, and their fists landed on each other's faces almost at the same time. Zephyr's fist landed on Gastro's face, instantly distorting his face. He himself didn't care about Gastro's fist, but when Gastro's fist was about to fall, Zephyr's face suddenly changed and he quickly used the armed color defense. There was a loud bang and Gastro staggered back, finally standing firm. Zephyr flew straight out, fell to the ground, and stopped only after plowing a long furrow. Damn it, it hurts. Zephyr sat up, covering his face, and shook his dizzy head vigorously. He came to his side and asked solemnly, what happened? You actually lost in strength? Zephyr's face was solemn. No, that's not right. This is not just pure power. Originally, the opponent's aura was far inferior to his own, and it was even difficult for him to break through his hockey defense. But at the moment the attack landed, the opponent's aura and strength suddenly surged several times, which caught him off guard. Such a strange power, most likely it is some kind of ability. Zephyr jumped up and spit out blood foam from his mouth. Haha, this is pretty exciting. Let's continue, kid. Oh, Gastro roared, took out a sledgehammer from behind him, and smashed it hard on the ground, raising a cloud of red smoke. Whirlwind hammerflow. Gastro rushed towards Zephyr with a heavy hammer, spinning like a top. Zephyr's eyes focused, and he punched the hammer. The ability of the crush fruit is activated, directly crushing the huge hammer. The attack was not very powerful, and Zephyr could handle it easily. Gastro took advantage of the situation and delivered a whip kick. Zephyr raised his arms to block and suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. Sure enough, it was a heavy and familiar force again. But this time he was prepared, and even though his arms were sore, he still managed to block it. When using weapons, attacking is no big deal. But once he switches to punching and kicking, the power becomes astonishingly great. Although I don't know who is using the ability, it seems that it can only be performed through physical combat. At this moment, a woman with bandages on her hands, feet and face rushed over. Gastro yelled, Junzi, don't be careless. Junzi responded and kicked Zephyr in the stomach. Zephyr narrowed his eyes slightly, with armament hockey covering his abdomen, and took the kick head on, being kicked away directly. Zephyr's forehead was bulging with veins, and his feet landed firmly on the ground, but he slid out more than 10 meters before he could stand firm. The force of this kick is almost the same as that guy's fist just now. This can't be explained by coincidence. Zephyr shouted, Little Crane. Crane understood. Got it. The two have fought side by side for decades and have long since achieved the tacit understanding that makes them like one person. He rushed forward like a ghost, attacking both Gastro and Junzi at the same time. Just as the two were about to defend themselves, Crane's figure suddenly disappeared, and appeared behind them the next second, with his hands on their shoulders. In an instant, a strange energy enveloped the two of them. What the hell are you doing? Gastro threw a backhand punch, but Crane easily dodged it. Zephyr flashed to his side and grabbed his wrist. Feeling the insignificant resistance, Zephyr grinned, as expected. That kind of power that is so strong that it's against the law, is it some kind of ability? Your own power is actually nothing to be afraid of? Crane was in no mood for nonsense. She stretched out her finger, and her arm disappeared into a shadow. Finger pistol. Coptus chinensis. Gastro let out a scream, and several bloody holes appeared on his chest, with blood gushing out like a fountain. His eyes rolled back, his legs went limp, and he fell to the ground with blood coming out of his mouth and nose. Gastro. Advertisement. Junzi yelled and waved his hand. The bandages on his body suddenly stretched out and leapt out like a python, instantly tying up Zephyr and he and starting to tighten. I will strangle you into a paste, Zephyr snorted coldly, a mere trifle. He then used his ability to shatter the bandage instantly. Saruya activated the ability of the washi-washi fruit, and the bandages wrapped around his body slid off like stains. Since you like meat sauce so much, why don't you turn yourself into meat sauce? Zephyr grabbed Junzi's head with his backhand. The ability of the crush fruit was activated, directly shooting the general in the head. When the others saw 2 more people being killed, they were stunned. After they realized what was happening, they roared and rushed towards them. Zephyr, oh, I see, it's that kid for sure. The 2 men rushed towards them like lightning, but he did not confront him directly. Instead, he moved around, dodged everyone's attacks, and came in front of a yellow-haired man. Wang Mao was originally at the back, which was the safest position. Suddenly facing the enemy, he was startled and quickly punched out. Zephyr reached out and grasped his wrist. As expected, this punch was also extremely heavy and almost broke free from Zephyr's control. Sure enough. Both of them had your scent on them just now. It was you who did this, wasn't it? He said calmly. Whatever ability it is, just wash it off. After saying that, he put his hand on Wang Mao's chest. A strange energy enveloped the yellow-haired creature, and Zephyr felt that the strength of the creature's struggle was instantly weakened by dozens of times. Huang Mao's face changed drastically. Damn it, what's going on? He is the user of the borrow fruit. You can mark others with their willingness and freely borrow their power. You can use it yourself or give it to others. Before going into battle, he marked his companions, sharing everyone's power and hockey. During the battle, he hid in a safe place and manipulated the flow of power between different people. So, when Zephyr was fighting just now, it seemed that he was fighting against one person, but in fact he was fighting against all the Knights of God at the same time. Now Crane has used the wash fruit to wash away the ability mark, completely erasing the link between him and the others. Let him go. One of the celestial dragons roared and turned into a half-human, half-bear monster that was more than 10 meters tall. It raised its bear claws as big as a table and smashed towards Zephyr. He was a little surprised. Oh, how rare! The bear fruit, ancient species, giant short-faced bear. The bear man roared. This saint possesses the super strength and brutality of a short-faced bear. You will only die. Zephyr sneered darkly. What kind of storm can a mere ancient species that has not awakened cause? He grabbed the yellow-haired man's wrist with his backhand, swung it like a weapon, and headed straight for the bear man's attack. The bear man was horrified. I slapped him once. I can't say what will happen to Marine, but the yellow-haired guy is definitely dead. So he quickly stopped his strength. This was the moment Zephyr had been waiting for. He threw the yellow-haired creature at the bear man's face. The bear man's vision was obstructed, so he could only clumsily catch the yellow-haired man. The next second, he suddenly felt severe pain in his legs and heard the sound of bones breaking. It turned out that Zephyr had directly used the crushing fruit to shatter his legs. Roar. The bear man screamed, and fell to the ground with the yellow-haired man, struggling in pain. If you don't have enough strength, the more people you have, the more flaws you will have. Don't you even understand this truth? Damn untouchables. A celestial dragons wearing mechanical armor suddenly flew into the air. Let me show you the power of technology. Dozens of missiles emerged from his body and whizzed towards Zephyr. Zephyr jumped aside, avoiding the missile attack. But the missile simply turned and continued to fly towards him. Oh, a tracking type? Zephyr dodged left and right, constantly avoiding the missiles. Suddenly, the mechanical armor celestial dragons fired 2 shells towards the ground. The shell exploded, releasing a powerful electric current, and countless electric snakes scurried across the ground. Zephyr was caught off guard and was instantly paralyzed and unable to move. Boom boom boom, then the missile fell, there was a loud bang, and the billowing smoke and dust engulfed Zephyr. Zephyr! Crane rushed over upon seeing this. Suddenly, more than a dozen missiles emerged from the smoke and flew towards her. Old woman, these missiles are reserved for you. Hearing the old woman's address, his face turned cold and he suddenly stretched out his right hand. The missiles seemed to hit an invisible barrier and exploded instantly. But no matter whether it was the shock wave or the fire and smoke, they were all blocked by the barrier and could not break through at all. After the explosion, Crane's clothes were not dirty. Advertisement, how could it be? The Knights of God were shocked. These missiles are the masterpieces of the technological master Wu Shen Satan. One missile can destroy a warship, so how could they be ineffective? A burly man holding a huge axe and dressed in Elbaf style rushed out and swung the axe at Crane's head. I am Qingshan of the Mosherista family. Taste my guillotined axe. Crane raised his arms and covered them with armament hockey. With a loud bang, the giant axe broke into 2 halves, one part was in Qingshan's hand, and the other flew far away. How could it be? Qingshan held the half-broken axe with his eyes wide open. Suddenly, a figure jumped out from the ground and stabbed his abdomen with a long sword. The one who attacked was a celestial dragon swordsman. He used the power of his fruit to dive from underground to the feet of the crane and launched a sudden attack. Ahahaha, I did it. I have in my hand a sword called the Sigian, which is one of the fastest swords in the world. It can open a hole in the mountain. But a voice froze his smile instantly. The sword is good, but the man is not good enough. The celestial dragon swordsman looked down and realized that while it was true that he had stabbed her, the tip of the sword was not able to penetrate her hockey defense at all. Impossible. The celestial dragon swordsman refused to believe in evil and charged forward with a roar, staring at he with the tip of his sword as he kept retreating. After retreating 100 meters, he suddenly exerted force on his feet. The celestial dragon swordsman stopped instantly, unable to move forward. The celestial dragon swordsman's eyes widened, unable to speak, sweat pouring down his forehead. He was also really angry. You should have read our intelligence, right? Don't you know that I am the strongest defender among our marines of the same period? She stretched out her hand and wiped the long sword, which instantly turned into a soft strip of cloth. Then she used the finger pistol, leaving a bloody hole in the opponent's throat. Hateful. The mechanical armor celestial dragons took out 2 sticks with blue sparks and rushed towards the crane with the help of boosters. This is the Sky Thunder stick created by technology. Since you are so confident in your defense, then try taking it. The crane had a silent expression. I'm just confident, not sick. Hey, time to eat. She raised her hand and a lightning homies sprang out. Yes, Master Crane. The mechanical armor celestial dragons was stunned. What the hell is this? Get out of here. As he spoke, he swung the electric baton and hit homies. But with a crackling sound of electricity, he suddenly realized that the stick was out of power, and homies started burping. Hey, what happened? Before he could react, his palm had already pressed on the mechanical suit. Humph, my armor is made of a special alloy, you can't open it. Well, I don't like doing this kind of rough work, you come. After saying that, he released a hockey blast, which directly knocked the mechanical armor celestial dragons away in the direction where Zephyr was exploded. A strong arm stretched out from the smoke and dust and grabbed the mechanical armor celestial dragons. For this kind of thing, I'd better let the old man do it. The bomb just now hurt me so much. Zephyr walked out of the smoke, his clothes were tattered, his chest was bloody, and half of his body was stained red with blood. But he seemed to have no feeling, just staring at the other party coldly. You can leave now. The crushing fruit ability is activated. The armor that celestial dragons was so proud of was instantly shattered into pieces. He even vomited blood, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. The Knights of God were shocked. Zephyr, you B*************D are still alive. Shu Kahiasheng's bomb didn't work. At this point, some people have already backed out. He sneered secretly, it's too late. She waved her hand, and the lightning homies turned into a circular electric net with a diameter of 1 kilometer, covering the place. Aren't you proud gods? Aren't you the strongest warriors? In that case, let us see your backbone. The faces of the remaining Knights of God were all livid. They were all screaming wildly in their hearts. Damn it, damn it. We are the most noble celestial dragons and the most talented warriors. Shouldn't we be able to destroy all enemies with ease? Why did it become like this, unable to even defeat 2 admirals? We will not die. When this thought came up, it instantly spread to everyone's mind like a plague. This is a horror they have never faced, or even imagined. On the other side, Zephyr and Crane approached like demons. Chapter 483, Forced Recruitment. The 4th Battlefield. Akainu and Kizaru chatted while waiting. Come to think of it, we haven't had such a leisurely chat for many years. Yeah. Come to think of it, Benozolino, after all these years, why haven't I seen you have a girl you like? Who said that? Yes. The 2 new sisters Tauzi and Xingzi who came to the Heart Bar last week are really good. I go there every day. I'm talking about marriage. Who told you about Fun Street? Oh, you said looking for a wife. Why should I look for a wife? There are many advantages to having a wife, but there's no harm in not having a wife. There are a lot of disadvantages, right? You see, without a wife, you can only work hard to manage your own money, and buy whatever you want without any plan. It's either a famous sword, a new style suit, or an expensive cigar, a limited edition red wine. Yeah, maybe you have more money, but what do you do when you're bored at night? No one talks to you. No one cares about you. You can only go fishing with the warship, or go to the bar to drink, or play a few games in the casino, or at most go find a new girl in the happy street. Yeah, it might be more free, but what do you eat when you're alone? No one's watching you. You can only eat barbecue, seafood, and big meals, and drink sake, beer, rum. Akainu suddenly stopped talking, walked to the side silently, lit a cigar, looked at the sky, his eyes slightly moist. Benozolino walked up behind him and patted his shoulder. Well, stop being envious. A-hole, who envies you? Although I know you are being stubborn, just think about how good Zane's soft rice is. She is the richest woman in the world. Akainu's expression eased slightly when he thought of the walls of his home made of gold bricks. Humph, what kind of freeloader? First I'm a Marine Admiral, earning the highest salary in the Marine Corps. If you take on more tasks and save for a few more years, you might earn less than what she earns in a day. Kizaru sighed softly. It's actually not bad to be a gigolo. You don't need to worry about the salary. It's a pity that there is no rich woman as beautiful, rich and powerful as Zane. Akainu stroked his chin and thought about it. Although your request is outrageous, Zane actually knows someone. Kizaru was overjoyed. Really, Godfather, do you have any photos? Akainu stroked his chin again and thought about it. Don't mention it, there really is. He fished into his pocket and pulled out a photo. Kizaru took it and looked at it, and was stunned for a moment. The woman in the photo has a graceful figure, a pretty face, blue eyes, red lips, fair skin, and her short golden curly hair adds a bit of playfulness. Kizaru felt as if his heart was being grabbed tightly. All peaches and apricots, get out of here. Godfather, is Zane familiar with her? Can you introduce her to me? Akainu coughed twice and said, Well, they're familiar with each other. We have met several times and had quite a lively chat. Her name is Stussy, one of the emperors of the underground world, queen of the pleasure district. Smoker said that she is actually a spy for CP0. I forgot whether Kizaru had met Stussy in the research institute in the comics, so I will just pretend he hadn't met him here. When Kizaru heard that it was queen of the pleasure district, his eyes sparkled. I was originally worried that we wouldn't be able to find a common topic, but if you want to talk about this, I have some experience with it. But when he heard that she was the CP, Kizaru fell silent again. CP, that's troublesome. With the current relationship between Marine and CP, how can I, an admiral, be with CP? I have already promised Marine, so it is hard to promise you. Akainu scratched his head. Actually, it's not a big deal. A few years ago, she followed CP to deal with Zane, and Zane asked Smoker to help him get revenge on her. Smoker contacted Gel Nika and destroyed her file. In other words, she has been completely removed from the CP. Although she thought she was an undercover agent, she had actually become a complete criminal. She had not received social security for several years. Kizaru gasped. This was so damn insidious, it was obviously Smoker's work. How sad the girl will be when she returns to the organization and finds out the truth. She is so pretty. Kizaru felt a pang of pain for no apparent reason. He thought of several of his fellow admirals. Those who like to be good wives, lick goddesses, sleep with subordinates, and FK classmates all succeed. It's really not appropriate to be single alone. It's rare to meet someone you like now, so you have to give it a try. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong and stared at Akainu with a gloomy look. Advertisement, etc. One more question, why do you have photos of your wife? Akainu smacked his lips guiltily. What a coincidence. Zen is integrating the underground world, so those underground emperors who are in the way must be killed. This Stussy is naturally a target as well, but she's too clever. Zane tried to catch her several times but she slipped away every time. Zane found out where she was hiding a few days ago, so he sent me a photo and asked me to do it myself. Kizaru was furious and rushed to Akainu's side, sitting on him and pulling his collar and cursing at him. Red dog, you be asterisk 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 D. If you dare to touch her, I will never let you go. What are you doing? What are you doing? I haven't started yet, you can just do it, right? Get off my feet. Just as the two were fighting, a huge teleportation array suddenly appeared not far away, and thick black smoke gushed out. Akainu, Kizaru. The black smoke dissipated. In the middle is a giant spider monster, which is none other than Satan, one of the 5 elders. There were 2 tall men following him, both of them were strangers. Humble Marine, today I will. Satan Saint had just finished speaking when he saw Akainu lying on the ground with Kizaru sitting on him. Both of them were in disarray. He was silent for a moment. Akainu kicked Kizaru away, turned over and stood up, and Kizaru also stood up hurriedly. Ahem. Well, you lowly Marine, today I will. Before he could finish his words, Kizaru suddenly interrupted him. Hey, Saint Satan. Satan Saint. Do you have someone you love? Do you have a wife and children? Saint Satan didn't react for a moment and was stunned. Oh, no. No, what's wrong? Kizaru sneered. Oh, old man. Saint Satan was suddenly attacked right in the face and cursed so vulgarly that he immediately turned red. A-hole, what did you say? The 5 elders are in high positions of power, and everyone who sees them must be respectful. But this also leads to a fatal flaw. That is, their level of cursing is very poor, and they keep using words like untouchable, presumptuous, and lowly. Kizaru frequents bars, gambling tables and entertainment districts all year round, and is used to seeing people swearing. In his eyes, Saint Satan's insults are not even a scratch. Hey, just like those 2 old men, stupid and useless. This completely broke Saint Satan's defense. Die, you all must die. You two, go deal with Sakazuki and leave Benozolino to me. Today, I will kill him with my own hands. No one of you is allowed to lay a hand on him. But, this is a divine oracle, no one can refute it. Yes. Kizaru suddenly smacked his lips. Oracle? You're really flattering yourself, Sakazuki. Akainu understood what he meant and raised his hand to perform a great eruption. The hot magma rushed towards the opposite side like a flood, forcing the 3 opponents to dodge hurriedly. A lava flow instantly separated Saint Satan and the 2 men. Then, Akainu used the fruit's awakening ability. The lava flow expanded instantly, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a boundless river of magma that spanned the red line and appeared on the red line. The hot magma flowed, burning the rocks, making a terrifying sizzling sound. The warships below were shocked to find that lava suddenly flowed down the red line, more and more, and soon formed a lava waterfall. In this way, Saint Satan and his two subordinates were separated. Saint Satan stood by the lava river with a confused expression. How come all his teammates and enemies were gone? At this time, Akainu walked out of the magma. Saint Satan, let me be your opponent. By the way, I will tell you two more things. First, you so-called gods are doomed. Second, your bullshit oracle is worthless in our eyes. Satan Saint. The other side. Kizaru appeared in front of the two people with a dazzling yellow light. You're really capable. I can't see Sartan and Sakazuki anymore. Advertisement, so. What are you going to do? Are you following Satan's orders and not attacking me, and being killed by me meaninglessly? Or are you going against the so-called oracle and fighting me? The two men opposite were both giants who were about the same height as Kizaru. One of them had messy dark green curly hair, wore sunglasses, had a cigarette in his mouth, and had a tattoo of Dead River Heart on the left side of his chest. It was Green Bull Aramaki, who was supposed to be the Marine Admiral. The other one was dressed in white in a white robe, his face was a little pale, and the name, Skadim, was written on the nameplate on his chest. Kizaru asked in confusion, Kua, your aura is so strong that you seem like a monster. Why have I never seen you before? If we're talking about monsters, we're the same. Wangmu sneered and announced his and his companions' names and identities. It turns out that the world government realized that it was not strong enough, so it secretly summoned strong men from the member countries to serve as the chief guards of the Holy Land. Wangmu and Skadim are both the strong ones summoned this time. Because the Knights of God were directly responsible for this matter, even CP did not get the news, so Smoker did not get the news. I had kept it a secret from Marine because I was worried about losing face, but I didn't expect it to be my last straw. In that case, let us see the strength of the Marine Admiral. Aramaki roared, and his arms turned into vines, spanning more than 10 meters and stabbing straight at Kizaru. What a strange ability. Kizaru dodged by transforming into an element and fired a dozen lasers, instantly piercing through Aramaki and Skadim. But the attack was of course useless. Vines grew on Wangmu's body and quickly repaired the wound. Steam was also coming out of Skadim's wounds, healing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. It seems like there is no entity. Huang Mu roared angrily, his body swelled up, branches and vines grew out of it, and in a few breaths he turned into a giant tree man. Of course. Laozi is the user of the Logia Morimori fruit. The forest is a natural system that is equal to the ocean. On the other side, white steam suddenly gushed out of Skadim's body, and the surroundings instantly became humid and stuffy. I am the user of the Logia steam fruit. I will not lose to you, Marine Admiral. What a terrifying monster, aim no Kursakumo sword. Kizaru drew his lightsaber from his hand and rushed straight towards Aramaki. Well done. Aramaki roared, and the vines covered with armament hockey stabbed at Kizaru. Kizaru swung his lightsaber, cutting off all the vines, but his charge was interrupted. A huge tree fist wrapped in hockey burst out from the ground and smashed hard into Kizaru in the air. Kizaru easily blocked the punch with emission hockey, but he had no leverage in the air and was knocked directly into the air. Suddenly, a white ball of gas the size of a head appeared before his eyes. What is this? The air mass suddenly expanded and shattered, causing a violent explosion. Powerful shockwaves and sound waves spread out, shaking the ground into cracks. Skadim looked up into the sky. High explosive gas bomb, how does it feel? The white gas mass is highly compressed steam, somewhat like bear shock, which can release high explosion and high heat, but is even more powerful. Kizaru was blown into pieces, turned into a point of light and returned to the ground, then recondensed into its original shape. Wow, I didn't expect there are people like you in this world. Aramaki sneered. You are not bad, you are worthy of being a Marine Admiral. Skadim said nothing, but nodded in approval. Kizaru scratched his head. With your abilities, you could even be the Admiral in the Marine Corps. What a shame that the world government got there first. In fact, although Smoker doesn't know Skadim, he knows Green Bull and Fujitora. He privately approached Fujitora and invited him to join Marine. But Fujitora had not yet had the experience that followed, so he declined the invitation. As for Green Bull, Smoker didn't like his ideas, so he didn't even look for him. I originally thought that he would continue to hang out in the member states, but I didn't expect that he would be forcibly recruited by the world government and become his enemy. It can only be said that time travelers are not omnipotent. Huang Mu snorted coldly, and more than a dozen vines grew out of the giant tree man. Some condensed into fists, some turned into spikes, covered with hockey, flashing a faint cold light. Stop talking nonsense and show your true abilities. Skadim also waved his sleeves, and his body turned into a light human-shaped steam floating in the air. Being able to fight the strongest Marine Admiral, this forced conscription was not in vain. Kizaru sighed. Why are you so motivated? I can't do anything about you. He took off his gold suit, untied his tie, threw it aside, and moved his neck and wrists. In that case, let's have a real fight. Chapter 484 Light Tree Steam. Redline, a river of lava, a lush forest appeared next to it. A laser flashed across, and countless trees and vines were cut in half. Have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? In a flash of light, Kizaru appeared in front of the giant tree man and kicked him. The kick and the laser instantly caused a violent explosion. Roar. The giant tree man roared unwillingly and turned into ashes in the blazing flames. But the vitality of plants is not that fragile. After the tree man fell, countless sprouts immediately sprouted around him and quickly grew into towering trees. The trunk of one of the big trees cracked and Wangmu walked out from it. Ha 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 ha, this kind of attack is useless to me. Raise your hand. Dozens of vines as thick as water tanks stabbed Kizaru. The tips of these vines were dark and flashed a frightening cold light, and they were obviously entangled with armament hockey. Oh, how ruthless! Kizaru turned into a beam of light and disappeared in an instant. When he appeared again, he suddenly found that Skadim was behind him. Kizaru. Huh? Why is he next to me? Is it a coincidence? Get off! Skadim threw a punch from above him, and Kizaru raised his arm to block it. He was very confident in his defense and it was no problem for him to block this punch. But a burst of steam suddenly erupted from the opponent's arm. The fist suddenly accelerated and hit Kizaru's arm hard. It's so heavy, can I use the jet to increase the power? Kizaru fell from a high altitude due to the blow. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion in the air and Kizaru noticed that Skadim's aura disappeared. Kizaru was startled, and hurriedly used observation hockey to capture the opponent's breath, and found that the opponent had appeared on the ground, waiting to attack at the point where he landed. Soon, Kizaru quickly transformed into an element, transformed into a point of light and moved to another location. But just as he stood still, he heard a few more explosions, and a cloud of steam appeared in front of him almost at the same time. Kizaru was very surprised. What a surprise, apart from cake, this is the first time anyone has caught up with my speed. The steam slowly moved and took on the appearance of Skadim again. It is well known that steam jets can generate high speeds, and even explosions themselves are a form of steam. Although this propulsion speed is far slower than the speed of light, what difference does it make in a small battlefield? Whether it's the speed of light or the speed of sound, it's beyond the limit of the naked eye. We can only capture it with observation hockey. Kizaru's expression turned serious. Well said, so the final competition is still hockey. Skadim smiled coldly. When it comes to observation hockey, I won't lose. Then give it a try. Yada mirror. Kizaru clasped his hands together, and a beam of light reflected in the jungle, and his figure disappeared in an instant. Skadim closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them, then released steam to propel himself forward. Kizaru shuttled through the air, weaving a fine web of light. Skadim was not to be outdone, using the jet to madly accelerate and turn, tracking Kizaru's trail. Suddenly, Kizaru stopped moving. Almost at the same time, Skadim appeared in front of him. I just said. Before he could finish his words, he suddenly raised his arms to protect his head. Then another Kizaru appeared and kicked him away, smashing a piece of jungle and leaving a deep gully on the ground. Cough. Skadim shook his head and stood up, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. The kick was quite heavy and made him feel very uncomfortable. The other Kizaru turned into a point of light and disappeared. Light clone. You were only focused on speed, didn't you notice that the target had been replaced? Suddenly, a huge vine sprang out and pierced Kizaru from behind. Kizaru. Don't forget that Lousy is here too. This forest is full of Lousy's body. No matter how you run, you're just circling around Lousy's body. Now, turn into nature's nourishment. Aramaki roared, and the vines began to absorb nutrients from Kizaru's body. Kizaru was horrified. The thorns from the vines are nothing, but this absorption is deadly. He broke the vines with his backhand, quickly transformed into an element to escape, covered the wound on his abdomen, and stared at Wangmu in surprise. Your vines. Ahahaha, feels good, right? But your reaction is fast enough. Most people would be instantly turned into a human corpse. Skadim also appeared in front of Aramaki, spat out blood, and stared at Kizaru. The Marine Admiral is indeed powerful, but you have no chance of winning against two of them alone. Call. Kizaru let out a sigh. That would have been true in the past, but the Marine is different now. Kizaru raised his hands, a ball of magma appeared in his left hand, and a ball of blue flame appeared in his right hand, which was his homies. Wangmu and Skadim were both stunned. What is this? Sparkling fruit has this ability. I don't know, it wasn't mentioned in the intelligence. Blue flame pounced on Kizaru, and the wound on his abdomen healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Advertisement. The faces of the two people opposite suddenly turned ugly. The strongest point of Logia is that it can use elementalization to dodge attacks, especially the sparkling fruit which has the speed of light. But now they have lost their moral principles and gained the ability to heal themselves. Isn't this increasing our strength? However, as strong men, they naturally possess the dignity of strong men. Although he looked grim and cursed in his heart, he did not show any fear at all. In terms of continuous fighting, I won't lose to you. Aramaki roared and turned into a giant tree 100 meters high, with countless vines piercing Kizaru. He knew that this attack could not hit Kizaru, he just wanted to force him to elementalize so that Skadim could take action. After all, when a Logia user transforms into an element, their defense is at its weakest. But this time Kizaru didn't dodge. With just a wave of his hand, magma homies rushed forward. While flying in the air, it instantly expanded into a huge magma ball that was 100 meters in size and pounced towards the giant tree fiercely. HMPH, naive. The magma mass was not moving very fast and was a sitting duck in Wangmu's eyes. The vines covering the armament hockey instantly pierced through with a mass of lava. Ahahaha, using abilities to fight hockey, what were you thinking? But the next second he couldn't laugh anymore. Magma Homies was not afraid of hockey at all. With a single effort, the vines were instantly burned to ashes. Then, the lava homies fell heavily onto the giant tree. Ah! The giant tree screamed and soon burned to ashes. Wangmu walked out from the tree next to him with many burns on his body. Just now he was careless and didn't dodge, and his body was burned. Skadim threw out a ball of white steam, which hit the magma homies and caused a violent explosion, directly shattering the magma homies. It was as if a lava rain was falling from the sky, and the forest was suddenly ablaze with fire. He came to Wangmu. Hey, are you okay? Huang Mu wiped the wound on his face. It's okay, he's not the only one who can heal himself. After saying that, several tree roots appeared on his body and penetrated deeply into Redline. Don't underestimate the vitality of plants. Even a stone can provide the nutrients needed for growth. The roots seemed to be sucking something. After a while, the wounds on his body slowly healed. The magma that was blown into pieces gathered together again and became magma homies. Although he was not injured, he looked a little weak and seemed to have consumed a lot of energy. Fortunately, there's a lava river next to it. Homies rushed straight over and dived into the river. The three of them confronted each other. Skadim was a little depressed. Look at Kazaru. Kazaru is now safe and sound, with a red left hand and a blue right hand, and looks even more handsome than when he first opened his eyes. Look at Wangmu again. Although it was embarrassing, the treatment has been completed. So I'm the only one who's working on the health bar. Zanling. Kazaru suddenly leapt up, emitting a blinding yellow light that forced Aramaki and Skadim to be unable to open their eyes. Damn it, taking away your sight? Then Kazaru appeared next to Skadim and slashed at him with his lightsaber. Although Skadim had his eyes closed, Observation Hockey had sensed everything and quickly transformed into an element to avoid it. And Kazaru clung to it tightly and reappeared beside him. Skadim was startled and opened his arms. Chi Yu. With him as the center, a burst of high temperature and blazing steam occurred, and all the surrounding trees were blown away, with branches and leaves also ignited by the high temperature. Kazaru was caught off guard and was blown away. While in the air, he fired a laser at Skadim's head, but it was blocked by Aramaki's branch. Then a giant hand made of a tree covered with armament hockey grabbed Kazaru, making it impossible for Kazaru to escape. Go to hell. Marine Admiral. Wangmu roared, retracted his giant hand, and controlled the vines to cover the giant hand of the tree layer by layer. Kazaru felt a huge pressure from all around him, and his bones were crackling. Although he used armament hockey to defend himself, he couldn't help but spit out blood. At this time, Homies, who was eating in the lava river, rushed out. After replenishing her lava, her body size doubled than before. He threw himself upon the trees and burned the branches to ashes. The branches were destroyed, and the armament hockey of the tree's giant hand disappeared. Kazaru quickly transformed into an element to escape, while letting the undying flame Homies heal him. Magma Homies roared and rushed towards Wangmu. Wangmu spat, troublesome things. Several tree arms lifted a huge rock as big as a hill and smashed it away. Steam bomb. Skadim released hundreds or even thousands of white steam bombs, smashing them hard at Kazaru, ready to kill him directly. Yashikani no Magatama. Kazaru released the light without showing any weakness. The light spots in the sky blew up all the steam bombs, causing a gust of white wind. The steam did not spread out, but condensed into a white tornado as if it were a living thing, surrounding Kazaru in the middle. Yellow light burst out from time to time in the white tornado. But they never broke down and held Kazaru tightly. Suddenly, a small hill appeared on the ground. Then boiling magma erupted from it, directly tearing the white tornado into pieces. Kazaru flew out of it and landed on Magma Homitz's head. Huang Mu didn't give him any chance to breathe. Many strange flowers grew on the ground, aiming at Kazaru and shooting huge wooden thorns. The tip of the wooden thorn is black and covered with armament hockey. Kazaru did not dare to be careless. He controlled Homies to dodge and at the same time sprayed magma to burn the wooden thorns to ashes. Advertisement. Yashikani no Magatama. Kazaru fired lasers at the forest below. Countless lasers rained down, tearing the trees into pieces, and the raging fire caused by the explosion also burned the trees to ashes. Wangmu was not to be outdone. Dense green forest. In the flames, countless trees died, and countless new buds grew out, turning into trees, flowers and plants at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the flames were extinguished by the plants. For a moment, it seemed as if there were only two colors left between heaven and earth. The top is dazzling gold, and the bottom is vibrant green. The collision between the two sides lasted for dozens of seconds, scraping off a thick layer of the ground and even changing the course of the lava river. Kazaru was a little out of breath, his eyes fell on the head of the undying flame Homies. He patted his head and began to heal his wounds with the undying flame. Soon, his injuries healed rapidly and his strength slowly recovered. Kazaru secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The undying flame gave him a recovery ability comparable to that of an awakened zone, which was also the reason why he dared to fight a protracted battle against two enemies at once. Skadim rushed forward again. Using Steam Jet, he instantly appeared in front of Kizaru and hit him with a jet punch. Kizaru raised his hand to block it, but the huge force made his arm hurt, and then he threw him out with force and blasted him away with the laser. It's really troublesome. I don't even have time to catch my breath. Facing enemies of the same level, fighting 1 against 2 is not easy. Even though the Emperor-level warriors often fight for days and nights, they don't actually fight non-stop. Instead, there are intervals of relaxation and even half-time breaks so that they can recover some strength. 2 against 1 is different. Wangmu and Skadim can cooperate with each other, take turns to exert force, fight and rest at the same time, and their combat endurance is greatly enhanced. On the other hand, Kizaru has been working at a high intensity, and his physical energy consumption is much greater than the other two. Kizaru stood on Homies' back, looking down at the two of them. It's unrealistic to defeat both of them at the same time, so let's deal with one first. The Sen fruit of Huang Mu also has the ability to heal itself, and the vitality of the plant is strong, so it is not so easy to take it down. In that case, let's choose Skadim. The two people on the opposite side also became impatient. They didn't expect that they would be dragged out for so long with 2 against 1. Thinking about facing Akainu alone, the two decided to make a quick decision. Even if it costs a little, we must end the battle as soon as possible and go to protect the 5 elders. Steam gushed out from under Skadim's feet, and he rushed towards Kizaru like an arrow. Wangmu was also standing on a huge vine, which suddenly grew and lifted him up into the air to chase after him. Kizaru was not to be outdone and rushed towards the two. The three of them collided. Kizaru held Skadim and Aramaki with his fists, and after a confrontation, he was still at a disadvantage and was bounced away. Kizaru fired a laser in the air, blasting off the vines holding Aramaki. Wangmu fell down, but in midair a big flower grew on his back, and its petals rotated like helicopter wings, successfully supporting him. However, this move can only make him stop in the air and he cannot move at high altitude. Seeing Kizaru distracted, Skadim reached out and released a jet of steam, blasting a large hole in Kizaru's stomach like an air cannon. Kizaru evaded the attack by transforming into an element in advance, but his movements became chaotic. Skadim took the opportunity to rush forward with a steam jet and knocked him down from the air with a punch. Forehead. The punch hit Kizaru's face, knocking him down from the air. Aramaki manipulated the giant tree hand to grab Kizaru, but Kizaru dodged and transformed into an element to escape to safety. He had just stood firm when his body suddenly shook, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and blood oozed out of his mouth. At some point, Skadim used observation hockey and waited for him to appear, holding a sharp wooden thorn covered with armament hockey in his hand. Undying Flame and Magma Homies wanted to rescue, but were stopped by Wangmu's trees. It's all over, Kizaru. This attack was extremely powerful. Even if Kizaru didn't die, his condition would definitely not improve. Kizaru roared, "Don't underestimate the Marine Admiral." He reluctantly used the shave to free himself from the wooden spikes, and before Skadim could react, he hit him in the throat with a finger pistol. Puff! Skadim vomited blood and couldn't help but take a few steps back. He didn't expect that even after all this, Kizaru could still fight back. Light speed kick. Kizaru rushed forward and hit Skadim's head with a light speed kick with hockey, sending him flying. Forehead. Skadim lay on the ground, covering his bloody head, and struggled to get up. It hurts. Damn it, I was careless and didn't dodge. Kizaru held his abdomen, staring at Skadim breathlessly. This injury is nothing. Before he finished speaking, his body suddenly shook. Then the vision in front of my eyes suddenly changed. I first flew up, then fell heavily, and there was a headless man standing next to me. Aramaki walked out from behind Kizaru, holding a wooden sword covered with armament hockey. You were careless, Marine Admiral. You have 2 enemies. Even if it's Blue Flame, there's no way to save the head if it's lost. Kizaru's body fell heavily to the ground. Wangmu walked to Skadim. Are you okay? Skadim let out a long sigh. It's okay. Wangmu pulled him up. You took the lead this time. If you hadn't risked your serious injury to attract his attention, I wouldn't have had a chance. Before he could finish his words, a huge whip suddenly whipped the two of them away and knocked them to the ground. Wangmu was better off, but Skadim directly spat out a mouthful of blood. What is this? The two of them looked back with difficulty and were stunned. They saw a giant snake monster with vertical pupils staring at the two of them. The giant snake originally had 8 heads, and one of them had its head missing. Chapter 485 Ghost Spider. The other side of the lava river. Akainu put his hands in his pockets and looked at the burning spider monster quietly. Although he had the upper hand in the battle, there was no relaxation on his face. Since the beginning, I have defeated him more than a dozen times, but this guy can't be hurt at all. The flames gradually died down, leaving only a pile of rotten flesh. The spider monster stood up again. The twisted body slowly stretched out, and the damaged and missing flesh slowly recovered. Is it still not working? What an annoying ability. The 5 elders are neither weak nor strong. In terms of hard power, it is far inferior to the 4 Emperor's Admiral and the like. Even the Emperor's Vice Shichibukai can challenge it. Perhaps because they are immortal, their bodies are extremely fragile. After a battle, they are either missing a limb or leg. However, the immortality ability is too perverted, and even grinding bones to dust is useless, so it is really difficult to deal with. These years, even if Marine has the upper hand, Smoker also hesitated to launch a general attack on the Holy Land, but patiently spent time to kill time. The most important thing is to be wary of the 5 Elders' immortality, invulnerability and fixed-point teleportation. Who can stand 5 Namikaze Minatos facing their own flying thunder god every day? While thinking, the spider monster had recovered a lot. Saint Satan didn't wait for his body to fully recover, or even for his legs to grow back, before he rushed out of the sea of fire. Evil eyes. Saint Satan glared at Akainu. A strange energy was released, instantly blowing Akainu's head off. Akainu's resolute head exploded into a pool of sticky magma, scattering everywhere. However, this trick is obviously useless against Logia. Haki must be attached to a physical entity, and pure energy attacks like the evil eye obviously do not meet these requirements. Lava gushed out of Akainu's neck, and soon his head grew back. Akainu, you disappoint me so much. This saint still thinks you are a promising talent. Ever since Akainu ordered the bombardment of the Ohara refugee ship, it has come into the sight of the 5 Elders. At the time, the 5 Elders agreed that this was a good knife. What's the result? The knife is indeed a good knife. But before you can even use it, you're already turning the knife handle to stab yourself? Saint Satan felt like he was being abandoned and couldn't help but use Conqueror's Haki. A storm of Haki struck Akainu, causing his cloak to rustle. Akainu felt a little confused. Advertisement, what are you barking at? Why are you suddenly excited? You old man, you don't think you can knock me out with your Conqueror's Haki? What the hell do you want? Looking at Akainu, who seemed to be fine, Saint Satan became even angrier. Blasphemers must go to hell, traitors, die. The 8 spider legs suddenly stretched out and stabbed Akainu fiercely. Akainu frowned. The spider's legs are covered with armament Haki, so you won't be able to resist it head-on. Then just avoid it. The 8 spider legs kept stabbing down at high speed, like a storm, forming a phantom. Akainu just stood there, not taking a step back despite the attacks from the Satan Saint. Strangely, the attack covered with armament Haki had no effect on Akainu. Damn it, what the hell is going on? After a long while, he suddenly realized that Akainu had predicted his movements and avoided the attack by transforming into an element. In other words, just now, he was alone. Saint Satan stopped and was about to step back. Suddenly, I felt the spider's legs tighten and I staggered. Looking down, I saw Akainu holding a spider leg in one hand and clenching his other hand into a fist. You had a lot of fun fighting just now, Master 5 Elders. Let me be happy too. Akainu threw a lava fist, smashing half of Saint Satan's head. Saint Satan was knocked back and one of his spider legs was broken off by Akainu. After regaining his freedom, he immediately swung his spider claws and cut him in half. Akainu's body was broken in the middle, and he easily dodged the attack. HMPH, don't underestimate me. When it comes to observation Haki, I'm not inferior to anyone. With the rapid rise of newcomers such as Smoker and Hina, not only the older generation Marine F4 Alexander, but also several admirals of the Mesozoic era said they could not fall behind. In addition to their original fruit abilities and homies, they madly practiced their specialties. Aokiji trained in Iron Fist, Kazaru trained in defense, Cake and Hina trained in 6 styles, and Akainu practiced dodging every day. When it comes to foreseeing the future, Akainu is not as good as Smoker. But when it comes to predicting attacks and avoiding damage, Akainu has surpassed Smoker. After all, lava fruit does not need to consider gravitational interference, and elemental dodge attacks is smoother and more fluid. A poisonous web is woven. Advertisement Saint Satan threw a ball of spider silk covered with armament Haki towards Akainu. Great eruption. Akainu knew that Saint Satan used poison, so he didn't dare to touch the spider web that exuded a fishy smell. Instead, it directly releases magma to burn the spider web to ashes. Hateful. Saint Satan roared, and changed from human beast form to human form. His body size increased dozens of times and turned into a ghost spider that was 100 meters in size. The ghost spider roared and rushed towards Akainu. Its huge size and fast speed made Akainu secretly frightened. Akainu pressed his hands to the ground, and it suddenly turned a strange dark red. Boom. 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 Pillars of magma and fire shot out from the ground and pierced through the ghost spider's body. Squeak. The ghost spider let out a teeth-grinding scream, and an unpleasant burnt smell emanated from its abdomen. Then Akainu raised his hand, huge waves rose on the lava river nearby, and the lava overflowed the embankment, directly submerging the ghost spider's body. But this time Saint Satan stood up. There was a roar from the magma, and the demon spider, covered with armament Haki, as if coated with a layer of black enamel, rushed out of the magma. Die. The spider demon knocked Akainu away. The huge size and powerful armament Haki were so powerful that even Akainu couldn't dodge in time and was directly knocked away. Although he defended himself immediately, he vomited blood and his internal organs seemed to be displaced. Saint Satan rushed forward directly. Akainu rolled on the ground a few times, then shot several balls of magma into the sky. The clouds in the sky turned red, and several balls of magma fell like meteorites, one of which even cut off half of Saint Satan's head. Satan Saint was furious and released Conqueror's Haki with all his strength. The magma behind seemed to hit an invisible barrier and fell down powerlessly. Saint Satan exerted his strength suddenly, and the Haki barrier turned into a shockwave, hitting Akainu hard. Great eruption. Akainu's magma release and Haki's impact collided and eventually cancelled each other out. Humph, not killing the Admiral is really naive. How dare a guy like you attack God, Akainu sneered. Don't kill, we keep those pirates because they are still valuable. You stupid celestial dragons are willing to pay for their lives. But you are different. You are worthless, so your fate will either be death or something worse than death. Chapter 486. You are not the only one who is not afraid of Haki. The battle between Akainu and Satan continues. In terms of strength, Akainu has the upper hand. But Satan was like a copper pea that could neither be cooked nor mashed. His blood bar was clear and full, and he was always safe and sound. A group of red lotuses. Akainu swung his fists, and a dozen lava dogs jumped out of his body, roaring and rushing towards Saint Satan. Evil eyes. Saint Satan glared. The lava dogs' heads were all blown to pieces. But their headless bodies still rushed forward, merging into a 100-meter-tall magma hellhound. The three-headed dog of hell roared and rushed towards Saint Satan. Saint Satan was not at all flustered and continued to release evil eye attacks. But the three-headed dog was so huge that even though there were holes the size of a human head blown out on its body, it did not affect its movements at all. The magma dog pounced on the ghost spider viciously and began to bite it. Ghost spider was not to be outdone, and turned over and pressed the three-headed dog to the ground. The 8 spider legs flew like spears, leaving big holes on the three-headed dog. On one side is the magma hound, and on the other side is the undead spider. 200-meter-long monsters fought each other, and their true faces trembled. Akainu's magma is as poisonous as Magellan's, and both cannot be touched. Although Saint Satan used Haki for protection, he would be burned to pieces as soon as he came into contact with the lava three-headed dog. Fortunately, the wound healed quickly and was not serious. However, the magma dog consumes a lot of energy and cannot be restored. Soon the limbs were broken and magma spilled all over the ground like blood. The two sides were fighting fiercely. Akainu said coldly, "Don't forget about me." Then, as if teleporting, he appeared next to Saint Satan's face. Satan Saint. Akainu took advantage of his unpreparedness and punched him, knocking off half of his head. Hateful. The ghost spider's huge body was flipped over and flew out. The lava three-headed dog followed closely behind, biting his body with its huge mouth. But this series of fierce attacks was still in vain. Even with Akainu's assistance, the lava Cerberus was eventually exhausted. The broken body of Saint Satan slowly stood up and began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. After just a few breaths, everything was back to normal. Advertisement. What's even more terrible is that his physical strength and Haki were not depleted at all and were still extremely sharp. Akainu was already panting. He took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and slowly adjusted his breathing, trying his best to recover his strength. Am I tired too? As expected of the world's highest power, there is something special about it. The ghost spider approached Akainu step by step. We are mere humans, we only obey God. The moment you attack God, your future is gone. Akainu. If you want to fight, just fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense? I never thought this old man was so nagging before. Seeing Akainu's indifferent expression, Demon Spider became furious. He raised his body and suddenly released Conqueror's Haki. Since he doesn't need to consider consumption, he can just clear Haki every time. A fiery Conqueror's Haki swept across the land. Even Akainu was forced to raise his hands to block. Sharp venomous spider spear. 6 spider legs detached from Satan's body and shot towards Akainu like spears. Because of the interference of Conqueror's Haki, Akainu's observation Haki became somewhat dull, and by the time he noticed the sneak attack, it was too late to dodge. After barely avoiding 4 of the spider's legs, he was pierced through the body by the remaining 2 and was nailed to the ground. The poison on the spider's legs spread rapidly. The reddish-brown ground turned charred in an instant, corroding a hole. There was a cold smile in Ghost Spider's eyes. Logia users are not able to resist Armament Haki's attacks. Moreover, this saint's poison will corrode your flesh and blood in an instant. Sakazuki, you're done. Huh? The next second, his eyes suddenly widened. There were 2 big holes in Akainu's chest and abdomen, but he still stared at Satan coldly, without showing any sign of pain. The magma on his body kept wriggling, burning the spider's legs off, and then slowly covering the wound. 5 elders, don't underestimate the Marine, and don't underestimate me. You're not the only one who's not afraid of Haki. Sartan's eyes suddenly widened. What is going on? Not scientific, he shouted in a timid manner. You are trying to dodge the attack by transforming into an element? This is just a trivial trick. Don't think you can fool this saint. Satan changed into a faster human beast form and rushed towards Akainu. Several spider legs waved like windmills, digging holes in Akainu's body. Advertisement. Akainu remained calm. The magma flowed and slowly covered the wound. Satan took a few steps back and stared blankly at the lava hanging on the spider's legs. The burning sensation and the stickiness told him that Akainu was really resisting his attack. This is impossible. Akainu walked towards Satan step by step. Although his steps were slow, every step seemed to fall on Satan's heart, causing him to step back and avoid it unconsciously. He took 2 steps back before suddenly reacting and stopping. Even if you're not afraid of Haki, so what? Your attacks can't hurt me at all. No matter what you do, it's just a waste of energy. Akainu smiled coldly. You are right, so I have to change my strategy. Go to hell. Satan transformed into a giant ghost spider again and rushed towards Akainu with a roar. I just hit Akainu so hard that his mouth was bleeding. I saw it clearly. There was no way I was wrong. Since piercing doesn't work, let's try ramming. Anyway, I can slowly fight with you and find out the secret of why you are not afraid of hockey bit by bit. Ghost Spider quickly rushed towards Akainu. Suddenly, I felt my feet go empty, and then a burning sensation came from under my body. Looking down, I saw that the ground beneath my feet, or rather the area within 1,000 meters, had all turned into dark red magma. Open black lens bracket hateful. Close black lens bracket Ghost Spider leapt with all his might, trying to jump out of the lava. But he was immediately knocked back by a great eruption and fell back into the lava. In the air, Sakazuki stood on the head of the immortal flame Homits, looking down at him condescendingly. I prepared this lava lake specifically for you. It's as deep as the red line is high, and it's surrounded by continental rock walls that are tens of kilometers thick. You stay at the bottom of this lake and enjoy the time brought by your immortality. Then, Akainu's body began to move. A ball of magma flew out from his body. It was his homies. His originally tall and sturdy body was reduced to a thin strip connecting his head and limbs. However, magma immediately filled his body again, turning him into a strong man again. I'm different from them. My homies is also magma. For the rest of the time, let him play with you. The magma suddenly turned into a fierce dog, rushed into the magma lake, and dragged Saint Satan into the depths. Ghost Spider's eyes widened, and all he could see was red. I understand. He hid his body. The one I hit just now was just homies. Hateful. Akainu standing by the lava lake. I don't know how long I can last in a fight with you, but I can stay awake for 10 days and 10 nights just by staring at you like this. Chapter 487, Dual Admirals vs. Dual Stars, the 5th Battlefield. Aokiji and Cake put their hands in their pockets, smoking and chatting while waiting for the enemy. Kaji, the war is over, what do you want to do? Kuzan, do you have any ideas? I will definitely stay in the marine. In a few years, when that idiot Yamato is able to take charge, I will try to succeed Zephyr as the instructor. Kaji nodded. Good planning, as for me. In fact, I have always had an idea, which is to leave marine after everything is over and see the world with my own eyes. Aokiji's eyes suddenly widened. Brother Kaji, you are kidding me. You are a marine admiral, and justice still needs your protection. Kaji chuckled. When this is all over and the celestial dragons are gone, the world will probably be a better place, right? When there aren't that many pirates, there won't be a need for so many admirals. He looked up at the white clouds in the sky. Gion and I are different from you. We have lived in the naval headquarters since we were young. If you think about it carefully, we have never left the marine and have a good look at the world from the perspective of ordinary people. As the world is reborn, we want to travel around and see what kind of changes we can bring to the world. Aokiji sighed. I remember that you and Gion both seem to like art. By the way, you're finally together with Gion. It's really not easy. Kaji suddenly looked smug. That's right, after all, some people say I'm the most handsome marine. Ahem. Aokiji almost choked on his saliva. Who said that? That's what the kids I rescued said. Aokiji scratched his head. Alala, I see. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared in front of the two. Aokiji's eyes became serious. Alala, the real master has arrived. Kaji put out the cigar in his hand. Let's remove the cancer of the world together. Black smoke billowed, and a huge skeleton horse and a 4-tusked wild boar emerged. It was the horse bones transformed by the Saint Nisujiro and the Fengshi transformed by the Saint Washuri. Aokiji was stunned. Alalala, what kind of monster is this? It looks so disgusting. Saint Vokuli roared. How dare you, advertisement. Aokiji finally responded when he heard the familiar voice. Saint Vokuli, how did you become like this? And who is the other one? The horse bones slowly shrank in size and turned into a human beast form. Oh, Nasujiro-sei. Nasujiro-sei slowly drew out his sword. Marine, you have betrayed God's trust. This sin must be paid for with your blood. After saying that, he swung his sword cleanly and neatly, and the huge blow directly left a bottomless cut on the red line, extending far into the sea. However, Aokiji and Cake were marine admirals and easily dodged the knife. Kaji transformed into lightning and rushed straight into the air. The originally clear skies suddenly became gloomy, and the white clouds gradually became darker. Nasujiro-sei frowned, no longer paying attention to the changes in the sky, but swung his sword again and rushed towards Aokiji. Alara is chasing me relentlessly. Aokiji grabbed a handful of sand and threw it out, blowing out a breath of cold air, and the fine sand condensed into ice sabers. Then he held the ice blade in both hands, covered it with armament hockey, and blocked Nasujiro-sei's slash. What a sharp attack. I always thought you were just ordinary old men. Nasujiro-sei had a gloomy look on his face. Marine Admiral, the title we bestowed upon you seems to have made you complacent. After all, this title is just a collar that celestial dragons put on you, and you are nothing more than a useful slave. Aokiji's eyes flashed with a cold light. Marine Admiral is feared by pirates all over the world, not because of a so-called gift, but because of generations of Marines who have fought hard. The Marine Admiral's duty is to eradicate all evil, whether it's the evil pirates or you. After saying that, Aokiji exerted force suddenly and threw Nesujiro-sei away. Nesujiro-sei turned a few times in the air, landed steadily in the air, and started running directly on the air. Aokiji. It doesn't look like moonwalk, is it his own ability? Aokiji waved his hand. Qianji-yu. Hundreds of ice spears suddenly condensed in front of him and were fired out violently. Nasu Sholing Shengling dodged skillfully and swung his sword, shattering all the ice spears. Then he ran to a high place, raised his knife, and prepared to chop Aokiji from above. Suddenly, there was a slight crackling sound from the blade, and several tiny arcs of electricity shot out. Nasujiro. Suddenly, he realized something and looked up at the sky. Advertisement. I saw the clouds in the sky were like ink, condensing into a huge Uzumaki, with countless silver snakes running around. Before he could react, a bolt of lightning came down and struck him directly. The thunder struck the ground, and a silver light instantly appeared between the sky and the earth. The ground cracked, leaving behind a huge pit with a diameter of 1 kilometer. In the middle of the pit, Nasu-Shoro-sei fell to the ground, with electric arcs running through his body from time to time. Kaji put his hands in his pockets and stepped on Nasujiro-sei's bald head. You guys are immortal, right? Then come on again. He pushed hard with his feet, and another flash of lightning exploded, turning Nasu Sholing Sheng into a piece of charcoal again. When the huge Fengshi saw Tongsheng being stepped on, his eyes suddenly turned red. He took a deep breath and roared at the two of them with Conqueror's Haki. Roar. With a sharp howl, Conqueror's Haki rolled in. Even the two admirals had to cover their ears. You're so noisy. Aokiji rushed out and punched Fengshi on the head. But the next second he flew backwards, fell to the ground and rolled several times before turning over. Kaji was shocked. Kuzan, what's wrong with you? Aokiji is Garp's disciple, and his iron fist is all inherited from Garp. Even if it is himself, he will have a crooked mouth if he is hit by a punch. Now you can't even shake a wild boar? Aokiji shook his sore hand. I'm fine, damn, this guy has a hard head, Fengshi snorted coldly. Ignorant pariah. After saying that, the fangs turned into sharp knives and rushed towards the two of them. Lightning flashed on Kaji's body, and it seemed that he was about to attack. Kaji, let me. Aokiji flicked his wrist and walked forward with a blank expression. Seeing his expression, Kaji knew that he was serious, so he tactfully took 2 steps back. Fengshi moved his short legs and rushed over like a bulldozer. Aokiji said calmly, to deal with a clumsy guy like you, the method is actually very simple. A line of ice extended from under his feet, and in an instant a thick layer of solid ice appeared on the ground. Fengshi was caught off guard, his feet slipped, and he fell directly to the ground. Because the previous speed was too fast, it slid out with a whoosh and smashed the horse's bones that had just recovered. Chapter 488. You are ruthless people. Fengshi and Ma Jiyu had a big fall. Especially the horse bones, which turned into broken bones all over the ground. Aokiji's eyes lit up. Isn't the opportunity here? He released cold air, condensed into an iceberg, and directly froze Fengshi and the horse bones inside. Alala, it's easier than I thought. Suddenly, the frozen Fengshi trembled all over, and fine cracks appeared on the ice. Then a sound wave with Conqueror's Haki erupted, completely shattering the iceberg. It rolled over and rushed out, and the frostbite on its body slowly dissipated. Plus, Aokiji was stunned and scratched his head. Huh? Freezing doesn't work? Then the two of them subconsciously looked at the horse bones. Logically speaking, the horse's bones are now just pieces of bone and it is impossible for it to exert any strength to break free from the ice. But he was able to control ice, and the ice automatically cracked, and the bones on the ground were pieced together to form horse bones. Aokiji was a little depressed. Alara. Kaji, it seems that using ice to deal with these two guys is a bit difficult. HMPH, then let's try thunder and lightning. Jiaji raised his hand, and 2 bolts of lightning instantly struck Fengshi and Ma Jiyu. Fengshi let out a shrill howl just like before, and fell to the ground with his body burnt to a crisp, looking a bit like a roasted suckling pig. The horse bones were bathed in thunder and lightning safely. He looked around and was a little surprised himself, as it was obvious that he had never been struck by lightning before. Kaji was also shocked. Hey, isn't this guy afraid of thunder and lightning? Aokiji frowned and suddenly thought of something. I remember now. Smoker once brought back a skeleton pirates. Because he had no flesh, he was not afraid of lightning. He is a skeleton horse now, isn't it the same principle? Kake. The two of them looked at the burnt Fengshi at the same time with expressions of disgust. Look at them, they are immune to any ability. Look at you again, you either howl or scream, you are so weak. Aokiji and Cake looked at each other. Alala, it's too messy with 2 of them together, why don't we each have one? Advertisement, okay, I'll choose the bones then. Then I'll choose the wild boar. At this time, Fengshi had recovered, his fangs were replaced with sharp blades, and he rushed towards the 2 men angrily. You are just untouchables. When will it be your turn to choose? All you have to do is live or die humbly according to the oracle. Aokiji rushed forward and raised his hands, and Fengshi's forelimbs were frozen by the ice again. Fengshi was rushing forward when, with a loud snap, his 2 legs were broken and he somersaulted several times before stopping. Alala, although your skin is tough, your joints seem unstable. Untouchables. Feng Zai's eyes were red, and he opened his mouth wide, roaring at Aokiji. The rolling sound waves mixed with black lightning struck, causing a gust of wind, and the stones in front of him were instantly shattered into pieces. Aokiji was unhurried. Hayamehara. Suddenly, an icy slope appeared in front of him, with the sharp corner of the slope facing Feng Shi, and he stood behind the slope. The strong winds are diverted directly, although Haki and the shockwave were weakened, they still caused cracks on the ice slope, and it was about to break. Aokiji reached out and touched the ice slope, continuing to activate his ability, and the cracks instantly healed and became as solid as a rock again. When Feng Shi shut up, Aokiji suddenly pushed the ice slope. The hill-like ice slope flew straight towards Feng Shi. The originally flat ice slope now turned into a sharp spear tip, which directly knocked Feng Shi away. However, their enemies were not just Feng Shi. The horsebones next turned into human beast form, becoming much smaller in size, but becoming faster. Nesujiro Sei swung his sword and slashed at Aokiji. Aokiji's attention was on Feng Shi, and he could only hastily raise his arms to block the attack. Even though he used armament Haki, he still sustained 2 deep cuts. Nesujiro Seichi was delighted and was about to give chase when suddenly there was a roar behind him, followed by Cake's loud roar. "Don't forget I'm here." Nesujiro was shocked. So fast, just like Kizaru. Kaji launched a flying kick that hit Nesujiro Sei's side, sending him flying far away. Nesujiro Sei instantly became furious. "Just now you stepped on me, and now you kick me again, you are simply going against the grain." He stamped his forehooves hard, steadied his body in the air, and rushed towards Kaji. "Then I'll start with you." After saying that, he slashed straight at Kaji with his long sword. Kaji snorted coldly. "I'm afraid of you?" He raised his fist and rushed forward. Advertisement: the collision of fist and sword released countless black thunders. A fierce light flashed in Nesujiro's eyes. He turned around and kicked Kaji's chest hard with the horse's hoof wrapped around armament Haki. "Iron Body Gang." Kaji puffed out his chest, and his muscles swelled to ultimate. With a loud bang, Nesujiro Sei's attack was ineffective and he was instead knocked back. He looked incredulous. You. Kaji patted the stain on his chest. "I am a 6th-style genius. In terms of physical fitness, I am not inferior to any admiral." Nesujiro Sei was confused. "Isn't Rokushiki the prototype of Haki?" Kaji chuckled. "At this point, there's no need to hide it from you. The 6 styles were never meant to be a move against an enemy, but a way to train your body. The reason why people have this illusion is that it is easier to awaken Haki after system training. There is no such thing as who is higher or lower, and there is no such thing as who replaces who. Do you understand, idiot?" Nesujiro Sei and Wakuli blushed immediately. That's not what Marine said to me at that time. CP is practiced as a combat move. Except for a very few people, once they learn Haki, they will never touch Rokushiki again. What the FCK does this mean? My confidant has been practicing the sword manual of exorcism, and now you tell me it's just a circumcision? No wonder CP has never produced an admiral-level character over the years even though it has more resources. Dog Marine, you are ruthless people, you hide deeper than anyone else. Nesujiro was furious and slashed a Cake with his sword, but Cake grabbed it with his backhand. In recent years, Kaji has used lightning to stimulate his muscles every day, and his physical fitness has been greatly improved. In the entire marine system, no one can match him except Smoker, who also trained with gravity, and Garp, who was extremely talented. It's too noisy here, let's go to the other side and talk. Kaji grabbed Nesujiro Sei's neck and turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared in the distance. Aokiji looked at the 2 people who disappeared, then turned back to look at Wokori Sei who had transformed back into human form. "Alara, it's much quieter now, but is it okay for you to just use human form?" Saint Vokuli took off his suit and threw it aside, then stretched his body, his bones crackling. "Don't underestimate me, Aokiji. My Haki and Taijutsu are not inferior to yours." Chapter 489. Balloon Saint Wakuli clenched his fists, covered them with armament Haki, and rushed towards Aokiji, punching him in the face. "Allah, it's my favorite fist, you are so considerate." Aokiji also got excited and threw a punch. The 2 fists collided, Haki rushed, and released black lightning. But the next second, Saint Vokuli flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Aokiji. Ahem, Saint Vokuli stood up from the pile of stones. His arm was twisted, but it healed on its own in a few breaths. Aokiji was speechless. This guy is really a novice but also likes to play. "No, you should just transform. Actually, the ability to transform into a wild boar is quite tricky." Saint Vokuli's defense was broken instantly. "A hole, that's Feng Shi, a legendary mythical beast, not a wild boar. And I have Conqueror's Haki, so I can defeat you even without my ability." Aokiji scratched his head helplessly. "Actually, I can see that you don't know how to use Conqueror's Haki. If you can't use Conqueror's Haki is really useless to me." Saint Vokuli bowed his head and said nothing. Then it suddenly transformed into Feng Shi and rushed towards Aokiji, howling. Aokiji was startled. "Did your defense break because your scar was poked?" He held out his arms. Pheasant mouth. A giant ice bird appeared and collided with Feng Shi, freezing it instantly. But for some reason, the ice on Feng Zai's body suddenly began to crack and then suddenly shattered. Feng Shi roared, and his fangs turned into sharp knives as he rushed towards Aokiji. "Alala, This trick again, why can't it be frozen? Iceberg. A huge iceberg rose from the ground and directly blocked Feng Shi. But this iceberg could not stop Feng Shi for long. Soon cracks appeared on it and it was shattered by Feng Shi. Taking advantage of the ice and snow blocking his vision, Aokiji jumped to the side to avoid the attack, while condensing an ice spear to stab Feng Zai's abdomen. Feng Zai's movements were more agile than expected, and he jumped to the side. Aokiji. Huh? Why are you hiding? He continued to release ice spear attacks, and this time Feng Shi was hit, but it was to no avail. Alala, this is not a wild boar, it's clearly a turtle. At this time, Feng Shi turned around and prepared to rush over again. Aokiji no longer blocked him and directly created a layer of ice on the ground. As expected, Feng Shi lost his balance and slipped, just in front of Aokiji. Aokiji's eyes lit up. Although none of them broke through the defense, it was a target that was delivered to my door, and I would be sorry if I didn't hit it. Aokiji clenched his fist and punched Feng Shi in the face. Black lightning exploded, Feng Shi screamed, and was knocked away. Aokiji was stunned for a moment, because there was a fang of a fengshang on the ice, which he had broken. It actually worked? What is going on? Advertisement. Could it be? Aokiji's eyes sparkled, and he immediately filled his fists with hockey and rushed forward. Feng Shi also howled and rushed towards Aokiji. This time Aokiji chose to fight head-on, and the two sides fought back and forth. After a long time, Aokiji and Feng Shi separated again. At this time, Aokiji was panting, exhausted, and had many wounds on his body. He had just been hit hard. If it weren't for the Admiral's incredibly strong physique, he would have collapsed long ago. However, after a series of trials, Aokiji finally confirmed that the attack would work as long as no one saw it or reacted to it. Aokiji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Alala, the easiest way is to block your vision. Feng Shi looked at him with disdain. Humph, can you do it? With the ability of immortality, even if one's eyes are blinded, they can recover instantly. We have a little girl in the Marine Corps who is a navigator. She likes to play a game. Aokiji raised his hand and a dozen huge ice mirrors condensed in the air. Feng Shi. Under the sunlight, the ice mirror reflects a faint white light, which is bright but not dazzling. Suddenly, the ice mirror turned, and the light gathered together and shot towards Feng Shi. Dozens of white lights gathered together and instantly became extremely dazzling, causing Feng Shi to close his eyes. Open black lens bracket. Oops. Close black lens bracket. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Aokiji rushed over and stabbed Feng Zai's body with an ice spear. Roar. Feng Shi let out a huge roar, and Conqueror's hockey gushed out. But Aokiji didn't care at all and used his ability. The ice spear quickly expanded and froze half of Feng Zai's body. Feng Shi suddenly looked up, stared at Aokiji with ferocious eyes, took a deep breath, and his body expanded several times. Oh, Feng roared at Aokiji, with power several times greater than before. Aokiji was caught off guard and was shocked to the point of bleeding from his mouth and nose, and his head was buzzing. Feng Shi took the opportunity to break free from the ice, rushed forward howling, and knocked Aokiji away. Aokiji was hit hard, spitting blood from his mouth and flew out, falling heavily to the ground, his head buzzing. When he barely came to his senses, he saw Feng Shi falling from the sky. Ice armor. Aokiji quickly condensed ice armor for defense, and was then smashed into the ground by Feng Shi. Feng Shi bit Aokiji's left leg and swung it hard, throwing him directly out, leaving only his left leg in his mouth. Ah! Damn it! Aokiji clutched his broken leg tightly, veins bulging with pain. The broken leg was severed above the knee and blood was gushing out. Feng Shi approached Aokiji step by step, and spit the broken leg next to him as a deliberate provocation. Aokiji, you're done. Immortality is the ultimate power. You have no chance of winning. Aokiji suddenly let out a long sigh. Advertisement. Alala, I was careless. No matter what, you are also awakened mythical beasts. Feng Shi. I know, then go and die in peace. Aokiji was sweating profusely, but he still smiled confidently. That won't do. The mission must be completed even if it means death. He opened his arms and a ball of blue flame and light emerged. Feng Shi. The blue flames pounced on Aokiji and burned fiercely. The wounds healed quickly and were not much worse than Feng Zai's. Immortality is impossible, but self-healing is not a problem. Especially for broken legs, granulation tissue grows at a speed visible to the naked eye, slowly wriggling and turning into a complete new leg. Feng Shi looked at Aokiji, then at the broken leg thrown aside. The pigs are stupid. Aokiji touched his new leg. For some reason, I suddenly remembered that Smoker always liked to stare at his left leg, which felt weird. Could it be that? He shook his head vigorously to get rid of the messy thoughts, then stared at Feng Shi. No matter what, let's get rid of this guy first. This time Aokiji uses homies to fight. As soon as he raised his hand, Guang homies rushed out, emitting a dazzling yellow light, which was 100 times more convenient than the ice mirror just now. Feng Shi was shaken so hard that he couldn't open his eyes. What the hell? Again? His body shook, and lasers shot several holes in his limbs, making him unable to move. However, observation hockey still worked, and sensing Aokiji's presence, he opened his mouth wide and prepared to sound the sound wave. Hiss! Feng Shi took a deep breath, and his body expanded to its maximum size. Just as I was about to howl, I suddenly felt something blocking my mouth. Feng Shi. Aokiji. You're too slow. Aokiji stuffed an ice ball into Feng Shi's mouth, filling it up completely without any air leaking out. And because he was afraid that Feng Shi would crush the ice ball, he used armament hockey specifically. Feng Shi was about to struggle, but his limbs were broken by the laser, and when they recovered, they were already frozen. The ice continued to spread, and in just a few breaths it froze its body, leaving only its head outside. Feng Shi tried hard to break the ice, but it was of no use. Alala, don't waste your energy. I have figured out your routine. The reason why ice has no effect on you is not because of Conqueror's Haki, but because your body is vibrating at a high frequency and small amplitude. But when you take a full breath, you can't vibrate. Feng Zai's eyes were red as he stared at Aokiji. Aokiji continued to activate his abilities, and the ice on Feng Zai's body became more solid, like a cage that held him tightly against his body, making him unable to move at all. Especially the mouth, which was filled with ice balls. Aokiji was also very considerate and released the ice ball from Haki's hardened Feng Shang's mouth, for fear that it would be bitten to pieces by it. Feng Shi stared at Aokiji, who smiled slightly and patted his nose. Alara. The battle between us is over. Now, let's wait quietly and amicably for the results from other places. Chapter 490. Lightning Prison. The other side. Kaji grabbed Nasujiro Sei's neck and flew out. Nasujiro Sei reacted and hit Kaji's wrist with the hilt of the knife. Kaji's wrist loosened unconsciously, and Nasujiro Sei took the opportunity to break free. He did not feel relieved at all when escaping. Instead, veins popped out on his bald head and a murderous aura enveloped his entire body. Among the 5 elders, Nasu Shoulingsheng has the most arrogant personality. As a result, I didn't check the almanac before going out today, and first I was stepped on the face, and then my throat was choked. It was such a great humiliation. If I don't kill Kaji today, my spiritual heart will probably be unstable in the future. Damned untouchable, I will grind you into ashes. Bone slash. Nasujiro Saint swung his sword vigorously. A crescent slash was directed towards Cake, and the violent wind pressure cracked the surrounding ground. Jiaji was not panicked at all. I have 99 ways to deal with swordsmen. No, methods. A flash of lightning passed by, and Cake disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared behind Nasujiro Sei and kicked his bald head. But suddenly the robe of the Saint Nasujiro billowed. A huge white bone horse head appeared from behind and bit Kaji fiercely. Kaji was caught off guard and was bitten on the thigh. Why? What kind of body structure is this? Nasujiro Sei was also surprised. Because the white skeletal horse head bit so hard, it was impossible to break through the defense. Damn it, Haki? You're really cautious, it's not Haki. Kaji roared and broke free from the horse's mouth, turned around and kicked Nasujiro Sei in the face, kicking him away. I have trained my iron body to the point where I can move freely. Even without Haki, these few bones can't hurt me. Nasujiro Sei slowly stood up, his face was concave from being kicked, but it immediately recovered. He wiped the dust off his face. I underestimated you. Or rather, you really deserve to be chosen as our admiral. In that case, Nasujiro Sei slowly transformed into a human beast form. Then this saint should be more serious. The size of the human beast form is several times larger, and its strength and Haki have also increased dramatically. He held the sword with both hands, Haki flowed on the blade, and black lightning burst out. Cake also put away his playful smile. This kind of attack is not something that the iron body can withstand alone. Rainstar slash. Advertisement. Nasujiro Sei swung his sword fiercely, and a sword energy like a gauze slashed towards Cake. Kaji was shocked, although the attack in front of us is integrated. But in the context of the Kenbunkaku Haki, this is not one big blow, but hundreds or thousands of small blows. Lightning. Cake stretched out his hand and released a bolt of lightning, which collided with the slash. The two energies made a crackling sound and soon cancelled each other out. One word star. Draw the sword and slash. Nasujiro Sei flashed over and Cake quickly raised his arm to block. A flash of sword light passed by, and although Cake blocked the slash, his arms and half of his body were covered by solid ice. Open black lens bracket Y. Close black lens bracket. Kaji was a little surprised. Fortunately, Haki resisted the cold, and the ice was useless against Lei. He released lightning around his body, shattering all the ice on his body. A freezing effect will occur if it is cut. It's really hard to guard against. What do you mean by impossible to guard against, Admiral? Please don't say such embarrassing words. Nasu Shoulingsheng held the knife in both hands, jumped high, and chopped down fiercely. Cake hardened his hands with armament Haki and gripped the blade tightly. Neither side gave in, and sparks flew from the friction between swords and hands. Suddenly, a skull horse head emerged from Nasujiro's chest and bit Kaji's head fiercely. Again, Kaji dodged quickly, and although his head avoided the attack, the skeleton horse's head still bit his arm hard, causing him to unconsciously loosen his grip on the sword. Good opportunity. The sharp blade in Nasujiro's hand slashed down, leaving a wound on Kaji's chest. A hole. Kaji kicked Nasujiro Sei in the chest, sending him flying. Hoo. Kaji tore open his shirt, revealing a wound from his left shoulder to his chest. Fortunately, I reacted in time and dodged, and my body was strong, so the injury was not deep. Nesujiro-sei stood up again, and his broken ribs slowly healed. But his face did not show the smugness of success, but a puzzled look. The resistance of the knife just now was not right. What's wrong with your body? Kaji took a deep breath, lightning flashed on his body, and the wound began to slowly stop bleeding. He uses electric current to stimulate the body, which not only strengthens the body but also promotes cell regeneration. He patted his chest, making a metallic impact sound. I have trained my iron body to the point where I can move freely. No matter how unexpected the attack is, I will not be vulnerable. Nasu Shoulengsheng suddenly understood, but was still a little confused. Why would you go to the trouble of developing a move that maintains hardness while allowing for free movement? Advertisement, can't you just train armament hockey? Kaji's face turned red. Downstream. How can I allow an old man like you to spy on the training secrets of the Marine senior management? Nasujiro. The two of them just faced each other quietly. Nesujiro-sei frowned slightly. Hey, why aren't you attacking? What's the point of just standing there like an idiot? Kaji picked his nose. Smoker said that my mission is just to keep you company. Since you won't leave, why should I waste my energy on this? Besides, you are immortal. I don't want to waste my energy on you. Nesujiro-sei's face suddenly turned red and warm. Are you looking down on me? Since you won't let me go find him, I'm going to go see what he's doing. After saying that, he transformed into a beast-like horse skeleton and rushed out by stepping on the air. Kaji. Hey. Compete with me in speed. With a flash of lightning, Kaji's figure disappeared, and the next moment he appeared in front of Ma Ji-yu. Thundernet. A lightning net covered the horse's head, tightly wrapping around its bones. Roar. The horse's bones were paralyzed by the electric current and could not move at all, but it looked painless. Idiot, lightning strikes are ineffective against bones. My stamina is unlimited. How much stamina do you have to waste on me? Kaji raised his hand and pointed to the sky. A huge vortex of lightning appeared in the sky at some point. Horse bones. Have you seen Logia's awakening? Logia's awakening can permanently change the natural environment. Although awakening is very energy consuming, there is endless lightning for Lousy to drive. Kaji waved his hand, and purple lightning fell from the sky like raindrops. The red rocks on the ground were shattered into pieces, and some even began to melt. He released a bolt of electricity on the lightning net. The lightning in the air seemed to be pulled together and all fell onto the power grid. The power grid began to expand and turned into a giant cage. The horse's bones were twisted and entangled by lightning chains of varying sizes and thicknesses, hanging in the middle and unable to escape. By this time the sky had stabilized. Even though Kaji was standing aside, thunderclouds and lightning snakes were still rolling in the sky. Whenever lightning falls from the sky, it will be sucked here and charge the power grid. This is the lightning cell Lousy built for you, just enjoy it. Chapter 491 Field Marshal and Admiral The Last Battlefield. Hina stood on the high cliff of Red Line, feeling the sea breeze and quietly gazing at the sea. Since I came to Naval Headquarters and met Smoker, and now it's the final battle, so many years have passed without me noticing. At first, she just admired Smoker, respected Smoker, and followed Smoker. Later, she gradually understood what he was doing and supported Smoker even more firmly. Everyone saw that Smoker was very successful, with strength, status, money, and connections. Only she knows how much pressure Smoker has been under all these years of traveling. But it doesn't matter. Soon, it will all be over and a new dawn will dawn on the world. By then, Smoker won't have to work so hard anymore, and the two of them can end their days of being apart more than together. Suddenly, she noticed something and turned to look over. Two men in gray-blue military uniforms came up to her. One was a kind and gentle old man with yellow-white hair and wearing a pair of glasses. He looked gentle and refined. Rendering the other was a tall middle-aged man with short black hair, taut muscles and scars all over his body. He looked like a veteran of many battles. Rendering Hina showed a surprised expression. Hina is very surprised. We only gave the world government an hour because we didn't want you to come, but you still came. Long time no see, Marshal Rohan, Admiral Iwako. Hina, I'm sorry to meet you again in this situation. The world government controls 3 military forces. Fight against the pirates Marines, fight against the Revolutionary Army's CP, and deal with the armies of various countries. The most powerful one among them is of course the Marine. After all, great pirates have emerged one after another over the past few hundred years, and even overlord-level strongmen such as Rox, Roger, and Whitebeard have appeared. These big pirates also forced the Marine to continue to develop and eventually become the most powerful force on the sea. The Marines are strong, but that doesn't mean the army is weak. In addition to the great pirates, there are many powerful people hidden in this world, such as Yishao, Wangmu, Skadim. Some of them hold government positions, some are still free, and some have committed crimes. Before they go out to sea, it is the army that is dealing with them. However, the army is not as strong as the Marine. Although it is also a configuration of a marshal and 3 admirals, the only ones who truly reach the strength of an admiral are the Army Marshal Luohan and Army Admiral Yan Ji-yu in front of them. Advertisement Hina had come into contact with the two before when she came to the Holy Land to protect the celestial dragons. Marshal Luohan greeted with a smile. Hina, it's been a long time since we last met. You're still as charming as ever. Admiral Yan Ji-yu, however, had a stern expression on his face. Hina, I'm sorry about Marine's actions. Although we haven't had much contact, I admire you very much. If you surrender now, I promise in the name of the army that you will have a chance to make amends. Hina was not moved at all and just smiled. Your army patrols various countries all year round. You must know more about what the world is like and how civilians survive than us Marines. I would like to ask you too, should this world change? Is such a government worth serving? And the celestial dragons, do they need to be wiped out? Admiral Yan Gu's expression turned a little ugly. We are soldiers under the world government, we don't need to think so much. As long as we complete our mission perfectly, the world will naturally become a better place. Luohan's smile also became a little forced. Hina, the goals of the army and the marine are the same, which is to protect civilians, uphold justice, and fight evil. As an important part of the world government, you can raise your demands and sit down to talk slowly. Why do you have to resort to violence? I admit that there are many problems in the world government, but your actions are too radical. Hina sighed softly. Marshal Luohan, Admiral Yan Jiyu, you keep saying that you will uphold justice and fight against evil. Ever thought that celestial dragons are the greatest evil? When these words were spoken, even Marshal Luohan and Admiral Yan Gu's faces changed drastically. Seeing their reaction, Hina smiled and stopped trying to persuade them. You too, you have your own insistence, and Hina has her own mission. Since neither side can convince the other, let's talk with fists. Admiral Yan Jiyu narrowed his eyes slightly. You're going to take on the two of us by yourself? You're underestimating us, Admiral Shiratori? Marshal Luohan also looked around. The intelligence said that Marine Inspector Smoker should be here too? Hina said calmly, Smoker is busy with something else. Hina is the only one here. Advertisement Marshal Luohan. Well, in that case. Suddenly, the three of them disappeared at the same time. Then he appeared in midair again. Hina wrapped her hands around armament hockey and held the two men's fists tightly. Thunder burst out one after another, and the two suddenly exerted their strength. Hina was unable to resist and was knocked back to the ground. As soon as he landed, a metal cone suddenly pierced his chest. Then the metal cone split into two, and dozens of spikes pierced out of her body, nailing her to the ground. Hina turned her head and saw that it was Marshal Luohan. His left hand turned into a metal spike and pinned Hina to the ground. His attack continued, and his right hand turned into a sharp blade and slashed at her neck fiercely. Hina quickly turned into smoke and escaped from the metal cone, avoiding being beheaded by the sharp blade. But the metal cone just now was wrapped with armament hockey, and it was too sudden, so Hina was unable to dodge all the attacks. The immortal flame burned fiercely and the wound healed instantly. Marshal Luohan. I am a mercury man who ate the special paramecia mercury fruit. Hina, you better be careful. After saying that, he rushed towards Hina. His left hand returned to normal, but the blade in his right hand was covered with armament hockey, turning into a black blade and slashing down fiercely. Hina covered her arms with armament hockey to block the slash. But mercury is fluid, and the part that she blocked fell off the sword, and the remaining sword continued to chop at her head. Fortunately, Hina reacted quickly, bending down to dodge, and the sharp blade grazed her scalp, cutting off a strand of her long pink hair. At the same time, he took the opportunity to throw a white ball, hitting Marshal Luohan in the chest. Marshal Luohan. Before he could react, the white ball suddenly exploded. It turned out that there was highly concentrated smoke inside. Marshal Luohan was caught off guard and his upper body was blown to pieces. Hina was about to finish off the enemy. Suddenly, I felt a powerful aura coming from behind that made my spine chill. It turned out to be Admiral Iwao coming to rescue me and punching Hina in the head. Hina turned her head to avoid the punch, then turned around and threw another white ball. But Admiral Iwako was not afraid at all. He just hit the ball casually and the white ball disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Then Admiral Iwako reached out and grabbed Hina's head. Hina frowned and quickly raised her arm to block, but Admiral Iwako grabbed her arm with his backhand. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her arm. She looked down and found that the part of her arm that was grabbed had disappeared out of thin air. The other one. Chapter 492 Nothingness. When Hina's arm was touched by Admiral Iwao, a piece of flesh disappeared out of thin air and blood gushed out instantly. But Admiral Iwako was merciless and did not give Hina any chance to breathe. He continued to grab Hina's head with his right hand. Hina didn't dare to be careless. She ignored the severe pain and surprise, covered the wound with her hands, and leaned back to avoid the grab. Then, he kicked Admiral Iwao hard in the abdomen with the armament hockey, sending him flying. Call. Hina glanced at it, the blue flames burned, and the wound began to heal slowly. Open black lens bracket. What happened just now? Close black lens bracket. He obviously doesn't have hockey, so why can he hurt Hina who has smoke? Admiral Iwako stood up again and stared at Hina with cold eyes. Hina took a deep breath and concentrated. Sure enough, there was something wrong with Admiral Yangu's hands, emitting a strange aura. Sure enough, this obscure and strange energy is definitely not just hockey, it must be mixed with some kind of ability. Just as Hina was thinking, she suddenly felt a strong breath behind her, which made her feel a chill down her spine. Marshal Luohan appeared behind Hina as if teleporting, with his right hand pointing like a sword. Silver Spear. Coptus Chinensis. His two fingers began to deform and condense into the shape of a gun tip. Then he stabbed hard, hitting Hina's back dozens of times in an instant. Although Hina dodged most of them by transforming into an element in advance, she was slow to react and failed to dodge a few. The fingers wrapped around armament hockey pierced into Hina's back, leaving deep wounds. The other one. She endured the severe pain and turned her body to one side. He suddenly clamped Marshal Luohan's arm with his left arm, pinched his neck with his right hand, lifted him up suddenly, and then slammed him to the ground. Although Marshal Luohan used elementalization to cushion the impact in time, he was still hit hard and was dizzy for a while. Taking this opportunity, Hina pressed her fists on Marshal Rohan's chest. Six Kings Spear biggest round. A burst of energy spurted out from both fists and pierced directly through Marshal Luohan's chest. The red rock beneath him was instantly shattered, and the ground within a radius of 100 meters was cracked in a spider web shape. Marshal Luohan used hockey to protect his chest, but under this impact, his mouth and nose were bleeding, veins bulged, and his eyes were cracked. But he is also a fierce warrior on the battlefield, and he fights back immediately after being injured. Several sharp blades formed in his right hand and chopped Hina into several pieces. Hina turned into smoke and dispersed, then recondensed not far away, with blue flames raging on her body as she silently healed her injuries. Marshal Luohan took the opportunity to turn over, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and spat out a mouthful of saliva with blood foam. Pooh! What an extraordinary guy! Advertisement. Hina also stared at Marshal Luohan with a serious expression. Although the clothes on the opponent's chest and back were all shattered by his own strength, his aura did not decrease much. Obviously, that worked, but not much. Suddenly, Hina was startled and squatted down suddenly. Admiral Iwako appeared behind her at some point, and her hands, which had originally reached for her head, were empty. Blue flame impact. Hina got close and released a ball of blue flame which hit Admiral Iwao. It's useless. Admiral Yan Jiyu waved his hand and Qing Yan disappeared. Suddenly, he felt his wrists tighten, and Hina grasped both of his wrists tightly. Sure enough, you only have that strange energy in your hands. After saying that, he pulled it hard and slammed it hard into Admiral Iwako's face. Puff. The attack caught Admiral off guard. He was bleeding from his mouth and nose, and his forehead was bruised. He almost flew out, but Hina grabbed his wrists tightly and pulled him back. Hina wanted to attack again. Suddenly, two huge flying knives came flying and chopped towards his arms. It was Marshal Luohan who made the move. The flying knife was wrapped with armament hockey, and she had no choice but to actively transform into an element to avoid it. Admiral Iwako took the opportunity to break free and grabbed Hina fiercely. Hina couldn't dodge in time and could only cover the armament hockey defense. But in the face of his strange ability, hockey's defense was useless. Iwako's hand slid across Hina's body like a red-hot knife cutting a candle, leaving 5 hideous wounds on her body without any hesitation. Hina was shocked, and endured the severe pain to escape by elementalization, then gathered her body not far away and quickly healed herself with the undead flame. Hina was surprised. What kind of ability is this? Admiral Yan Jiyu just snorted coldly and didn't intend to answer at all. It was Marshal Luohan who explained. Don't underestimate Iwako, he has the strongest attack power in the army. He ate the Paramecia annihilation fruit. Everything, whether physical or intangible, dead or alive, will turn into nothingness if touched by his hands. Admiral Yan Jiyu looked at Marshal Luohan in surprise, but didn't say much. He admitted that Hina was indeed difficult to deal with. He was even willing to admit that Marine, who was only half his age, was stronger than him. But so what? At this moment, she was facing herself and the Marshal. Even if I knew my own abilities, I could only lose more clearly, but I couldn't change the outcome. While they were talking, Hina's injuries had recovered. Xiao Hong. Advertisement. She waved her hand and the flame homies Xiao Hong rushed out. In fact, Hina rarely uses homits. Compared to Smoker's preference for controlling the situation, I prefer a more physical fighting style. With her strength, she doesn't really need Xiao Hong's assistance. But today, facing a strong enemy, we can only use its power. Yes, Hina-sama, as a homies, Xiao Hong understood what Hina wanted it to do. It suddenly spewed out blazing flames, and even though the red line was just a piece of rock, it instantly turned into a sea of fire. Admiral Yan, who was at the center of the fire, felt burning all around and had difficulty breathing. Ooh! He roared to the sky and released a strong hockey, blowing out all the flames around him. Xiao Hong suddenly flew into the air, and the flames around her gathered together, turning into a huge fire dragon, rushing towards Admiral Yan Jiyu. Hina narrowed her eyes slightly. Only hands can turn everything into nothingness. What would you do when faced with a fire dragon that blocks out the sun? Admiral Yan Jiyu was not panicked at all. Cross your arms, then wave them violently. 10 fingers cut through the air, and 10 intersecting wind blades appeared like a tempest kick, directly tearing the fire dragon into pieces. The other one. Not only can I touch with my hands, but I can also attack with my hands. Humph, you actually found out, you cunning girl. Admiral Yan Jiyu no longer held back and slashed out with his palm. A huge palm print flew out and pressed hard towards Hina. Wherever it passed, the rocks on the ground and the smoke and flames in the air all disappeared. Hina quickly rolled over to avoid it and watched the palm print fly away. Suddenly, Admiral Iwao's figure disappeared and appeared above Hina, looking down at her and slapping her again. The other one. She didn't dare to be careless and quickly turned over to avoid it. The palm print fell to the ground without making any sound and drilled directly into the rock. Hina took a glance and was immediately shocked. A huge palm-shaped pit several dozen meters long and bottomless appeared on the red line, with neat and smooth edges, as if it had been carefully polished. At this scale, can the fruit ability be awakened? Suddenly, she noticed that the light around her had dimmed. Looking back suddenly, I found that there were tens of thousands of metal cones suspended in the air, even blocking the sunlight. Marshal Luohan raised his hand, and the spikes pointed at Hina at the same time. Chapter 493 Riding the East Wind. Marshal Luohan waved his hand, and metal cones covering the sky and the sun fell like raindrops, tearing Hina's body into pieces. But this attack has no effect on Logia. Hina dodges easily after transforming into an element. But it's not over yet. The metal cones that fell to the ground seemed to come alive, turning into balls of mercury, and quickly gathered together to form a huge box, which contained Hina. The box shook violently and Hina tried to get out. Marshal Rohan continued to release mercury, wrapping the box layer by layer and trapping Hina in the middle. Smoke is a very good ability, but unfortunately the attack power is not enough and there is no blasting method. Suddenly, violent ripples appeared at one end of the metal box. Marshal Luohan. Before he could reinforce the restraints, the White Phoenix let out a clear cry, threw off the restraints and rushed out. Admiral Yan Ji-yu descended from the sky and pressed down on Hina with a huge palm print. Even if the Phoenix has a near-immortal recovery ability, as long as the entire body can be covered with the power of nothingness, it can be completely reduced to nothingness. Hina dodged the giant palm. It shuttled through the air like white lightning, leaving a white shadow. Behind her, countless metal projectiles, metal arrows, and void palm prints followed, exploding from time to time, like a silver-white sunset. The Phoenix flew faster and faster, leaving all attacks behind, and suddenly appeared above the two men, punching them down with all its might. Galaxy shock. A transparent energy appeared, and the light shield enveloped Marshal Luohan and Admiral Yan Ji-yu. The terrifying energy exploded, directly turning the ground into powder. Marshal Luohan and Admiral Yan Gu's veins bulged and they vomited blood. They defended desperately to withstand the punch. Ahem, Marshal Luohan spat out a mouthful of blood. What a powerful attack. He suddenly pressed his hands on the ground, using the awakening ability of the fruit, and the reddish-brown ground instantly turned into silvery white mercury. Silver hand net. The mercury on the ground condensed into countless thin metal ropes, which rushed into the sky like tentacles, trying to wrap around Hina. Hina didn't dodge or evade, and threw a punch directly. The powerful force shattered the giant metal hand, and it turned into liquid and fell down. Void storm. Yan Ji-yu slapped his palms down, and a huge palm print attacked Hina. The palm print is much bigger than that of the Phoenix. If it is really hit, I am afraid that not even a trace will be left. Hina's eyes narrowed. It had been a long time since she encountered an attack that could directly threaten her life. The Phoenix's body suddenly grew larger, and white airbands appeared on its body. Finally, it transformed into a giant bird with a wingspan of dozens of meters, no smaller than the 5 elders after their transformation. Marshal Luohan and Admiral Yan Ji-yu were both shocked. Awakening. Both of them had a headache. After awakening, Zone possesses extraordinary endurance and vitality, and Phoenix is even more so. The most important thing is that it is so huge that it is difficult for Admiral Yan to kill with one blow. The Phoenix is not afraid of being injured at all. As long as it is not completely wiped out, it can recover immediately, and then your attack becomes meaningless. Blue and red flame seal. The Phoenix flapped its wings, and blue flames and fire intertwined, condensing into a huge ball of fire that rushed towards the two people. Marshal Luohan raised his hand and erected a mercury wall to block it. With a huge explosion, the mercury wall was directly shattered, and the fireball attacked the two people with undiminished momentum, but was stopped by Admiral Yan Ji-yu. The three continued to fight each other. Admiral Iwego was completely carried away, throwing void attacks at Hina as if they were free. But most of them were dodged by Hina, and even if she couldn't dodge them, it was just a waste of effort. Advertisement Marshal Luohan also turned into a mercury monster and joined the battle, but unfortunately he was unable to do anything to Hina. Just like this, although it was clearly a 2-to-1 situation, the two high-ranking army officers gradually fell into a disadvantage. Fistbone impact. The Fist of Annihilation. Admiral Iwako and Hina exchanged punches. Blue flames, milky white smoke, black lightning, and strange energy erupted at the same time, creating a storm. Admiral Yan Ji-yu was blown away and was caught by Marshal Luohan's mercury before landing. Half of Hina's arm disappeared and quickly grew back as the blue flame burned. At this time, a mercury giant monster several hundred meters high roared and rushed towards Hina, pressing down hard with its entire body. Galaxy shock. Hina's punch from bottom to top smashed the mercury monster into pieces with huge energy. Mercury clumps of varying sizes fell like raindrops, making heavy muffled sounds. Hina quickly transformed into an element to escape and avoid being submerged. Suddenly, her body shook, she felt dizzy, covered her chest, and coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Damn it. What happened to Hina? Marshal Luohan emerged from the mercury and slowly walked in front of her. Has it finally happened? Mercury vapor is extremely toxic, Hina. Under the scorching heat of your flames, the surroundings are already filled with thick mercury vapor, which is constantly corroding your body. I am really surprised that you have managed to hold out until now. Hina shook her head, only to feel even more dizzy and fell to her knees unconsciously. Marshal Luohan raised his hands, and 2 huge mercury palms appeared. He put his hands together and sandwiched Hina in the middle. Admiral Iwao quickly placed both his hands on Mercury's palm and covered it with hockey, creating a hard cage. This girl is too difficult to deal with. If it weren't for the two of us working together, I'm afraid we would have been defeated by her long ago. Admiral Yan Jiyu was breathing heavily, sweat dripping like a stream. Marshal Luohan did not say anything. He just stood with his hands behind his back, looked at the giant hand and frowned slightly, with a complicated expression. Admiral Yan Jiyu. Marshal, what should we do now? Now Hina is completely trapped, and as long as she attacks with all her strength, she will be turned into nothingness. But, is it necessary to go to this extent? Marshal Luohan hesitated for a moment. Don't worry, she's too strong. If you fail, it will be hard to catch her again. Let's wait a little longer. She's already been poisoned by Mercury. It will only be more beneficial for us if we delay it. Suddenly, Mercury's palm began to tremble. Marshal Luohan, Admiral Yan Jiyu. The two jumped away almost at the same time. Immediately afterwards, a violent explosion occurred in Mercury's palm, and milky white smoke spread out, almost covering the sky. Hina blew up the cage with highly compressed smoke. She stood proudly in place, with a purple skull floating behind her. After coming out, she seemed to sense something and looked around with extreme excitement. Marshal Luohan was shocked. Why? One's own mercury vapor can be said to kill people invisibly. This move was rarely used in the past, but once used, it has always been successful. Why doesn't it work for Hina this time? The phoenix can suppress the damage caused by the poison through its recovery ability, but it can't directly detoxify it? Advertisement. Hina patted the purple skull. What's so strange? After all, mercury vapor is also a highly toxic substance. Are you right, Xiaozi? Xiaozi hummed a few times and squinted her eyes in comfort. Hina hates using poison, but you guys are too strong. Hina can't continue to waste time with you, so I can only apologize. Hearing Hina's words, Xiaozi glanced at the two of them with ill intent. It laughed evilly and possessed Hina's body. Strange motor lines appeared on Hina's hands and face, making her look a bit seductive. Pirate's world, poison is the most dangerous and effective means. With Kazuki joining the fight, Hina's moves become 10 times more dangerous. Every move becomes a killing move. Soon, Marshal Luohan and Admiral Yan Jiyu were defeated. There was no suspense at all. Hina transformed into a purple phoenix and looked down at the two people lying on the ground. This is a paralyzing poison. Although it won't hurt you, you won't be able to move for a day. Hina doesn't want to kill you, so just stay here and wait for the final outcome. After saying that, Hina flapped her wings and flew away. Admiral Yan Gu's eyes were bloodshot and he struggled desperately to get up, but he was unable to move at all. Damn it, as a soldier, I didn't die in battle, but I watched the enemy leave. Okay, save your energy. Marshal Luohan was lying very flat, and if you didn't know, you would think he was looking at the clouds. As if he was disturbed by Admiral Yan Jiyu, he interrupted impatiently. Marshal, the celestial dragons are in danger, we must. Necessary what? I have tried my best and I accept defeat sincerely. What else do you want from me? But, it is our duty as admirals to protect the celestial dragons at all costs. Humph, you're not the only admiral in the army, Yan Jiyu. Why don't you send Kashu and Mujia? Admiral Yan Jiyu suddenly stopped talking. Kasho and Mujia are the other two admirals of the army, who were parachuted in by the world government for gilding their credentials. Normally, they are not under the control of Luohan at all, and they act in a domineering manner, which has caused them to be criticized by everyone in the army. The most important thing is strength. They are not weak. If they go out to sea as pirates, they can still get a bounty of tens of billions. But you said let them deal with Hina? How is this different from just letting them die? Marshal Luohan sighed. Silly boy, you are a subordinate that I brought up myself, and I know you best. You are good at everything. You have a sense of justice, you lead by example, and you love your soldiers like your own sons. But you are too honest and always talk about rules and responsibilities. You are the admiral. You may even be the future marshal. You need to consider not only following the rules, but also making and improving the rules, and even breaking and reshaping the rules when necessary. World government. Is it really God? Admiral Yan Gu's eyes suddenly widened, as if frightened by his words. But we are soldiers. When we fight until we can no longer move, we have fulfilled our duty as a soldier. All that's left is waiting. I don't have Sengoku's courage to directly stir up the east wind, but at least I will ride on the east wind and hand over a clean army to you. Chapter 494. You should kneel down to Laozi as the battles on various battlefields were in full swing. A space gate suddenly appeared in Pangu City, the deepest part of the Holy Land. Smoker stuck his head out, looked around, and seeing that there was no one around, he jumped out. In front of me was a huge room. On the high steps, there was an empty throne with a lot of weapons in front of it. The highest power, the Void Throne. Smoker looked around. Such an awesome place, but there isn't even a guard? He looked at the Void Throne again, pondered for a moment, walked up to the platform step by step, and came to the side of the throne that symbolized the most powerful in the world. After feeling around, he found that the throne was not inlaid with gold or gemstones, and immediately showed a look of disgust. Is this the imperial seal in the pirate's world? How shabby. Suddenly, he saw the sword stuck in the ground and pulled one out. The quality was unexpectedly good. If it were taken outside, it would definitely be a famous sword that would make people fight for it. Finally, I have the style of a world ruler, but it's such a waste to leave such a good sword here. Smoker pulled out his swords one by one, ready to pack them all up and take them away. The essence of a weapon lies in its use. Such a good knife should be used by our simple marine soldiers. Why just let it gather dust here? Suddenly, Smoker pulled out an unusually strong one. I pulled it, but it didn't move. I pulled again, but it still didn't move. Smoker was stunned. I don't believe it. He rolled up his sleeves, got into a horse stance, grabbed with both hands and pulled hard. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from outside the door. Where did this villain come from? What are you doing? It turned out that a team of patrolling guards happened to pass by, and when they saw this scene, they were so frightened that their souls were scared to death. Oh my god, what did I see? My family has been guarding here since my great-grandfather's great-grandfather. We have seen many people coming here to kowtow, but we have never heard of anyone coming here with a sword drawn. Smoker took great effort to pull out the knife. He was startled by the guards scolding, his feet slipped, and he lost his balance and fell directly onto the empty throne. Smoker : circle.operator, circle.operator closing parenthesis guard. Sigma, degree winking face. The scene was deathly silent. Suddenly, Smoker slammed the armrest. You guys have caused me so much trouble. At this time, some guards recognized Smoker's identity and were also confused. Captain Inspector, he is Marine Chief Inspector Smoker? Why would Marines sit on the Void Throne? This is unprecedented rebellion. Death penalty. Even if you are the Chief Inspector, this behavior is a death penalty. With that, the guard raised his sword and pointed it at Smoker. Smoker's face fell. How dare you draw your sword against me? Which unit are you from? At this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the side. A hole, who let you sit on the Void Throne? Advertisement. Smoker was stunned and turned his head to look over. It was a slender, pretty girl wearing a long robe. Open black lens bracket. I am. Close black lens bracket. No, I am likes to wear a tall hat. You're Im's maid, right? Although the existence of Yimu is unknown to the world, he has maids to serve him. After all, he is a big shot. No matter how well he hides his identity, he still needs someone to serve him. A hole. The maid's veins bulge. How dare you address the creator by name? Smoker. Suddenly, the maid rushed forward and appeared next to Smoker. Smoker was a little surprised. The speed is very fast. With this skill, if he were in the Marine Corps, he could be a vice admiral. The maid spun her body several times in the air and suddenly did a roundhouse kick. Smoker was distracted and didn't pay attention to her, so he was kicked accidentally and fell to the ground. The maid landed and pointed at Smoker angrily. How dare you address Lord Yim like that? Do you know who he is? Smoker was even angrier. Do you know who I am? A flying finger pistol shot the maid in the head. Smoker stood up and angrily questioned the guard. Doesn't she know that I know Kung Fu? Is she usually so brave? The guards were stunned. They didn't know the maid's identity, but they had seen her before and knew she was of a very noble status. Even the 5 elders were polite to her. I didn't expect to be caught by Marine like this. Is this Marine crazy? In fact, it's no wonder that they are not well informed. Marine invaded Mariajoy for just over an hour. The 5 elders were busy gathering strong men to deal with the Marine, and had no time to spread the news. Therefore, many of these weak guards had no idea that the Marine had declared war on the world government. Even the maid just now didn't know. Looking at the guards' terrified and confused expressions, Smoker knew he couldn't count on them and was too lazy to bother with them. Use any conqueror's hockey to stun them, then look at the side stairs. That stupid woman just came from this side. Maybe Hannah no Ma is right here. Smoker went down the stairs and searched for a while. Sure enough, there was an inconspicuous passage hidden behind the thick curtain, and there seemed to be light. At first it was very narrow, but then it became passable. After walking a few dozen steps, it suddenly became open. There is a huge palace in front of me. The Holy Land of Mariajoy lacks everything except palaces. If there is one word to describe these palaces, it is extravagance. It is not uncommon to see houses inlaid with gold and silver, with pearl curtains and jade doors, or even houses piled with gold and silver. But this palace is different. It is just made of ordinary rocks, simple and elegant in its simplicity. To talk about the special thing, there are so many green plants. As you walk along, you can see many famous flowers and plants from all over the world. Advertisement. The most peculiar thing is that some of these flowers, plants and trees like heat, some like cold, some like moisture, and some like dryness. Some of them simply couldn't coexist, but now they are all growing together lushly and thriving, without a single dead branch or leaf. Smoker was walking when he suddenly saw a huge portrait. The painting shows a girl with blue hair and pink clothes, looking into the distance and smiling. The girl looks like Vivi, but Princess Vivi is still a little kid. The girl's identity was about to be revealed. Smoker murmured, Nefert D. Lily. Suddenly, an androgynous voice appeared behind Smoker. Who are you? Why are you here? Why do you know Lily? Smoker looked back and saw a tall and thin guy wearing a very tasteless 3-pronged crown. Are you I am? How dare you call Mew by his first name? Where are the 5 elders? Why did those idiots let you in? Smoker showed a surprised expression. You do not know? Yim was even more surprised. What? Smoker is silent. It seems that the 5 elders didn't report the marine invasion at all. But Yim was too lazy to care about these. He approached step by step. Munai, the king of the world, the president of world government, the creator of the world, the master of the void throne, the pinnacle of world power, I am. Now I command you, kneel down. A wave of conqueror's haki swept through the flowers, causing the entire room to tremble slightly. But this trick doesn't work well on Smoker. Not to mention I am, even if you tie Rock's Roger Whitebeard, Big Mom Kaido together and use conqueror's haki, Smoker won't surrender. Smoker spat. What the hell is the king of the world? Who gave him the title? Who knows? Lousy has never heard of it. Lousy is the chief marine inspector of Sea Circle Calendar 1513. Let the world know about it. In terms of reputation, Lousy is older than you. You should kneel down to Lousy. Yim. Smoker's words instantly made his brain freeze and he didn't know what to say. The point is, it makes so much sense, Smoker chuckled. Just kidding, I am Chan. I know who you are, and I know you are the master of the Void Throne. I sat on that broken chair too. It didn't even have a cushion and it hurt my butt. Only you treat it like a treasure. Yim. What do you mean you sat down too? Smoker shook his head and sighed. I really don't know what you are thinking. You want to rule the world, but you hide yourself. Now you're about to die, and no one knows you ever existed. You know what, 5 elders is a little stupid, but he is really honest. If it were me, I would have turned you into a dog long ago. Yimu's eyes were red with anger. You deserve to die. Then he rushed towards Smoker. Chapter 495. As long as I kill you, everything will be over. Yim rushed over angrily, scaring Smoker. Huh? Are you in a hurry already? Yim grabbed Smoker with his right hand. Smoker dodged by slightly turning his head and hitting Im in the chest with his backhand. Yim was knocked away by a punch and fell to the ground lightly like a leaf. But Smoker's punch made his chest collapse. Yim patted his chest and the wound healed instantly. You're very interesting. I can't even remember the last time someone from outside came here. Smoker glanced over the wound he had just healed from. The recovery speed is very fast, faster than 5 elders. Whether it is the dark power or the undying flame, using it on yourself will have a better effect than using it on others. So it can be confirmed that the source of the 5 elders' undead power is I am. I know many people who have recovery abilities. After using their abilities, their aura will change to some extent. But you are different. Your aura is no different from before, so this immortality ability is actually a record. Yim walked forward slowly. You're very sharp. Mew has the ability of the Paramecia recording fruit, which can record everything truthfully. Once this ability is awakened, it can record the moment of people or things, allowing them to remain in that state forever. Im's answer made Smoker no longer able to do that. I just wanted to test it out. I didn't expect that Yimu would not only reveal his abilities, but also explain them in such detail. You make me look despicable. Okay. Smoker was silent for a while, then said in a muffled voice. When you fought Joy Boy, was this also how you introduced abilities? Yimu was stunned. Yeah, what's wrong? Smoker. Nothing, I'm fine. The fellow from 800 years ago was surprisingly simple. No wonder the Knights of God are like this. The root of the problem is this. It's really creative to achieve immortality through recording. No wonder you can lie from 800 years ago to the present. After hearing this, Yimu finally lost his composure. What did you say? Advertisement, You don't admit it? Aren't you one of the 20 kings who created the world government, Nerona Imsheng? Im's veins popped up immediately. Who revealed this secret? Smoker's eyes rolled. Of course, my beloved relatives, friends, brothers and sisters, the 5 elders. Impossible. How dare they reveal MU's information? That's nothing. We have a very strong relationship. They revealed more than just this. They told me about you. They said you were a crazy idiot, a big pervert who was full of suppositories, AB**************** D with a dark heart and a long body and short legs, who was only worthy of teasing their noble and cold bastards, and then they would die as far away as possible with your 3-pronged crown on your head. Im was trembling all over, his breath fluctuating violently. He was not so excited even when his body was hammered to pieces just now. Smoker ignored it and continued talking. Actually, you don't have to be angry. No one wants to listen to a puppet. Yimu was stunned and pointed at his nose. You said Mew is a puppet? Smoker smiled innocently. Yeah, you just stay in this room, and everything you hear and see is what they tell you. Isn't this a puppet? Yim's expression became obviously unconfident. Impossible, they don't dare to hide it from Mew. Smoker sneered. What's so strange about this? You are just a human being after all. Do you really think you are a god? Let me ask you, did you know that 2 of the 5 elders are missing? Yim's eyes lit up. I know. Then you know that the Marines are attacking the Holy Land and the Celestial Dragons are suffering heavy casualties? Yim. Look. Speaking of which, you, the king of this world, are such a failure. You took the trouble to raise 5 puppets, but in the end you turned around and raised yourself as a puppet. But you don't have to worry. After today, whether it's you, the 5 elders, or the other celestial dragons, you will all become the dust of history. Of course, I won't bury history like you did. Instead, I will let the whole world know what happened back then and what you have done in the past 800 years. When Yim heard this, he was stunned at first, then burst into laughter. Mahahaha. Historical truth. Ridiculous. What's important is never the truth, but the winner. And you will never know the truth. That period of history has been completely destroyed by Mew. Advertisement, but Smoker's words choked him so much that he could no longer laugh. Didn't O'Hara's scholars figure it out? I am glared. O'Hara is destroyed. All the scholars are dead and the research data is burned. That history will be forever sealed in Mu's memory. Smoker rubbed his chin. Actually, there was a little girl named O'Hara who survived. What a coincidence, she is also a scholar and can interpret the historical text. Yim. Besides her, the Kazuki clan of Wanokuni can also interpret the historical texts. After all, the historical texts were carved by their ancestors. Yim. As for O'Hara's books and materials, actually none of them were lost. They're all in Elbath. Yim. I'm Nima, 5 elders, what have you idiots done all these years? I am roared to the sky. A blazing conqueror's haki swept across the entire flower, causing the entire palace to tremble slightly. Smoker. Wrong, this haki is completely different from before. Although full of evil spirit, but he showed his sharp edge, which was completely different from the forbearance and cunningness just now. After the roar, I am calmed down and regained the arrogance of the king of the world. M was shocked. Your words are incredible, but I don't know why, I am willing to believe you. 800 years have passed. Without realizing it, this world has accumulated so much dirt, it's time for a big cleansing. Smoker. Is it possible that the biggest dirt is the celestial dragons? If we kill you, the world will become cleaner. Yimu smiled coldly. It's useless. The only one who can defeat us is the D clan, but they. Before he could finish, Smoker interrupted. Alright. I have no interest in you celestial dragons and the D clan. You can put these old calendars in your photo album so that you can remember them slowly. I only know one thing. That is, as long as we kill you, the world will usher in a new dawn. Advertisement chapter 496 The Breath of Change. Waiting for the highway for free at the service area closest to home. Oh ha 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 ha. Welcome everyone to my country's first-tier international city, Yishui. Tenma. No, Kengo Ryusekin. Smoker instantly appeared behind I am. Hundreds of punches in a row shattered his entire body into pieces. But the broken pieces were immediately pieced together and were about to be restored. Smoker was quick-witted and grabbed Im's neck before he could recover. Then he activated the dark fruit ability, trying to block Im's ability. Yim's neck was strangled, but there was no pain on his face, only indifference and disdain, as if he was mocking him for doing useless work. I see, dark fruit, you really have acquired an excellent ability. Back then, Mew also wanted to obtain this ability, but unfortunately, this fruit is as cunning as the Nika fruit. Smoker intensified his efforts. Since you know my abilities, you should also know what I'm doing. Yim sneered a few times. Do you want to use the dark fruit to seal Mu's ability? It's useless. Dark fruit only imprisons the ability user. It has no effect on abilities that have already been released. Smoker frowned slightly. Sure enough, Im's body was still recovering, and the speed was not slowing down at all. In that case, then you will live forever in darkness. As he spoke, his arm turned into an element, and darkness surged towards Im, ready to swallow him directly. Suddenly, Yim's eyes change. The original arrogance that looked down on everything has now become extremely sharp. Im moved his hand, pulled out a short sword from the cross pendant hanging around his neck, and slashed at Smoker. Smoker was caught off guard and his arm was cut off instantly. Ah! Smoker couldn't help but let out a scream. Im regained his freedom and slashed at Smoker's head even more fiercely. But this time Smoker was prepared and dodged the knife while enduring the severe pain. A green sword energy gushed out, cutting the entire palace in half, and large tracts of flowers, plants and trees were directly crushed by the sword energy. But the next second, the palace and flowers returned to their original state. Smoker covered his broken arm with his hands, his forehead covered with cold sweat. What happened just now? Why did your aura change so drastically? Normally, a person's breath is related to the body and mind, and it hardly changes. But just now, Im's aura changed so much that it was as if he were two different people. Advertisement no, the hockey released earlier was also very different. Yim did not answer Smoker's question. Instead, he walked to a cross-shaped flower stand, took down the flower pot hanging on it, and then pulled out something that turned out to be a black knife. Smoker's pupils trembled. Black Blade Knight. Yimu walked forward with a sharp sword in hand. You also recognize this knife. Have you fought with Marine Hunter? Smoker shouted. Why is Hawkeye's knife in your hand? At the same time, quickly activate your abilities. Darkness engulfed the broken arm, and it regrew. Imu's ability is more bizarre and powerful than I imagined. Yim held the knife with both hands, made a few cuts, and then swung it down fiercely. Maybe he changed his weapon. A green slash much more powerful than before flew towards Smoker. HMPH, don't underestimate me, Smoker roared, covering his arms with armament hockey and colliding with the slash. With a sharp friction sound, the slash was blocked by Smoker, but two deep scars were left on his arm. Such power. Exactly the same as Hawkeye. Open black lens bracket Y. Close black lens bracket. Smoker rushed towards Im, healed his arm with darkness, and grabbed Im fiercely. IM raised his sword to block and instantly counterattacked with a slash, but Smoker dodged it. And so, the two of them fought each other. After a while, the slashes and fists collided and the two men retreated together. There were several dents on Yim's chest, but they healed in a few breaths. Smoker also had a few more wounds on his body, which he quickly devoured with darkness. I never thought that the king of the world would possess such superb swordsmanship. Unfortunately, it's impossible to defeat me with just swordsmanship. After saying that, he raised his hand, and a dozen black balls appeared around IM, emitting violent and chaotic gravity. These gravity were not only chaotic but also changeable. IM staggered and couldn't even stand still. IM stuck the sword into the ground with one hand to steady his body, and raised the other hand, with his thumb, index finger and middle finger stretched out, and his ring finger and little finger curled back. Room. Smoker. Suddenly a transparent light film appeared, and then IM teleported out of the force field. What? Seeing this scene, Smoker's eyes almost popped out. Isn't this the ability of the uphold fruit? Yimu Jianqi threw a stone out. Advertisement Smoker. He suddenly thought of something. Are you trying to use your power to move me over there? It's useless. With my hockey, I can't be shaken by a mere uphold fruit. Yim. That may not be the case. He touched the Black Knife Knight, and suddenly a layer of strange energy appeared on the Black Knife Knight. Smoker. Could it be? The next second, the knight suddenly stretched out and stabbed him instantly. Oh no. The next second, there was a violent vibration on the blade. Smoker's body shook violently and he spat out blood. He felt as if his internal organs were being cut by countless knives. This move is the awakening skill of uphold fruit, which is extremely painful in itself, not to mention that dark fruit has the side effect of doubling the pain. A hole. Smoker's eyes were red. Create a huge black hole between himself and IM. The black hole existed for 1 second and then disappeared, but the Black Blade Knight suddenly became shorter. The knife was destroyed, and the effect of the ability disappeared. Smoker pulled out the broken blade and threw it away. What a beautiful attack. It hurt me so much just now. It's a pity that your sword is broken. You can't use your sword skills or cutting abilities anymore. Yim looked at the broken sword in his hand and threw it aside. Mum actually doesn't like swordplay. Besides, if I want to kill you, there are many ways. Im's aura changed again. Smoker was stunned, sensing a strange aura around him. Before he could react, he was suddenly squeezed by an invisible force, as if he was trapped by an invisible wall, unable to move at all. Barrier fruit? No, he didn't make any gestures. Forget it, no matter what it is. Smoker suddenly turned into an element and became a huge black hole. It seemed that something was swallowed up, and he finally regained his freedom. Tempest Kick. As soon as he regained his freedom, Smoker immediately counterattacked, and the light blue wind blade slashed towards IM. When the wind blade reached IM, it suddenly disappeared. Using the vacuum to form a slash? How ridiculous. IM stretched out his finger and slashed it casually. A huge wind blade rushed towards Smoker, whose power was dozens of times stronger than Tempest Kick. Smoker. Chapter 497 Air Fruit. The huge wind blade slashed at Smoker. The scale and power of the attack surprised Smoker greatly. Smoker did not dare to delay and immediately transformed into a Dragon Man, using armament hockey and arms covered with dragon scales to block the attack. The wind blade brushed against the dragon scales, bringing out sparks. Although it failed to break through the defense, it did make Smoker's arm feel slightly numb. So heavy. How come his Tempest Kick is so powerful? It's even stronger than the previous slash. Smoker thought to himself, but there was no delay in his counterattack. He opened his mouth and a stream of hot breath spurted out, instantly hitting Im's chest. Im's chest turned into an illusion, and the hot breath penetrated directly through it, leaving a trail of hot magma on the ground. Smoker was shocked. Elementalization? What kind of ability is this? As IM raised his hand, a strong wind suddenly surrounded his body and lifted him up. Yim's control over the wind was very exquisite. His body was supported by the wind, but not a single hair of his head moved. This is the ability of the Logia Air Fruit. Mew went through a lot of trouble to obtain it. Yim waved his hand gently. Air binding. Smoker's observation hockey only felt a slight fluctuation in the surrounding air. Without waiting for a reaction, I felt a suffocating pressure sweeping over my whole body, as if every inch of my skin was bearing 1,000 pounds of weight. Smoker roared. Feng Wei, Qinglong has the power to control the wind. Smoker summoned a strong wind, and the air around him began to flow, instantly relieving a lot of pressure. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Hockey began to struggle hard, trying to break free. Yimu smiled coldly. Too heavy. Namu will help you lighten your burden, the great domain of the sky. Suddenly, Smoker felt the pressure that was everywhere suddenly disappear. Then I felt a suffocating feeling like a tsunami, and I couldn't take a breath of air even if I opened my mouth wide. At the same time, there was a pressure from the inside out, and the body expanded like a balloon. If it were not for the hard dragon scales and armament hockey, it would have exploded on the spot. Even so, blood gushed out of his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears like a fountain. Open black lens bracket vacuum. Close black lens bracket. Smoker instantly understood Im's moves. Dark acupuncture point. Countless darkness surged out from Smoker's body, wrapping himself tightly, and then released a powerful gravitational force, sucking in the air dispersed by Im. Yim was also a little surprised. His control over the air was actually defeated by the dark gravity, and he immediately stopped creating a vacuum. The darkness dissipated and Smoker reappeared. Although the wound has disappeared, his eyes are full of solemnity. I.M. raised his hand. The air around him moved, and a small tornado appeared. Advertisement. The tornado grew bigger and bigger, spinning faster and faster, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a pale green storm dragon, roaring and rushing towards Smoker. Smoker did not dare to be careless. The power of this tornado was in no way inferior to the dragon's wind fruit. Darkness surged out from under his feet, spreading to the surrounding ground. Then dozens of dark tentacles emerged from it, tightly wrapped around the storm dragon and crushed it into pieces. The tornado suddenly turned into a violent hurricane, directly overturning the palace. Hurricane winds also swept toward Yim and Smoker. I.M. didn't move at all. When the storm reached him, it immediately turned into a gentle breeze. Smoker used dark water to absorb all the incoming storms. While Smoker was absorbing the strong wind, I.M. used the power of the uphold fruit to teleport behind Smoker and stabbed him with a knife. But Smoker had already used observation haki to warn. Sensing the attack, he immediately lowered his head to avoid it, while pressing his other hand on I.M.'s chest. Release. The strong wind absorbed by the left hand is ejected from the right hand. Because of the close combat, I.M. had no time to react and was blown away, with half of his body shattered into pieces. Smoker yelled, "Odin!" Odin immediately summoned a space gate, ready to completely abandon the alien space and seal I.M. inside. But I.M.'s reaction was also quick. Activate the uphold fruit ability to teleport to a nearby location. Taking this opportunity, the ability of the recording fruit was activated, and I.M. returned to his original state. Smoker stared at I.M. coldly. Uphold fruit, air fruit, record fruit, and inexplicable swordsmanship. You have many abilities, but aside from immortality, it seems you can only use one at a time. Yim. Smoker smiled coldly. I'm slowly finding the pattern. He bent his body slightly, his whole body tensed, and his observation haki was activated to ultimate to guard against any other messed up abilities he might have. Power and haki flowed crazily within Smoker's body. The Dragon Man's body swelled again, his scales became thicker, his teeth became sharper, and a circle of flames appeared behind him. Killing mode. Smoker roared, and black lightning burst out, leaving gullies on the rock palace. Yim's expression finally became serious. You can actually do this, it's amazing. Apart from him, you are the first one that Mew has seen. Smoker took a deep breath and his haki slowly retracted, leaving only his hands and vital parts of his head and chest covered with haki. You mean Joy Boy? Yim was stunned. Then you are the second one. Smoker. It doesn't matter. No matter what, you will die here today, Yimu. Yim's expression was indifferent. Don't waste your energy. Mew himself doesn't even know how to end his own life. Advertisement. Smoker grinned. Then try it. After saying that, he rushed forward. His figure was so fast that he turned into a pink lightning, leaving a scorch mark on the ground wherever he passed. While I.M. was stunned, the sharp claws hardened by the armament color were already in front of him. Liu Ying. I.M. subconsciously activated the uphold fruit ability and escaped from Smoker's claws. Don't even think about escaping. Smoker turned and rushed out almost at the same time. He had used observation haki to predict where I.M. would appear. Sure enough, as soon as I.M. appeared, Smoker's attack arrived again. Yim. Helplessly, he could only continue to use his abilities, and his figure kept changing in the palace. But Smoker sprinted at full speed, always following closely behind him. Not only that, Smoker activated the awakening of dark fruit, and wherever he passed, the ground turned completely dark. Soon, the entire palace was divided into areas of varying sizes by countless black lines, and there were fewer and fewer places for I.M. to hide. At last Yim lost his patience. He appeared again, gave up dodging, and was hit through the body by Smoker. Then he activated the ability of the air fruit to create an air wall, blocking Smoker's movements. Smoker sensed something was wrong and struggled hard with a roar. Under his powerful strength, crisp cracking sounds were heard in the surrounding space, and cracks were visible to the naked eye. It's not over yet, I.M. roared, raised his hands, and created dozens of high-speed rotating air cones in the air, stabbing Smoker fiercely. Smoker's body was bound by the air wall, and he couldn't dodge in time, so he was directly stabbed by the spikes. These spikes are made of highly compressed air. Their penetrating power is no less than those of famous swords. Fortunately, Smoker's defense is strong enough. Although the spikes pierced the scales, they only penetrated a few inches into the flesh before being blocked by haki and muscles. For Smoker, this minor injury is nothing. It's useless. Although you have many abilities, only haki is above them all. There was a gleam of scorn in Yim's eyes. Yeah? That's not wrong. However, as long as the fruit is strong enough and used skillfully, haki can still be suppressed. After that, those dozens of sharp cones suddenly exploded. These cones are highly compressed air, which are now inserted into the Smoker's body. There was a sudden explosion, as if dozens of bare impacts had detonated inside Smoker's body. The shock wave raged through Smoker's body, and the aftermath overturned the palace again. Roar. Even though Smoker had shown his strongest form, he still couldn't withstand the explosion. When the explosion ended, he had fallen in a pool of blood. Yim slowly walked up to him. M is very pleased with you. You are the last one. Chapter 498 True Ability. Yim walked over to Smoker. At this time, Smoker was a bloody mess. His steel scales were charred and shattered, and large pieces of skin and flesh were torn apart. If it weren't for the tenacious vitality of the awakened mythical beast, it would probably have died. Yim squatted down and reached out to touch Smoker's back. A strange energy emanated from his hands, which seemed to resonate with Smoker's body. But the next second, his face changed drastically and he quickly jumped to the side. Almost at the same time, Smoker's body transformed into a ball of darkness and pounced on the place where he had just stood. If it was any later, I'm afraid it would devour him completely. Smoker struggled to get up and looked at Yim with red eyes. It hurts so much, I haven't felt this much pain in a long time. There was even a moment when I thought I was dead. The darkness surged, and soon all the injuries disappeared. Yim looked at Smoker quietly. I'm also surprised that you can still stand up after all this. Smoker stared at Yim coldly. What did you want to do just now? The moment you touched my body, I felt like I was losing control of it for a split second. If I'm not mistaken, this is your original ability. Yim. You are very perceptive. He raised his hand, and his palm was deformed as if it had no bones, twisting and squirming constantly, which was creepy. Mew is the fusion person of the fusion fruit. Originally, he could fuse with weapons, but when Mew's ability awakened, he discovered that he could fuse with humans. Smoker narrowed his eyes slightly. What a weird ability. What about the recording fruit? Yim. Maybe he had been holding it in for too long and wanted to talk to someone, or maybe he didn't think he would lose at all. Yim took an indifferent attitude and did not hide it. That's Lily's ability. Back then, she clearly had the power to give us immortality, but she said we were not gods and could not rule the world forever. Although others are dissatisfied, they can't do anything about what they own. But Mew is different. Mew has just awakened this ability and can completely take over this power himself. So, Mew used his power to devour her and got everything that belonged to her. Smoker was stunned when he heard that. Everything? You mean, not only the fruit ability, but all other abilities will be taken away by you? No wonder you have Mahawk's swordsmanship. Yim showed a smug expression. You were very perceptive. In fact, Mew was not interested in swordsmanship. It was only after Peter disappeared that he thought of retaining a power outside of his abilities as insurance. So, Mew asked the 5 elders to offer the Marine Hunter. I have to say, his swordsmanship is worthy of praise. Smoker remained silent, however, his brain was working rapidly, carefully organizing the information. Since the fusion ability is so powerful, why don't you fuse the strong infinitely? With the ability of the world government, you could have merged all the strong men in the past 800 years. In this way, who can be your opponent? So, this ability of yours also comes with extremely high risks, right? Advertisement. Yim. Looking at Im's expression, Smoker thought to himself that he guessed right. But he certainly won't say it himself. After all, he is just stupid. I'm not stupid. One last question. With Queen Lily's wisdom, are you really going to do nothing and let yourself be devoured? When he heard this question, Im lost his composure for the first time and showed a broken expression. Back then, it was Mew who underestimated Lily. I didn't expect that she was so badly injured, but she could still use her power to curse Mew and make him stay in this Pangu City forever. It turned out that Lily fought back before dying, using all her power to mark Yimu in Pangu City. As long as he leaves the range of Pangu City, he will be teleported back to Wajan. This kind of rule-based ability is extremely powerful. Even the successor cannot erase the effects of the abilities left by the previous user. Smoker suddenly realized, as expected, she is Queen Lily. Before dying, he tied this terrifying demon to Pangu City. Yim stared at Smoker with burning eyes, but it doesn't matter, it will be over soon. After so many years, Mew has found the key to leave here, and you are the last fragment of this key. Smoker. What does it mean? Can you leave by merging with me? Dark fruit can't eliminate this ability effect. And I'm just a piece of it. Forget it, never mind. No matter what, as long as we defeat him, everything will be over. Thank you for answering so many questions. Now that the small talk is over, it's time to get down to business. Smoker opened his mouth and let out a hot breath. Yim raised his hand calmly, and there was a ball of flesh in his palm. Smoker. The hot breath was bounced back directly. Odin rushed forward and collided with the flames. In an instant, the entire palace was filled with thick fog. Taking advantage of the smoke, Smoker sensed Im's presence and rushed over, trying to grab Im's head, but Im dodged it with teleportation. Damn it, running around like a rat. Suddenly he saw the ball of meat in Im's hand disappear. Smoker. Have you changed your abilities again? Im raised his hand, and a huge ball suddenly appeared in his palm. Although transparent, it is particularly clear in Smoker's observation hockey. Air wall. Im activates his ability. The air around Smoker suddenly froze, as if he was trapped in a prison cell. Advertisement. You think this thing can trap me? He rushed forward and slammed into the air wall. Although the air wall was harder than steel, it still made crisp cracking sounds. Obviously, the air wall is not strong enough to trap Smoker. But Yim was not panicked at all. Mum didn't say I wanted to trap you. Just blocking you for a few seconds is enough. He threw the ball, which went straight through the air wall. There were residual sparks in the air wall. After the ball entered, the flames suddenly grew stronger, changing from yellow to blue, instantly filling the entire air cell. Oxygen is the source of life and the best combustion aid. IM clenched his hands, the air wall shrank, and the flames became more concentrated. It was impossible to see what was inside, only vague black shadows. After the burning was over, IM removed the air wall and found that there was only a large black cocoon in its place. The black cocoon broke, and Smoker walked out, unharmed. You still want to use elements against me now? How naive. Smoker stretched his neck. Having so many abilities is really enviable. But Imson, you don't seem to notice a problem. Yim. Smoker suddenly disappeared. IM tried to teleport quickly, but before he could transform into the op fruit or the meatball fruit, Smoker appeared, grabbed his head and slammed it to the ground. You have many abilities and they are very powerful. But if you can only use one at a time, the ability switching time will be the biggest flaw. You seem to have the strength of the original owner of the ability, but unfortunately, these guys seem unable to compete with me. Im's face turned grim, and he grabbed Smoker's wrist with both hands, and suddenly there was a violent explosion. The explosion wasn't enough to hurt Smoker, but it still blew him back. IM quickly stood up and stepped back, putting some distance between himself and Smoker. Smoker didn't pursue, just looked at his wrist. Explosion fruit? HMPH. Next time, I'll just use the dark fruit to seal all your abilities. Yim was stunned. Indeed, the silencing effect of dark fruit is a great threat to him. Mum, I didn't expect that the gap between fruit transformations would be such a big flaw. That is to say, when facing you, Mew should directly show his strongest state. Smoker said calmly, that's right, I see. Yim took a deep breath. Suddenly, his whole temperament changed drastically. A stream of fiery hockey surged out of his body, sweeping across the entire palace like a storm, and even Smoker felt suffocated. He couldn't help but open his eyes wide. Who is this hockey? This kind of strength? Im's body also changed. The body became extremely huge, 100 meters long. Its body is covered with thick scales, which are covered with spikes of varying lengths. It has horns on its head, a mouth full of fangs, a pair of huge wings behind it, and a long tail dragging behind it. This is the only zone ability that Mew retains. The dragon fruit, mythical beast species, black dragon form. And the original owner of this ability is called Rox D. Zebek. Chapter 499 God's natural enemy in the palace. The pink eastern dragon and the black western dragon fought each other. As its huge body rolled over, it turned the palace upside down. It has also been recorded that the palace collapsed on one side and then recovered on the other side over and over again, and it always remained strong. The black dragon opened its mouth and spit out a mouthful of green magma with green flames burning. The pink dragon also roared, rushed forward, penetrated the magma under the high temperature, bit the black dragon's neck hard, and threw it away. The black dragon screamed in pain, but then it swung its tail and the huge bone hammer at the end of its tail hit Smoker's head, making him dizzy. However, this attack was nothing to either of them. The two of them simultaneously transformed into human beast forms and rushed towards each other. They are all dragon people. Im's human beast form is somewhat similar to Smoker, except that he has a pair of wings shining with cold light behind him. The two men wrapped their fists with conquerors and smashed into each other. The fists did not make contact, but a huge black lightning burst out. The roof of the palace was blown off, and suddenly there was a muffled sound from the clouds in the sky, and a huge crack suddenly appeared in the clouds. As IM retreated, Smoker instantly appeared behind him, ready to attack. IM flapped his wings and slashed at Smoker's neck like a giant guillotine. Smoker could only hold on tightly with both hands, but IM took the opportunity to kick him away. Taking advantage of this opportunity, IM turned around and hit Smoker in the face with his tyrant punch. Puff. Although the fist did not land on his face, the terrifying energy explosion caused Smoker to bleed from his mouth and nose, and he fell heavily to the ground. IM jumped high, then landed heavily, and kicked Smoker in the face with a kick wrapped around hockey. Smoker was kicked in the stomach and spit out blood again. But he also took the opportunity to create several black holes, which IM accidentally touched, and his wings and tail were sucked into the black holes. IM roared and jumped away to avoid Smoker's black hole, but his wings and tail were torn apart by the huge gravity, leaving blood all over. Taking this opportunity, the black hole fell on Smoker. A few seconds later the black hole disappeared, Smoker's injuries had disappeared, and Im's wings and tail had long since healed. The two dragon men rushed towards each other again, and their fists collided with each other. With the strength of Rox, IM is fully capable of going head to head with Smoker. Two flashes of lightning, one black and one pink, kept flashing in the palace. The palace was shattered and repeatedly rebuilt. The two of them are just like the palace, one is immortal, and the other absorbs damage and fatigue, always fighting in peak condition. I don't know how long the fierce battle between the two lasted. It felt like several days to Smoker, but the sky outside was always bright. When it collides again, Smoker punched IM and sent him flying. And Yim also left a huge bloody hole on his chest. They both recovered quickly. Smoker looked off into the distance with a worried look on his face. It's been so long, why is there no movement from other people? Close black lens bracket. IM seemed to know what Smoker was thinking. Worried about your partner? No need to worry. Smoker. Back then, Mew marked not only this palace, but this entire space. If there is a record, there will be playback. In this space, the playback speed, that is, the flow of time, is different from that outside. We have been fighting for 2 days, but it's only been a dozen minutes outside. Smoker couldn't help but give a thumbs up. You have mastered the recording fruit. You can even change the speed of time. Yimu snorted coldly. Mum didn't expect that Rox, who has an immortal body, could only tie with you. Those idiots of the 5 elders actually raised a monster like you. Smoker smiled coldly. Monster? Same here. After saying that, he rushed towards I Am again, and I Am also rushed forward with a roar. The battle between the two continued. Advertisement. I Am has almost no ability to transform. Facing Smoker, who is firing at full power, it is too dangerous to rashly transform his ability. Because even a moment of slackness may be seized by him and he may attack you severely. And Smoker did not use homies either, as this level of battle was not something they could get involved in. Even the hidden killer move of Kless, whether it is the poison or the childlike fruit, is useless to I Am. Smoker has been fighting, getting injured, getting tired, and recovering all the time. My whole body was numb, my expression became a little crazy, but more of it was exhaustion. This kind of fatigue is not due to physical exhaustion, but the huge mental burden caused by fighting for a month in a row. On the other hand, Yim seemed to have gotten used to this kind of mental pressure. The two collided again and separated, then confronted each other. Obviously the smell is similar, but while I Am looked fully prepared, Smoker looked restless. Damn it, you be asterisk 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 D, why aren't you dead yet? How long are you going to keep fighting? There was a hint of cunning in Yim's eyes. Very good, that's it. Go crazy, go mad, and finally, collapse. Smoker grabbed his head frantically. Damn it, what on earth are you planning? This kind of attack has no effect on Lousy at all. A strange smile appeared on Yim's face. Even if you don't ask, Mew will tell you. Besides, I assure you that knowing this will only cause you more torture. Smoker screamed. Speak now. You be asterisk 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 D. I Am smiled. Mew confused with humans, but there is a huge risk at the same time, that is mental fusion. Spiritual fusion itself is a kind of devouring, and this devouring is mutual. The winner has everything, and the loser has nothing. Smoker's eyes regained some clarity. So, even though you initiated the fusion, it's possible that I took everything away. Why did you tell me this? Aren't you afraid of provoking my rebellion? I Am smiled. The first person that Mew fused with was Lily. She didn't resist back then, so the fusion went extremely smoothly. But this also brings a serious problem. Her mental obsession remains in her body, tormenting her for hundreds of years and binding her here. I searched everywhere for a way, and finally found a way to eliminate this flaw. That is to let you resist. The more intense the resistance, the more thorough the devouring will be. Especially Rox. It was the first time that Mew merged with such a powerful guy, and it was also the first time that he encountered such fierce resistance. But the reward is great. Lily's obsession was mostly cleansed by his powerful hockey. Now, you who are just as powerful appear. As long as I devour you, Lily's obsession will completely disappear. Mew can also truly rule this world. Mum will be very careful, weakening your spirit little by little, and then merge with you. You can resist as much as you want, but the more you resist, the more painful it will be for you, and the more perfect the fusion will be. Smoker roared. You want to merge with me? You're dreaming. Then he rushed towards I Am. Yim was secretly happy. That's it, be angry, be impulsive, be afraid, be unwilling, and finally, be desperate. The two continued to fight. I don't know how long it took. Smoker finally fell to the ground. Although his body was not seriously injured, his spirit could no longer sustain it. Yim walked up to him. Is it no longer possible? Your spirit is too weak. You can't possibly be a match for Mew. Smoker looked at him unwillingly, but his eyes were particularly cloudy and empty. That's it, right now. I Am shed his beast form and turned back into a human form, sitting on Smoker and pressing his hand on his chest. Advertisement. His hand seemed like liquid and began to blend into Smoker's body. Smoker tried to struggle and punched I Am, but it was completely useless. Fusion has begun. Any attack will be useless. All you can do is resist with your mind. Conqueror's Hockey, or some psychic devil fruit ability, anything. Come on, resist. Suddenly, Smoker felt his consciousness blur and realized that what I Am said was true. But I Am was not afraid. He even hoped that Smogdo would resist. And after fighting for so long, he was sure that Smoker had no means of mental attack except Conqueror's Hockey. In Smoker's current state, Conqueror's Hockey cannot be used at all. Smoker felt his eyelids growing heavier. Suddenly, he bit his tongue hard, almost breaking it off. The severe pain made him more awake. Then a white ball appeared in his palm. The white ball is very small, but it is as solid as a solid object. A hole. You can't move now. Without waiting for I Am to react, he pressed the white ball directly on I Am's chest. Yim. The white ball entered the body and no harm was felt at all. But the next second, a tsunami of pain and fatigue almost overwhelmed him. Ah! Yim let out a shrill scream. Blood gushed out of his ears, nose, mouth and eyes. His eyes rolled back, his head drooped, as if he had lost consciousness. Who said I don't have the means to attack mentally? This is the exhaustion and pain of these days, enjoy it. Smoker completely lost his strength and fell back to the ground, barely able to open his eyes. This massive amount of pain is enough to destroy his spirit. But the next second, Yim suddenly looked up, his eyes full of bloodshot. Damn B asterisk 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 D. You actually have this kind of trick. What a pity, it was almost there. Just almost there, Mew made it. Now, everything you have belongs to Mew. Im's expression had become insane. His fusion ability was getting faster and faster, and Smoker's consciousness was quickly dissipating. Open black lens bracket oops. Close black lens bracket just as his consciousness completely faded away, a scene flashed in his mind. Punk Hazard, after the fight with Kaido. Benozolino looked at him in confusion. Brother Smoker, what use do you have for this thing? It's completely obsolete. But it's really strong. Kaido's magma couldn't destroy it. Smoker laughed. This is a good thing, we can't leave it here and waste it. As for you, Emmett, take a good rest, and leave the rest to me. Suddenly, I saw Smoker's lips moving, as if he was saying something. Open black lens bracket what? Close black lens bracket he leaned in closer and heard Smoker mumbling something. Joey boy, perhaps your D-clan is really the natural enemy of God. Smoker suddenly opened his eyes, and with the last of his strength he pulled out a huge knotted rope from the darkness, then pulled it apart. A flood of hockey suddenly erupted, sweeping across the entire Pangu city and completely shattering the clouds in the sky. Im's eyes widened. The hockey that once made him so familiar and so terrified was back again. Ah, I screamed. He had suffered from Smoker for a month, and his mental strength was already at its limit. At this time, he was pressed against his face and opened wide, and finally couldn't bear it anymore and completely lost consciousness. Ha. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that I fainted, Smoker laughed a few times, but he couldn't hold on any longer and completely lost consciousness. Chapter 500 New World Sea Circle Calendar 1519. Several years have passed since the war that shocked the world. East Blue Windmill Village. A young boy wearing a straw hat stood on the warship and shouted at the people in the village. Goodbye, Dayton, the village chief, Makino, and everyone. I will come back to see you guys, Dayton cried with tears and snot. Luffy, remember to eat well, B asterisk 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 D. There are 3 black lines on Makino's head. Dayton, the marine cafeteria is very luxurious, so you don't have to worry about Luffy going hungry. The boy was Luffy. He had turned 16 and went to sea a year earlier than originally planned, officially joining the marine. Today's warship is here to pick him up, the village chief sighed. Now that Luffy has left, the village will be lonely. The people around laughed. Village chief, there's no time to be lonely. We need to reclaim land, build workshops, and there are so many things to do. The village chief nodded and smiled again. Yeah, there are more and more things happening, and life is getting better and better. He turned his head and looked towards the village. The originally simple village now has many more shops and many more farmlands in the distance, and the scene is thriving everywhere. Luffy looked at the village getting farther and farther away, took a deep breath, and shouted, Marine Admiral, I'm done. Hey, you're so noisy. Oh, sorry, ha 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 ha. Luffy turned his head and saw a green-haired boy. Hey, are you joining the marine too? You have 3 swords, so cool. This isn't something I do to show off, but a testimony to my ambitions. Ambition? To become a marine admiral? That title doesn't matter. I just want to be the strongest swordsman in the world, and marine is the force with the most great swordsmen. Oh, Sky, suddenly, an orange-haired female marine kicked out the door of the small hut next door. Hey, you two, you're making so much noise. What does this have to do with us? This is a public area, we are free to do whatever we want. That's it. That weird guy. The orange-haired girl's eyes were blazing with fire, and she clenched her fists. What did you say? The 2 teenagers showed no sign of weakness. What, you want to fight? A minute later, the 2 teenagers were lying on the ground with bruises all over their heads. Humph, you 2 are pretty good, so I will be merciful and let you be my little brothers. Little brother. Stop dreaming. That's right, we won't be your little brothers, Baga. It looks like the iron fist of love isn't enough. Wow, help, for a moment, the deck was in chaos. Not far away, several officers were looking at this side with smiles on their faces. This is Mr. Garp's grandson. A very lively child, he is said to be the younger brother of Ace Rear Admiral. The little witch from the Belmere family is also very energetic. Those 2 little devils will probably suffer if they mess with her. Ahahaha, let's wait and see, Marines sprouts. Holy Land, Pangu City. A few years ago, Cobra became the king of the world and issued a series of policies in succession. Article 1 establishes a new heavenly gold standard. Each country will receive 10%, and half of it will be used as operating expenses for the new world government. The remaining half will be handed over to the new finance minister Zen to operate, and the proceeds will be used to support weak countries and disaster relief. This policy has been recognized worldwide. In just a few years, all countries joined the world government. Advertisement the second is military reform. Although the existing marine army system has not been changed, the scale of conscription has been significantly reduced. It is obvious that the size of the marine and army will gradually shrink in the future. The third is to develop science and technology, especially those related to people's livelihood. such as the automated machinery of Vegapunk Research, the rectangular crops of Boeing Islands and Greenbit, the climate technology of Visalia, etc. He also assigned several marine admirals to change the climate of some islands. In just a few years, hunger has not been completely eradicated, but at least we rarely hear of famine. Today, the world government held an emergency meeting, and the kings of many member states were present. Cobra sat at the main seat, with Nika standing behind him as a guard. Today, there are 4 topics. The first item is the proposal for the Fishmen Island to return to the surface, and King Neptune will introduce the situation. The second item is a proposal to completely ban the underground world and the slave trade. Ms. Stussy will be briefed on the situation later. The third item is the proposal for the comprehensive development of Sky Island. Please allow Mr. Gang Cole to introduce the situation. The fourth item is the Sea Train Project. Tom will introduce the situation. The information has been sent to everyone. Please take a look first. In 15 minutes, we will start discussing the first topic. Naval Headquarters, Mariajoy, Ching, Kai, Huang and others saw Cake and Gion off at the dock. Aokiji scratched his head and said, Alala, I thought you were just talking about leaving the marine a few years ago, but I didn't expect you to really mean it. Kaji laughed. It couldn't be more real. Gion even learned painting and photography. Kuzan, you are a marshal now. You can't go out leisurely. We will see the world for you. Aokiji scratched his head. Alala, I didn't expect the marine marshal to be so busy, but your departure is a huge loss to the marine. It's okay. The Revolutionary Army has been disbanded, and Brother Long and a group of strong men will join the marine soon. With Admiral Qinglong and the newly joined Admiral Fujitora, marine will only become stronger. Alala. That's right. Cake looked at Akainu again. Sakazuki, you won't feel bad for not becoming an admiral, right? Akainu snorted. Zane is now the new chief of staff. I have to help her earn military funds. I don't have time to do those desk jobs. He took out a card and threw it to Kaji. I was away from you when you got married. This is a gift for you. Just swipe it. It's mine. Tisk tisk tisk, as expected of big brother Sakazuki, so generous. He looked to the side again. Stussy stood there with a big belly, and Kazaru was spinning around beside him like a dog. Plus. Forget it, don't count on this stuff. Mina, we left and came back again. Oh, have a bon voyage. High up in the naval headquarters, Marine F4 stood by the window and watched the scene. Garp. Ah, I'm so envious, they can go out freely. Sengoku, Zephyr, Crane. Underscore. A-hole. You're the one who's most capable of fooling around. That's right. I worked so hard to clean up your mess, but you just run away without saying anything. He remained silent, then suddenly pulled out a pair of seastone handcuffs from somewhere and handcuffed Garp. Garp. Xiaohei. What are you doing? Seastone of this density is useless to me. Oh, I was just afraid that you would teleport away. Ah. Suddenly, Garp saw Sengoku and Zephyr surrounding him with malicious intent. Etc. What do you two bastards want? The next second, the sound of fists hitting flesh and Garp's shrill wail could be heard in the room. Ah help. A distant island of ghosts. Doflamingo sat on the throne, with several of his men beside him. Next up, the Celestial Dragons. Advertisement. The look they gave Doflamingo was filled with fear and despair. Sigh 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 sigh. Now, let's play a new game. A few years ago, the Holy Land was destroyed and all Celestial Dragons were captured. Except for the young and ignorant ones who were adopted by Marine. The rest were all sent to Onigashima, and the one guarding them was Doflamingo. Suddenly, one of the Celestial Dragons couldn't stand it anymore and stood up suddenly. I can't stand it anymore. Kill me, foo. How could I bear to do such a cruel thing? Caesar, aren't you still short of test subjects for your pain tolerance limit experiment? I'll give it to you. Caesar floated out from behind. Stop talking nonsense, I won't be polite then. On an uninhabited island, Smoker and Hina sat under the parasol, enjoying the sea breeze, looking at the sea view and enjoying cold beer. Not far away, a little white-haired boy was beating a huge crab with a stick. There was a little girl with pink hair nearby, watching anxiously. The little boy and the crab had a fight. In the end, the crab was beaten until it foamed at the mouth, and finally it turned upside down and died. The little boy held up the stick. Dad, Mom, we defeated the big crab. The little girl couldn't speak yet, she just clapped her hands and laughed. Smoker waved. Oh, that's great, you are worthy of being my son. Hina rushed forward and used the undying flame to heal his wounds, and carefully wiped the stains off his body with a towel. Dad, we want to eat the crab feast at Barati, the sea restaurant. Okay. Then let's go now. Smoker jumped up and darkness spread, swallowing up everything. He stretched out his hand, and there was a ball of flesh on his palm. If you travel, where are you going? The little boy jumped 3 feet high. The restaurant on the sea, Barati. The little girl was also holding a pacifier and whimpering. Hina picked up the 2 children. Okay, let's go. Then he nodded towards Smoker. Smoker waved his hand and Hina and the child disappeared. With another wave, he disappeared from the spot. Finished. Sprinkle flowers. Happy New Year to everyone. I wish you all a prosperous year of the snake, good luck, prosperity and family happiness. In the new year, I get scolded 3 times every day. Don't you just have a few stinky bucks? Aren't you just prettier? You just live in a villa and drive a luxury car, right? Superficial. This book took more than a year to write. This is my first completed novel. There were many drops in the data and many criticisms and even abuses from some people. Thank you for your support, which allows me to keep writing. I have a job, and writing books is just a part-time job. Sometimes I am too busy at work to guarantee updates. As time went on, bugs appeared in the book. I would like to apologize to everyone here and thank you for your tolerance. About me, I prefer Hokage and pirates. So in recent years, the fan fiction of these two comics will be the main focus. This book has been completed, and I have an outline for my new work. I will present it to you all after it is polished and matured. Thank you again for your support. Happy New Year to everyone again.